Naruto Uzumaki, Konoha's #1 knucklehead and the world's most unpredictable ninja, was currently on his way to the hospital. He wasn't injured or anything like that, he just needed to find his sensei, Kakashi Hatake. The reason Naruto is looking for Kakashi is simple. Naruto was competing in the Chunin exams, and after 2 parts were finished, he was able to fight in the preliminary round, and he defeated Kiba Inuzuka in a rather unorthodox fashion. All of the competitors were given a month off to prepare for the finals, and he needed help. His opponent was none other than Neji Hyuga. Neji was a prodigy of the Hyuga clan and was slated as the best rookie genin. He brutally beat his cousin Hinata Hyuga due to his hatred of the main branch family, and Naruto vowed to beat him in the finals. Naruto knew he needed more than what he had for the finals, so who better to ask for training than his very own sensei. He made it to the hospital and figured he'd go to Sasuke's room since that's where Kakashi would be. "Hey, where's Sasuke's room?" Naruto asked the receptionist. "I'm sorry, Mr. Sasuke is not allowed to have visitors," the receptionist said. "What? No visitors? Are you kidding me?" Naruto asked. "Sorry, those are the rules," the receptionist said. "Come on, lady. Just let me go see him," Naruto said. "Naruto, this is a hospital. Keep it down," Kakashi said, walking up to him. "Kakashi-sensei, I'm so glad to see you. I need a favor," Naruto said. "Stop right there. I already know what you're going to ask, so I've been looking for someone that can oversee your training for the final round," Kakashi said, and Naruto was not happy. "Why? Why can't you train me, sensei?" Naruto asked. "I have other matters to handle. I don't have the time to trouble myself with you," Kakashi SSID. "You're going to train Sasuke, aren't you?" Naruto asked. "Don't complain. Listen, I found you an even better teacher than me," Kakashi said. "But you're my sensei. I want you to train me," Naruto said, and he was barely containing his anger. "I can't. I'm busy," Kakashi said. "Yeah, busy training Sasuke like always. Who is this so-called teacher anyway?" Naruto asked. "It's me," Ebisu said, and Naruto turned around. Then he completely lost it. "Him? This is who you got to train me? You've got to be kidding me. Of all the guys you could have picked, you pick one of the people who hate me in this village. What the hell would you even teach me?" Naruto yelled. "I'll work on your basics and chakra control," Ebisu said. "That's right, Naruto. In Team 7 you're the one who needs to work on your basic skills. They need the most work. That's what I want you to focus on this time around," Kakashi said. "My basic skills need work? They wouldn't need work if you were a better sensei," Naruto said. "Excuse me?" Kakashi asked. "You heard me. I've been under you for 6 months, and all you've taught me was tree walking, and that's only because we were fighting Zabuza on our first C-rank mission. Outside of that, you haven't taught me anything, and then you pawn me off on this guy who doesn't even like me. You don't suck as a teacher, you also suck as a person. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. You can't even live by your own words. I know you've been teaching Sasuke and Sakura privately. There's no way Sasuke got that strong without some help, and Sakura was worse than me coming out of the academy. She couldn't even break a simple D-rank genjutsu during our test. Forget it. I'll find somebody to train me myself," Naruto said and stormed out of the hospital. Konoha streets. "Stupid sensei. Pawning me off for training. I don't need him. I'll train myself if I have to," Naruto said. He was so caught up talking to himself that he didn't see the person in front of him until they bumped into each other, making the person fall to the ground. "Ow. Hey, watch it," the person said, and it was female. "Huh? Oh, sorry," Naruto said and helped her up, then noticed who it was. "Thank you. Oh hey, I remember you. You're Naruto, right?" the girl asked. Yeah. You're Tenari, right?" Naruto asked. "It's Temari," Temari said. "Oh right. See ya," Naruto said. "Wait, I need some food. What's a good spot to eat at?" Temari asked. "I'll show you just the place," Naruto said. "Ikaraka's." "Hey old man. I'm here with a new customer," Naruto said. "Ah, Naruto my boy. How's it going?" Tucci asked. It's good. I've got a new customer. Her name's Temari. Naruto said. What can I get you, Temari? Ayam asked. I'll have 2 large beef miso ramen. Temari said. Coming right up. Ayam said. A large? Isn't that a bit much? Naruto asked. What are you saying? Are you calling me fat? Temari asked. And no. It's just that the girls in this village only eat small portions of food to watch their figure. Aren't you worried about losing your figure and getting fat like most girls? Naruto asked. I'm a kunoichi. I can eat as much as I want since I'll just burn the extra calories and weight off as I train. Why are you even checking me out? Focus on yourself and don't worry about me. Temari said rather harshly, and Naruto's eyes darkened from sadness. Sorry, I was just curious. I'll see you later, old man. Naruto said and left the ramen shop. What was that? Temari asked, surprised by his change in mood and sudden disappearance. You should apologize, Ayam said as she gave Temari her food. Why? Temari asked. Naruto wasn't trying to insult you. He doesn't have much experience talking to other people really. He mainly struggles to talk to girls. He was hated by the entire village since the day he was born, so he lacks certain social skills, especially when it comes to girls. Ayam said. I see him talking to everyone all the time since I've been here. Temari said. He's talking to them, but they aren't really paying attention to him. When he talks and is loud, it's a cry for attention. You didn't notice, but he was calm and spoke quietly in here because he's comfortable talking around us and we already acknowledge him. He's a good kid and means well. He's just rough around the edges. Ayam said. Doesn't he have any friends? Temari asked. Not that I know of. If he's not here eating or out training, he's up in his apartment by himself. Ayam said. What about his parents? Temari asked. His parents died the day he was born. He's an orphan. He was kicked out of the orphanage at about 6 years old and has been living on the streets for 2 years before the Hokage found him and gave him an apartment. Ayam said, and Temari actually started to feel bad. I guess I should go apologize. Temari said. Give him some time. It's best to leave him alone when he gets like this. You won't find him. He's so good at stealth that if he doesn't want to be found, then not even the Hokage can find him. Ayam said. Naruto. Naruto was walking around the forest when he heard the sound of fighting. He went into the trees and saw 2 purple-haired women sparring, and one of them was the same purple-haired Jonin from the second part of the Chunin exams, Anko Mitarashi. He was so into the fight and noticed that they were fighting while standing on water. He remembered Kakashi and Zabuza doing that when they fought. Why are you spying on us? A voice asked behind him and he froze. Oh, I was just walking around the forest and I heard fighting. I came here and saw the 2 of you fighting. Naruto said. I recognize you. You're the loudmouth brat from the Chunin exams. Anko said. Naruto, what are you doing here? The next purple-haired woman asked. How do you know my name? Naruto asked. You don't recognize me without my Umbu mask on, but I've known you since you were a kid. My name is Yugao. Yugao said. Your voice does sound familiar. Anyway, I was just watching you 2 spar. Naruto said. You're lying. You just wanted to see us get all wet and get a peek at our breasts through our wet clothes. Anko said. A peek at your what? Naruto asked, confused. Our breasts, tits, boobs, humongous boulders on our bodies. Don't you know anything about sex? Anko asked. What the hell is that? Naruto asked. Come on, let me explain some things to you, kid. Anko said as she sat next to him. Oh boy, Yugao said. Then they both proceeded to give the talk to Naruto, but Anko was a bit over-descriptive and hands-on for Yugao, but Naruto understood what they were saying. So that's what the women in the brothel houses are doing. I always thought they were doing some kind of intense training. Naruto said. Nope, Anko said. Ha, you learn something new every day. I wonder if all boobs are soft and squishy like yours. Naruto said. They should be. Yugao has some soft and squishy boobs as well. Anko said and gave Yugao a nice squeeze. Will you stop? I have a boyfriend. Yugao said. I'm sure he wouldn't mind a threesome. Anko said and Yugao blushed. Wow. Wait a minute. Enko, I knew I heard that name before the Chunin exams. You're the lady Irika-sensei talks about a lot. Naruto said. Why does he talk about me? Enko asked and had a small blush on his face. I don't know. He kept mumbling to himself about today being the day he would ask Enko. I never knew what he was talking about, but I think I figured it out. He must have a crush on you. Yeah, that's got to be it. He always has a blush on his face when he says your name, Naruto said, and both Yugao and Enko were shocked. No way. I've got to tell Kurenai and Hana this, Yugao thought. He likes me. Well, then again I am a pretty nice piece of ass, Enko thought. Anyway, how were you walking on water just now? Naruto asked. It's chakra control exercise. You should know that by now, Yugao said. If I knew what it was I wouldn't have asked, Naruto said. Right? Well, Enko, I need to get back to my duty. I'll see you, Hana and Kurenai later, Yugao said and vanished. Whoa, that was cool, Naruto said. I have to get going. I've got people to interrogate and a certain teacher to talk to. Nice talk, kid, Enko said. Wait, before you leave, can you tell me how to walk on water? Naruto asked. What's in it for me? Enko asked. I noticed you like dango and red bean soup. There is 3,000 Ryo in this pouch for you, Naruto said, holding up a pouch. How do you have this much money? Enko asked. I save more than I spend, Naruto said, and Enko took some of the money from his pouch. To do the water walking exercise, you have to emit a constant stream of chakra from the bottom of your feet and use the repellent force to walk across the water's surface. This is more difficult to master than the tree climbing, because the amount of chakra that needs to be emitted changes constantly, Enko said, and then gave him a demonstration. Thanks for the help, Naruto said, and Enko just vanished. I need to learn that as well. I need to go to the hot springs first. My body is sore from fighting, Naruto said and left. Hot springs. All right, I'm feeling better, so now I'll do the water walking exercise, Naruto said. He figured he would work on it at the hot springs because it would give him more inspiration to complete it since he didn't want to get burned. After about 50 tries and falling into the water 50 times, he was finally able to do it, but for some reason he noticed his chakra was even harder to control properly for some reason. He was about to try again when he heard giggling. He looked up and saw a man peeping on the women's side of the hot springs. He walked up to him and tapped him on the shoulder. Go away. I'm creating a masterpiece, the man said. It's illegal to peek on the women in the hot springs, Naruto said. Go away, kid. I'm busy, the man said. Fine. Don't say I didn't warn you. There's a pervert peeking through the fence on the women's bathhouse, Naruto yelled, and they heard screaming. Kid, what did you just do? The man asked. Serves you right, Naruto said, and walked away, listening to the man getting beat up by a mob of angry women. That wasn't nice, kid, the man said as he appeared in front of him. What the hell? I really need to learn that jutsu, Naruto mumbled. Why'd you do that? The man asked. Because you're a pervert and you deserved it. Who are you anyway? Naruto asked. I'm glad you asked, the man said, and summoned a toad, then started to dance. I don't have time for this. Never mind. I need to get back to training for the Chunin exam finals, Naruto said. The Chunin exams? I remember when I took the Chunin exams. Who's your opponent? The man asked. Neji Hyuga, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, Naruto said. How about I train you? The man asked. What exactly would you train me in? Better yet, what's your name? Naruto asked. I am the one. Theon, the only gallant Jiraiya, 1/3 of the legendary Sannin. As for what I'll train in, have you ever noticed a second chakra in your body? Jiraiya asked. If you're talking about the Nine Tails chakra, then yes. What else are you going to teach me? Naruto asked. I'll let you sign the Toad contract as well, Jiraiya said. What else? Naruto asked. Geez, kid, what do you want to learn? Jiraiya asked. I only planned on training him on using the Nine Tails chakra and giving him the Toad contract, Jiraiya thought. How about some ninjutsu taijutsu? And if you can help with my Fuinjutsu, Naruto said. You know Fuinjutsu? Jiraiya asked. Yeah. I'm only level 5 so it's going a bit slow for me, Naruto said. Level 5 at your age? That's great actually. We'll do all of that if you agree to what I want to teach you, Jiraiya said. Okay. But can we hold off on the contract signing until about a day or two before my training is over with? I have a month, Naruto said. Why wouldn't you want to sign it right away? Why wait to sign the contract? Jiraiya asked. Because what if I'm not worthy enough to sign the contract? I mean, I get that it's a huge honor, but from what I've read up on summoning, the boss summons has the right to reject me if I'm not worthy enough. Can't I just build my strength up first before I sign the contract? Naruto asked. He's different from what Sensei told me about him, Jiraiya thought. Sure. Meet me here at 4 a.m. We'll train from 4 a.m. until 6 p.m. this entire month. What do you know so far? Jiraiya asked. Shadow clones, substitution jutsu, transformation jutsu, sexy jutsu, and that's it, Naruto said. That's it? That's all you've learned in what 6 months? Jiraiya asked. I knew all of that besides tree climbing and water walking before I graduated. I learned tree walking during a C-rank turned A-ranked mission, and I just found out about water walking a few hours ago, Naruto said. I see. Who is your sensei? Jiraiya asked. Kakashi Hatake, Naruto said. You should be way above where you're at now. I've noticed you completed the water walking, but you seem to have a problem with your chakra, Jiraiya said. I know. It's been harder to control ever since that stupid snake man hit me in the stomach during the second part of the Chunin exams, Naruto said. Snake man? Lift up your shirt and channel chakra for me, Jiraiya said. Why? Naruto asked. Just do it or I won't train you, Jiraiya said. Alright, sheesh, Naruto said and did as told. So this is the formula used to imprison the nine-tailed fox. A double tetragram seal with an 8-sign seal. That way, if any of the demon's chakra escapes the tetragram seal, it will be safely channeled into and suppressed by Naruto's own chakra. The fourth Hokage did this for Naruto's own protection. Since then, a 5-prong seal had been added. An odd-numbered seal on top of an even-numbered seal. That it explains it. That's why his chakra and the demon's chakra are merging in an unstable way. I'm surprised he was able to master water walking with this seal on him, Jiraiya thought. So what's wrong with the seal? Naruto asked. That snake man placed an odd-number seal over an even-numbered seal. Do you know what the 5-prong seal is? Jiraiya asked. No, I haven't gotten that far into sealing yet, Naruto said. Basically, when the 5-prong seal is placed on somebody, they have difficulty controlling their chakra. In your case, your chakra became even more unstable due to the 9 tails being inside of you. It caused both of your chakras to merge in an unstable manner, Jiraiya said. Can you remove it? Naruto asked. Of course I can. I am a seal master, Jiraiya said and then slammed his hand onto Naruto's seal. 5-pronged seal release. Jiraiya removed the seal from Naruto and he let out a silent yet by the look on his face. A painful scream. Naruto wanted to yell at Jiraiya, but he felt his chakra was a lot easier to use. A little warning would have been nice, but thank you, Naruto said. You're welcome. Now on to our schedule. We'll be working on your speed, strength, and tactics. I'll be having you wear weights to help as well so you can get some good results. Ninjutsu will work on after your physical training is done. Fuinjutsu will be the last thing we work on every day, Jiraiya said. Does this mean I'm like your apprentice? Naruto asked. No, you aren't my apprentice officially until you sign the Toad contract. Now get home. Tomorrow is the start of our training regime, Jiraiya said. You got it, pervy sage, Naruto said. Don't call me that, Jiraiya yelled and Naruto just laughed at him. Great. First Kushina called me that and now Naruto calls me that, Jiraiya thought. It fits perfectly, Naruto said and Jiraiya just sighed. One last thing, you need to get rid of that horrendous outfit, Jiraiya said. It's the only thing I was able to buy. I can't even fit it. It's like 2 sizes too big. Naruto said. Why is that the only thing you could buy? Jiraiya asked. Because the entire village minus a few hate me. I only get these that make me stand out and they're not really comfortable. Naruto said. Why didn't you tell the Hokage? Jiraiya asked. Because I don't trust him. He's a liar. Naruto said. Why don't you trust him? Hasn't he been taking care of you? Jiraiya asked. If you call living on the streets for 2 years before he finally did something taking care of me, then no. That little orphan check I'm supposed to get barely covers my food and rent for that dump of an apartment he gave me. I'm grateful for it. But when Sasuke became an orphan and had to move out of the Uchiha compound, he was given a luxurious apartment. Naruto said. I see. Why'd you call him a liar? Jiraiya asked. Because he is. I asked him if he knew my parents and he lied to my face telling me no. When I asked him again, he told me it's pointless to worry about that. I know he's lying because whenever he lies, he takes a long inhale of his pipe and turns away from the person before speaking. Another thing, I asked him for help in the academy since none of the teachers would help me with the clone jutsu, and he said he couldn't help me because that would be showing favoritism, but he gave the okay for Sasuke to have private tutors when he asked. Naruto said. Don't you think you can give him some slack? I mean, he is the Hokage. Jiraiya said. The same Hokage that passed law saying if anyone was to harm me for being a Jinchuriki that they would be put to death? Yeah. I've been beaten so many times by ninja and civilians that it's impossible to count. I had to find out from a rogue teacher that I had the 9 tails in me after he lied to me every time I was in the hospital clinging to my own life asking him why people hated me. Naruto said, and as he was ranting his eyes changed. What the hell kind of dojutsu is that? Minato and Kushina never had one. Jiraiya thought. I'll talk to Hiruzen-sensei about all of this. He was supposed to be taking care of you for me. Jiraiya said. For you? Who are you exactly? Naruto asked. I can't tell you that, but I did know your parents. Jiraiya said. Who are they? Naruto asked. Let's make a deal. After the Chunin exams are over with and if you become a Chunin, I'll tell you who I am and who one of your parents were. Deal? Jiraiya asked. Deal, Naruto said. Now, what's up with your eyes? Jiraiya asked. What do you mean? Naruto asked. What do you see right now? Jiraiya asked. I see your chakra flowing and I feel like I can do something else, but I'm not sure what it is. Naruto said. Stop channeling chakra to your eyes. Tomorrow we'll see what else the eye of yours can do. Now, I need to go talk to the Hokage about some stuff. I'll see you tomorrow morning, kid. Jiraiya said and vanished. Damn it. I should have had him show me how to do that first. Naruto said and walked away. Hospital. Hey, Shikamaru. What are you doing here? Naruto asked. I was visiting Choji. What about you? Shikamaru asked. I'm here to see Bushy Brows. Naruto said. I think I'll join you, Shikamaru said. They walked to Lee's room only to see Gaara trying to kill Lee. Shikamaru used his shadow possession jutsu to hold Gaara and Naruto hit Gaara with a strong punch to the face that hurt Shikamaru as well. What the hell are you doing in here? Naruto asked. I was going to kill him, Gaara said. What? Naruto asked. You already beat him during the Chunin exams. What's your problem? Wasn't that enough for you? Do you have some kind of personal grudge against him or something? I have nothing against him. It's nothing that complicated. I simply want to kill him, that's all, Gaara said. You're sick in the head. You're crazy, Naruto said. You think we're just gonna stand by and let you do whatever you want? You sick, selfish psycho, Shikamaru said. If you don't stay out of my way, I'll have to kill you too as well, Gaara said, and then Naruto walked up to him, staring him right in the eyes. Then do it. We both know Shikamaru's jutsu isn't affecting you. What's stopping you? Naruto asked. What the hell? Shikamaru asked. Do it, Gaara, or leave, Naruto said. It's 2-on-1. Just take my advice and go quietly, Shikamaru said. I'll give you one last warning. If you get in my way, then I'll kill you, Gaara said. Then I'll tell you again. Do it, Naruto said. Will you shut up? He fights like he's mad, like he's a demon or something, Shikamaru said. He can act like a demon all he wants to, but I've got the real thing inside of me. Naruto said. You idiot. Leave this to me. What's the point of getting him mad? Shikamaru asked. A demon, huh? My demon is as real as yours is. From my birth, my upbringing was not what most people would consider a happy one. To ensure that I became the strongest of shinobi, my father cast his ninjutsu on me, infusing my unborn self with a sand spirit. I destroyed the life of a woman who gave birth to me. I was born a monster. Its name is Shikaku, and it's the living incarnation of an old monk of the sand village who'd been sealed up in a jar of tea. Gaara said. Yeah, some kind of demonic jutsu. But to use it on a baby? Before it's even born? Man, that's creepy. Shikamaru said. Can that be true? He has one inside of him too, Naruto thought. Your dad must have loved you a lot, Shikamaru said sarcastically. You speak of love? Don't measure me by your standards. Love. Family. The only emotional ties I have to my family are the ones I'd like to wrap around their necks. They're only ties of hate, given by the death of my mother. I was brought into being and nurtured as the salvation of the village. I was the Kazekage's child. My father taught me the inner secrets of the shinobi. He pampered me, protected me, and left me to myself. For a long time I thought that was love. That was when everything started, Gaara said. When what started? Shikamaru asked. In the 6 years since I became 6 years old, my father tried to destroy me more times than I can count, Gaara said. You just finished saying how your father pampered and protected you. So which is it? Shikamaru asked. Those who get to become too strong are apt to become feared. The jutsu that gave me birth had unbalanced something in my mind. Even the fools in my village finally realized I had emotional problems. My father, the Kazekage, had created me as his ultimate weapon, but I eventually became a threat to the very village I was meant to save. By the time I was 6, I became a figure of terror to them. I was a relic of the past that they wished would disappear. So you see, I had failed at the one purpose for which I was given life. What then was left for me in this existence? Why go on living? For a long time, I couldn't find an answer to that. But in order to live, you need a purpose. To exist for no reason is the same as being dead, Gaara said. I know exactly what he means. He's the same as me, Naruto thought. Then in time to answer came to me. To put it simply, my reason for living is in the killing of others. For years I lived in fear of those who were sent to murder me. But now I am at peace. I killed many would-be assassins, and it was while I was doing it that the truth was made clear to me. I live solely for myself. I live only for myself. As it was the death of my mother that first gave me life, now it is the death of others that sustains me, that makes me almost happy to be alive, and there's no end to it, as long as there are still people to kill in this great, wide, crowded world. I will never disappear, Gaara said, and then his sand came to life around him. All right, that's enough. Save it for the finals. That's when the final competition begins. You're just wasting it today. Is that what you want? Might Guy asked, and Gaara grabbed his head, forcing his sand to come back into his gourd. Then he just walked out. All the same, I will kill you. Just you wait. I'll kill you all, Gaara said. I see. I'll see you guys later, Naruto said. Where are you going? Shikamaru asked. I need to get some sleep. My teacher is meeting me at 4 a.m. to start training for the finals, Naruto said. Isn't Kakashi always late? Shikamaru asked. He's not teaching me. I have somebody else who is the second strongest in the village behind the Hokage, Naruto said. Who would that be? Shikamaru asked. Toads, Naruto said cryptically, and Might Guy widened his eyes. Naruto, is he your teacher? Guy asked. Yeah, Naruto said. Then I look forward to seeing your hot flames of youth in the finals, Guy said, and did his nice guy pose. Konoha streets. I guess I have my work cut out for me in the finals, Naruto said. He was walking through the streets of Konoha again, and this time he felt at peace after he got everything off his chest when he talked to Jiraiya. For the first time in his life, he actually felt at peace. He decided to stop by the Shinobi Library to look for a taijutsu style and found 2 styles that should help him. He left the library, and as he was walking he once again bumped into Temari. Huh? Oh, it's you again, Naruto said as he helped her off the ground. Yeah, it's me. Don't you ever watch where you're walking? Temari asked. I do. But it's a peaceful night and I've got some stuff off my chest with my teacher for the finals, so I just felt at peace, Naruto said. I see. So, what's with the scrolls? Temari asked. For my training, Naruto said. What kind of training? Temari asked. Brutal training. Can I help you with something? I have to meet my sensei at 4 a.m. and it's already 9 p.m., Naruto said. Listen, I'm sorry about what happened earlier at the ramen shop. I didn't mean to come off so harshly to you. I just thought you were being rude on purpose. The girl that works there, I told me you don't have much social skills, let alone skills talking to girls. Let's start over. I'm Temari and I like your hair, Temari said, holding out her hand. Oh, I'm Naruto and I like your, tits, Naruto said. My what? Temari asked with a blush. Your tits. I thought girls liked being complimented on their bodies, Naruto said. We do. But that's not something you say to a girl if you're just meeting her, Temari said. Really? Anko didn't tell me that when she gave me the talk. I'll have to remember that, Naruto said. Wait, you just had the talk today? Temari asked. Yeah, I didn't even know what that was. Anko and Yugao explained everything to me. Anko even went into great detail. I think I have a better understanding of things now. I didn't insult you, did I? Naruto asked and Temari just sighed. No. If you were another person I would have hit you with my fan. But I know you struggle with interacting socially, so I'll let it slide. Next time, compliment a girl on her looks or something, Temari said. Right? Well, see ya, Naruto said and started to walk away. Wait, I'm kind of lost. Can you walk me back to the Golden Leaf Hotel? Temari asked and Naruto froze. I'm not allowed in that part of the village. You'll just have to find somebody else to help you, Naruto said. Why not? Temari asked. Because they hate me, Naruto said. Why? Temari asked. I can't talk about it. I'll see you at the finals, Temari, Naruto said and walked away. Yeah, I'll see you at the finals, Temari said and sighed. If only he knew, Temari thought sadly. Next day. All right, Pervy Sage, what's first? Naruto asked. Stop calling me that. Anyway, first thing first. I'm going to place some resistance seals on you, Jiraiya said. What are those? Naruto asked. They're like weight seals, but different. They'll make it harder for you to move and won't stunt your growth even more than it already has been stunted, Jiraiya said and placed resistance seals on Naruto's arms, legs, and his chest. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Naruto asked. You're what, 13? You're the size of a 10-year-old. We'll be working on changing your diet and getting you better nutrients. You can't eat ramen every day all day. I know it's not your fault, but I'm going to get you right. Another thing, you are to not release the resistance seals while we are training. You're way behind in training, so I'm going to push you harder than you can imagine. Now, when the library opens, I want you to go and get you some taijutsu scrolls you want to learn, Jiraiya said. Already done. I grabbed 2 yesterday, but I want to mix them together to create a single style, Naruto said and gave Jiraiya the scrolls. That's good. Now, to make these even deadlier, I'm going to work on your speed quite a bit. As for ninjutsu, I want you to channel chakra into this paper, Jiraiya said and pulled out a piece of paper. Why? Naruto asked. It's chakra paper. It'll tell us what element you have to learn elemental ninjutsu. If your element is fire, the paper will burn. Water, the paper will become damp. Earth, the paper will crumble. Wind, the paper will split in half. Lighting will cause the paper to wrinkle, Jiraiya said. Cool, Naruto said, as he channeled chakra into the paper. The results were shocking and Jiraiya had his jaw on the ground. The paper split into 4 pieces. One was ripped to shreds. Another became so damp that it deteriorated. One caught on fire and the last one turned to ice. What the hell? Do it again, Jiraiya said and gave Naruto another piece of chakra paper, then got the same results. Is that bad? Naruto asked. No, it's a shocker, Jiraiya said. Sweet. So, when do we get started? Naruto asked. Right now. The first week we'll be working on your speed and taijutsu. Next week is when we will work on everything combined. Jiraiya said. Huh? So that's where I put my old kunai pouch. Naruto said. What? Jiraiya asked. Nothing. My old kunai pouch was under a floorboard in my apartment. But how do I know that? I'm standing right here, Naruto said. Did you leave a shadow clone at home? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, I had some of them clean the apartment for me, Naruto said. I'll tell you the secret to shadow clones. Whenever one of them dispel, the original gets their memories. Tobirama Senju created that jutsu for spying purposes. Jiraiya said. Sweet. Wait, if I can gain their memories, can't we use them for my training? Naruto asked and Jiraiya just looked him. Why the hell didn't I think of that? Okay, make 60 shadow clones. I'll send a shadow clone with each group of 20 to get you started on elemental training. While the clones work on your ninjutsu and fuinjutsu, we'll be sparing every day until the final 2 days of training. I want you to sign the Toad contract still, Jiraiya said. What about the Nine Tails chakra? I thought we were going to work on that as well, Naruto said. I've changed my mind. I'm going to boost your skills first and we'll worry about that some other time. Now, I want you to run 50 laps around the walls of Konoha. After that, we'll start on your taijutsu, Jiraiya said. You got it, pervy sage, Naruto said and dragged his feet to start running. I hate that name. He's gonna be something special. He may even surpass you Minato quicker than you'd hope if he keeps this up. Jiraiya thought and started looking at the scrolls Naruto had. Muay Thai and Kyusho Jitsu. He seems to be eager to take Niji on using taijutsu. He should know that fighting a Hyuga in taijutsu is suicide since they can seal off your chakra points. That must be why he has Kyusho Jitsu in here. He must want to make Niji feel what others feel when they fight a Hyuga. Niji may block off Naruto's chakra points, but he'll still be able to fight. However, if Naruto strikes certain pressure points on Niji, then he won't be able to use that body part until the effects wear off. Smart plan, Jiraiya said, and then a smaller scroll fell out. 7 heavenly breaths. Jiraiya thought and then read it, making his eyes go wide. I don't even think Naruto knows he grabbed this scroll. The way this is explained, it's almost exactly like the 8 inner gates that Might Guy uses. I heard a kid named Rock Lee can also use the 8 inner gates up to the 5th gate, and he's only been a genin for a year. These are tough, but easier to use than the 8 inner gates. If Naruto fights this Gaara kid I've heard about, then he'll need something like this to give him a bit of help. I won't have him do this. I'll have some of his shadow clones test it out first and then have him do it, Jiraiya said. 28 days later. Alright, Naruto. It's time to sign the Toad contract, Jiraiya said and placed the scroll on the ground. How do I sign it? Naruto asked. Bite your thumb and sign it with blood. After you sign it, make sure you place blood on each of your fingertips and place them under your name, Jiraiya said, and Naruto did that. Now what? Naruto asked. Now, bite your thumb and do these hand signs to summon a toad. Make sure you use some chakra as well, Jiraiya said, and Naruto went through the hand signs. Summoning jutsu. Yo, name's Gamakichi. Nice to meet you, Gamakichi said, and he was a small orange toad. Not bad for a first summon, Jiraiya thought. Try it again, but this time use as much chakra as you can. We've been working on your chakra control a lot during training, so you should be able to summon the boss toad or a warrior toad, Jiraiya said, and Naruto did it again. Summoning jutsu. Jiraiya, a loud voice boomed. Of course he summons Gamabunta, Jiraiya thought. Yes, Gamabunta, Jiraiya said as he hid behind a rock. Why the hell did you summon me? I don't see a fight going on, Gamabunta said. I didn't summon you. He did, Jiraiya said, pointing to Naruto who was on his head. Nice to meet you, Chief Toad. The name's Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said. You actually want me to believe this runt summoned me? Gamabunta said. It's true, Pops. I saw the whole thing, Gamakichi said. Gamakichi? What are you doing here? Gamabunta asked. The new guy summoned me before you. I say we let him keep the contract. Gamakichi said. He was able to summon me on his second try. Not even Jiraiya or the fourth Hokage was able to do that. Gamabunta thought. Fine. You may keep the contract, but do not summon me unless you are in a battle and require my help or if you have barrels of sake. Gamabunta said. Sake? Wait, I think I have some of that stuff. Naruto said and pulled out 6 storage scrolls revealing 50 barrels of sake. I like this kid already. Gamakichi, we're leaving. Gamabunta said. See ya, Naruto. Gamakichi said and they left with the sake. Now what, pervy sage? Naruto asked and Jiraiya just stood there pouting. Let's go over everything you've learned this past month. Jiraiya said. Well, we went through about 50% of both taijutsu scrolls, but you said my new speed makes up for the incomplete fighting styles. My ninjutsu is good, but I don't know any ice ninjutsu yet. Fuinjutsu I'm halfway through level 6 now. Genjutsu we found out is useless against me when I have my dojutsu activated. But without it I can break up to high C-rank Genjutsu. Oh, and you taught me some of those 7 heavenly breath techniques. List of the ninjutsu you've learned. Jiraiya said. Shunshin, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu, Fire Style, Demon Lantern, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Caterwall, Fire Style, Firefox, Water Style, Ripping Torrent, Water Style, Water Beast, Water Style, Tri-Water Dragon Jutsu, Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone, Kunai Shadow Clone, Wind Style, Gale Palm, Wind Style, Great Breakthrough, Wind Style, Spiraling Wind Ball. Where would you rank my overall skill? Naruto asked. I'd put you at about mid to high Chunin now overall. Jiraiya said. Where would you put me before we started to train? Naruto asked. Low Genin. I'd say that because of your skill in using the shadow clones. You've come a far way in a month. Now, the next 2 days are for you to do whatever you want. Good job. Jiraiya said. Thanks, pervy sage. Naruto said. Don't call me that. Jiraiya yelled and Naruto just laughed at him. Hey, pervy sage. How fast am I now? I mean, these resistance seals must have helped a lot, right? Naruto asked. Well, I'd say that your speed is faster than that Rock Lee kid after he takes off his weights and without the seals activated on you. You were already low Chunin in speed before any progress happened. I'm surprised Kakashi hasn't noticed that. Jiraiya said. That's because he was focused on his most prized student. The one I know for a fact that he wanted the most because of the stupid Sharingan. Naruto said. Kakashi took the easy student. Jiraiya said. What do you mean? Naruto asked. Kakashi took the prodigy of the class because Sasuke is a genius. It's easier to teach Sasuke because you can already tell he has a training background. You, on the other hand, had no one to train you and knew next to nothing. It would have been difficult for Kakashi to teach you because you don't understand things like Sasuke. To put it simply, Sasuke was the diamond while you were the lump of coal. Which do you think people would prefer? A diamond or a lump of coal? Jiraiya asked. The diamond, Naruto said. Exactly. I'd rather take that lump of coal. I did have a diamond before that needed polishing, but I'd still take a lump of coal. Jiraiya said. Why? It's not worth anything. Naruto said. Not at first it isn't, but if you put that lump of coal under enough pressure and polish it enough, you might just end up with a diamond. Inside every lump of coal there's a diamond waiting to get out. Jiraiya said. So, were you the diamond in your team? Naruto asked. No, I was the lump of coal. I was like you until I met the toads and started to train under them. As you know, Orochimaru was on my team. He was the diamond on my team along with my other teammate. Like you, I also learned through trial and error. Look at me now. I'm one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya said. Are you the strongest? Naruto asked. I'd like to say so. As you know, I am a spy master and I do go on missions. I have to make sure my skills are always sharp and on point. I know one of my teammates hasn't trained in decades and Orochimaru has his own evil thing going, so he probably still trains a bit. Jiraiya said. So it's a toss-up between you and Orochimaru for the title of strongest Sannin. Naruto said. I didn't say that, Jiraiya said. Yeah, but you also didn't say either of you were stronger. I mean, if the third member of your team hasn't trained in months, then it's obvious you or Orochimaru would be the strongest. Naruto said. Who do you think is the strongest between you and your teammates? Jiraiya asked. Well, me, of course. Naruto said. Why? Sasuke's the prodigy of your team, isn't he? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, but I noticed even the simplest training I did would put Sasuke on edge since I was closing the gap between us quickly. I mean, he had Kakashi helping him privately, but I was able to make him work for it if he wanted to beat me. I mean, look at everything you taught me. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, breaking genjutsu, fuinjutsu, and you even worked on my speed while not neglecting my power. If Sasuke is fighting Gaara, then Kakashi must be working mainly on his speed to get around his sand or give him some kind of attack that can pierce through his sand. Naruto said. His ability to think logically has gotten better over this month. Jiraiya thought. Now, what about your other teammate? Jiraiya asked. What about her? Naruto asked. Why isn't she the strongest? Jiraiya asked. She's the strongest book-wise, but that's it. She barely trains, all she does is follow Sasuke around like a lost puppy. She worries more about her overall appearance than her skills, and when she does train she does the bare minimum, then gets an attitude with me if I ask if she wants to train together. Naruto said. If you make Chunin, then what will you do? Jiraiya asked. Train to become Jonin. After that train to become the Hokage. Change the village up a bit because quite honestly it sucks. Naruto said. How does it suck? Jiraiya asked. First off, the academy is basically pointless if we don't do test scenarios. I mean, after 4 years all you need is the basic 3 jutsus to graduate. That's stupid. Then on top of that, the red light district needs to be fixed, but nobody is doing it. The orphanages are in horrible condition, and we only have one ninja school, which is stupid because not everyone lives close to the academy. Naruto said. Why didn't you tell the Hokage? Jiraiya asked. He already knows. But he lets the civilian council walk all over him, and he claims he's just an old man that can only do so much. Naruto said. You've got some good points. However, the civilian council does have power, you know. Jiraiya said. Last time I checked, this was a ninja village. The orphanage I can understand, but why are they meddling in ninja affairs like the academy and missions we get? We both know the civilian council is corrupt, but the old man is just too lazy and scared to do anything about it. Naruto said. How do you know all of this? Jiraiya asked. You'd be amazed at what I can do if I decided to actually get serious about sneaking around. All of the civilian council has made my life a living hell except for Sakura's mother. I have all this dirt on them and I'm just waiting for the right opportunity to bring it out. I even made it known that there are weak points in the village security. It's almost as if the village is welcoming an attack. I shouldn't be able to sneak into Umbu headquarters, sneak into the Hokage mansion, and I shouldn't be able to access the files room on the civilian council. Naruto said. How the hell weren't you caught? Jiraiya asked. Like I said during training, if I don't want to be found you won't find me. Not even that glass orb the Hokage has can't even find me. Naruto said. Sheesh, this village is lucky he isn't an enemy or they'd all be dead by now. Jiraiya thought. Anyway, good luck in the finals. Jiraiya said. You're not staying? Naruto asked. I've got to meet up with some contacts. I should be back in time to see my apprentice win the finals. Jiraiya said. I'm officially your apprentice? Naruto asked. Yup. As soon as you signed the Toad contract, it became official. As a Sannin, I have power to choose whoever I want as my apprentice. If you stay a genin, then I'll be able to pull you from a mission if I need you for something. Jiraiya said. Awesome. Hey, Pervy Sage. Am I a diamond or lump of coal? Naruto asked. I've just started putting you under pressure and polishing you. However, there is a speck of something within you. It's up to you on how you go about that. Your drive and ambition will determine if it's a speck of dust or a diamond that is starting to form. Jiraiya said. I guess this is it. Naruto said, and Jiraiya placed his hand on Naruto's head. Don't worry. You'll do just fine. Jiraiya said. Thanks, Pervy Sage. Naruto said. Don't forget to wear the new clothes you got. That horrendous jumpsuit is too small for you now. Jiraiya said, and then Jiraiya went up in smoke. 2 days later / Chunin exam finals. The crowd was gathered as all the competitors were in the arena. Well, all except 3. Naruto, Sasuke, and Dosu weren't there yet. Sasuke was with Kakashi, so he was more than likely going to be late, but no one has heard from Naruto or Dosu. Look at this. We're missing quite a few people here, Shikamaru thought. Stands. What's going on? Where is everyone? This is about to get started. Ino said. Yeah, what's going on? Sasuke and even Naruto are nowhere to be seen. Sakura thought. Hey, look, who's that? Ino asked, pointing to a competitor. I don't know, Sakura said. Fighting area. Name please, the proctor asked. It's me, Naruto, Naruto said. Sorry, the clothes threw me off, the proctor said. They're pretty sweet, huh? Naruto asked. Yeah, they are. Finally got rid of the orange jumpsuit. Huh? Shikamaru asked. I had to, Naruto said. He now wore a white hoodie that had green trimmings down the side, black shinobi pants and black shinobi sandals. Underneath his hoodie was a red shirt with armor mesh underneath it. His hair grew out a bit, and if you looked at him closely, he looked like a certain head on the Hokage monument. Whoa, he sure is cute. Stop that, Temari. You have more important things to worry about, Temari thought, but couldn't stop the small blush appearing on her face. You guys are the heroes of this final competition, the proctor said. Welcome all, and our deepest thanks for coming here to the village hidden in the leaves for this year's Chunin selection. We have come to the final completion between the 8 candidates who made it through the preliminaries. We ask that no one leaves until all the matches have been completed. Now, everyone enjoy, Hiruzen said. Oh, there's one more thing before we get started. Look it over. There's been a slight change in the matchups. Now it's set, so everyone take one last look at who you'll be facing, the proctor said and held up a piece of paper. I thought I was supposed to fight an extra match. Hey, so that Dosu guy dropped out, Shikamaru thought. Alright, listen up. The terrain is different, but the rules are the same as before. That is that there are no rules. A match continues until one candidate acknowledges defeat or dies. That being said, if I determine that a match is over, I can step in and stop it at any time. No arguments are permitted. These are the opponents for the first match. Naruto Uzumaki and Niji Hyuga. Those 2 stay. The rest of you can go to the waiting area, the proctor said, and everyone left except Niji and Naruto. Stands. Hey Sakura, I know that you're worried about Sasuke, but come on, don't be such a lump. Aren't you going to at least cheer Naruto on? Ino asked. You're right, Sakura said and put a smile on her face. That's more like it. Not that the poor ring has a hope in hell against Niji, Ino said. He's not that bad, Sakura said. Are you kidding? Not that bad? Is that the best you can do? Ino asked. Who would have believed that little squirt would survive this long? Kotetsu asked. Yeah, he's been one lucky kid so far, but his luck's about to run out. He'll never survive this one, Izumo said. I don't know. Look at him. He's grown a lot. He's not the little squirt he was a month ago. He's taller, put on some muscle, and looks more mature. Whoever trained him must have put him through the ringer. I can tell he's far ahead of what he used to be. This match is going to be a lot more interesting than people think, Kotetsu said. Fighting area. You got anything to say to me? Niji asked. Yeah, you might want to take me serious from the start if you hope to have any chance at winning, Naruto said, and everyone noticed his voice was a bit deeper than Niji activated his Byakugan. He has the look. He's calmer now, more sure of himself, Niji thought, and then got into his fighting stance, as did Naruto. So much the better for me. I can't wait to see the look of despair on your face when you learn that your foolish vow is impossible to keep, Niji said. The Byakugan, the prized dojutsu of the Hyuga clan. I'm honored. However, I wonder which dojutsu is better. Yours or mine? Naruto asked and activated his dojutsu, shocking everyone. Kage stands. What? Hiruzen yelled. I've never seen a dojutsu like that before. Care to explain, Lord Third? The fake fourth Kazekage asked. I've never seen something like that before either, Hiruzen said and focused on Naruto. I must see more of that dojutsu. I'll have to delay the invasion, Orochimaru thought and discreetly did a hand signal to somebody in the stands who nodded. Fighting area. All right, let the first match begin, the proctor said. Neji and Naruto had a brief stare down before Naruto sprang into action. He pulled out some shurikens and threw them at Neji, who started to block them until Naruto used the shuriken shadow clone jutsu and Neji had to use his ultimate Hyuga defense to block them. I can't believe he forced me to use the rotation on his very first move, Neji thought. Now that we got that out of the way, how about we get started? Naruto asked. How did you know about my rotation? Neji asked. When I don't want to be seen, you won't see me even with those eyes of yours, Naruto said. It does not matter, you're still fated to lose to me, Neji said. Yup, and you're still fated to be the Hyuga main branch's bitch, Naruto said and rushed in at Neji. You really are an idiot if you intend to take me on in a taijutsu fight, Neji said. Naruto appeared in front of Neji and they began a taijutsu fight. Neji was using his gentle fist and Naruto was using a combination of his two fighting styles. The crowd was cheering loud because of the high-speed action and the shinobi in the stands were surprised that Naruto was able to go toe-to-toe with a Hyuga prodigy in taijutsu. Every time Neji would strike Naruto, he would get hit twice by Naruto. The speed at which Naruto was fighting threw Neji off a bit, but he was no stranger when it came to speed. What Neji didn't know was that Naruto's dojutsu allowed him to see Neji's chakra network, so he was able to counter some of the blows to his chakra points by adding more chakra to them to keep them from closing. Stands. I can't believe it, Kurenai said. I know. To think this used to be the dead last. Whoever trained him during this month must have been quite the shinobi, Asuma said. Didn't Kakashi teach him? Kurenai asked. No. From what I heard, Naruto asked Kakashi for help, but he refused as he wanted to train Sasuke for his match with Gaara. Kakashi chose Ebisu to train Naruto and he flipped out on Kakashi, then stormed out of the hospital. Nobody hasn't seen or heard from him for an entire month. However, rumor has it that he spent some time with the Kunoichi from Suna, Asuma said. Then it makes me wonder what he would be like if he was trained properly throughout the academy, Kurenai said. Same here. I feel bad for Kakashi. Naruto will without a doubt make Chunin, and if he does, Kakashi won't have anything to do with it, Asuma said. Is that Naruto? There's no way he should be able to fight with Neji like that, Tenten thought. Hey Sakura, Ino said. Huh? What is it? Sakura asked. I thought Naruto was supposed to be the dead last. Who trained him? Ino asked. I don't know. I haven't seen him for the entire month. He hasn't even been to Ikaraku's, Sakura said. He's obviously been training and eating better. He's grown a couple inches and is probably as tall as Neji now. That and look at the muscle he put on. I wonder if I should snatch him up before somebody else does, Ino said and Hinata gasped. Ino, do you even hear yourself? Sakura asked. I'm just kidding. Sasuke is the guy for me. Naruto belongs to Hinata, Ino said, making Hinata blush. Fighting area. I can't believe he's able to match me in taijutsu. However, his arms are done for, Neji thought as the separated and both were covered in bruises. You may have gotten stronger, but you're still no match for me. The gentle fist blocks the chakra points wherever I strike. Looks like you can't use the chakra in your arms for your ninjutsu, Neji said. See, that's where you're wrong. I can easily reopen my chakra points. You, on the other hand, may want to examine your body a bit closer, Naruto said. A couple of bruises mean nothing, Neji said. Even with the infamous Byakugan you still can't see clearly, Naruto said. What is that supposed to mean? Neji asked. The bruises on your body are in specific points on your body. They aren't just random spots I hit. While you were able to close off my chakra points, I was able to strike your pressure points. Your arms don't really work that great right now. You may have hit me half of the times you actually thought you did. Your attacks became slower and weaker as we fought. While I can reopen my chakra points, you have to get a medic or somebody that knows the body to help you out. Naruto said. What? That's impossible. How could I fall for something so simple? Neji thought as he tried to move his arms. But they wouldn't move. Surrender now, or stand there helplessly as this dead last embarrasses you even more. I haven't even begun to fight seriously. You came into this fight filled with arrogance, expecting an easy win. I came here with a plan and a counter to your taijutsu. I trained every day from before the sun rose to when the sun went down this past month. What will it be? Will you forfeit, or will I have to embarrass the Hyuga clan even more? Naruto asked and walked up to him, putting a kunai to Neji. I forfeit, Neji said reluctantly. Winner. Naruto Uzumaki, Genma said, and the crowd was stunned. Neji, why do you hate Hinata? She's a nice girl and wouldn't hurt a fly, Naruto said. Because of the caged bird seal, Neji said, and it all made sense. Neji, all seals can be broken. I'll let you in on a secret I've learned. Hayashi Hyuga was against your father being given up during the whole Kumo incident. Talk to him and he'll explain things. The clan head isn't the problem in your clan, it's the council. Hayashi has the power to abolish the caged bird seal. I'm sure Hinata would like her cousin back in her life, Naruto said and tapped Neji on his pressure points. What did you do? Neji asked as he was able to move his arms again. I undid the damage to your pressure points, Naruto said. How did you change so quickly in a month? Neji asked. I'm a lump of coal being put under pressure, Naruto said and walked away, leaving Neji confused. Stands. Whoa, he just took down Neji without a problem, Tenten said. It's like he's a completely different person, Sakura said as she watched Naruto go up to the fighters area. Did we miss Neji's match? Rock Lee asked as he arrived with Might Guy. Yeah, it's over, Tenten said. Then Neji must be really strong if he was able to take out Naruto so quickly, although it looks like Naruto gave him some problems, Might Guy said. No, Neji lost, Tenten said. What? Lee said. It's true. Naruto outclassed him and came in with a plan to counter Neji and his gentle fist. He blocked off the pressure points in Neji's arms. Neji had to forfeit due to his arms being useless, Tenten said. It doesn't make sense. Naruto shouldn't be this good after a month, Ino said. Given who trained him, this isn't much of a surprise, Might Guy said. Who trained him? Sakura asked. It's not my place to tell. However, just know that if Naruto defeated Neji as easy as you said, then we haven't even seen what he can really do, Guy said. Fighters area. Geez, Naruto, did you have to win so quickly? Shikamaru asked and Naruto ignored him as he walked up to Gaara. Win your match, but don't kill him. I want to fight you myself, Naruto said and had a stare down with Gaara, but you could feel the tension between them. Mother says your blood is better than the Uchiha, Gaara said with a crazed look on his face. Then don't lose to Sasuke and you can have it, Naruto said, and then Gaara released a huge amount of chakra, but his was no match for Naruto's chakra output. What the hell are they? Shikamaru thought. He's got more chakra than Gaara, Temari thought. Can you two stop? You're cracking the walls around us, Shikamaru said. Wimp, Temari said. I'll see you in the final match, Naruto said and walked away to take a nap. Time skip. Hours passed by since Naruto went to sleep and he was woken up by a screeching noise. He yawned and stretched, then noticed Sasuke standing on the wall with lighting covering his hand. Sasuke took off at incredible speeds towards Gaara, who was trapped in a sphere of sand. Right before Sasuke could stab Gaara, his feet were stopped by sand. Sasuke was surprised along with Kakashi, and then a giant hand made of sand came from the sphere and repeatedly slammed Sasuke into the wall before he fell unconscious. Winner, Gaara of the Sand, Genma said. Naruto Uzumaki, come face me. Mother wants your blood, Gaara yelled, and the sand sphere went away as Gaara was back to normal. Stands. Okay, Naruto said and stood up, but he was grabbed. I'm calling off the match. You can't win, Kakashi said. Oh? Why is that? Naruto asked. Because if Sasuke wasn't able to beat him, I know you can't. Kakashi said. See, that's where you're wrong. I'm stronger than Sasuke and I have quite a bit of tricks up my sleeve. Naruto said. Sorry, but this is for your own good. Genma. Naruto Uzumaki forfeits this match. Kakashi said. No, the hell I don't. Naruto said and went up in smoke, revealing a log in his place. Relax, Kakashi. Naruto's got this. Asuma said. Did you see what Gaara did to Sasuke? There is no way Naruto stands a chance. Kakashi said. Actually, he does. Might Guy said. How so? Kakashi asked. Simple. He was trained by somebody way out of our league. He defeated Neji like it was nothing. Might Guy said and turned his attention to the fight. Have some faith in your genin, Kakashi. Kurenai said. Fighting area. Gaara vs Naruto. Begin. Ninja art. Shuriken shadow clone. Naruto unsealed 2 large shuriken and threw them at Gaara, who watched as they went from 2 shuriken to about 16. Gaara used his sand to protect himself from them and wasn't ready for the exploding kunai that Naruto snuck in there. The kunai exploded and sent Gaara flying to the wall, but he was saved by his sand. So the sand acts on its own, Naruto thought. Fire style. Fire caterwall. Naruto expelled several dragon-headed fireballs from his mouth to cover the front, left and right side of Gaara. As the dragon heads move in an erratic manner, it makes the jutsu much more difficult to avoid. Gaara once again used his sand to protect him, and then once the dragon heads connected, they exploded. Is that all you can do? Gaara asked. Far from it. I'm just testing the speed of your sand. Naruto said. Ninja art. Kunai shadow clone. Naruto threw 2 kunai at Gaara and then they multiplied into 20. Naruto wasn't finished as he went through 4 hand signs. Wind style. Gale palm. Naruto clasped his hands together and wind is compressed then transformed into a powerful gale. He pushed his hand out forward and the wind helped the kunai travel through the air faster, making them more lethal. Gaara once again raised his sand, but a few of them got through and managed to cut through his sand armor. Stands. Whoa, what happened to Naruto? Ino asked. I don't know. He was never this good before this round. Sakura said. Whoever trained him really did a great job, Asuma said. Didn't Kakashi-sensei teach him? Sakura asked. No. From what I heard, Naruto did ask Kakashi for help, but he blew him off so he could train Sasuke for his match with Gaara in St. Asuma said. Then who trained him? Ino asked. I did, Jiraiya said as he landed behind them. Master Jiraiya, Kurenai said. Lord Jiraiya, it is an honor to see you and your youthfulness again, Might Guy said. Sure, Jiraiya said and Might Guy did his patented nice guy pose. Why did you train him? Kakashi asked. Because you wouldn't, Jiraiya said. Fighting area. So much for your ultimate defense. Must not be that great if I manage to get through it with a few lousy kunai, Naruto said. Shut up, Gaara replied. Gaara used his sand to attack Naruto, who was barely getting out of the way, resulting in him getting a few cuts and his clothes torn. Naruto saw Gaara have his sand attack from each direction and Naruto was able to use the Shunshin to escape whatever he had planned. Stop running, Gaara said. Gaara then started to transform and Naruto quickly deactivated his resistance seals. The gourd on Gaara's back slowly broke down and began to cover his body, covering his arms and then his face, distorting it and giving it Shikaku's features such as the yellow eye and markings. He even grows his one tail from the gourd, which itself functions like a normal tail. I see you're getting serious, Naruto said and activated his dojutsu. Stands. This is why I said to call off the match. I don't know what you're trying to prove, Master Jiraiya, but Naruto isn't ready for this kind of opponent, Kakashi said. How would you know? You never trained him. He's perfectly fine. He hasn't even used the skill he knows will work, Jiraiya said. What skill is that? Might Guy asked. Let's just say that this match will be somewhat similar to Lee's match. Only difference is the winner, Jiraiya said. He knows the 8 inner gates, Might Guy said. No. He knows something similar though, Jiraiya said. Lord Jiraiya, are you telling me he knows how to use that technique? Might Guy asked. Yes, but only the first 2 activations, Jiraiya said. I see, Might Guy said. What does he know? Kakashi asked. You'll have to wait and see, Jiraiya said. Can you at least tell us about his dojutsu and what it does? Asuma asked. As far as we know so far, when its activated genjutsu doesn't work on him and he can see chakra pathways. We're still trying to figure it out, Jiraiya said. Then I think if he has a dojutsu he should be placed under my care. I am training Sasuke in using the Sharingan after all, Kakashi said. No, the Sharingan and his dojutsu are completely different. He's probably not going to want your help anyway. You had 6 months and did nothing with him, Jiraiya said. You said genjutsu doesn't work on him. I'm the genjutsu mistress. Do you think some of my genjutsu will work? Kurenai asked. I doubt it. Unlike the Sharingan, it's impossible to place him under a genjutsu while his dojutsu is activated. A Sharingan user can be placed under a genjutsu, but they'll easily be able to break out of it and counter it. With Naruto's dojutsu, it's impossible to place him under it. I don't know if he can cast genjutsu with his eyes though, Jiraiya said. Then the loser is still inferior to me, Sasuke said arrogantly. Yet he's lasting longer against Gaara than you did, Jiraiya said. Fighting area. Time to die, Uzumaki, Gaara yelled. Sand shuriken. Gaara swung his sand-covered arm at Naruto and sent shurikens made from sand towards him at a rapid pace. Naruto pulled out some kunai and started to deflect as many as possible, but he was eventually overtaken by the amount and was cut up severely. Yes, I can smell your blood from over here, Gaara yelled. Shikaku's arm. After gathering a large amount of sand, Gaara formed it into a replica of Shikaku's arm and used it to grab Naruto, then slammed him into the wall repeatedly. Naruto was lucky enough to cover his body in a layer of chakra, so the damage was significantly lessened from Gaara's assault. After a few seconds of slamming Naruto into the wall, Gaara released Naruto and watched him fall to the ground. Don't tell me you've given up already. Make me feel alive, Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara yelled. Water style. Triple water dragon jutsu. Naruto quickly went through hand signs and formed 3 dragons made of water from the air and launched them at Gaara, who used his sand to protect him. Naruto didn't stop there because he went through more hand signs. Water style ripping torrent. Naruto created water that spirals in the palm of his hand and fired it at a high speed towards Gaara, who once again used his sand to protect him. The collision sent water and sand everywhere in the fighting area. I wish I knew a lightning jutsu right now, Naruto thought. Naruto threw 2 exploding kunai at Gaara and watched as they landed right in front of him. Gaara tried to use his sand to protect him, but to his horror it was moving too slow and he was hit with the explosion. If it weren't for him being transformed, he most likely would have died. The smoke cleared after Naruto used the wind style. Great breakthrough, and Gaara was standing there badly burned with a horrified look on his face. Mother! My sand! It failed to protect me, Gaara said. Of course it did. The sand is too heavy to move at the speed it usually does. That's why I used water ninjutsu on you. That sand is useless right now, Naruto said with a smirk. Damn you, Uzumaki, Gaara yelled. Gaara allowed the sand to cover his entire upper body, with only his feet remaining uncovered. While his facial features still remained slightly human, both his eyes resemble Shikaku's with the same markings around its body. Naruto noticed that the kanji remained on Gaara's head. Stands. What the hell is that? Ino asked. Seems like Naruto is really pushing Gaara to his limits, Jiraiya said. Do you still think he can handle it? Kurenai asked. Absolutely. Naruto has the best chance at beating Gaara even without my training, and you know why, Jiraiya said. Can he use it? Asuma asked. Probably. He said during training that he's used it quite a few times, but only when he's overcome with rage. However, he shouldn't have to use it. He wanted me to train him so he wouldn't have to rely on it all the time, Jiraiya said. I see. You wouldn't mind if I trained him sometime, would you? He's the only other person I know in Konoha that has a wind chakra nature. Asuma said. It's up to him. Although I'll recommend him to you since I'm not an expert on wind chakra nature, since it's so rare. Jiraiya said. Does he know any wind jutsu other than the one he just used? Asuma asked. He knows a few of them, but I don't think they're as strong as they should be. Jiraiya said and then looked over at Temari and Kankuro who were looking nervous. I can't believe it. He's hurting Gaara. Temari said. He's close to releasing Shikaku. Kankuro said. Why hasn't the Kazekage given the signal yet? Baki asked. That's because he isn't the Kazekage, Jiraiya said as he appeared behind them. Lord Jiraiya, Baki said. Relax. We already knew about the invasion weeks ago, Jiraiya said. Why aren't you attacking us? Baki asked. Because you're following orders from Orochimaru. A few days ago, a few of my spies found the body of the Kazekage in the desert, and he had a stab wound through the heart from a blade covered in a specific poison, Jiraiya said. So this entire time, it's been Orochimaru giving us orders? Temari asked. Yes, I did some digging around and found out Orochimaru approached your father a month before the Chunin exams about teaming up for an invasion, but when your father declined, Orochimaru ambushed him a few weeks later. We grew suspicious when Raza didn't show up for a meeting with the third Hokage to try and find a way to help your village get its budget increased again. That's when I sent some of my best spies out to find anything and they discovered his body. Jiraiya said. Damn it. So what do we do now? Are you going to capture us? Baki asked. No. Baki, I want you to gather as many of the Sand Shinobi you can gather without making it obvious and help our ninja and Umbu evacuate the village by helping everyone get to the shelter near the Hokage mountain. You two stay here and act normal. Once the invasion starts, take out any sound ninja you can until the Umbu arrives. Jiraiya said. Yes, sir. Also, I should let you know that we have a spy in your Umbu ranks. He's standing behind the other genin with the dog and the Hyuga girl. He was supposed to get a signal that would have him cast a sleeping genjutsu that would put everyone to sleep, and that's when Gaara would release Shikaku since he comes out whenever Gaara goes to sleep. Baki said. I'll get a squad of jonin on it. You help us win this invasion, and I'm sure the Wind Daimyo will boost your budget again. Jiraiya said. I'll get on it right away. Baki said. Good. Jiraiya said. Wait, what about Gaara? From the way this fight is going, he could release Shikaku at any minute. Kankuro said. He's right. After this transformation is when Shikaku can fully manifest. Temari said. Don't worry. Naruto will handle Gaara. I did prepare him for this after all. Jiraiya said and vanished. Are we really gonna leave a genin to stop Shikaku? Kankuro asked. So far he's proven he can handle it. If things get bad, you two help him from a distance. Baki said and walked away. Fighting area. Stop running away from me, Uzumaki. Gaara yelled as he was trying to grab Naruto with his extended sand arms. Fine, Naruto said and then vanished from sight. Where are? Gaara was cut off from a kunai exploding right in front of him. Gaara was suddenly punched from behind and the man he was just flying around like a human pinball before he finally crashed to the ground. That's not enough to keep him down, Naruto thought. Very interesting, Uzumaki. Show me more. Make me feel alive, Gaara yelled. You asked for it, Naruto said and then looked up at Jiraiya who nodded. Stands. Master Jiraiya, why did he look up at you? Kurenai asked. Because he's ready to let loose, Jiraiya said. Is he finally about to use it? Might Guy asked. Yes, Jiraiya said. Lee Tenten Niji. I want you all to pay close attention to what Naruto is about to do, Might Guy said. What is he about to do? Niji asked. Something similar to what Lee did against Gaara, Jiraiya said. A technique that is similar to the 8 inner gates, Might Guy said. What's it called? Tenten asked. Fighting area. I hope you don't regret this, Gaara, Naruto said. 7 heavenly breaths. First activation. The first activation caused Naruto's eyes to turn completely white and his body gave off a yellow aura. though it seemed that it was starting to take after the color of Naruto's chakra. This first breath allows Naruto to push towards his body's natural limits, since the bolstered fortitude from the technique lessens pain and reduces fear of self-harm. Second activation. The second activation caused Naruto's body to expand slightly, his muscles becoming distinctly more prominent. In this stage, Naruto will also begin to recover faster, as the activation stimulates the body's natural healing above the normal rate. Add in the healing ability he gets from the Nine Tails, he's basically indestructible. Third activation. The third activation caused Naruto's skin to turn red, much like when the Gate of Life is opened. In this stage, Naruto can begin to push beyond the body's natural limits in lesser amounts, as the further bolstered natural recovery can largely null the damage that would otherwise occur. Before Gaara could yell again, Naruto vanished and destroyed the ground where he was previously standing. All Gaara felt was pain on his chin and noticed he was up in the air, then he was knocked down to the ground. Lunar Barrage. Once Gaara stood up, Naruto punched Gaara in the gut and released a pulse of chakra from his fist to increase the power of the punch. Upon inflicting the punch, Naruto took advantage of the Gaara's dazed state by following up with a fury of rapid, untraceable punches. The punches that make up the barrage are not random, but are carefully thought out. Each one has the purpose of conditioning Gaara into reacting a certain way and forced him to leave himself open for another type of punch. This is why Gaara found it difficult to escape. Naruto ended the combo with a very powerful punch to Gaara's stomach, inflicting a lot of damage and sending rocketing back at very high speed, crashing into the wall. Stands. Holy shit, Tenten whispered. That was the most youthful thing I have ever seen in my life, Lee said. Why couldn't I copy his movements? Sasuke thought. Kakashi, I want that technique, Sasuke said. I can't teach you something I know nothing about, Sasuke, Kakashi said. Then I demand that this old fool teaches it to me along with everything he knows, Sasuke said. Kid, I'd watch what you're saying if I were you, Asuma said. He's one of the legendary Sannin and is possibly the strongest shinobi in the village, Kurenai said. Doesn't matter. I will be waiting for him to show up at Training Ground 7, Sasuke said arrogantly. Kid, I'm not teaching you. You may have all the skills, but you're not worth my time. I will never take on a student who is arrogant and thinks everything should be handed to him just because his family died, Jiraiya said. Watch your mouth, Sasuke yelled and went to attack Jiraiya, but before he took one step, he was laying on the ground underneath a medium-sized toad. That's your only warning, Jiraiya said. Master Jiraiya, why did you pick to train Naruto? I mean, he had no skills or anything other than the shadow clone jutsu, Sakura said. Because he's a lump of coal, Jiraiya said. What does that mean? Sakura asked. Which would you rather have, a lump of coal or a diamond? Jiraiya asked. The diamond, of course, Sakura said. Yeah, anybody with a brain would take the diamond over some lame piece of coal, Ino said. True, but what if that lump of coal turns out to be an even better diamond than the one you picked out? Jiraiya asked. I don't get it, Ino said. Don't worry, not many people do. Like I told Naruto, I would take that lump of coal and turn it into a diamond. Lee, for instance, is also a lump of coal. Like Naruto, he is also being put under pressure and polished, Jiraiya said. Fighting area. That should keep you quiet for a while, Naruto said as he deactivated the 7 heavenly breaths, and once the smoke cleared, Gaara was back to normal, barely conscious. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki, Genma announced. And mother, you didn't protect me. You promised you'd always protect me, Gaara yelled. After Gaara was finished yelling, he released a huge amount of chakra, so Naruto gave him a chakra-enhanced kick, sending him flying out of the stadium. Temari and Kankuro nodded at each other before quickly leaving, giving chase to Gaara to try and stop him from releasing Shikaku. Before anybody could enjoy the moment completely, an explosion was heard from up near the Kage booth, and then Sound Ninja started to attack. A purple barrier was formed around the roof and nobody could get inside of it. We're under attack, Ino said. All of you go and help the civilians get to safety. Do not attack any Sand Ninja. They are on our side. Move out, Jiraiya said. I'm going after Gaara, Sasuke said and then ran off. Damn it, Kakashi, what the hell have you been teaching him? He's more arrogant than before, Jiraiya said and took out some sound ninja that tried to attack him. He'll be fine. Plus, Naruto is probably going to go after Gaara as well, Kakashi said. You don't get it, do you? Gaara is about to unleash the full might of Shikaku, and you simply don't care that your student ran off, Jiraiya said. He'll be fine, Lord Jiraiya, Kakashi said. Change of plans, kids. Sakura, Shino, Shikamaru go after Sasuke and bring him back. The rest of you help the civilians get to safety, Jiraiya said. I'll send Pakin with you to track Sasuke's scent, Kakashi said. Gaara, you need to calm down and fight it. You can't release Shikaku, Temari said and Gaara just groaned in response. It's no use. He's not responding. This is bad, Temari. We can't let him release Shikaku. The Leaf Village will think we're attacking, Kankuro said. I know. Gaara, you have to listen to me. You can't let Shikaku control you, Temari said and they had to jump out of the way from a kunai. For someone in such a rush, you three sure are slow. Drop the redhead and I'll let you leave alive, Sasuke said. What the hell are you doing? We're on your side, dumbass, Temari said. Yeah, you idiot. Go fight the sound ninja that are attacking the village, Kankuro said. I could care less about that village. If they can't defend themselves from a couple of sound ninja, then they deserve to die. I'm here for a rematch and I'll take you both on if I have to, Sasuke said. Go ahead, Temari. I'll handle him, Kankuro said. No, Kankuro, Temari said. Listen, Temari. We need to get Gaara as far away from the village as possible. That's our main objective. I can handle him, Kankuro said. Be careful, Temari said and leapt away with Gaara. Don't think so, Sasuke said and went to jump after her. But Kankuro appeared in front of him. You have to get through me, Kankuro said and kicked him away. Chunin Exam Stadium. What's up with that barrier? Naruto asked as he dodged a kunai strike from a sound ninja and kicked him away. Naruto, I need you to help evacuate the civilians and get them to safety, Kakashi said. I need to go and stop Gaara, Naruto said. No, Sasuke can handle it, Kakashi said. If you think Sasuke can handle a Jinchuriki that's unstable, then you're more of an idiot than I thought, Naruto said and kicked a sound ninja away. That's an order, Kakashi said. No, Naruto, go after Gaara. We've already sent a team after him. You should be able to catch up to them. Make sure Sasuke gets back to the village and if you have to, use force, Jiraiya said and Naruto nodded then vanished. Why do you think Naruto can handle Gaara? Kakashi asked. You need to get your head out of his ass. Sasuke isn't strong enough to defeat Gaara if he releases Shikaku, Jiraiya said. Oh, and what can Naruto do if he releases Shikaku? Kakashi asked. Naruto can summon the boss toad. Now, I'm going to the barrier to help the Hokage. Take out as many sound ninja you can, and then meet up with the Umbu commander for further instructions, Jiraiya said and walked away. Naruto was running through the forest, dodging any sound ninja and took them out with ease. He was surprised at how easy it was to take them out and figured Orochimaru must not care about his ninja at all if they're that weak. After a while of fighting and rushing towards Gaara, Naruto came across Kankuro who was sitting by a tree in pain. Kankuro, what happened? Naruto asked. It's Sasuke. I tried to stall him and when I had him beat, he had these weird markings on his body and completely destroyed me, Kankuro said. Can you move? Naruto asked. I'll need some help. He's going after Gaara. Temari's trying to calm Gaara down, and if Sasuke manages to get to him, then he'll release Shikaku and we're not strong enough to stop him, Kankuro said as Naruto helped him up. Don't worry. If Shikaku is released, I can handle him. As for Temari, I think she should be able to hold Sasuke off until we get there. Actually, there was a search party sent after him. Did you see them? Naruto asked. Yeah, I told them to go ahead, Kankuro said as they were jumping through the trees. Who was it? Naruto asked. The useless pink-haired girl, The lazy bum and the creepy bug boy, Kankuro said, and Naruto snickered at that. Sakura, Shino, and Shikamaru. Not a bad team, but they could have sent more. Naruto said. Wait, there's Temari. Kankuro said, pointing to Temari laying on a tree branch, and they landed next to her, causing her to point a kunai at them. Relax, Temari. It's just us. Naruto said, and she lowered the kunai. Sasuke got me. I had him, and then he used a fire jutsu against my wind, then used some kind of jutsu that had marks on his face and completely caught me off guard. Temari said. Yeah, that thing caught me off guard as well. Kankuro said. The others went ahead. Temari said. Then I'm going. Naruto said. Naruto, please don't hurt Gaara. It's not his fault. Temari said. I know. It's your father's fault and whoever put the seal on him. Naruto said. What do you mean? I get it's my father's fault, but how is it the fault of somebody who put the seal on him? Kankuro asked. Because Gaara's seal is horrible. I know a bit about sealing and Pervisage taught me one that will work. After I get a chance to defeat Gaara, I'll fix his seal. He'll still have his instant sand defense, but he won't be unstable and will actually be able to sleep. Naruto said. I don't know. How can we be sure you know what you're doing? Kankuro asked. It's either that or I let him run on a rampage and possibly get you two killed. Naruto said. Do it. Temari said. Temari, Kankuro said. No, Kankuro. If this is Gaara's chance at being normal again and no longer being labeled a killing machine, then I'll take it. Temari said. Fine. If you mess this up, then I'll come after you. Kankuro said. I'll keep that in mind. Naruto said and vanished. Let's heal up before we go. Temari said and Kankuro nodded. You like him, don't you? Kankuro asked. Who? Temari asked. Naruto, Kankuro said. Not in the way you're thinking. He's a good friend. He showed me around the village a few times. I can't date him or anything. It wouldn't work out. Temari said. Are you going to tell him? Kankuro asked. I don't think I need to. He probably already knows that and feels the same way. Besides, that Hyuga girl has her eyes on him. Temari said. The quiet one? Never would have guessed. Kankuro said. Naruto. Naruto was quickly jumping through the trees trying to get to Gaara quickly and stop him from transforming. He heard the sound of Sasuke's Chidori and then heard an explosion. He channeled chakra into his legs to increase his speed, and when he made it to the area where Gaara and Sasuke were fighting, Gaara was already in his second stage and Sasuke was pretty much defeated. Naruto saw the same marks on his body Kankuro and Temari told him about. Gaara launched himself at Sasuke, preparing to end him, and Naruto jumped in and gave him a chakra-enhanced kick to the face. Naruto, Sakura exclaimed. Man, am I glad to see you, Shikamaru said. Grab Sasuke and leave, Naruto said. No way, we're taking him on together, Sakura said, and then Gaara yelled, causing everyone to look on in shock as he finally released Shikaku. Like I said, take Sasuke and go back to the village. I can handle him, Naruto said. Naruto, there is no way you can handle that thing alone. Yeah, you've gotten stronger over this month and can possibly say that you're the strongest genin in the village, but this is on a completely different level. We should wait for a Jonin squad to show up, Shikamaru said. Just leave. I can handle this, Naruto said, then bit him thumb and went through hand signs. Summoning jutsu. You again. What is it this time, kid? Gamabunta asked. Rescue team. Is that a giant toad? Sakura asked. It is. I think we should get back. This is about to get messy, Shikamaru said. I'll grab Sasuke, Shino said. Aren't we going to help him? Sakura asked. No. Naruto can handle this himself, Shikamaru said, and they leapt away from the fight. Naruto versus Gaara. Do you not see the Shikaku Sand spirit in front of us? We need to take him down, Naruto said. A tailed beast. Why is it that the blonde summoners always gave me fight-tailed beasts? You're lucky I like you, kid, Gamabunta said. Play possum jutsu. Gaara forced himself to go to sleep and relinquished full control to Shikaku. Oh yeah, I'm finally free, baby. Here we go. I hope you're ready to die. Let's do this. Shikaku yelled. Get ready, Chief Toad, Naruto said. I'm way ahead of you, Gamabunta said. Wind style, drilling air bullets. Shikaku fired multiple bullets of highly compressed air at Gamabunta, who leapt into the air to dodge them. Shikaku didn't let up and continued shooting his jutsu at Gamabunta, who had no choice but to counter. Water style, liquid bullets. Gamabunta fired multiple bullets of water from his mouth, and they collided into the air bullets from Shikaku, resulting in an explosion of water. Gamabunta pulled out his sword, and when he was close enough, he cut the arm off of Shikaku, making him yell out in pain. Kid, we need to wake up the boy on Shikaku's head. It's the only way to defeat him, Gamabunta said. I don't think that's possible. The sand defense is instantly, and now that Shikaku's in charge right now, it's even faster than me at top speed, Naruto said. Well, I can't keep running around all day. If I wanted to do that, I would have stayed behind and chased the tadpoles back at home, Gamabunta said. We'll figure something out. Just keep. What the hell is that? Naruto asked, pointing to Shikaku's purple sphere in front of its mouth. That is something we do not want to get hit by. Hang on tight, Gamabunta said. Tailed Beast Bomb. Shikaku fired his jutsu at Naruto, but missed because Gamabunta leapt high up in the air. The Tailed Beast Bomb kept going until it exploded and destroyed a mountain that was far away from the fighting, but everyone near the fight felt the shockwave from it. Holy crap, Naruto said. This is dangerous. We need to stop him now. Any ideas? Gamabunta asked. Pervy Sage said that you can use oil. Think you can give me some? Naruto asked. I like your style, kid, Gamabunta said. Toad Oil Bullet. Fire Style. Flame Bullet. Toad Flame Bullet. Naruto combined his jutsu with Gamabunta's oil and created a huge flame that sent Shikaku flying backwards. Naruto went through hand signs and used the water style, ripping torrent jutsu on Shikaku's legs, making them turn into a mud-like substance. Shikaku was about to use a Tailed Beast Bomb again, but Naruto activated his dojutsu and did something unexpected. Shikaku suddenly stopped in his tracks and seemed paralyzed. Naruto didn't know what happened, but took advantage of the situation. Chief Toad, throw me at him. We can use this moment to wake him up, Naruto said. Are you crazy? Who am I kidding? I'll do it, Gamabunta said and threw Naruto at Gaara. Wakey wakey, Naruto said. Naruto headbutts Gaara, forcing him to wake up, and then Shikaku's body starts to crack before it eventually crumbles away. Naruto and Gaara both fell to the ground, but Naruto managed to catch Gaara mid-air and they landed safely. And no, stay back, Gaara said with fear in his eyes. Relax, I'm not gonna hurt you. I want to help you, Naruto said. Leave me alone, Gaara said and willed his sand to attack, but nothing happened. Listen, me and you are alike. The pain of suffering at the hands of the village you grew up in. The angry stares and cold looks. You're not alone. I have one inside of me as well, Naruto said and showed Gaara his seal as Temari and Kankuro landed next to them. Did you fix him yet? Temari asked. Not yet. I'm about to, Gaara. I'm gonna fix your seal so you can sleep and not have to live the angry looks and cold stares anymore, Naruto said. Gaara nodded after looking at him for a few seconds. Naruto looked at his seal and instantly frowned when he saw it. The seal wasn't even something you used to contain something like a tailed beast. Naruto went through a few hand signs before he placed his hand on Gaara's seal. Gaara grunted in pain, which was new to him, so he tried to fight Naruto off of him. But Temari and Kankuro held him down. After 10 minutes, Gaara's old seal was destroyed and a new one took place. Naruto placed a 6-symbol seal on Gaara, with the middle part of the seal being the lock to the seal where everything connects. It wasn't as strong as Naruto's seal, but it was perfect for holding Shikaku. That should do it, Naruto said and sat down to catch his breath. That's it? I was expecting something more flashy, Kankuro said. It wasn't that difficult. Like I said, Pervy Sage taught me the seal and we practiced it every day for the past few weeks until I got it right 10 times in a row. The previous seal was horrible and whoever did it should be ashamed of themselves, Naruto said. What makes you say that? Temari asked. It was basically like putting Shikaku into a storage scroll. Naruto said. That would never work. Temari said. Exactly. Gaara must have some serious willpower if he was able to force Shikaku to stay in the seal while he was awake as well. Naruto said. So is it safe for him to sleep now? Temari asked. Look at him. Naruto said, and when they did, Gaara was completely out. He looks so peaceful. Temari said. Yeah. It's almost as if he was never a rampaging psychopath. Kankuro said. Shut up. Temari yelled and bashed him over the head with her fan. I feel bad for whoever dates her in the future. Naruto thought. Naruto, Shikamaru said and landed next to him. What's up? Naruto asked. Is it finished? Shikamaru asked. Yeah, it's finished. Naruto said. How did you stop that thing? Shikamaru asked. Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Temari said. I honestly don't know. I'll have to talk to Pervy Sage about it. Naruto said. Nobody move. A voice yelled and they looked to see Sasuke running at them with his Chidori activated. Wind style. Gale Wind Jutsu. Temari swung her giant fan and created a huge amount of air that crashed into Sasuke and sent him back into a tree while canceling out his Chidori. Nice, Naruto said and Temari grinned. Thanks, Temari said. Listen, we should really get back to the village and help, Shikamaru said. Right, you grab Sasuke and head back. You two should take Gaara and head home. I'll let your sensei know what's going on, Naruto said. Why do I have to grab Sasuke? Shikamaru asked. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you fought a gigantic demon on top of a gigantic toad and fixed a seal, Naruto said sarcastically. Come on, you big baby. Just do it. Temari teased and Shikamaru groaned. This is such a drag, Shikamaru said and grabbed Sasuke before leaving. Naruto, Temari said. Yeah, Naruto asked and Temari gave him a hug. Thank you, Temari said and Naruto lightly hugged her back. You're welcome. Now, get out of here, Naruto said and Temari nodded before kicking Kankuro. Wake up, Kankuro. We're leaving, Temari said and they both grabbed Gaara before leaving. I better get promoted after this, Naruto thought and left. Next day. I figured you'd want to be at the funeral with everyone else, Jiraiya said to Naruto as they were both leaning on the same post at Training Ground 7. I didn't think it would be smart for me to be there anymore. I was there and not even his funeral was enough to keep ninja and civilians from glaring at me, Naruto said. He didn't tell you about your parents for your protection. They were both well-known ninja who helped in our victory during the Third Shinobi War. He didn't want you to accidentally slip up and say it to the wrong person and then you get captured by their enemies, Jiraiya said. Then he should have just told me that. Instead he decided to blatantly lie to my face and then tell me it's pointless to worry about that. Leaving me on the streets for 2 years and then showing favoritism while I have to struggle to get by. It sucks that he died, but for some reason I'm finding it hard to feel anything towards it, Naruto said. Don't beat yourself up over it. Everyone's different in how things affect them, Jiraiya said and then it started to rain. So now what? Naruto asked. Now we need a new Hokage. We need a strong leader. Somebody that believes in the will of fire and will lead the village the right way, Jiraiya said. So are you going to take the title of Hokage? Naruto asked. No. I like to travel and being Hokage isn't my style, Jiraiya said and there was a brief silence until Naruto broke it. Pervy Sage, I found out another ability of my dojutsu, Naruto said. Really? What is it? Jiraiya asked. I can cast a genjutsu that looks like it shuts someone's body down for 30 seconds. It's how I beat Shikaku when I had to fight him, Naruto said. That's kind of disturbing. Do you think it can cast any other genjutsu? Jiraiya asked. I don't know. That was the first time I did it, Naruto said. We'll have to work on that then. For now, I'll give you 2 days to rest up. Not many genin can say that they managed to beat a tailed beast, Jiraiya said. I guess you're right, Naruto said and then the rain stopped. However, I need answers. How exactly were you able to figure out the first 3 activations for the 7 heavenly breaths so quickly? I thought you only were able to use 2 of them. Jiraiya said. I never slept when you sent me home. I used my shadow clones while I meditated and had them practice every night until they had them done. Compared to the 8 inner gates, it focuses on gathering oxygen into your lungs. I had my shadow clones hold their breath underwater for as long as they could, and then we tried the techniques. I didn't try any of the activations until a shadow clone was able to do it without any problems. Naruto said. We'll take a break from those for now. Since you're on a break, I'd recommend talking to Asuma in regards to your wind chakra nature. He's one of the 2, now 3 wind users in Konoha. He can help you so your attacks are as powerful as they should be. Jiraiya said. Who's the other wind user? Naruto asked. Somebody you need to stay away from. I'll tell you more about him some other time. Jiraiya said. Okay, I guess I'll see you in 2 days. Naruto said. Another thing you should know since you're my apprentice is that when I say a specific time frame, it may not be exact. I could be called away for something important from my research. Jiraiya said. Yeah, your research for your stupid books. Naruto said. My books aren't stupid. Anyway, I'm also Konoha's spy master. I report to the Hokage and nobody else. Sometimes I'll be gone for a few days to a few years. I've been out of the village for years until I met you at the hot springs. Jiraiya said. I thought you were just some lousy pervert. For somebody that is a spy master, you sure do get caught and beat a lot. Naruto said. Shut up. I was only caught because of you. Jiraiya said. Whatever you say. Naruto said. Listen, try to relax for a few days before you start training again. You may have the 9 tails to heal you, but rest also helps. Go hang out with your friends or something. Jiraiya said, pointing to Sakura, who was waiting for him. I doubt I can call anybody in this village my friend. Naruto said. You've known them for years, right? You should be friends with them by now. Jiraiya said. Well, I'm not. The only person I think I can call a friend is Temari, and she's from another village, but I'll see what I can do. Naruto said. That's the spirit. Jiraiya said and vanished as Sakura walked up to him. Yes, Sakura? Naruto asked. Why weren't you at the funeral? Sakura asked. I left early. Naruto said. Konohamaru was looking for you. He was a mess. Sakura said. I'll talk to him next time I see him. Naruto said. Listen, later on everyone is going to meet up for some food at Yakiniku-Q. I just wanted to see if you wanted to come. Sakura said. I can't. Naruto said, and Sakura got angry as usual. Why not? You think you're too good to hang out with the rest of the Rookie 9? Sakura said. No, I'm not allowed in that place. Actually, that entire part of the village hates me. Naruto said. This is what happens when you keep pranking everyone and everything. You're such an idiot. It's no wonder you're always alone and nobody likes you. Sakura said and instantly regretted it. I see. Have a good day, Sakura. Naruto said and walked away. Naruto, Sakura didn't finish because Naruto vanished. Next day. So, Naruto, you and Temari seemed to get along well after she apologized. I said. Yeah, she's a cool person. Naruto said. Aha, what do you think of her? I asked. She's smart, strong, and really cares for her brothers. Naruto said. Do you like her? I asked with a grin. Not in the way you're thinking. Naruto said. What do you mean? I asked. You think I like her as a girlfriend and I don't. We wouldn't really work out. She needs somebody that's kind of submissive, I guess you can say. She likes to be in charge, and plus she needs somebody to match her intelligence. I'm somewhat smart, but not smart enough to be with her. That, and I'm not really the submissive type. We'd argue like every day since she won't be able to boss me around. Naruto said. How do you know about being submissive? I asked. Anko and Yugao taught me. Naruto said. Great. It just had to be Anko who taught him. I thought. So what kind of girl would you like? I said. I don't know. She has to have red hair though. It's my favorite color. Naruto said. If red is your favorite color, then why don't you have anything red on? I am asked. I do. My shirt underneath is red, Naruto said, and then they were interrupted by none other than Jiraiya. Seriously, Naruto? You just couldn't stay away from the ramen, Jiraiya said. Pervy Sage? What are you doing here? I thought I had a few days off, Naruto asked. There's been a change of plans. We're going on a mission. Meet me at the gate in an hour, Jiraiya said. You got it, Pervy Sage, Naruto said, and Jiraiya sighed. I really wish he'd stop calling me that, Jiraiya thought. Naruto and Jiraiya. So, what's the mission? Naruto asked as they were walking along the road. We're going to find a woman, Jiraiya said. Seriously? You brought me with you just so you can shag a random woman and then write about it in one of your books. Have you no shame, Pervy Sage? Naruto asked. This isn't just some woman. She's a very remarkable woman, Jiraiya said. Right? Anyway, I think it's time we start talking about my training, Naruto said. What training? Jiraiya asked. It's just that I think it's time I added something unique to my skill set. Don't get me wrong, I know I have ninjutsu, taijutsu, and fuinjutsu, but anybody can learn those. I'm talking about something unique that is difficult to learn. Something complicated, yet simple at the same time, Naruto said. Something complicated, yet simple, huh? I've got just the thing, Jiraiya said. What is it? Naruto asked. A simple, yet complicated jutsu, Jiraiya said. So, when do we get started? Naruto asked. We need to stop by the nearest town first before we do anything. I don't have the supplies on me for the jutsu, Jiraiya said, and they stopped at a sign. Otafuku Town. That's 10 kilometers from here, Naruto said. That's right. It's our first stop in our search, Jiraiya said. Right? So, why'd you chose me to come with you? Naruto asked. Well, you're my apprentice and I think you'll play a major part in the success of this mission. That, and I did say I would tell you who I really am, along with the identity of one of your parents, Jiraiya said. Yeah, but you also said that you'd only tell me if I became a Chunin, Naruto said. Trust me, you're gonna make Chunin when we get back to the village. Everything that happened during the Chunin exams and invasion has been carefully documented, Jiraiya said. If you say so, Naruto said. Now, which parent do you want to know about? Jiraiya asked, and Naruto thought about it for a minute. My mom, Naruto said. Okay, I'll introduce myself first. As you know, I'm Jiraiya the Toad Sage and one of the legendary Sannin. However, I'm also your godfather, Jiraiya said. My what? Where the hell were you? Naruto yelled. Listen, I'm Konoha's spy master and I traveled a lot. It wouldn't have been smart for me to bring a newborn along with me, so I decided to leave you in the village with the Hokage. I would send you money every month, and until I saw you at the hot springs, I honestly thought you were living a nice life from what he would report to me. That toad wallet you carry around is from me. I decided that if I wanted to keep you safe and your Jinchuriki status a secret, I'd protect you from the outside. I've stopped so many lead ninja from leaking information about you over the years that the amount would be considered a small army, Jiraiya said. So, you thought you would be better off protecting me from the outside rather than taking me with you? Naruto asked. Exactly, Jiraiya said. I guess I can agree with that. What about my mom? Naruto asked. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. She was a well-respected kunoichi in our village and was well known for her unique use of ninjutsu and her kenjutsu abilities. Before she died, some people would say that she was stronger than Tsunade, my other teammate in the legendary Sannin. As a kid, she was a headstrong, impulsive, eccentric, and stubborn girl, as well as a bit of a tomboy. However, with time she matured and was very level-headed and cheerful with a noticeable sassy side to her. She died protecting you from the wrath of the Nine Tails during the attack. All she wanted was a peaceful life with a family, and that was all taken away from her the day you were born. Your name is the name of a character from the very first book that I wrote that didn't sell as well as I hoped it would, Jiraiya said. Do you think she would be proud of me? I mean, I don't exactly have the greatest reputation in the village, Naruto said. She would be proud of you no matter how your reputation was in the village. All she wanted was for you to be happy in life. Jiraiya said. I guess she would be. I mean, I have a friend, although she's from Suna, but she's a friend nonetheless. Naruto said. That Tamari girl? I thought she was your girlfriend. Jiraiya said. No, we wouldn't work out. Plus, my girlfriend needs to have red hair. It's my favorite color. Naruto said. He's more like Minato and he doesn't even know it. Jiraiya thought as they arrived in Otafuku town and found a hotel. I see. Now we'll be staying for the night. Jiraiya said. Why? Naruto asked. Because I want to check around and see if anybody has seen the person we're looking for. Jiraiya said, and Naruto felt a small pulse of chakra. Well, what is her name? What does she like to do? Naruto asked. She's my other teammate, Tsunade. She likes to drink and gamble a lot. She's earned the nickname the Legendary Sucker for her terrible luck. Jiraiya said. Then we should head over to Tenzaku town. It says here that it's the biggest gambling town in Fire Country. Naruto said as he was reading a brochure. I guess we can do that, but are you sure you can make it? It's quite the distance away from us. It's an extra day of travel, but if we travel non-stop as fast as we can, then we can make it there in a few hours. Jiraiya said. I can make it, Naruto said. First, we need to stop for supplies to teach you that jutsu. Jiraiya said, and they walked away from the hotel. You felt it too, didn't you? Naruto quietly asked. Yeah, somebody cast a genjutsu close by. Jiraiya said, and they made it to a carnival game, but Naruto accidentally bumped into somebody spilling a drink on his coat. Watch it. Look what you did, you little punk, a bald head guy said. Huh? Naruto asked. You stained the leader's brand new designer suit. You're paying for that. 100,000 Ryo and you better pay up now, the bald head man said. What? You're telling that suit cost 100,000 Ryo? Naruto asked. That seems like a little bit of a stretch. You expect us to believe that monkey suit cost 100,000 Ryo? Jiraiya said. You looking for trouble, old man? You better shut the hell up if you know what's good for you, the leader said. The boss used to be a Chunin from a Wagakure, the legendary dark ninja, feared by all, the bald guy said. Oh? The legendary what now? Jiraiya asked. You're asking for it. Just keep pushing me and I'll kick your ass, the leader said. Naruto, this is perfect timing. I'll show you the jutsu I'm gonna teach you while we're on our little mission. Watch carefully, Jiraiya said and formed a spiraling ball of chakra in his hand. Enough of this, the leader said and charged at Jiraiya only to have the jutsu shoved into his chest and sent crashing into the game they were at. That was awesome, Naruto said. I was holding back. You guys are hardly worth the trouble, Jiraiya said and took the guy's wallet, then paid for the damages and bought all of the balloons filled with water as well as the rubber balls. What the hell kind of jutsu was that? Naruto thought. Naruto, let's get going. It's time to leave and time for you to train, Jiraiya said. All right, Naruto said, and when they were far enough from Otafuku town, Jiraiya tossed him a water balloon. Here, take this, Jiraiya said. What's this for? Naruto asked. The first step in the jutsu I'm teaching you, Jiraiya said and popped the balloon in his hand. Whoa, how did you do that? Naruto asked. In the water balloon exercise, you'll learn to create a stream of chakra. In other words, spinning. First, gather the chakra in your hand like you would during the tree climbing exercise. Then release a steady stream of it using the water walking exercise and finally use the chakra to push and churn the water in the balloon, Jiraiya said. So I have to spin the water inside of the balloon until it pops, Naruto said and started to spin the water in the balloon. Yeah, now let's get going. We've got to be in Tenzaku before nightfall so we can get a hotel to stay in, Jiraiya said. Wait, can you give me one more demonstration? Naruto asked. Sure, but this is the last one you get, Jiraiya said and popped another water balloon. I get it now. When I spin the water in the balloon, I'm only doing it in one direction. When you spin the water, it's going in multiple directions that makes it seem to bubble inside before it eventually pops, Naruto said. He caught on faster than I thought. Jiraiya thought. Exactly. Now you will have more difficulty since you have to concentrate while we're traveling at high speeds. Jiraiya said. That's okay with me. Just means the end result will be even better. Naruto said. Glad you understand. Now let's go. Jiraiya said and they started to run towards Tenzaku Town. Tenzaku Town. After running for nearly 8 hours, Naruto and Jiraiya finally arrived at Tenzaku Town. Along the way, Naruto finally managed to pop the balloon after 2 hours of trying, and Jiraiya made him practice it until he was able to do it in an instant. Naruto wanted to move on to the next step, but Jiraiya told him to give his chakra network a break and they would do the next step in a few days. As they were walking around, Naruto could tell that this place would attract any kind of gambler, even the likes of Tsunade. Naruto decided to test his luck at a lottery ticket, and to his and Jiraiya's surprise, he actually won off of his first ticket. Naruto didn't even try to win again since he had more than enough money to last him a couple of months. Alright, Naruto. I doubt she's here yet, but given the buzz around this place, I'd say she'll be here within 2 weeks. I'll book us a hotel, and for the next 2 weeks, I'll be working with you on your taijutsu and breaking down hand signs from your jutsus to use them faster. Is there anything specific you want to work on besides this jutsu? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, I want to work on my fuinjutsu, but not the ordinary stuff. I want to learn some juinjutsu, or at least methods of removing some. Naruto said, and Jiraiya sighed. Listen, kid. Juinjutsu is no joke and it takes years to master. Jiraiya said. I know that, but we have my shadow clones, remember? We'll be speeding up time if we use them. Naruto said. I'll teach you. Why do you want to know Juinjutsu so bad? Jiraiya asked. I don't know. I just have a feeling that I'll need it in the future. Naruto said. Alright, starting tomorrow we begin training. I'll have you work on the second stage and physical training while I work with your clones for a few hours. Jiraiya said. Alright, Naruto said. 2 weeks later. 2 weeks has arrived and a few of Jiraiya's spies have contacted him, letting him know Tsunade was now in Tenzaku Town. What made him confused was that earlier in the day, Tsunade hit the jackpot consistently and won a ton of money. Over the past 2 weeks, Jiraiya worked Naruto into the ground. He needed less hand signs for all of his jutsus, his taijutsu was even better than before. He managed to get past the second step in his jutsu, which required him to pop a rubber ball. Jiraiya kept his word and taught Naruto some Juinjutsu releasing methods that Naruto took to like a fish in water. Currently, Jiraiya had Naruto working on the final step to his jutsu, which relies on him combining the first and second steps together. Alright, Naruto. According to my sources, Tsunade is in town. She's been here for a few days and we've been gone from the Leaf Village for over 2 weeks. I want you to make some shadow clones and have each of them try to locate her to make it easier to find her. Jiraiya said. I don't even know what she looks like. Naruto said. This is what she looks like. Jiraiya said and held up a picture of Tsunade. You just happen to have a picture of her with her boobs being the main focus. That's not weird at all. Naruto said sarcastically. Shut up. Just make the damn clones. Jiraiya said. Alright, Naruto said and made 100 shadow clones that spread out to find her. Now, when they find her, let me know which direction and we'll head that way. Jiraiya said. Alright, Naruto said and then started to work on the final stage of his jutsu. With the way you progress in everything, I'm starting to think you were faking it being horrible all this time. Jiraiya said. I wish. I guess I just needed the right teacher to guide me. Naruto said. That sounded like a compliment. Jiraiya said. It is. I mean, you actually know what you're talking about and take time to help correct my flaws. Naruto said. Well, I'm not one of the legendary Sannin for nothing. Jiraiya said and puffed his chest out. Yeah, but you're still a pervert. Naruto said and Jiraiya deflated. Way to ruin the moment. Jiraiya mumbled and Naruto's clones popped. I found her. She's going towards that big castle. If we hurry, we can catch her before she goes any further. Naruto said. Let's go. Jiraiya said and they vanished. Giant castle. I assume it's safe to say we have a deal here then? Orochimaru asked Tsunade after he just offered to bring her loved ones back to life if he healed her arms. Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. Orochimaru, Kabuto, Tsunade, and Shizun all jumped out of the way from a gigantic fireball that came crashing down in between them. The smoke cleared, revealing Jiraiya and Naruto standing there with a glare. Jiraiya, Tsunade said. Well, if it isn't the other member of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru said. Look, he even brought a child with him, Kabuto said, trying to taunt Naruto, who just activated his dojutsu, and the Kabuto collapsed on the ground. What? Orochimaru thought. Seems we've arrived at the right moment, Jiraiya said. Lord Jiraiya, Shizun said. What did they do to Kabuto? Tsunade thought. I believe it time for you to grab your lapdog and leave, Naruto said and pulled out a kunai. You're no match for me. I can kill you before you even think about moving, Orochimaru said. You could, but Pervy Sage would reach you before you get to me. Do you want to test your luck? Naruto asked, and Orochimaru gritted his teeth. I expect an answer by the end of the week, Tsunade, Orochimaru said, and then Kabuto woke up, then they vanished. Jiraiya, We need to talk, Jiraiya said, interrupting Tsunade. We can go grab something to eat, Shizun said. Let's go, Jiraiya said, and walked away with Naruto following behind him. Restaurant. Talk. What did Orochimaru want? Jiraiya asked, and Tsunade didn't say anything. He just wanted to stop by and say hello, Tsunade finally said, and Jiraiya slammed his hand on the table. Bullshit. He wants something from you. What does he want? Jiraiya asked. Master Jiraiya, perhaps we should keep it down. People are beginning to stare at us, Shizun said. Fine. Tsunade won't talk, so you'll have to. What did Orochimaru want? Jiraiya asked. Shizun. That's enough. Not another word, Tsunade said. This is a waste of my time. To think you'd betray the village your grandfather built for a traitor like Orochimaru. I thought you were better than this, Tsunade. You truly disappointed me, Jiraiya said, and Tsunade was actually hurt by his words. You wouldn't understand, Tsunade said. It doesn't matter. If you go through with whatever he wants your help with, then I'll kill both of you myself, Jiraiya said, and Tsunade flinched. Just leave, Tsunade said. Fine. To think the village actually wanted somebody like you to become Hokage and lead us. You're a shell of yourself now. What happened to the women I loved growing up? It's time to train, kid, Jiraiya said. Who's he? Shizun asked. My new apprentice, Jiraiya said. Oh, in that case, I'm Shizun, Lady Tsunade's apprentice. Nice to meet you, Shizun said. Naruto. Nice to meet you, Naruto said, staring at Tsunade. Those can't be real, Naruto thought. What are you looking at, kid? Jiraiya asked. Are those real? Naruto asked, pointing to Tsunade's breasts, and Jiraiya choked on his food. Excuse me? Tsunade asked. Are they real? I mean, they're so big. Your back must hurt a lot from walking around with those things. How about a neck massage? Naruto asked as he went behind Tsunade. Naruto, I don't think you should do that, Jiraiya said. Come on, Pervy Sage. Anko told me this works for her, and she's got some soft big ones as well, Naruto said. How do you know? Jiraiya asked. She let me feel them after she gave me the talk, Naruto said, and Jiraiya couldn't help it, so he pulled out his notepad, scribbling something down, giggling. Oh wow, this feels amazing, Tsunade said. You're really tense in your neck and shoulder area. You should get a massage more frequently, Naruto said, and started to work on the knots in her shoulders. Oh, that's the spot, Tsunade said. What the hell? How's he doing that? I can't even place a finger on Tsunade before she beats me up, and he's giving her a massage, Jiraiya thought. Given from how tense you are, you seem to be under a lot of stress, Naruto said, and Tsunade sighed. That's an understatement, Tsunade said, and flinched when Naruto started to work on another knot in her shoulders. What's got you so stressed out? Naruto asked. This deal with Orochimaru. He wants me to heal his arms, and in exchange he said he'll bring my brother and boyfriend back to life. I don't know what to do, On one hand, I don't want to help him. I'd rather kill him. On the other hand, there's a chance that I'll be able to see my loved ones again. Tsunade said, and then her eyes went wide as she saw a smirk on Jiraiya's face. Nice work, kid, Jiraiya said. Son of a bitch, Tsunade said as Naruto sat back down. Thanks, pervy sage, Naruto said. I really wish you wouldn't call me that, Jiraiya said. How did you do that? Shizune asked. I grew up on the streets for 2 years. I learned how to manipulate people and get answers in nonviolent ways. That and Anko helped me out with some tips just in case I ever had a seduction mission. Anyway, she had quite a few drinks of the strongest sake available, and I waited for the right moment to strike. A cloudy mind and a nice massage works a lot apparently. You should really get a massage more often. Your large breasts are hurting your shoulders. Ever thought about getting some custom-made bras to hold them up? Naruto asked. You're pretty straightforward, Tsunade said. Was that rude? I made the same mistake with Temari. I like your necklace, Naruto said. What? Tsunade asked. I'm not really good at holding conversations with people, mainly females. I'm usually having a one-way conversation with everyone ignoring me. I'm getting better, I think, Naruto said. Anyway, I hope you're not thinking about helping Orochimaru because I can tell you that it won't be smart if you did, Jiraiya said. What makes you say that? Tsunade asked. Well, the jutsu he wants to use is the forbidden jutsu your uncle created. He'll bring them back to life, but they'll only be a reanimation. He's already brought back Hashirama and Tobirama to fight Sensei when he invaded during the Chunin exams. Jiraiya said. I heard about that. Nice job using Gamabunta to take out the one-tailed beast. I see you haven't lost a step, Tsunade said with a small smile. I didn't summon Gamabunta. I was still trying to help Sensei, but the barrier Orochimaru's lackeys used was stronger than I thought. Naruto was the one who summoned Gamabunta and defeated the One-Tails. Jiraiya said. Him? Seriously? How? He's just a kid, Tsunade said. Can I show her? Naruto asked. Yeah, Jiraiya said, and Naruto activated his dojutsu. The Hishigan, Tsunade whispered. The what? Naruto asked. Let's talk somewhere else, Tsunade said, and they left. Jiraiya Hotel. So what's the Hishigan? Jiraiya asked. It's a dojutsu that was rare amongst the Uzumaki clan. My grandmother, Mito Uzumaki, told me once that not many Uzumaki can use this dojutsu because they never go through enough emotional trauma. The fact that you awakened it tells me you've had a hard life growing up, Tsunade said. That's an understatement, Naruto mumbled. So what exactly does it do? So far all we know is that he can see chakra pathways. He's immune to genjutsu when it's activated and can cast a genjutsu that shuts the body down for 30 seconds. It's how he defeated Shikaku, Jiraiya said. Another thing is that whoever has the Hishigan will be able to use the Ice Kekii Genkai. You can cast genjutsu with them like the Sharingan, but only one person has been able to do that, and that was Ashina Uzumaki, the clan head. That genjutsu that shuts down the body isn't a genjutsu per se. It's a hidden ability that temporarily disrupts a person's brain waves and shuts the body down, Tsunade said. Whoa, Naruto said. Is that everything? Jiraiya asked. Yeah. Now why did you go through so much as a child? Didn't your parents look for you? Tsunade asked. My parents are dead. I'm the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and that should tell you everything you need to know, Naruto said. Didn't anybody take care of you? Tsunade asked. No. Sensei was supposed to look after him for me. But it turns out he's been lying to me when I asked for reports on how he was doing and if I needed to return to the village, Jiraiya said. Why would he look after him for you? Tsunade asked. He's my godson. I couldn't take him with me since I was constantly on the live with my spy network, so I left him in Sensei's care, Jiraiya said. Godson? I was supposed to be a godmother. But Kushina didn't make it and neither did her son, Tsunade said and wiped a tear away. She's my godmother, Naruto thought. Tsunade, this is Naruto. He's Kushina's son. I don't know who told you he was dead, but he's been in the village this entire time, Jiraiya said, and Tsunade grabbed him by his shirt. Do not play with me. This is serious, Jiraiya. Tsunade said. Look at him. Don't you see the resemblance? You should know who his father is. Don't say anything. He decided to want to know who his mother is first rather than his father. He's alive, Tsunade, and I should have looked for you myself to tell you. But I was too caught up in my missions protecting Naruto from outside threats. Jiraiya said, and Tsunade dropped him, then pulled Naruto in for a hug. I'm so sorry. If I had known you were alive, I would have come back for you and raised you, Tsunade said. Why weren't you in the village anyway? Naruto asked. I left the village after the Second Shinobi War after my brother and boyfriend at the time died. I came back occasionally and met your mother a few times and even allowed her to sign the slug contract if she wanted to contact me. That's how I found out about you. I was on my way back to the village when an Umbu with a gorilla mask told me Kushina and her son died in the Nine-Tails attack. I've been gone ever since and I've just been drinking my sorrows away, Tsunade said. Then come back to the village. I don't have a mom in my life and we need a Hokage. You'd be perfect for both, Naruto said. I don't know if I can do that. I haven't been in the village in years. I'm an alcoholic and I'm in serious debt. I'm the last person you should want as the Hokage. Jiraiya should take the seat, Tsunade said. His first order would be for women to walk around topless. Do you really want him to have the seat? Naruto asked. Listen, Naruto. I'm just not cut out for the job, Tsunade said. How about a bet? Naruto asked, and Tsunade of course fell for it. I'm listening, Tsunade said. Pervy Sage is teaching me a jutsu. If I can't have it complete in 3 days, then I'll give you my toad wallet that's filled with money. If I do get the jutsu finished in 3 days, then you have to come back to Konoha and become Hokage, Naruto said. You're on. I'll even throw in my grandfather's necklace, Tsunade said. Pervy Sage, I'll see you in 3 days, Naruto said and walked out with Shizune following him, leaving the two Sannin alone. You know he's gonna win that bet, Jiraiya said. I know. I was gonna come back regardless to be close to him. I wanted to talk to you alone, Tsunade said. About what? Jiraiya asked. Was his life really that bad? Doesn't he have any friends? Tsunade asked. He didn't go into full detail about his life with me. He only told me bits and pieces. As for friends, he has one. A girl named Temari from Suna, Jiraiya said. The Kazekage's daughter? How'd that happen? Tsunade asked. They met during the Chunin exams from my understanding. Seemingly enough, you'd think they have a thing for each other, but that's not the case. He said they're just friends, and you'd swear they've known each other all their life from how close they've gotten over the month break between the finals of the Chunin exams. Jiraiya said. Just one friend and she's basically royalty. That's interesting. Doesn't he have any other friends? Tsunade asked. No. He realized that nobody was really his friend and they never paid attention to him when he would talk to them. He's never actually held a conversation, which is why he thought he was being rude when mentioning your breasts and quickly apologized, then complimented you on your jewelry. It's a work in progress, but I think he's getting the hang of it, Jiraiya said. What's he like? Tsunade asked. He's a combination of Minato and Kushina. Of course he has the Uzumaki temper, but I think Minato's calm-like attitude balances him out. He can figure stuff out quickly, but he just needs a little push in the right direction. The jutsu he's learning is the Rasengan and he's nearly completed it. It hasn't even been a month yet, Jiraiya said, and then there was a silence between them until Tsunade spoke up. Why didn't we ever work out? Tsunade asked. You rejected me pretty bad on a day I was just checking up on you. I know you were going through some things after losing Dan and Nawaki, but I was only there as a friend that you needed, Jiraiya said. I know, and I'm sorry. It's just I knew you were jealous that I started dating Dan and I thought you were probably going to talk bad about him. I know you aren't that kind of person, but I wasn't thinking straight, Tsunade said. That's why I decided to give you your space after that day, Jiraiya said. You haven't spoken to me in 2 decades. I thought you hated me, Tsunade said. I didn't hate you. I hated what you said to me and how you showed no remorse for it. I decided to focus on my spy network, and then Naruto was born, so I had to work even harder, Jiraiya said. Does the village really want me to become Hokage? Tsunade asked. They were going to give me the hat, but I turned it down and recommended you, Jiraiya said. Then if this is a mission of that caliber, then why'd you bring Naruto along? Tsunade asked. The elders wanted to send Umbu with me and they'd slow me down. He's my apprentice and I wanted to train him some more and get him out of the village. That and I figured it was time you two met, Jiraiya said. Naruto and Shizune. Naruto, can I talk to you? Shizune asked. Sure, Naruto said. You need to call off the net with Lady Tsunade, Shizune said. Why? Naruto asked. Because that necklace is cursed. Every time she gave it to somebody, they ended up dying, Shizune said. Listen, she's the one who offered the necklace. I just wanted her to come back to the village to become Hokage and finally have some kind of family, Naruto said. I understand that, but you shouldn't take the necklace. Can kill you. It's bad luck, Shizune said. I have a giant fox sealed into my gut and I've already had Leaf Ninja try to kill me. A little more bad luck won't hurt me, Naruto said. Leaf Ninja? Shizune asked. I've already said too much. I need to start training and win this bet, Naruto said. Don't say I didn't warn you, Shizune said and left. You can come out now, Naruto said and two figures walked out wearing black cloaks with red clouds. Not bad. He was able to sense our presence. He's more interesting than I thought, Itachi, a blue shark-looking man said. Indeed he is, Kisame. Naruto, we would like for you to come with us. You have something that we need, Itachi said. He must be talking about the 9 tails, Naruto thought. He might try to run. Allow me to cut off his legs, Kisame said and pulled a giant sword off his back. What if I were to decline this invitation? Naruto asked. It would not be wise for you to do that, Itachi said and activated his Sharingan. So, you must be Sasuke's brother, Naruto said. He is. He's already dealt with that nuisance and now we're about to deal with one more. Make this interesting for me. Since I can't kill you, create some of those shadow clones you're known for and allow me to kill them, Kisame said with a grin. How about no? Now leave me alone. I have something to do, Naruto said and turned around only for Kisame to appear in front of him. I warned you, Kisame said and raised his sword to attack, but Naruto activated his Hishigan and Kisame collapsed. What was that? Itachi thought and kicked Naruto away. Would you like to join him? Naruto asked. You placed him in a genjutsu, but there's no foreign chakra in his body, Itachi said. That's because he's not in a genjutsu. He's temporarily dead, Naruto said and Jiraiya landed in front of him. Itachi Uchiha, Jiraiya said. Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin. We will meet again, Naruto, Itachi said and grabbed Kisame before vanishing. You alright, kid? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, I'm okay. All he did was kicked me away when Kisame fell to the ground, Naruto said. That dojutsu saves your life and bought me some time. Let's head back. You can start training tomorrow, Jiraiya said. What about my bet? I'll only have 2 days left instead of 3, Naruto said. Trust me, kid. With your luck and Tsunade's terrible luck, you'll win this bet, Jiraiya said. I guess you're right, Naruto said. They left the area and went back to the hotel to rest up for the night. Naruto made sure he had everything he needed to complete the Rasengan and win the bet. That wasn't the only thing on his mind. He wanted to know why Kisame and Itachi were really after him and how they would deal with Orochimaru in a few days. 2 days have passed since Naruto and Jiraiya found Tsunade, and to Naruto it was fun. He bonded with Tsunade over the past 2 days and they were instantly like mother and son. She told him how to talk to women better with the help of Jiraiya and Shizune. He was able to talk to girls now without feeling awkward and even met a few that were his age while walking around the town. Of course, he was a natural at charming women and Jiraiya even bribed him with a jutsu to help him score some women at the brothel house. The result of this was Tsunade beating Jiraiya within an inch of death once she found out. Another thing he found out was Tsunade had an extreme case of hemophobia. He came back to the hotel one day after training and asked Tsunade to heal some of his wounds and she froze at the sight of his blood. Shizen explained the reasons why she's afraid of blood, due to the loss of her lover Dan and her little brother Nawaki. Naruto, being the lovable person that he is, came up with a plan to help Tsunade get over her fear of blood. Flashback. Naruto, what's on your mind? Shizun asked. Granny Tsunade's fear of blood. It's a weakness that can easily be exposed during a fight, and I don't want that to happen to her. Naruto said. I understand, but these things take time to get over, Shizun said. It's been nearly 30 years. She's had more than enough time to get over it. Naruto said. Well, some people take more time than others, Shizun said. What if I'm in danger and her fear of blood prevents her from saving me? Wait a minute. I got it, Naruto said. What? Shizun asked. Will use me to get her over her fear of blood, Naruto said. How exactly are we going to do that? You have the 9 tails inside of you and it heals any major wounds, Shizun said. Then we'll use a blood clone. We can give it an injury that only she can heal and it will force her to get over her hemophobia. I doubt she'd want to lose her only family member left, so I'm positive she'll ignore the blood and save the clone, Naruto said. That's a brilliant idea. Do you know how to use the blood clone jutsu? Shizun asked. Yeah, I just need to draw blood and then do 2 quick hand signs for it, Naruto said. We need an injury that's too severe for me to heal, but not too severe that it will destroy the clone. Lady Tsunade personally trained me, so there isn't much that I can't heal, Shizun said. Do you operate near the heart? Naruto asked. No, I've never been in a situation that required surgery near the heart. Oh, I see what you plan on doing, Shizun said. After we make the clone, stab the clone in the chest, but have it barely scrape the heart and rush the clone to Tsunade. She'll either have to let me die or get over her fear of blood and heal me, Naruto said. Do we tell Master Jiraiya the plan? Shizun asked. No, Pervy Sage should be kept in the dark about this. We need his reaction to be legit, Naruto said. We need a backstory for the injury, Shizun said. Tell her Kabuto attacked me while I was training. Use your chakra scalpels to do damage around the clone's body and then stab the clone in the chest with a kunai, Naruto said. It's almost scary how well thought this plan is, Shizun said, and Naruto just shrugged. Few hours later. Lady Tsunade, I need your help, Shizun yelled as she burst into their hotel room. What is it? Tsunade asked. It's Naruto. Kabuto attacked him while he was training, Shizun yelled and laid the clone on the bed. Then heal him, Tsunade said. I can't. I've never done anything near the heart. He was hit by chakra scalpels and then stabbed near the heart. He's bleeding everywhere, Shizun said. Hey, what's with all the noise? Jiraiya asked as he came into the room. Kabuto attacked Naruto and I can't operate around the heart, Shizun said. What? Tsunade, you have to do something, Jiraiya said. I can't, Tsunade said, frozen to where she was standing. Lady Tsunade, please, Shizun said. I can't, Tsunade said. Damn it, Tsunade, get your ass over here and save my godson, Jiraiya said, and Tsunade shook her head. It's okay, Pervy Sage. We all have to die sometime, right? The clone asked and coughed up blood. Damn it, Tsunade, get your ass over here, Jiraiya yelled. He's losing too much blood. He won't make it much longer, Shizun said, trying her best, and Jiraiya had enough, so he dragged Tsunade over to Naruto's body. Look at this. I can't believe you're willing to let your godson die. You're a disgrace to the medical corps, Jiraiya said and stormed out of the room. Lady Tsunade, please help him. I thought you didn't want to lose any more family members, Shizun said. I can't, Tsunade said, and then the clone stopped breathing, so Shizun moved away from the body with blood on her hands. I hope you're happy, Shizun said and placed a blanket over the clone's body. And Naruto, Tsunade said and hoped it was a lie, but got no response. It's over, Lady Tsunade. I'll go tell Master Jiraiya what happened, Shizun said and left the room. Naruto, please wake up, Tsunade said. She didn't get an answer, so she hesitantly went over to the body, pulled the blanket back and checked for a pulse. It was faint, but still there, so she slowly got to work and had to catch herself from stopping. The pulse grew stronger after a while, and now the hard part came. She had to remove the kunai and be prepared for the blood to shoot out. She got herself together, and once the kunai was out, she was sprayed with blood, but didn't let that stop her. Took some time and a few close calls, but she finally healed him. That's when Tsunade heard the door open, revealing Shizune, Jiraiya, and Naruto. Tsunade was confused as Naruto was just dying until she saved his life. Naruto? But how? You were just dying, Tsunade said. It was a blood clone, Lady Tsunade. Naruto wanted to help you get over your hemophobia, so me and him came up with this plan. Seems like it worked since you're covered in blood and you aren't freaking out, Shizune said, and then Tsunade realized she was actually covered in blood. Was Jiraiya in on it as well? Tsunade asked. I just found out right before we came in the room, Jiraiya said. By the look of it, Lady Tsunade, you aren't scared of blood anymore. You're covered in it and you aren't panicking, Shizune said, and then Tsunade realized that Shizune was telling the truth. Wait, so Kabuto didn't attack you? Tsunade asked. Nope. Him and Orochimaru are most likely hiding until you give them your answer. Now it's time to train, Naruto said. Oh yeah, you still have to master the Rasengan, Jiraiya said. I've got a few clones working on that. This training is for Granny Tsunade, Naruto said, and Tsunade's eye twitched. Will it kill him to stop calling me that? Tsunade thought. Train her for what? Shizune asked. To fight. It's clear that she's rusty, and since she's family, I don't want anything happening to her. We can have a fight between the two of us, Naruto said. You do realize she's one of the legendary Sannin, right? Jiraiya asked. One of the legendary Sannin who hasn't trained since before I was born. I should be able to get her back in shape. I mean, of course she's stronger than me, but I should be able to handle it due to my stamina and her current lack of training, Naruto said. Alright, Naruto. If you want to fight, then I accept. First, get out so I can get this blood off of me, Tsunade said. Yeah, Naruto. You're too young to see this, Jiraiya said and started to giggle perversely. Oh, but it's okay for you to have a picture of her with her boobs basically popping out of her shirt all the time? What are you gonna do with the picture, pervy sage? Gonna rub one out later with it? Naruto asked. What picture? Tsunade said and glared at Jiraiya, who was sweating bullets. This one, Naruto said and took the picture from Jiraiya as he tried to get rid of it. Oh my, Shizune said as she looked at it. See, your nipples are basically showing. This is what he showed me to track you down since I didn't know what you looked like, Naruto said. Shizune, take Naruto to the forest to prepare. Me and Jiraiya need to have a talk, Tsunade said sweetly and started to crack her knuckles. Yes, ma'am, Shizune said and quickly left with Naruto. So, you were peeping on me again, huh? You remember what happened last time, don't you? Tsunade asked sweetly and Jiraiya quickly nodded. Please have mercy, Jiraiya said. I'm all out of mercy, Tsunade yelled and Jiraiya could be heard screaming for miles. Flashback end. The result of Naruto training with Tsunade was him of course losing. But it was fun. Shizune decided to join in and use her medical knowledge to fight Tsunade since Kabuto was there as well. Jiraiya watched on, covered in lumps and bruises since Tsunade only gave him the bare minimum treatment to recover. Tsunade had to admit that Naruto was pretty good for his age and couldn't believe that he only got like this after a month of training. However, Tsunade surprised Jiraiya and Naruto when she used the famous wood style to restrain Naruto after he accidentally started to use the Nine Tails chakra during the fight and started going on a rampage. When Jiraiya asked about it, she simply told him that she's always been able to do it since she was a kid, and that was another reason she was around Hashirama so much. She was trained a bit to use wood style by Hashirama himself once he found out that she had it, but she kept it a secret. After the fight was over, Tsunade was feeling like her old self again since she was taking on Shizune, who could probably take on an Umbu member since she didn't slack off in her training over the years, and then Naruto, who was bordering low Jonin level right now. Add in the fact that they fought for over 10 hours non-stop and you could see Tsunade reverting back to her old self. Her water, lightning and earth chakra natures were a good test for Naruto's water, wind and fire chakra natures. Naruto accidentally disrupted her genjutsu during the fight and Tsunade was pissed. That's when things got difficult since she looked to be going for the kill shot. Naruto didn't understand and neither did Jiraiya since she looked the same except with bags under eyes and one gray hair. Shizune was also confused since Tsunade told her she looked like a wrinkly old prune underneath her genjutsu, but she clearly didn't. After the spar was finished, they went back to the hotel and when everyone was healed, they started to discuss the plan. So, pervy sage, Naruto said and Jiraiya interrupted him. Stop calling me that, Jiraiya said and Naruto just ignored him. After we deal with Kabuto and Orochimaru, what do we do after that? Naruto asked. We head back to the Leaf Village, Jiraiya said. Ah, come on. Can't we stay here for a few more days? Naruto asked. Nope. We need to get back to the village so Tsunade can take over as Hokage, Jiraiya said. Fine. Spoil sport, Naruto said and pouted which made Shizune giggle. Ah, come on, pervy sage. Can't we stay a bit longer? Tsunade asked and Jiraiya's eye started to twitch. No, Jiraiya said. Fine. I heard the next town was opening a brand new hot springs for women only. I guess we'll be missing that as well, Tsunade said and smirked as Jiraiya froze in place. Now for the final piece, Naruto thought and looked at Tsunade who nodded. I heard they have a contest for one lucky guy to also share the hot springs with them. It's only for one day. Can you imagine the women there? All naked and wet. It's too bad we're headed straight to Konoha after this. Looks like that book of yours won't have any good scenes in it, Naruto said and Jiraiya looked at them with blood coming from his nose. Well, I suppose we could stop for a day or two. There's no harm in that. I'm going to the bar, Jiraiya said and quickly left. He's gonna be so disappointed, Tsunade said. Why? I thought he was a pervert and would love this, Shizune said. It is a new hot spring for women only, but it's for elderly women with saga skin and boobs that touch their knees, Naruto said and Shizune finally got it. Oh, I see. Then why do you want to stop at the next town? Shizune asked. Because Granny Tsunade is going to pay off her debts with the money she won at the gambling machines, Naruto said and Tsunade sighed. Will you not call me that, please? Tsunade asked. Call you what, Granny Tsunade? Naruto asked and she sighed again. Never mind. Listen, I'll start off attacking Kabuto and once we get to an open space, the three of you are to appear. Both of you will take on Kabuto and I'll handle Orochimaru. Jiraiya probably won't be in any shape to fight tomorrow or he will barely be healthy enough, so after you're done with Kabuto, help me out. I'm still a bit rusty, Tsunade said. Good. I want to get Orochimaru back for what he did to me in the Chunin exams, Naruto said. That's easier said than done, Shizune said. I know, Naruto said. Let's call it a day, Tsunade said. Next day. Well, what's your answer? Orochimaru asked. Hurry up. Lord Orochimaru doesn't have all day, Kabuto said. I'm not healing your arms. I'd rather kill you, Tsunade said and Orochimaru chuckled. Kabuto, take care of this for me, Orochimaru said. Before Kabuto could move, they had to jump out of the way as Tsunade came crashing down on them with her leg high up in the air and then destroyed the ground where they were standing. Come on, Orochimaru, Tsunade said. It's amazing that after all these years of knowing each other, we've never actually met in combat, Orochimaru said. That's right, Tsunade said, running at them. Don't get your hopes up. You still have to go through me, Kabuto said. It'll be a pleasure killing you both right now, Tsunade said and destroyed the wall they were standing on, forcing them to jump away. She hasn't lost any of her strength. I won't go well for you if she ever connects, Orochimaru said. I can see that. It's too cramped here. I can't fight in this kind of area, Kabuto said. A change of scenery? Orochimaru asked. Yes, I think a change would be wise. Don't forget she still has her assistant and then Lord Jiraiya is here as well. No doubt he heard the commotion and is already on his way, Kabuto said and then they hopped away. Perfect, Tsunade thought and gave chase. Open field. Why are you running? I thought you wanted a fight, Tsunade said. With Jiraiya around, a change of scenery was best for us. It's time to end this now, Orochimaru said as Kabuto jumped away from one of Tsunade's punches. Taijutsu was never my forte, but I can handle her. It's clear that she hasn't been training for this entire time, Kabuto said, but then had one of Tsunade's fists buried in his gut and he felt like every bone in his body was broken. What's that about not training? Tsunade asked. Seems you've had us fooled, Orochimaru said. It's not hard, Tsunade said, and Kabuto healed himself before trying to attack her with his chakra scalpels, but Tsunade easily avoided him. Damn it, she's toying with me and it looks like she's not even trying right now. Were the reports wrong about her not training? No, they couldn't have been. We've had our best men on it and they never give information unless they're 100% sure. Time for Plan B. Every shinobi has a weakness and I just happen to know hers, Kabuto thought. Let's see how you fare against this, Kabuto said and cut his hand, then threw his blood onto Tsunade. Nice try, Tsunade said and kicked him away. Something isn't right here. It's a well-known fact that she's afraid of blood, Orochimaru thought, as he watched Kabuto stand up and eat a plasma pill. Kabuto, I will assist you. It seems the reports on her were wrong, Orochimaru said. If you insist. Even without your arms, she's no match for us, Kabuto said, and then a puff of smoke happened. Well, it sure took you all long enough, Tsunade said. Blame Pervisage. We had to go look for him and we found him drunk at a bar. He's barely able to fight properly, Naruto said. I'm fine, Naruto, Jiraiya said. Lady Tsunade, are you alright? There's blood on you, Shizune said. It's not my blood. You two can take on Kabuto. Me and Jiraiya can handle Orochimaru, Tsunade said. Isn't this interesting? All three of the legendary Sannin together again. Who would have thought a day like this would happen? Orochimaru said. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki will be a problem. I can't kill him because then they'll come after me and I'd rather not deal with that organization again. However, his dojutsu interests me. I'll have to figure out a way to get that boy on my side, Orochimaru thought. Well, I guess I can handle Kabuto, Naruto said. I wouldn't underestimate me if I were you, Naruto. I'm as strong as Kakashi, Kabuto said. Yeah, congratulations. Are we gonna fight or not? Naruto asked. Naruto, follow my lead. I'm the strongest between the two of us and I have experience. Plus, I can tell he specializes in medical ninjutsu, so I should be able to counteract him, Shizune said. Didn't you tell me that medical ninjas are supposed to hang in the back during a fight? Maybe I should take the lead on this one, Naruto said. No, Shizune is right. She should lead because he can use chakra scalpels to fight and so can she. They'll cancel each other out, Tsunade said. Fine, lead the way, Naruto said. Naruto and Shizune versus Kabuto. Kabuto immediately summoned a snake to assist Orochimaru in his fight and then activated his chakra scalpels. Shizune activated her own chakra scalpels and attacked Kabuto. It was clear from the start that Shizune was better at close-quarters combat, but Kabuto was no slouch. He managed to cut the tendons in her right leg, but she also cut the muscle tissue in his arms. Shizune ducked when Kabuto swiped at her head and kicked him in the gut with her good leg, and before Kabuto could cut another tendon in her leg, Naruto used the great breakthrough and sent Kabuto flying backwards into a boulder. Thanks for the save. I just need a few minutes to recover, Shizune said. I can handle him from here. I've seen how he fights, Naruto said. You shouldn't take him lightly, Shizune said. I won't, Naruto said. Naruto Uzumaki, I hope you don't think you can beat me, Kabuto said arrogantly. Anyone can lose on any given day, Naruto said. If you can't defeat Sasuke, then you're not even close to being able to defeat me. I'll admit that Shizune has a chance, but you on the other hand have no chance at all, Kabuto said. Trying to use Sasuke as bait to make me angry won't work. I'm looking past Sasuke now. My new goal is to surpass my sensei and then the fourth Hokage. Let me know when Sasuke defeats a tailed beast and then we'll be getting somewhere. Until then, shut the hell up and fight me. Oh wait, Do you need Orochimaru's permission to fight me? Seems you can't do anything without him telling you to do it. Naruto said. You should watch what you say. Kabuto said. How does it feel working for somebody so weak? I guess we know who the weakest Sannin is. He lost to an old man while he had Hashirama and Tobirama Senju on his side. If that's who you take your orders from, then I guess you're just as weak as he is. Naruto said. Shut up, Kabuto said. Too easy, Naruto thought. Kabuto charged in at Naruto full of rage for disrespecting Orochimaru and never noticed the smirk on Naruto's face. Kabuto started swinging wildly with his chakra scalpels activated, and each time he swung, it would go right through Naruto. However, every time Naruto attacked it managed to connect, and that just enraged Kabuto even more. What he didn't know was that Naruto was using the Shunshin at incredible speeds, creating after images of himself. But they were all able to attack him. I've had enough, Kabuto yelled. He was about to attack, but then Shizune used her poison mist on him. But Kabuto held his breath as the poison surrounded him, so he wouldn't breath it in. Naruto tapped his arm as a signal to Shizune to use her poison needles. She shot her poison needles towards the poison mist, and Naruto used his Gale Palm jutsu to speed them up a bit. They heard Kabuto groan as the needles managed to hit him and smirked. What do your poison needles do? Naruto asked. They'll leave him near death, but since he's a medical ninja, he'll most likely slow the poison down to try and keep fighting. If he was smart, he would leave and try to find a cure. But since you've managed to enrage him, I don't think he'll do that, Shizune said, and the smoke cleared, revealing Kabuto with 3 needles in his arm. Damn it! I fell for a simple trick and now I'm poisoned, Kabuto thought. Summoning jutsu. Everyone looked over and saw Tsunade summon a giant slug. Orochimaru was about to ask for help, but Jiraiya came at him with some taijutsu, and Orochimaru was able to dodge some of them, but not all of the attacks. He jumped back onto his snake summons, and Jiraiya also went through hand signs. Summoning jutsu. What's up? Gamakichi asked. What the? Why are you here? Where the hell is your father? Jiraiya asked. Long time no see, huh? Gamakichi asked. Of course. Leave it to the world's greatest pervert to have performance issues during a big moment, Naruto said, and Shizune giggled. Well, Jiraiya, still playing the fool, I see. You always were ridiculous, but this time you've outdone yourself, Orochimaru said. Summoning jutsu. What is it now? Gamabunta asked as Naruto summoned him. Pervy Sage is having performance issues and summoned Gamakichi, Naruto said. Leave it to the pervert to have performance issues during a big moment, Gamabunta said, and even Tsunade laughed at him. There's no respect, Jiraiya thought. I know it isn't the boss summons, but can you take out that giant snake for us? Pervy Sage decided to get drunk last night, and now he can't properly use his chakra, Naruto said. It depends. Will there be more barrels of sake as payment for wasting my time on such a weak summons? Gamabunta asked. You'll have to wait until we get back to the village, but yeah, I can get you some, Naruto said. I knew I'd like you, kid. Gamakichi, head back home, Gamabunta said. Sure thing, Pops, Gamakichi said and left. Kabuto, summon Manda, now, Orochimaru said. I'm on it, Kabuto said, and Orochimaru noticed he could barely stand. What happened to him? Orochimaru thought. Rasengan. Everyone looked at Naruto, who appeared in front of Kabuto and shoved a Rasengan into his gut, making him yell out in pain as the jutsu grinded into his stomach. Before Kabuto was launched away, he activated his chakra scalpel and cut Naruto's heart muscles. Kabuto was out cold and nearly dead, as was Naruto. Tsunade quickly rushed to his side and started to heal him before he could die. Orochimaru took this time to grab Kabuto and quickly left. Come on, Naruto. Stay with me, Tsunade said as she was healing him, and then a hand grabbed her necklace. I win, Granny Tsunade, Naruto said with a weak smile and passed out. Naruto, Tsunade said. Don't worry, Lady Tsunade. He's fine, Shizune said. Let's get him back to the hotel, Tsunade said. What about Orochimaru and Kabuto? Shizune asked. They're gone already, Jiraiya said. Konoha 3 days later. So, Granny Tsunade, what are you going to do now? Naruto asked as they were walking through the village under a henge so she wouldn't be recognized. Well, I have to meet with the village elders before I'm officially announced as Hokage, and then I'm headed over to the hospital. Tsunade said. Why are you going there? Naruto asked. That Rock Lee kid you told me about is still in the hospital and I want to see if I can properly heal him while saving his ninja career. Plus Kakashi and your teammate Sasuke are in the hospital as well. Tsunade said. Oh yeah, I forgot about them. Why am I escorting you around the village? I thought the Hokage would have an assistant or umbu with them. Naruto said. I can't spend some time with my godson? I've missed a lot over the past 13 years and I want to catch up. Now, Jiraiya tells me you're good friends with the daughter of the 4th Kazekage. Do you like her? Tsunade asked. No, me and Temari are just friends. She needs a submissive boyfriend and I'm an Uzumaki. So being submissive isn't exactly in my blood. Naruto said. Did you forget that I'm part Uzumaki as well? I know all about how being submissive is the last thing we do. Tsunade said. I forgot about that. I guess the Senju last name throws me off. Naruto said. It's all right. Nowadays most people forget that I'm an Uzumaki. Tsunade said. So we're kind of related. Naruto said. I guess you could say that. Tsunade said as they reached the Hokage Tower. Did the Uzumaki have any kind of abilities other than the Hishigan? Naruto asked. Yes, members of the Uzumaki clan naturally possess incredibly strong life forces. My grandmother, Mito Uzumaki, was born before Konoha was founded and yet, she lived long into the 3rd Hokage's reign. Usually women stop having the ability to reproduce once they reach a certain age, but Uzumaki women can give birth well after that of normal women. Another trait of the Uzumaki clan was the ability to use their chakra to heal themselves or others. However, using that ability is dangerous if it's used too regularly. Tsunade said. Well, I can't use that ability since I have the 9 tails chakra flowing inside of me. Naruto said and Tsunade nodded. That's right. Also, some Uzumaki have the ability to use what they called the adamantine chains. The chains were mostly common amongst the women of the clan for some reason. The Uzumaki clan also had a unique sensor ability, as well as the ability to suppress their chakra signature, so they're undetectable. Tsunade said. Is that how I'm able to sneak around so much? Naruto asked. Most likely. You have so much chakra that you stand out amongst everyone, but from what you've told me so far, if you're able to sneak around undetected then you must have that ability as well. Another thing is that Uzumaki members are well known for Fuinjutsu, which you clearly are good at from what I've seen you do. The distinct trait among the Uzumaki clan was their red hair. You however get your hair from your father. Tsunade said. Why don't you have black or red hair? Hashirama had black hair, and since Mito was an Uzumaki she had to have red hair. Naruto said. That is something I still haven't figured out myself. I was raised by my grandmother and grandfather. My parents died when I was very young so I never met them. I do know my father was half Uzumaki and half Senju. I don't know about my mother. She must have had some strong dominant genes if I have blonde hair. Tsunade said. Maybe my father had strong genes as well since I'm blonde. Naruto said. He did. I'll tell you this, your father was one of the most powerful ninja to ever live. Some people would compare his strength to that of my grandfather, and my grandfather was known as the god of shinobi. Your father never reached his prime before he died, so he was on his way to becoming the strongest ninja ever. Tsunade said. Wow, do you think I'll be able to surpass him? Naruto asked. Who? Tsunade asked. My dad and the 1st Hokage. Naruto said and Tsunade smiled. Of course. Tsunade said. What happened to the Uzumaki clan? Why aren't there more of us around? Naruto asked. They were simply destroyed. Kumo, Iwa and Kiri joined forces to wipe them out. The Uzumaki clan's skill with Fuinjutsu earned them both respect and fear throughout the ninja world. Our clan may have been wiped out, but they took out half of the opposing enemy's forces as well. There was a rumor that some of the survivors were scattered around the world, but I couldn't find them when I left the village. Unless the survivors did exist and had children, We're the last two Uzumaki clan members alive. Naruto said. Wow. I'm guessing Kumo and IWA will always have problems with Konoha then. Naruto said. Yeah. IWA hates us due to the 4th Hokage's efforts during the 3rd Ninja War, and Kumo was involved in 2 incidents that involved us. One of them involved your mother and the other involved the Hyuga incident. Tsunade said. What happened with my mother? Naruto asked. I'll tell you that story at a different time. Tsunade said. I'll hold you to it. This is kind of personal and I won't get mad if you don't answer. But did you ever have any kids? Naruto asked, and Tsunade had a sad smile on her face. No, but I wish I did. Tsunade said. Why not? Naruto asked. My boyfriend Dan died during the 2nd Shinobi War and I never had another relationship. I've had the occasional hookup before I left with one person, but I could never date him. Tsunade said. So you and Pervy Sage, huh? Naruto asked, and Tsunade froze. What? Tsunade asked. He talks in his sleep. He kept mumbling about some blonde lady who broke his heart and it made him leave for over 20 years. I just put 2 and 2 together. Naruto said. Keep that to yourself. Tsunade said. Okay. Why not have kids with Pervy Sage? I mean, it's obvious he loves you and you must have had some type of feelings for him if you would hook up with him more than once. You said it yourself that you wish you had kids. So why not with him? Naruto asked, and they came up to a room where the elders were waiting. Not gonna happen. Now let's go. The elders are waiting for me. Tsunade said. Why should I go in there? I thought this was a private meeting. Naruto said. You already know what's going on and you're my escort. Shizen should already be in there and I'm technically the Hokage, so I can bring whoever I want. Tsunade said and opened the door, then dropped their hinge. Lady Tsunade, I'm glad you can join us. However, young Naruto must leave. Elder Hamura said. He stays. He knows what is going on and was my escort for the day while I had Shizun working with patients at the hospital. Tsunade said. Very well. Elder Hamura said. Are you sure it is wise to have him here? No offense, but he's only a genin. Elder Koharu said. I'm sure. Tsunade said. This is unacceptable. The boy must be removed. A man with a bandage over one of his eyes said, and then looked at Naruto. He stays, Danzo. He'll be on his best behavior. Isn't that right, Naruto? Tsunade asked, and then Naruto activated his dojutsu. Will you please deactivate your dojutsu? Hamura asked. No. Somebody is trying to control me with a genjutsu and this keeps it from happening. I know who it is, but I'd rather not put the person on blast. So, stop before I kill you, Naruto said, and the genjutsu stopped. What kind of eyes are those? To be able to detect and block out the Kodo Amatsukami is simply unheard of and impossible. Danzo thought. Very well. We shall allow it, Koharu said, as she already had felt a genjutsu being used. Before we start, how many people are supposed to be in this room? Naruto asked. Only the 6 of us, Hamura said, and Naruto threw 4 kunai into each corner of the room, revealing 4 dead blank Umbu masked shinobi who quickly went up in fire. It seems somebody doesn't know what a private meeting is, Tsunade said and glanced at Danzo, who was visibly angered. Damn it. The Jinchuriki is stronger than I thought. I must leave before he makes it known that it's me. Danzo thought and stood up. Where are you going, Danzo? We still have a meeting to get started, Koharu said. I must seek out my personal doctor. My missing eye is bothering me, Danzo said and left the room. Now, may we get started? Tsunade asked. Yes, listen carefully, Tsunade. We must send word to the feudal lord that the 5th Hokage has officially arrived in the village. All the preparations must begin at once for the coronation ceremony, Koharu said. Can't we just skip the ceremonies? They're such a bore, Tsunade said. Tsunade, Koharu said. Okay. Comes with the job, I guess. One of the perks of being Hokage, Tsunade said. I'll send 2 jonin to immediately send word that in a few days from now, we will officially welcome the 5th Hokage, Koharu said. I understand, Tsunade said. Your grandfather would be proud of you, Hamaru said. You've met the first Hokage? Naruto asked. Yes. We were students of the first and second Hokage along with Hiruzen and Danzo, Koharu said. Then you must have known Mito Uzumaki. Was she really as great as Granny Tsunade described her to be? Naruto asked. You told him of his heritage? Hamura asked. No. Jiraiya told him of his mother and her name. I only told him bits and pieces about his father, but nothing to give away who he is. I figured since he knows he's an Uzumaki that I should give him a bit of a history lesson. Tsunade said. Why not just tell him of his father? You can overrule Hiruzen's law about his parents now that he's dead. Koharu said. What law? Naruto asked. He placed a secret law backed by the civilian council that would prohibit anybody from adopting you and telling you of your lineage. Hamura said. Yes. Quite a bit of people wanted to adopt you and they had nothing but good intentions. I believe Mikoto Uchiha, who was one of your mother's friends, wanted to adopt you. The Hyuga clan wanted to take you in as well since Hayashi Hyuga was good friends with your father. A few civilian families wanted to take you in as well since they were also close to your parents. Koharu said. Yes, I believe a few kunoichi wanted to adopt you as well. Anko, but due to her history with Orochimaru she was rejected and that was when you were about 8. Kurenai Yuhi also wanted to adopt you along with Yugao, Tuchiya Kraku and Tsum Inuzuka, who was the leader of the Inuzuka clan. However, the civilians minus the Ikarakus were mysteriously found dead in their homes a few after they were rejected from adopting you. The same happened with some of the kunoichi who wanted to adopt you. They were poisoned, but we couldn't trace it back to anything. Hamura said. Anko wanted to adopt me? She doesn't seem like the parent type. Naruto said. Despite Anko being tough on the outside, she does have a big heart. She saw how you were being treated and she remembered how the village treated her once she was betrayed by Orochimaru and came back to the village. She didn't want you to grow up the same way she did. But Hiruzen rejected her and claimed that you were just fine. He even went as far as to place a squad of Umbu to follow her and make sure she didn't come in contact with you. Hamura said. Wait a minute. Why would he do that? Shizune asked. Because Hiruzen wanted him as a weapon similar to Danzo. Hiruzen knew about the beatings and you living on the streets for 2 years, but he would sometimes order those mobs to attack you and then play the grandfatherly role to manipulate you to turn you into a weapon. Apparently you were smarter than he thought and you didn't fall for any of his tricks. Koharu said. I always knew there was a reason I didn't trust him anymore. Naruto said. Was he being controlled by a genjutsu? Tsunade asked. No. This was held in a private meeting between us right after Naruto was made into a jinchuriki. We of course were against it, but he was the Hokage and his decision was final. I was well known for being able to detect genjutsu during my time as a shinobi and Hiruzen was not under any kind of influence. Koharu said. Do not worry though. Anko took care of the mobs after they attacked you. She along with Yugao killed them once Anko was released from Umbu supervision. It was her way of helping you while you were out on the streets. Hamura said. Then why does she act like she doesn't know me? Naruto asked. Because Hiruzen had a memory blocking seal placed on her, and we couldn't find Jiraiya to remove it for us. Koharu said. I'll remove it then. I've come across that seal during my training with Pervisage. Naruto said. I'm sorry. With who? Hamura asked. It's Jiraiya. That's what he calls him. Tsunade said. It's funny. Your mother called him the same thing. Koharu said. I guess great minds think alike. Naruto said. If you say so. Tsunade said. Now, I believe you have some patients in the hospital that require your assistance. Is there anything you need before we leave, Lady Tsunade? Koharu asked. No. Tsunade said. I do. When can I get my Chunin vest? Naruto asked. I'm glad you said something. The feudal lord personally promoted you. While you were away he asked for details surrounding the Chunin exams and was very impressed with your involvement. Hamura said. Yes. Naruto said. Now, it is with great honor that we promote Naruto Uzumaki to the rank of Chunin. Koharu said and gave him a Chunin vest. Congratulations, Naruto, Shizune said. That just means I'm one step closer to becoming Hokage, Naruto said. You're still a long way from that, Tsunade said. Then you better keep that seat warm for me, Naruto said and took off his hoodie, then put on his Chunin vest. We will send word immediately to the feudal lord, Koharu said and left with Hamura. Well, looks like we're heading to the hospital. Naruto, you don't have to escort us, Tsunade said. All right, Naruto, and vanished. Dango shop. Anko, seriously, will you stop? Your date with Irika will be just fine, Kurenai said. Yeah, that's easy for you to say. You've been with Asuma for over a year now, Anko said. She's right. You'll be fine, Yugao said. Hello, ladies, Naruto said as he appeared. Hi, Naruto, Yugao said. Naruto, I see you're a Chunin now, Kurenai said. Yup, feudal lord promoted me himself. I just got back from finding the 5th Hokage with Pervisage, Naruto said. Who's this 5th Hokage? Kurenai asked. My godmother, Naruto said. Hey, Irika wouldn't have told you anything that he likes or dislikes, has he? Anko asked. No, that's not why I'm here, Naruto said. Then why are you here? Yugao asked. I wanted to thank the 3 of you for trying to adopt me when I was younger, Naruto said. You're welcome. How'd you find out? Kurenai asked. Hamaru and Koharu told me, Naruto said. Weren't they the ones who prohibited us from adopting you? Yugao asked. No, it was the 3rd Hokage. He wanted me as a weapon and prevented you and a few clans from adopting me. He even put a seal on Anko to make her forget about her trying to adopt me, Naruto said. Sorry, but I only met you during the Chunin exams, kid, Anko said. Because you have a seal on you. If I'm right, it should be a small seal behind one of your ears, Naruto said. Check behind my ear. If he's lying, then I'll castrate him with a rusty kunai, Anko said, glaring at Naruto, and Yugao checked behind her ears. Yeah, you do have a seal. It's behind your left ear, Yugao said. Then get rid of it, Anko said. I'm not good with seals, Yugao said. Me either, Kurenai said. Great, only seal master we have is that pervert, Anko said. I can get rid of it. I know Fuinjutsu, Naruto said. Yeah, right, Anko said. I'm a level 7 sealing expert. I was already a level 5 sealing expert before Pervisage trained me, and now I'm at level 7, Naruto said. Why should I believe you? Anko asked. It's either I get rid of it or Pervisage does it, and he'll most likely have you get naked for it. It's your choice, Naruto said. I'd do it if I were you, Anko. I've known Naruto since he was a kid, and I can tell when he's lying, Yugao said. What? I do not lie, Naruto said and looked away. Then why aren't you looking at me? Yugao asked. Because I don't want to, Naruto said. How long will it take you to remove this seal? Anko asked. Not even 5 seconds, Naruto said and went through 3 hand signs before tapping her behind the ear on the seal. It stings a bit, Anko said. It's because I had to override it with my chakra. It's gone now, Naruto said. Yeah, I remember now. I saw you one day get cornered by a mob, and they were about to start beating you until I showed up and took you away before they even got their weapons out. I argued with the 3rd Hokage for hours on multiple occasions about adopting you, and he came up with some bullshit excuse that it would make the family too powerful since you're a Jinchuriki. That, and he thought my seal would activate if I was in constant communication with you. After that, I don't have any memory of you until the Chunin exams, Anko said. I was told it was because I was too high up in the rankings to adopt you, but when I asked for another child, he magically had the paperwork ready. Mind you, I was a Chunin until I was recently promoted a few months before I took a genin team, Kurenai said. He forced me to stay in Umbu so I wouldn't be able to adopt you, Yugao said. You 3 aren't the only people who tried to adopt me, Naruto said. Who else tried to adopt you? Kurenai asked. Tuchi Ichiraku, Hayashi Hyuga, Sum Inazuka, Mikoto Uchiha, some kunoichi, and a few civilian families that my parents were friends with and knew about me. He had the civilians and other kunoichi killed a few weeks after they were all rejected from adopting me. They were poisoned, Naruto said. Then why not poison the rest of us? Kurenai asked. You're the genjutsu mistress, so you probably have good sensor ability and would have trapped whoever was sent to poison you in a genjutsu. Anko is basically immune to poisons because her past with Orochimaru and Yugao was in the Umbu. Sum Inuzuka would have smelled the poison. Hayashi Hyuga, from what I know, doesn't take any food or drink that wasn't prepared by the Hyuga servants, and Makoto Uchiha must have been high in the Uchiha clan in order for him to not get rid of her, Naruto said. Makoto was the clan head's wife and she's Sasuke's mother, Yugao said. Then it's a good thing I wasn't adopted by her, Naruto said, and they laughed. So, what are you going to do now? Kurenai asked. Take a few days off. After that, I'll start to train and take some missions, Naruto said. Speaking of training, I want to test my genjutsu on you. Master Jiraiya said you can't be placed under a genjutsu while your dojutsu is active, and I want to try it out. Kurenai said. It's true. While my dojutsu is active, I can't be placed under a genjutsu. You can help me though. I'm only able to break out of genjutsu up to C rank. Anything higher and I can't do it, Naruto said. Sure. Just find me when I'm not with my team, Kurenai said. Ever thought about learning kenjutsu? Yugao asked. Yeah, but every time I go look for a sword, none of them seem right for me. Even the custom-made swords don't feel right in my hands. I just decided to stick with kunai, Naruto said. Do you know who your mom is? Yugao asked. Yeah, Kushina Uzumaki. Why? Naruto asked. Because after the Nine Tails attack, I found her sword and kept it so I could give it to you one day. Maybe I can teach you some kenjutsu moves, Yugao said. I'm more of a torturing type of person. So if you need any tips, just stop by the T&I building or find me in the Forest of Death, Anko said. Okay, I'll see you all later, Naruto said and walked away. It's honestly surprising how much he looks like Lord Fourth and he hasn't figured it out yet, Anko said. Give him some time. He'll figure it out, Kurenai said. Do you think he'd want us to adopt him now? Yugao asked. I doubt it. He said his godmother was the Hokage, so more than likely she's the one taking care of him now, Anko said. That's just the thing. Who is his godmother? Kurenai asked. I guess we'll find out in a few days, Yugao said, and the Anko saw a piece of paper on the table. What the hell? That sneaky little shit, Anko said as she read the paper. What? Kurenai asked. Read this, Anko said and gave her the paper. Anko, as I removed the seal behind your ear, I looked at the other one on your neck. Give me a few months and I should be able to remove it. Naruto. When did he even look at the curse mark? Kurenai asked. I have no idea. I'll see him in a few months, so if he's lying, I'll just castrate him, Anko said. Naruto. Naruto was walking through the village towards the Hokage monument to look at the village like he normally does. It's been a hectic 2 months for him and he needed time to process everything. He found a sensei that will actually teach him something and he just happened to be his godfather. He discovered he had a rare dojutsu, he won the Chunin exams, stopped a tailed beast, made a new friend in Temari, found out the Akatsuki were after him, found his godmother, and most importantly, he found out who his mother was. Finding out about his clan was also something he'd be grateful for. If it wasn't for Tsunade, then he'd probably never know any of this. He was thinking so much that he failed to see the crowd of ninja and civilians surrounding him, until he had to dodge a kick. The hell? Naruto said. Demon scum, a random jonin said. I don't know why he's still alive, another jonin said. Let's do what we used to do when he was a kid, a civilian said. This time we'll make sure he dies, a chunin said. You know, I think it's time for me to start fighting back. Years of torture and abuse for what? Something I had no control over? People fear what they do not understand and it makes them act out. If you remove the 9 tails from me and I survive, what does that make me? Am I still the 9 tails or am I a human? What makes my life so invaluable compared to yours? Naruto asked. You're a demon. That's what, a civilian said. A demon, am I? The third Hokage is dead. Do you know what that means? Naruto asked. Do tell us, demon scum. A Jonin said. It means that I can fight back without any repercussions. It means I will no longer take the abuse I've suffered at the hands of you assholes. How would you like to meet the Nine Tails personally? Naruto asked and lifted his shirt, revealing his seal. This is the seal containing the Nine Tails. I wonder what would happen if I were to break the seal. Actually, I do know what would happen. I'll release the Nine Tails and I have a pretty high chance at surviving the extraction process. Naruto said, and everyone grew scared. And no, you can't. The fourth Hokage didn't want the Nine Tails to destroy the village. A Jonin said. Then why would you all attack me growing up, knowing I contained the Nine Tails? Naruto asked. We wanted to finish what the fourth Hokage started. His wishes will be met. A Chunin said. Wrong. His wishes were for me to be seen as a hero for keeping this village safe from the wrath of the Nine Tails. You all spat on the wishes of the fourth Hokage. You all are tarnishing his name and he's rolling over in his grave because of all of you. I'm giving you all a warning. Do not attack me again or I'll retaliate and send you to the hospital. Naruto said. You don't scare us. We kill you and we kill the Nine Tails. A Jonin said and the crowd cheered. Fine. If you want to fight, then bring it. Naruto said, and before anyone could move, two people appeared in front of Naruto. Ah, Naruto, you weren't going to have all the fun without me, were you? Anko asked and pulled out some kunai. I swear some of you shouldn't be a ninja if you can't tell the difference between a container me at T contains. Kurenai said. So, who wants to attack first? Anko asked and the Tsunade appeared. Everybody stop, Tsunade yelled. It's Lady Tsunade, a Jonin said. Now that she's here, we can kill the demon, a Chunin said and Tsunade just smiled before she punched him away. Umbu, Tsunade said and 20 Umbu appeared. Yes, Lady Tsunade? A wolf-masked Umbu asked. Take all of these civilians and ninja to the TNI building. I want Anko and Ibiki to teach them a lesson. Oh, and every ninja in this crowd are hereby stripped of their shinobi license. Get them out of my sight, Tsunade said and the Umbu took the crowd away. Well, looks like I'm going to have some fun, Anko said and vanished. Lady Tsunade, why are you here? Kurenai asked. Naruto didn't tell you? Tsunade asked. Tell me what? Kurenai asked. Never mind. If he didn't tell you then you'll have to wait. Naruto, come with me, Tsunade said. Okay, bye again, Kurenai, Naruto said and they vanished. Naruto and Tsunade/Hokage Tower. Were you really about to release the Nine Tails? Tsunade asked. No, I just wanted to scare them, Naruto said. Aha, anyway, listen. Since you're a Chunin now, once I'm Hokage I'm gonna have to send you out on harder missions. Also, whenever I have to leave the village, you will be part of my escort. It will be me, you, Shizune, and 2 Umbu of my choosing. Do you understand? Tsunade asked. Yes, but why me? Naruto asked. You want to be Hokage, right? Tsunade asked. Yes, Naruto said. Then think of this as early training for the position. You're still years away from becoming Hokage, but a head start won't hurt anybody, Tsunade said. I can live with that, Naruto said. Good. Now, Jiraiya had to leave the village to get updates from his spy network, but he left you some ninjutsu and fuinjutsu to work on. He also said to work on your taijutsu and genjutsu skills without your Hishigan activated, Tsunade said as tossed him a scroll. Do you know when he'll be back? Naruto asked. Maybe a few months. You can never know with him, Tsunade said. I guess you're right. Do you know if Asuma is in the village? Naruto asked. Yeah, he's either with his team now or just lounging around the village. Why? Tsunade asked. I need some tips on my wind manipulation, Naruto said. He's the best wind user in the village, so it's good to know that you're seeking him out. Have you started working on your ice Kekiai Genkai? Tsunade asked. No, I still can't combine my wind and water chakra natures yet. My wind control is still lacking and that's why I need to find Asuma. Naruto said. When you're ready, come see me. I know about combining chakra natures for a Kekii Genkai, so I can help you out. Tsunade said. I'm getting hungry. Want to grab some ramen with me? Naruto asked. Sure. Along the way you can tell me about the genin in the village. Tsunade said. They left the Hokage Tower and headed towards Ikaraku's while just talking. Naruto asked her questions about her life and in return he told her more about his. Needless to say, Tsunade was not happy with how the village treated her godson throughout his life and almost went on a rampage. She was disappointed when Naruto told her about the current genin. The most disappointing was Sakura and Ino since they were basically fangirls. Civilians and ninja in the street were shocked that Tsunade was back in the village, but that all changed when they saw her walking with Naruto. Some glared at him and one was even bold enough to throw a brick at Naruto, which was easily avoided. Tsunade saw who did it and punched him so hard that he flew through at least 5 buildings before he finally hit the ground. They all got the hint. She was not going to be anything like the third Hokage who let them do what they wanted to him and that she was going to put her foot down. First things first, Tsunade wanted to do a thorough evaluation of the hospital and the ninja academy first. From what Naruto told her and Shizen reported back to her, both were horrible and needed a serious overhaul. Another thing is she was going to look over the civilian council files. If they were doing anything to hurt the village her grandfather built, then they are in for a rude awakening. All in all, Konoha was about to change for the better and it would be a Senju would restore the village to its former glory. It's been a few weeks since Tsunade returned to the village and became Hokage. Needless to say, things were actually doing better since she was in charge. Members of the council who knew she would not be on their side tried to convince the fire daimyo that she was not fit for the Hokage position. They used her debt as a reason why, but they were quickly shot down when they found out that she paid off all of her debt and didn't owe anybody anything. They brought up her alcohol problem and complained about her drinking on the job, but they were countered when Tsunade told the feudal lord Hiruzen was always smoking on the job, and she knew for a fact that it wasn't cigarettes or tobacco he was smoking. All in all, the fire daimyo approved of Tsunade becoming Hokage, and she was crowned that very next day. She went through files thanks to Naruto telling her about the corruption and nearly destroyed the village when she found out how much the civilian council owed in taxes. Every civilian council member except for Mabuki Haruno were all forced to pay the money they owed and were kicked off of the council along with 2 years in jail. Tsunade also had Naruto show her the weak points in the village, and needless to say she was surprised that the village hasn't been invaded yet. She gave Naruto an A-rank mission that he could do whenever and all he had to do was prank places with holes in the security until it's basically impossible for him to get through. Tsunade also discovered how terrible the ninja academy was and fired every teacher except for Irika, who was the best teacher they had. She replaced all of the teachers with retired shinobi who wanted the job and the spots were quickly filled. The new ninja academy was now a more practical academy that focused on test simulations and a more hands-on approach rather than the majority of the years being theoretical. The hospital was another big thing on her list. It was horrible, to be blunt. Every doctor had to demonstrate what they had to do, with Shizen being the one to make sure they were doing it right. She also got new medical supplies since the ones they had were outdated. The medicine was also being taken from the hospital, so Tsunade had a Chunin watching the medicine room and report back to her at the end of each shift about who went in there and what they needed. Before the person could enter, they had to sign on a sheet of paper what they needed, how much they needed, and what the patient needed it for. Tsunade promised Naruto that she would fix the red light district since that was the only place he was really treated normally, but she told him that it would take time since she has other things to deal with. When asked what she had in mind, Tsunade told him that she would have to hire people to build new orphanages, a ninja school, and a hospital in the red light district. Needless to say that Naruto was ecstatic. The landlord to his apartment building that hated him changed the locks on his apartment while he was out on a mission and missed rent, but it was illegal if a ninja was out on a mission to kick them out for late rent. Naruto decided to be petty and get back at the landlord for years of abuse he suffered. Naruto went straight to Tsunade and asked to buy his apartment complex since only him and the landlord lived there. The building was surprisingly cheap and well within Naruto's budget. Once the purchase was complete, Naruto went to the landlord and kicked him out of the apartment. The reasons listed were years of abuse, letting people steal his stuff, constantly changing his locks, failure to keep the building up to code, and smoking in a non-smoking building. Once the landlord refused, Naruto politely signaled for an Umbu to remove him from the property. Naruto spent the last few weeks having shadow clones fix the apartment, and he even expanded his apartment, adding an extra room, a bigger bathroom, and better appliances. After the building was finished, he gave rooms to homeless people in the red light district and even the women at the brothel houses. He didn't have them pay rent since they looked out for him as much as possible when he was living on the streets, and he wouldn't budge. All they had to worry about was their food and everything else. Naruto bought the homeless people their food, but they told him they'd pay him back as soon as they got back on their feet, but Naruto waved them off. Missions were a big problem for Tsunade, mainly the D-rank missions. She changed the rules up and the civilians were not happy. Only the elderly and disabled were allowed to ask for a mission such as dog walking, fence painting, building a fence, grocery shopping, help with their gardening, and mail delivery. If you were not elderly or disabled, you had to pay triple the amounts for the D-rank mission. Speaking of missions, Naruto was given a lot of back pay once Shizen discovered he was getting paid significantly less than Sasuke and Sakura when he did D-rank missions during his time on Team 7. The Fire Daimyo was impressed that Tsunade managed to get all of that done in a few weeks and even asked if she would like his position, which she declined with zero hesitation. The Leaf Village was up on the rise and other villages sent spies to find out what was going on. But they were easily captured and sent back in a stasis scroll with a note saying not to do it again. Tsunade was also wary of Danzo since he hadn't been seen since the meeting she had with the elders, but she was prepared for anything. Naruto over the past few weeks trained a lot and even went on missions with other Chunin and sometimes Jonin. Of course, none of them liked him due to his Jinchuriki status, but after he had to constantly save them on a mission, some of them changed their views about him. The only missions he was sent on were bandit camp eliminations and a parcel delivery to another village. He finally caught up with Asuma one time when they were assigned the same mission, and Asuma gave him some tips on strengthening his wind chakra nature. Naruto was able to split a leaf easily, but Asuma told him to use his wind chakra to cut a rock in half and then try to cut a waterfall. The result of this was Naruto being able to cut a rock in half, but he was making slow progress on the waterfall part. He met with Yugao and Kurenai a few times when they were free, and he honestly had fun. Kurenai did help him with his genjutsu and even tested her skills against him with his Hishigan activated, and was honestly surprised none of her genjutsu worked on him. She really thought it was a joke since the Sharingan is able to fall under genjutsu, but it could easily counter it. She mistakenly told him that she tried to put Itachi Uchiha under a genjutsu and he just gave a blank look. He wanted to laugh at her, but then realized she could put him in an S-rank genjutsu, so he chose to laugh at her once he got home. Yugao also trained him a bit when she could and even gave him his mother's sword. It was a 24-inch katana with an all-red blade and a black and red hilt with the Uzumaki symbol on it. He struggled a bit with the sword, but Yugao told him that he just needed to get used to it first. She didn't teach him any jutsu since she wanted him to get used to the sword first. The results of the Chunin exams were also given out, and Shikamaru was the only person to get promoted to Chunin. Right now, he was walking through the hospital to see Sasuke. He didn't want to, but he kind of felt bad about him being in the hospital. "Hey, Sakura," Naruto said as he saw her about to enter Sasuke's room. "Naruto, where have you been?" Sakura asked. "I've been out in missions," Naruto said. "How's that possible? You weren't with us on our last mission. We honestly could have used the extra help. If you were there, Sasuke wouldn't be in the hospital," Sakura said. "I thought he was in here from when he ran into his brother," Naruto said. "No, he was released from that incident. He was hurt after we ran into a rogue ninja on our last mission. Sasuke won the fight after he kicked the guy off of the cliff, but he was badly injured," Sakura said. "I see," Naruto said, and they entered the room. "Hey Sasuke, look, I brought you some apples. You do like them, right? I wonder where I put that knife I had before," Sakura said and started to look around for the knife. Naruto helped her find the knife, and this caused them to start bickering between one another. As all of this was going on, Sasuke was too busy thinking about all the strength Naruto had acquired in a short amount of time. The 7 heavenly breaths, multiple chakra natures, and jutsu to go along with them, the dojitsu and summoning jutsu. He also remembered how Naruto easily defeated Gaara twice in the same day, but he was barely able to scratch him. He even thought back to when Itachi told him he's not interested in him when they fought and how he was after Naruto instead. He was brought out of his thoughts when Sakura offered him an apple slice that she peeled for him, and he slapped it out of her hand. Naruto noticed Sasuke glaring at him and knew what it was about, but he decided to play dumb. "What are you glaring at me for? She's the one who offered you the apple," Naruto said. "I want you to fight me. Fight me right now," Sasuke said. "We're in a hospital and you just got patched up. A fight with me should be the last thing you want," Naruto said. "Shut up and fight me," Sasuke said and activated his Sharingan. "Oh? The Sharingan. Trying to intimidate me, are you? Sorry, but I'd rather not beat up a cripple. Maybe when you're healed up we can fight and I'll humble you," Naruto said, and Sasuke got in his face. "You said you wanted to fight me, right? Well, now you've got your chance," Sasuke said. "That was before. I'm looking past you now. I want to fight your brother. He's much stronger than me and you combined. You don't even pique my interest," Naruto said, and that pissed Sasuke off. "I will be the one to fight Itachi. Do you understand me? Fight me," Sasuke said. "No," Naruto said and turned to leave, but Sasuke threw the knife at Naruto's head and it was easily caught. "If you're in such a rush to get your ass kicked, then fine. Where are we gonna do this?" Naruto asked. "Follow me," Sasuke said. "Rooftop." "Last chance, Sasuke. You can still go back inside to avoid suffering humiliation," Naruto said. "An idiot like you has no business acting all high and mighty," Sasuke said. "High and mighty? I think you've got me confused with yourself. You're the one who was handed everything you wanted ever since your family was killed. I'm as humble as you can get. I went from sleeping on the streets and in the forest for 2 years to becoming a Chunin. You are the most high and mighty person in this village, and you act like that just because you're from the Uchiha clan," Naruto said. "This village wouldn't be around if it weren't for the Uchiha clan. We're the most powerful clan ever. A clanless loser like you wouldn't know anything about that," Sasuke said. "The most powerful clan ever, and yet they were wiped out in a single night by one person. Clanless? I'll tell you something about my clan. They were wiped out before I was born, and it took Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri to wipe us out, and yet their forces were reduced to less than half," Naruto said. "Let's just do this," Sasuke said. "Put on your headband and we will." "I'll wait," Naruto said. "Not to worry. I don't need that thing. There's no reason to put it on because you won't even be able to scratch my forehead," Sasuke said. "Yet you have your Sharingan activated. If you were so sure that this would be as easy as you say, then you wouldn't have your Sharingan activated," Naruto said. "You honestly think we're equals?" Sasuke asked. "No. You're beneath me and it's eating you up inside knowing that the loser and dead last has surpassed you quite easily," Naruto said. "Enough talk," Sasuke said. Sasuke ran at Naruto and threw a punch at Naruto, but it was easily blocked. Naruto threw a faint right hook at Sasuke, which he knew his Sharingan would follow, and once Sasuke went to block the punch, Naruto kicked his legs from underneath him and kicked Sasuke into the fence that was on the roof. Sasuke quickly recovered and went for a spinning back kick, but Naruto caught it and swung him around. Sasuke planted his hands on the ground and twisted his body, then kicked Naruto into the air. Once Naruto landed, Sasuke came running at him with a barrage of punches and kicks that were all avoided. Naruto decided to use an old trick he hasn't used since he started training with Jiraiya and created a sea of shadow clones. Sasuke managed to take out a few of the shadow clones until he was overwhelmed and they started to punch and kick him all over the roof. Sasuke jumped in the air and after a few hand signs he used the fireball jutsu and burned everything on the roof to get rid of the sea of shadow clones. He saw Naruto standing there unharmed and he created the Chidori in his hand as he was falling out of the air. Naruto just stood there and waited for him to get closer before he created the Rasengan in his hand. Sakura came running at them begging them to stop, and once their jutsus nearly collided, Kakashi came in and threw both of them away with ease. The sound of metal being pierced was heard, and the sound of metal exploding followed by water was heard as well. "What are you two doing up here? That was a bit too far for a simple sparring match," Kakashi said. "Naruto mastering the Rasengan already? How can he use that jutsu?" Kakashi thought. Sasuke tore his hand out of the water container and water came pouring out at a rapid pace, while Naruto's only had a small little stream like a water fountain which made him smirk. What were you thinking? Were you going to kill Naruto, Sasuke? What are you doing, giving yourself over to a sense of superiority? The size of the Chidori, there wasn't one to be aimed at a comrade of the same village as you. Why such infantile behavior? Kakashi asked, and it was Naruto who decided to respond. It's because I was once the dead last and now he's beneath me. That and his brother kicked his ass after he foolishly left the village without permission. Naruto said, and Sasuke yelled trying to attack Naruto. But Naruto just kicked him off of the roof. That was uncalled for, Naruto. Kakashi said. He's your genin. You should have focused on fixing his attitude instead of personally training him every day. Naruto said. We'll talk about this later. We have a team meeting tomorrow anyway about your attendance. Kakashi said. That's because I'm not on Team 7 anymore. I was promoted to Chunin after I came back from my mission with Pervy Sage. Naruto said and walked away. I'm assuming it was you who taught him the Rasengan. Don't you think he's a little too young to be handling that jutsu? After all, he could have killed Sasuke had something gone wrong. I know you want to protect him from the Akatsuki, but to think you would teach him that jutsu. Kakashi said. You're one to talk. Teaching an unstable genin the Chidori knowing he's a flight risk and is shrouded in darkness. A bit hypocritical, don't you think? It's obviously bad blood between them. But where did it come from? Jiraiya asked. Their relationship is like the one between you and Orochimaru in the past. Kakashi said. No, this is different. With me and Orochimaru it was always a one-sided rivalry. This one seems to be more about Sasuke being jealous that Naruto is able to close the gap between them with the slightest training and then surpass him when he's trained seriously. Naruto was seeking validation of his strength from everyone including Sasuke, but now that he's surpassed him, Sasuke can't stand the fact that the roles are reversed. Naruto is looking past him now and he's aiming to surpass you and eventually me. They both have something driving them on. Naruto wants to become Hokage and Sasuke's drive is his hatred for Itachi. Jiraiya said. Right. I'll leave Naruto to you and I'll deal with Sasuke myself. Kakashi said. Naruto. Naruto was walking through the village streets thinking about the fight. He really didn't want to fight Sasuke and it was proven since he didn't even put half the power into that Rasengan. The old him would have bragged about knowing an awesome jutsu that Sasuke didn't know. But he's different now. As he was walking, he noticed Jiraiya leaning up against a wooden fence waiting for him and he just sighed. Did Kakashi send you to yell at me? Naruto asked. No, but we need to talk. The Rasengan isn't a move you use against a comrade in the village. Jiraiya said. I know. Honestly, I didn't want to use it against him. I don't know if you were there or not, but I didn't make the Rasengan until the very last second and it wasn't even at half its strength. Naruto said. Then why did you agree to fight him in the first place? Jiraiya asked. I wasn't going to fight him. I told him to heal up first and then walked away. But he threw a knife at the back of my head and that's what made me fight him. He got what he wanted and got his ass kicked in the process. Naruto said. Now that you've beaten him, what's next? Jiraiya asked. Honestly, it's like I told him. I'm aiming for bigger people to defeat. I mean, the Akatsuki is after me and Orochimaru is still around. They're the ones I need to beat and not worry about some schoolyard rivalry. Naruto said. Then that means you'll have to start training extra hard. Since you've got control over your wind and water chakra natures now, you should start working on your ice Kekii Genkai. Jiraiya said. I still haven't cut the waterfall yet and I can't get to the waterfall without Granny Tsunade being around since the only waterfall in the village is on the Hokage training grounds. Naruto said. Then you should have her take you there. Now that I think about it, since she can use the you-know-what, maybe you should ask her to help you with your Kekii Genkai. Jiraiya said. She already said she'd help me with it, but I've been out on missions a lot, so I haven't had time to try it out. Naruto said. I see. Well, I'll be out of the village for a few days, so use this time to train and rest up. I might bring you along on a mission with me when I get back, so you need to be prepared. Jiraiya said. You got it, Pervy Sage. Naruto said and vanished. Stop calling me that. Jiraiya yelled. Early morning / Hokage office. Now that Shikamaru is here, what did you need to see us for? Naruto asked. Sasuke Uchiha apparently slipped out of the village last night. I'm quite certain he's headed for the village in the sound. Tsunade said. He left? How is that possible? Shikamaru asked. It's not really shocking. I mean, look at him. He craves power by any means, and if he likes the power from the curse mark Orochimaru gave him, why not go to him? He's been a flight risk since his clan died. Naruto said. Well, I have a mission for the two of you. This will be Shikamaru's first mission as a Chunin, but I'll put him in charge. Naruto, I know you've been on quite a few missions as a Chunin, but you already have more experience leading a team and I want to test him out. Your mission is to find Sasuke Uchiha and bring him back to the village before he crosses the border. Assemble the best team you can and head out immediately. This is an A-rank mission. I would usually send a squad of Jonin, but we lack village security still and most Jonin are out on a mission. Dismissed. Tsunade said. Outside. Who will our teammates be? Shikamaru asked. You're the captain. You decide. Naruto said. We need a tracker so Kiba and Akamaru are in. We'll need power so I can grab Choji. You pretty much have all the other areas covered. But I have a feeling you'll be the one fighting Sasuke, and we don't know how many or how powerful his traveling companions are. Shikamaru said. So you figured it out as well? Naruto said. Yeah. From what I can remember from the Chunin exams, the Sound Village was new and that means nobody knows where it's located. The only way he could get there is if he has somebody helping him get there. Shikamaru said. Good. I'm gonna go get 2 more people to help on this mission, and I'll meet you at the gate in 5 minutes. Naruto said and vanished. Hyuga compound. Again, Hayashi Hyuga said as he was watching Hinata and Neji spar. Lord Hayashi, Naruto Uzumaki is here to see you. He says it is an emergency. A Hyuga servant said. Neji, Hinata, that is enough for today. Hayashi said. Yes, sir. They said and bowed as Naruto entered the dojo. What brings you here, Naruto? I was unaware of any meetings today. Hayashi said. Sorry for showing up interrupted, but I need Neji and Hinata for an important mission. Naruto said. What rank is the mission? Neji asked. A-ranked. Naruto said. What happened? Hyasi asked. Sasuke escaped the village and is heading towards Orochimaru. We're behind a few hours, but with 2 Byakugan users on our team, we should be able to handle this mission and whatever it throws at us. The team is me, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba and Akamaru, Hinata and Neji. Naruto said. Very well. Hayashi said and nodded to them. When do we leave? Neji asked. Now. Naruto said and vanished. Main gates. Everybody understands the mission, right? Shikamaru asked. Find Sasuke and take out anyone who tried to stop us, Kiba said. That's right. Now let's move out, Naruto said. Naruto, I'm supposed to be the leader, remember? Shikamaru asked. What's up with you acting like the boss, Naruto? Taking orders from somebody as lazy and unmotivated as Shikamaru doesn't sit well with me either. But still, Kiba said. None of you get to decide who's the leader. Shikamaru is the only one of us who is a Chunin. That means the elders of the village clearly believe he's got what it takes to be the leader. Choji said. I was promoted by the feudal lord himself and I've already been on missions as a leader. Now we need to hurry up and move, Naruto said. We need a plan just in case they try to ambush us, Neji said. That's why I brought you and Hinata along. Your Byakugan along with hers and Kiba and Akamaru's nose tracking ability should give us time to prepare for an ambush, Naruto said. This is the formation. Kiba will be in the front since he's tracking Sasuke's scent. Choji and I will be on the left and right sides. Naruto, you'll bring up the rear while Neji and Hinata are in the middle with their Byakugan active, keeping an eye of any kind of ambush. Move out, Shikamaru said, and they were about to leave when Sakura came running up to them. Wait, Naruto, please bring Sasuke back home. I tried to stop him last night, but it wasn't enough, Sakura said. That is the mission, so I already have to do that, Naruto said. Let's go, Shikamaru said as they left. Few hours later. As the retrieval team were on their way to grab Sasuke, They were unaware that the group Sasuke was with had to stop to prep him for something, so they were surprised when they caught up to them quicker than they thought. Eventually they had to split off and fight the enemy as there were 4 of them. Choji broke off to fight a guy named Jirobu, who seemed to be the powerhouse of the group. Kiba and Akamaru stopped to fight Sakan. Niji and Hinata broke off to fight somebody named Kidamaru, who was basically a human spider fighting at long range, giving him the advantage. Now, Naruto and Shikamaru were standing face to face with the final member holding the barrel containing Sasuke. "So, your friends introduced themselves. What's your name?" Naruto asked. "Why the fuck should I tell you?" the girl asked. "It's common courtesy. I'd like to know the name of the opponent I'm going to defeat," Naruto said. "Please, you don't stand a fucking chance against me, but I'll fucking humor your ass. The name is Tayuya," Tayuya said. Tayuya is a fair-skinned girl with a slender build. She has brown eyes that are accentuated by her eyelashes extending into the corners of her eyes. Tayuya's most distinctive feature in Naruto's opinion was her long, untamed, red hair that fell past her shoulders with long parted bangs framing either side of her face and one between her eyes. "Nice to meet you, I guess. Now, I'd hate to hit such a pretty girl like yourself, so would you kindly hand over that giant barrel and let us leave?" Naruto asked. Fuck you. I'm not handing over shit. You Konoha tree fuckers aren't getting a damn thing from me," Tayuya said. "I hope you have plan B," Shikamaru said. "I do. We fight her, but you'll have to handle her on your own," Naruto said. "What? Why?" Shikamaru asked. "Because there's another person coming and he's a lot stronger than her," Naruto said, and sure enough somebody else landed. "What are you doing here, Kimimaro?" Tayuya asked. Kimimaro has pale skin, vivid green eyes, angular facial features, 2 scarlet dots on his forehead and shoulder-length white hair, which he wore divided down the middle on his head with 2 separate partings on either side of his face. "You were taking too long, Tayuya. What happened to the other 3? Kimimaro asked. "Why'd you come here? Your body shouldn't be able to function right now," Tayuya said. "I'm not moving with the flesh anymore. It's mental power," Kimimaro said. "Now you're cheating death," Tayuya said. "I understand a little now, that feeling of being information that has escaped from the prison of the flesh. The feeling of experiencing a taste of Lord Orochimaru's dream. This vessel is an important piece of his dream. It has the flesh that Lord Orochimaru truly desires. But you guys were a bit too late," Kimimaro said. "Great, another freak to deal with. I can tell he's not an ordinary opponent," Shikamaru thought. "I really don't have time for this," Naruto said. He leapt at Kimimaro, aiming a punch at his face, but Tayuya appeared in front of him and tried to punch him in the face. Naruto caught her fist quite easily, which shocked her, and then he kneed her in the stomach, cracking a few ribs before throwing her into a nearby tree, making a loud noise when she fell through a couple of branches. Kimimaro grabbed the barrel and landed next to Tayuya as she stood up. "The only reason I won't kill you right now is because you have a mission to complete, and my mission is to deliver that to Lord Orochimaru," Kimimaro said. "Didn't you say it was too late for that?" Tayuya asked. "I told you that's the body Lord Orochimaru truly desires," Kimimaro said. "The next vessel, huh?" Tayuya asked. "Exactly, and this is the only thing I can do at the present time. I leave those 2 pieces of garbage to you," Kimimaro said, and left with the barrel. "Damn it. People just love to make my missions harder than they need to be," Naruto said. "Come on already, fuckers," Tayuya said. "Go ahead. I can handle her," Shikamaru said, and Naruto nodded, then vanished. "He's fast," Tayuya thought and looked around for him. "Don't worry. It's just the 2 of us now," Shikamaru said. "You seem pretty fucking confident that you can beat me. Don't need your boyfriend to fight your battles for you. After I'm done with you, I'll be going after him next," Tayuya said. "You won't stand a chance against him. He didn't even try when he blocked your punch and kicked you away. I could tell you put quite the amount of power in that punch," Shikamaru said. "What's his name?" Tayuya asked. "Naruto," Shikamaru said. "He's right. Orochimaru told us about him and to be careful. He was able to knock Kabuto out once and then nearly killed him," Tayuya thought. I'll be sure to leave his body next yours, Tayuya said and pulled out a flute. Naruto. I'm getting really tired of chasing after somebody I don't even like. Just leave the barrel and you can keep the rest of whatever health you have left, Naruto said as he landed in front of Kimimaro. You foolishly came alone. How do you want me to kill you? Kimimaro asked. I don't know. How about you fight me and see for yourself? Naruto asked. It's bad to underestimate your opponent, Kimimaro said. I'm not underestimating you. I can already tell you're powerful. What does Orochimaru want Sasuke for anyway? Naruto asked. Lord Orochimaru has already obtained his immortality jutsu. However, a long period of time is necessary to get every jutsu and obtain everything in the world. Just because he is immortal doesn't mean his flesh is being maintained forever. Before his body decays, a strong new flesh will be made into a vessel for his soul, Kimimaro said. So, he basically wants Sasuke for his body is what you're telling me, Naruto said. Yes, that's right, Kimimaro said. The fact that I'm the only one who thinks something is wrong with this is weird, Naruto thought. I suppose it's time to get serious, Kimimaro said and created a weapon made from bone. Bones? I see. You possess the dead bone pulse Kekii Genkai, Naruto said. Very observant, Kimimaro said. I must be careful. Kabuto warned me about him and how he was able to best him on 2 separate occasions. That and he was able to defeat a tailed beast at its full power. I can easily tell he has a lot more power and skill than his partner fighting Tayuya right now. In order to defeat him, I may have to use my curse mark, Kimimaro thought. Kimimaro rushed at Naruto with his bone weapon and Naruto just dodged every swipe and stab move Kimimaro threw at him. Naruto pulled out some kunai and channeled fire chakra into one of them while the other was coated in wind chakra. Naruto and Kimimaro started to trade blows at a rapid pace that would be too fast for anybody not used to high speeds. When they separate, Naruto had a few cuts and bruises while Kimimaro was covered in what appeared to be scorch marks. Kimimaro was surprised that Naruto was able to do damage to him. He was told Naruto was good, but he didn't think Naruto would do this much damage to him and not this early into the fight. Your body twitched, Naruto said. What was that? Kimimaro asked. You twitched. That means you're nervous. You have a good poker face, but growing up on the streets like I did causes you to learn how to read people's body movements. You're nervous because you weren't expecting me to be as good as I am. You aren't properly prepared for this fight. Given your clan's history, you fight until you can't fight anymore. I know how you fight now just from this first little scuffle, Naruto said. How exactly do I fight? Kimimaro asked. Why should I tell you? Naruto asked. If you don't, then I'll kill you slowly and painfully, Kimimaro said. No, you won't. You don't have much time to live based on your breathing patterns. You're already winded and we haven't even begun fighting seriously. You're trying to finish this mission as quickly as possible to do one last good deed in the eyes of Orochimaru. Now that you've revealed yourself to have a Kekii Genkai, I can handle you however as I please, Naruto said. Kimimaro rushed at Naruto with new speeds, but Naruto ducked and gave him a quick uppercut followed by a few quick punches around his body. Kimimaro tried to move his left arm, but it wouldn't budge, so Naruto took advantage of this and hit him with a point-blank fireball jutsu. Kimimaro grunted in pain as he wasn't quick enough to fully block the attack with us bones. When the smoke cleared, Kimimaro was standing there with his curse mark activated. Kimimaro had marks spread across his entire body in contorting and parallel lines. So, that's your curse mark, Naruto said. Prepare to die, Kimimaro said. Before anybody could move, the barrel containing Sasuke started to smoke before it eventually exploded and caused a cloud of smoke to surround the area. Once the smoke cleared, Sasuke was standing there with longer hair and his skin was gray. Soon after Naruto saw him, Sasuke's hair shrunk back down to normal and his skin started to clear up. Naruto figured it was something to do with the curse mark and Kimimaro retracted his own curse mark. Are you going to make this more difficult by running away? Naruto asked, and then Sasuke started to laugh like a maniac before he jumped away. Of course you are, Naruto said. It seems my mission will be over faster than I thought, Kimimaro said, as he appeared next to Naruto and then he was kicked away. "Who are you?" Kimimaro asked. "Konoha's rejuvenated handsome devil, Rock Lee," Lee said. "What about your body, bushy brow?" Naruto asked. "Do not worry about me, Naruto. Go get Sasuke," Lee said. "You sure?" Naruto asked. "Please leave this to me. I can take care of things here," Rock Lee said. "This one's strong as well." "Good," Kimimaro thought. "Alright, this guy uses his bones to attack. When you're done, go back to the village and get checked out," Naruto said and vanished. Naruto. As he was running through the forest and hopping through the trees, Naruto felt Sasuke get closer to a specific area in the Land of Fire and found it ironic that he'd have to fight him there. He wasn't far behind Sasuke, but he decided to take his time and recover a bit from his fight with Kimimaro. They didn't fight much, but they both got some good hits in on each other. He finally caught up to Sasuke after another 10 minutes of running through the forest and they stopped at the Valley of End. "Yo!" Naruto said. "Well, look who decided to show up. The hopeless little loser," Sasuke said. "The same hopeless little loser that kicked your ass when you challenged him. Drop the attitude and get your ass back to the Leaf. Today was supposed to be the start of my 2 weeks vacation," Naruto said. "I'm done playing ninja with you children in the Leaf Village," Sasuke said. "Children? Do you realize we're all the same age?" Naruto asked. "Compared to me and my power, you're all children. I'm going to Orochimaru now and I'm not coming back to that joke of a village," Sasuke said. "It's like you're intentionally forgetting the rooftop fight," Naruto said. "That was a fluke. I'm glad you came here actually. Now we can settle things once and for all between us. It's time to put you in your place," Sasuke said. Sasuke created his Chidori right from the start and ran at Naruto with his full speed. Naruto stood there patiently waiting for him, and then at the moment he created a Rasengan, then slammed it into Sasuke's Chidori. Both of them were sent flying backwards, but Naruto landed quite easily and stood on the water while Sasuke barely managed to correct himself in the air. Sasuke let a smirk cross his face, and then his curse mark activated and marks spread across his body. "You know what they say, Naruto? Top-class shinobi should be able to read each other's hearts simply by an exchange of fists. Even without saying anything. You've always been naive. Don't let this newfound strength stir you from reality that I'll always be better than you," Sasuke said and went through hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Sasuke spit multiple small fireballs at Naruto, who didn't even look worried since he could easily counter the jutsu. He decided to humor Sasuke and jumped into the air since he knew that's what Sasuke wanted. Naruto smirked when Sasuke appeared in front of him and threw a punch, but it was caught by Naruto. Sasuke didn't have time to recover because he was kicked in the back of the head by a shadow clone of Naruto that he didn't even notice was made. Naruto used the Water Dragon Jutsu on Sasuke and he was sent crashing into the wall of the valley. Naruto threw kunai at Sasuke coated in wind chakra, and they each stuck through his clothes, pinning him to the wall. Naruto appeared in front of Sasuke and just started raining down punches on him with no remorse. The punches were so fast that it forced Sasuke's Sharingan to mature and gain 3 tomo in each eye. Naruto activated his Hishigan just in case Sasuke tried to use a genjutsu on him. The punches kept coming and Sasuke was nearly out of it until his curse mark activated again. The amount of chakra released from the curse mark was enough to send Naruto flying back and help get Sasuke out of the wall. The smoke cleared and Sasuke was completely different from a few seconds ago. When Sasuke activated the second level of the curse seal, his skin turned dark gray, and his hair grew, then turned dark blue. His eyes also turned dark gray, but his Sharingan remained active. Additionally, he grew webbed claw-shaped wings from his back which he could use to fly and glide, and a dark, star-shaped mark appeared across the bridge of his nose. "That's new," Naruto said. Sasuke appeared in front of Naruto, who managed to catch his punch with ease, and that confused Sasuke since he was more powerful than Naruto at this moment, or so he thought. Naruto and Sasuke started to trade punches and kicks around the valley, and thanks to Sasuke's newly matured Sharingan, he was able to counter some of Naruto's moves and got some good attacks in. When Naruto and Sasuke separated, Naruto got into a stance that Sasuke was familiar with and braced himself for the onslaught that was about to come. 7 Heavenly Breaths. First activation. Second activation. Third activation. After Naruto activated his first 3 steps of the 7 heavenly breaths, he vanished from Sasuke's eyesight and he was barely able to duck out of the way from the kick aimed at his head. Naruto didn't give him time to recover as he hit him with a powerful great breakthrough that sent Sasuke crashing into the wall and made him cough up blood. The jutsu was enhanced because Naruto released his 3rd activation, so the air he had in his lungs was used to boost the power of the jutsu. Sasuke pulled himself from the wall and moved out of the way as Naruto came crashing down at him. Sasuke tried to use a genjutsu on Naruto, but Naruto wasn't making eye contact with him and it failed. Sasuke used the fireball jutsu on Naruto, who countered it with a ripping torrent and created a giant steam cloud. Sasuke was at a disadvantage since he couldn't see and wasn't a sensor. His Sharingan couldn't track Naruto's chakra signature because the steam cloud was filled with chakra. Sasuke tried to fly out of the steam cloud, but his foot was grabbed and he was slammed down to the ground. He felt a fist hit him in the gut and then a heel to the gut, which broke a couple of ribs. He tried his hardest to locate Naruto, but he was well hidden. Sasuke went to fly again, but when he landed on the ground, the wings in his back were severely damaged. Rising Moon Barrage. Naruto kicked Sasuke up into the air, but not high enough for him to leave the steam cloud. Naruto then used powerful kicks and punches on Sasuke to keep him dazed. The fury of strikes ended with a bone-crushing axe kick that knocked Sasuke back onto the ground. As Sasuke was laying on the ground dazed and in pain, Naruto jumped high into the air and prepared to finish off his attack. Naruto gathered wind chakra around his fist as he was falling towards Sasuke and hit him with a powerful whirlwind fist. The blow was powerful enough to create a giant crater and knock Sasuke out of his 2nd stage of the curse mark, as well as blow away the steam cloud. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who was unconscious, but still breathing, and released the 2 remaining activations he had. He fell down on both knees and was breathing heavily. He still needed to work on his Rising Moon Barrage since he only used it once, and it wasn't while he was using the 7 heavenly breaths technique. He finally stood up, and when he went to grab Sasuke, somebody kicked him away into the wall. "Sorry, Naruto. Orochimaru needs Sasuke for something important," Kabuto said and grabbed Sasuke, then vanished. "Son of a bitch," Naruto said and pulled himself out of the wall. "Naruto," a voice said, and when he looked up it was Kakashi. "Yeah?" Naruto asked. "What happened? Where's Sasuke at?" Kakashi asked. "Had him beat, and when I went to grab him, Kabuto showed up and kicked me into the wall before he grabbed Sasuke then left," Naruto said. "We can track him. He couldn't have gotten that far," Kakashi said. "Kabuto was able to avoid a squad of Jonin sent to grab him during the Chunin exam finals, and I heard he even escaped you at the hospital. He's long gone by now and we'd be heading into unknown territory. Let's just head back so I can give my report," Naruto said. Tsunade's office. "So you failed, huh?" Tsunade asked. "Yeah," Naruto said. "What happened?" Tsunade asked. "I fought Sasuke at the Valley of End, and when I was about to grab him to bring him back, Kabuto showed up. He kicked me into the wall, grabbed Sasuke and quickly left," Naruto said. "Kakashi tells me you refused to go after them. Why?" Tsunade asked. "Kabuto is slippery. That, and I would have been heading into unknown territory blind. It was best that I came back to the village and reported to you," Naruto said. "All right, I'll give you your 2 weeks vacation you put in for. I haven't heard from Jiraiya yet, so you can just rest or train until your vacation is over," Tsunade said. "Thanks. How's everyone else doing?" Naruto asked. "Choji had a heart attack from the food pills he took during the fight he had, but he's stable now. Kiba had a stab wound and Akamaru is being treated by the Inuzuka clan. Niji suffered a severe wound close to the heart and severe chakra exhaustion, but he's in recovery. Hinata suffered a dislocated shoulder, some torn ligaments and the same wound as Niji, but hers was through the stomach. She'll be fine though. Shikamaru has a broken finger, but he's more down about his teammates being injured on the mission. I gave him some time off to clear his head," Tsunade said. "All right, well, I'll be around the forest," Naruto said and left. Forest. Naruto was walking around the forest as he said he was going to do and came across the area Shikamaru was fighting at. The trees were destroyed and he knew Shikamaru didn't do this. He looked at the way the trees were cut and noticed it was wind chakra. The only person that could do something on this wide of a scale is Temari, and he figured she must have come to help him. He walked around some more until he came across a familiar redhead trapped underneath some trees. He walked over to her and checked for a pulse. She was still alive, so he decided to help her out. He created some shadow clones and they channeled wind chakra into the trees to cut them. Halfway through the process, Tayuya woke up and screamed. "What the fuck are you doing?" Tayuya yelled. "I'm saving your life," Naruto said and kept moving the trees. "Why?" Tayuya asked. "Well, you're alive and I couldn't just leave you here," Naruto said. "Fucking idiot. How do you know I won't kill you once I'm free?" Tayuya asked. "The moment you try to move you won't get very far," Naruto said. "What the fuck does that mean?" Tayuya asked. "Your legs are trapped underneath these trees. You can't feel it because the nerves are probably damaged. I'll take you to my village to get you healed," Naruto said. "Fuck that shit. I'd rather fucking die. You'll just turn me in and have me tortured before killing me," Tayuya said. "No, I won't. I'm taking you to the Hokage. She's the best healer in the world. I'm pretty close to her, so I can get you healed and possibly a new home in the village," Naruto said. "I don't fucking believe you, needle dick," Tayuya said. "First off, my dick is way bigger than a needle, thank you very much. Secondly, the Hokage is my godmother. I have some pull in the village, although it's not much," Naruto said as he removed the final tree. "Fucking hell. My legs look like fucking shit," Tayuya said, and Naruto picked her up. "Come on. I'll get you some food as well," Naruto said. "What's the catch?" Tayuya asked. "No catch. All you have to do is tell us what you know about Orochimaru, the Sound Village, and in return, I can try to get you a new life in Konoha," Naruto said. "What do you mean, new life?" Tayuya asked. "Simple. You can either become a regular civilian or after a probationary period, you can become a ninja," Naruto said. "This sounds too good to be true. You're hiding something," Tayuya said. "Only problem is the curse mark you have," Naruto said. "A fucking course. This fucking thing is stuck with me forever," Tayuya said. "Not really. I should be able to get rid of it. Somebody in my village has one as well, and I've been working on removing it," Naruto said. "Does this new life come with more than one meal a day, a hot shower, and my own room?" Tayuya asked. "Yeah. Do we have a deal?" Naruto asked. "Hell fucking yeah we do," Tayuya said. "Good," Naruto said. "Why are you being so fucking nice to me?" Tayuya asked. "Let's just say I have a thing for cute girls with red hair," Naruto said, and Tayuya had to hide her blush. "Watch your hands, you fucking pervert," Tayuya said. "I'm not even touching you inappropriately," Naruto said. "Bull fucking shit. I can feel your hands trying to touch my ass and grab my side boob," Tayuya said, and Naruto just sighed. "We could have been back in the village by now, but you won't shut the fuck up with your complaining," Naruto said and put her down. "Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?" Tayuya asked. "I'm talking to an ungrateful fucking cripple. I'm trying to help your sorry ass and all you want to do is complain. Just shut the fuck up until we get there and then you can talk. I swear if you say one more word I will leave you here to be eaten by forest animals. I may be nice, but do not piss me off," Naruto said. His eyes turned red from the nine tails chakra flowing through his body. Tayuya was honestly scared and shocked at the moment since nobody has ever spoken to her like that and she didn't know what that red chakra was. She nodded and Naruto put her on his back as he started hopping through the trees. Along the way he could hear Tayuya whimpering in pain, and he decided to quickly go back to Tsunade's office by using a quick number of Shunshin. Tsunade's office. "Granny Tsunade, I need your help," Naruto said as he just walked into the office. "I'm in the middle of a meeting," Tsunade said. "This is important," Naruto said as he placed Tayuya on the couch. "Who's the girl?" Koharu asked. "Yes, I don't think I've seen her around the village before," Hamura said. "This is Tayuya and she was part of the group that was sent to retrieve Sasuke for Orochimaru," Naruto said. "So you brought us a prisoner?" Koharu asked. "Not exactly," Naruto said, and Tsunade felt a headache coming. Naruto, what did you do? Tsunade asked. I kind of told her that if she gives us information, you'd heal her legs and I'll remove the curse mark. Also, I might have said you'll let her start a new life as a ninja or civilian for Konoha. Naruto said, and Tsunade just punched him through the roof. Holy shit, look at how big your fucking tits are. How'd you fucking get them like that? Tayuya asked. Quite the mouth she has on her. Hamura said. Yes, shall we continue this meeting another time, Lady Tsunade? Koharu asked. Actually, the meeting was about Orochimaru. I think Naruto gave us something good, Tsunade said. When will fuckface come down from that? Tayuya asked. Huh? He should have been down by now, Tsunade said, and then Naruto walked through the door with bags filled with ramen. Where the fuck did you go? Tayuya asked. To find you some manners, Naruto said. Fuck you. I fucking have manners, Tayuya said. Whatever. So, did she talk yet? Naruto asked. We were about to start actually, Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded as he gave Tayuya a bowl of ramen. So, Tayuya, what can you tell us about Orochimaru? Hamura asked. That he's a pedophile, Tayuya said, and Naruto snickered. What makes you say that? Koharu asked. He's always going after little boys for their bodies. I mean, that's a giant red flag right fucking there, Tayuya said. What does he want their bodies for? Tsunade asked. His immortality jutsu, Tayuya said, and slurped up some noodles. His immortality jutsu? Tsunade asked. Yeah, it's some kind of fucking jutsu where he switches bodies once every 3 years. It's not really an immortality jutsu since if he doesn't have a body after 3 years then he'll fucking die. The shit is weird, Tayuya said. What can you tell us about the Sound Village? Tsunade asked. The Sound Village is not really a village, but a network of laboratories composed of various hideouts and bases scattered throughout the Land of Sound and various other countries. The fucker was so damn paranoid about being found that it's almost impossible to track him. We never stayed at the same base for long, so it made us constantly go on the move, Tayuya said. Where are some bases? Tsunade asked. Kusa, the southern hideout which is somewhere off the coast of the Land of Waves. The northern and eastern hideouts which I've never been to so I can't tell you where they are. Kabuto has his own little island to jerk off some other people he wants to experiment on, and then there's a hideout on the Demon Island of the Land of Sea. There could be more, but I don't fucking know where they are. What is this shit that I'm eating? It's fucking delicious, Tayuya said. Do you know anything else about his experiments? Koharu asked. You know I'm doing an awful lot of fucking talking, but my legs aren't getting fucking healed. I'm not saying shit else until my legs get fucking fixed, Tayuya said. What do you two think? Should I heal her legs now or just give her to Anko and Ibiki? Tsunade asked. She's given us quite the information, and it's much more than we expected, Hamura said. Yes, I believe she has earned the right to have her legs healed, Koharu said, and Tsunade nodded. Now tell us more, Tsunade said, and started to mend the bones in Tayuya's legs while removing the wood chunks. He has a ton of shit that he did. Stealing kids from the orphanage, kidnapping shinobi, killing the Kazekage, and he was talking one time about giving somebody an arm made completely from Hashirama Senju's DNA. I don't know who would want a dead person's DNA, but whoever it is must be one sick fucker, Tayuya said. Does he have any bases in the Land of Fire? Tsunade asked. I thought he did, but Kabuto said it was destroyed by the third Hokage. Actually, that old fucker should have told you about a base of his, Tayuya said, and Tsunade finished her legs. Well, he didn't. Now, your legs are healed, but you need to stay off of them for 2 weeks and soak in hot water for about 45 minutes every day to help with the pain you'll feel from the blood vessels opening back up, Tsunade said. So I can stay? Tayuya asked. Yes, I'm guessing you want to become a shinobi, so I'll have to place you on a 3-month probation, and when your caretaker is not here I'll have an umbu watch over you, Tsunade said. Caretaker? You've got to be fucking kidding me, Tayuya said. I'm not. Naruto will be the one taking care of you, Tsunade said. What? I'm not spending my 2 weeks vacation taking care of her, Naruto said. Think of it as a paid vacation then. I'll I'll stop by twice a week to check on you and make sure everything is done with. Tsunade said. What about this fucking curse mark? Tayuya asked. Give me a few more days and I'll have the removal process ready. Naruto said. You better not be fucking lying to me or I'll cut your dick off and shove it up your ass. Tayuya said. You know, if you stop cursing so much, I'm sure your mouth could be used for something better. Naruto said and walked out, leaving a stunned Tayuya with a huge blush on her face. What the fuck did you just say to me? Get back here so I can fucking kill you. You limp needle dick blonde-haired fucker. Tayuya yelled. It's like Kushina and Minato all over again, Koharu said as she was listening to Tayuya rant. Indeed, the only difference is I don't think Minato would have the guts to say something like that to Kushina. Hamura said. I give it a few weeks before they realize they like each other. Tsunade said. I don't know. Is it wise for them to fall in love? Their tempers can clash and I know Naruto has mellowed out, but his temper is still there. Hamura said. They'll be fine. Tayuya, Tsunade said. What? Tayuya yelled. I'm taking you to Naruto's apartment. I have a key to get in and you can wait for him to get back. Tsunade said. Where'd he go? Tayuya asked. Either to train or find his sensei that's most likely hiding somewhere in the village. Tsunade said and Tayuya nodded. So, how'd you get your tits to look like that? Tayuya asked as Tsunade placed her in a wheelchair. Why? Are you trying to impress somebody? Tsunade asked and smirked when Tayuya blushed. No, who the fuck would I have to impress? I just want my tits to look like that. Tayuya said. Aha, I'll tell you the secret along the way to Naruto's apartment. Tsunade said. Naruto. Naruto was walking through the village looking for Jiraiya since he knew he was in the village somewhere. He felt Jiraiya's chakra in the village, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly where he was. He suddenly remembered who he's looking for and vanished. He arrived at the hot springs and sure enough Jiraiya was up in a tree with a telescope and blood coming from his nose. Pervy Sage, don't you ever get tired of peeping on women knowing they'll find you and beat you? Naruto asked. Nope. So, what brings you here? Jiraiya asked. I don't know if you've heard, but Sasuke left the village. Naruto said. Did you stop him? Jiraiya asked. Yeah. But then Kabuto showed and took Sasuke as soon as I was about to grab him. Naruto said. What are your thoughts on it? Jiraiya asked. Sasuke made his own decision. He's a rogue ninja and depending on what he's listed as in the bingo book is how I'll treat him if we ever cross paths again. I'm not going to chase after him like some lost puppy. I've got bigger things to worry about like the Akatsuki. Naruto said. That's right. Now, in a few months, I'm going to be taking you away from the village. Jiraiya said. For what? Naruto asked. A training trip. We'll be gone for 2.5 years where I'll teach you everything I know. I'll train you to the point where you'd come back nearly as strong as me. Before we leave though, I'm going to train you in using the Nine Tails chakra now. I won't make it your go-to, just something you have in your back pocket as a last resort. Jiraiya said. When do we start training? Naruto asked. I understand you're on vacation now and I don't have anything to do, so I'll train you over the next 2 weeks on the Nine Tails chakra. What that means is I'll have you channel as much chakra you possibly can, and then we'll spar while you're using the Nine Tails chakra. Jiraiya said. All right, I'm heading home then, Naruto said. See ya. I've got to get back to my research, Jiraiya said and Naruto sighed. Of course, there's a pervert in the tree peeping on the women's bathhouse. Naruto yelled and vanished. Damn it, kid, Jiraiya said. Naruto's apartment. Why are you in my apartment? Naruto asked. The big tit Kage told me I'll be staying here. This place isn't half bad from the looks of the outside. I've got my own room, fresh food and hot water. Now make me something to eat, Tayuya said. No, I need to take a shower first and you also need to wash up. You smell like you haven't bathed in a while, Naruto said. I haven't. The baths in the Sound Village barely worked and everyone had to share. I'd rather stink than share a shower with a bunch of creeps trying to cop a feel on me, Tayuya said. If it was that bad, then why'd you stay? Naruto asked. I had nowhere to fucking go. He gave me shelter after he found me living on the streets. In a way, I felt like I owed him my life. I did try to leave before, but he branded me with the curse mark, so I was stuck there. This is like a luxury to me, and I know I come off as a tough bitch. But that's all I know. This is how I had to grow up and protect myself in sound. I really do appreciate what you did for me, but I'm not sure how I'm supposed to fucking express it. Tayuya said and didn't know she was crying, so she froze when Naruto gave her a hug. You can stay here as long as you want. Sorry about insulting you earlier. I also grew up on the streets for 2 years, so I know how you feel, Naruto said, and Tayuya nodded as she hugged him tighter. You tell anybody that I was emotional and I'll chop your dick off, Tayuya said, and they broke the hug. It's our little secret, Naruto said and wiped her tears away. I should kick your fucking ass. You got me all emotional and shit, Tayuya said and chuckled. Like I said, it's our little secret. Now, I'll let you use the bathroom first so I can get dinner started. I'll have Shizune come over tomorrow so she can get your measurements for clothes, Naruto said. He walked away and left Tayuya alone on the couch. She was grateful for Naruto saving her life and she owed him, but she didn't know how to repay him. She's a tough chick, but he's already managed to make her cry, and it wasn't on purpose. Then there's the food. She didn't eat much in the Sound Village. So far, the food she's had was great. Maybe her living here would be better than she thought, and maybe meeting Naruto was the best thing for her. She had to admit, he wasn't bad looking, and she'd go as far as to say that he's the cutest boy she's ever seen. The way his eyes look and the way he smiles at her just makes her feel special. Oh fuck, Tayuya said. She's starting to fall for Naruto Uzumaki and she's falling for him hard. It's been 3 months since Sasuke escaped the village and Tayuya was brought back by Naruto, and it's been challenging to say the least. Tayuya was a handful for everybody and even Naruto at times, but he eventually learned to ignore her. The first 2 weeks were the worst since she couldn't walk and Naruto had to become her personal assistant. Of course, there were people who didn't approve of her being in the village, but Naruto simply told them that they'd have to go through him and they backed off. Tsunade came around whenever she could to help Naruto with Tayuya, and even teased Tayuya a bit whenever she caught her looking at Naruto longer than she should have. Jiraiya found out about Tayuya staying at Naruto's house and being the pervert that he was. He tried to get Naruto peek on her and he declined the offer. Coincidentally, Tayuya walked in on Naruto taking a shower 2 days later and passed out due to severe blood loss. Tsunade of course found out and teased Tayuya even more. The highlight of Tayuya staying in Konoha so far was the day she got her curse mark removed. Of course Anko had hers removed first, but Tayuya was the highlight of the day. They managed to remove it and were shocked that, during the unsealing process, another Orochimaru started to form. Naruto quickly used his ability from his Hishigan to disable the Orochimaru clone and Jiraiya cut his head off. Once the curse mark was removed, Tayuya went into shock and Tsunade had to stabilize her before she had a heart attack and died. When Tayuya woke up 2 days later, she felt light and felt like a new person. When she asked what happened, Naruto explained to her everything that happened and how her body went into shock after the curse seal was removed. She felt exhausted still, and Naruto told her that the removal of the curse mark drained her of her chakra reserves, and they haven't fully recovered yet. The next thing Tayuya did was look at her shoulder in a mirror and started to cry since the curse mark was gone. She gave Naruto a hug and kissed him on the cheek as she thanked him over and over again, but she stopped when she realized what she was doing and had a huge blush on her face. Once the others found out about Tayuya living with Naruto, their reactions were all different. Shikamaru was wary of her because she was an enemy. Kiba was automatically against her living there. Rock Lee, Tenten and Niji kept to themselves, especially Niji, since he decided to give her a second chance since he's turned over a new leaf since his defeat during the Chunin exams. Shino was his usual self. Hinata was worried that she'd never get to be with Naruto and silently fumed over Tayuya since she was very pretty and saw how Naruto smiled at Tayuya when they would talk to each other. Sakura and Ino, however, were a completely different story. Sakura was openly against it and tried to break into Naruto's apartment while he was on a mission. Tayuya was still weak from the curse seal removal, so she couldn't do much, but Naruto thought ahead and placed security seals around the apartment to protect her. She didn't tell him, but she was really thankful for that. Sakura tried on multiple occasions to get into his apartment, but each time was met with failure. Ino tried to use her clan's jutsu to manipulate Tayuya and have her thrown out of Konoha. But Tayuya was a strong-willed person and Ino always failed. Tayuya decided to report them to Tsunade since she was still on probation at the time, and they were both suspended for 6 months. The only problem Tayuya had was her feelings for Naruto that would grow every day. He cooked for her, cleaned for her, and until he was able to get a bed for her, he let her have his room while he slept on the couch. He brought out the nice side of her that she had buried deep inside of her long ago, and she would blush whenever he was too close to her. He even started to teach her how to cook since she didn't know how, and she was grateful since he was back on mission 2 weeks after she arrived. Over the past 3 months, Naruto trained with Jiraiya and Tsunade for different reasons. Jiraiya trained him for 2 weeks using the Nine Tails chakra, and Tsunade helped him with Kekkei Genkai. Tsunade also assisted them in training with the Nine Tails chakra since she was able to subdue him when he lost control. The training was brutal on Naruto, who had to constantly draw on the Nine Tails chakra. At first things were going good until Naruto drew on too much of the Nine Tails chakra and grew 3 tails. He went on a rampage, but Tsunade and Jiraiya were able to easily handle him in order to subdue him. Jiraiya started to call that the Nine Tails cloak since Naruto would be covered in a cloak of Nine Tails chakra that would take the shape of a fox. After those 2 weeks were up, Tsunade began teaching him how to properly combine his water and wind chakra to control his ice Kekkei Genkai. He knew some jutsu for his Kekkei Genkai, but it wasn't much. He managed to learn the ice style, crystal wall jutsu, ice style, certain kill ice spears, ice style, glacial dome, and ice-breaking fist. When Tayuya was cleared to become a shinobi and cleared to start training again, Tayuya was given the rank of Special Genin since Tsunade couldn't just give her the Chunin rank right off the bat. That meant Tayuya had to do the D-rank missions, but that quickly stopped when people tried to attack her for being around Naruto and she put them in a coma. After 5 incidents like that, Tsunade paired Tayuya up with Naruto and started to send her out on C-rank missions. Right now, Naruto and Tayuya were in the middle of one of their C-rank missions. It was another bandit camp elimination that went around terrorizing small towns in the Land of Fire. These weren't regular bandits, as Naruto could tell they had some kind of ninja training. Naruto easily defeated all of his opponents, and now he was watching Tayuya struggle with the last one. He knew her weakness was close combat, but he didn't think it was this bad. He tried to get her to learn some taijutsu, but she simply refused. She was open to learning some genjutsu, of course, but Kurenai was always out on missions with her team, and she was the best genjutsu user in Konoha. She finally defeated the last bandit and Naruto started clapping. "Nice job. It only took you 15 minutes to defeat him," Naruto said. "Shut the fuck up. Let's deal with the others," Tayuya said. "You weren't paying attention. They're already defeated," Naruto said and pointed at the bodies. "Are they dead?" Tayuya asked. "No. Most of them have bounties and I want to collect them," Naruto said. "Then where can we collect the money?" Tayuya said. "We?" Naruto asked. "Don't pull that shit with me. I helped," Tayuya said. "You took out one person and I handled the rest. I highly doubt that counts as helping," Naruto said. "I'm still a genin. I need all the money I can get," Tayuya said. "Here's the deal. I'll split the money with you, but you have to cook me some ramen when we get back home," Naruto said. "You're going to get fat from eating too much of that shit," Tayuya said. "Still doesn't stop you from eating it or watching me train," Naruto said. "I do not," Tayuya said. "I'm a censor, remember?" Naruto asked and Tayuya blushed. "Shut up. Let's just go," Tayuya said. "Stupid blonde pretty boy," Tayuya thought. "Yo, Naruto," Gamakichi said as he appeared. "Gamakichi? What are you doing here?" Naruto asked. "Jiraiya said to come back to the village quickly. He says he has a mission," Gamakichi said. "All right," Naruto said and Gamakichi left. "Back to the Leaf Village, I guess," Tayuya said and sighed. "What's with the sigh? I thought you'd be happy to go back home," Naruto said. "Don't worry about it. Let's just go," Tayuya said. "Hey, what's wrong?" Naruto asked. "Nothing. I'm just tired," Tayuya said. "All right," Naruto said. After Naruto finished sealing all of the bodies away into a stasis scroll, They immediately left back to the Leaf Village with Tayuya moving faster than Naruto. Naruto didn't understand why she was acting weird all of a sudden, but he decided to leave her alone for now since he didn't want to get yelled at. Tayuya was fuming inside. She was out of the village and spending time with Naruto with no one interrupting them. But as soon as Jiraiya mentions a mission, Naruto completely forgets what they had to do and decides to head back to Konoha. They traveled all the way back to Konoha in silence and Naruto decided he would talk to Tsunade about Tayuya. Hokage office. Mission complete, Granny Tsunade. Naruto said. Did everything go smoothly? Tsunade asked. Yup. Me and Tayuya easily handled them. Naruto said. That's good. Oh, and Jiraiya was looking for you. Tsunade said. I know. Gamakichi came and told me. Naruto said. Good. Tayuya, is everything alright? Tsunade asked. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just tired. Tayuya said. Alright, you're both dismissed. Tsunade said and Tayuya left, but Naruto stayed behind. Granny Tsunade, can I ask you something? Naruto asked. Let me guess. It's about Tayuya. Tsunade said. How'd you know? Naruto asked. I just know. Now what is it? Tsunade asked. She's being distant and didn't talk to me on our way back. I don't know if I did something wrong or not. Naruto said. He still doesn't understand what's going on. Tsunade thought. Well, what happened on the mission? Tsunade asked. The usual. We got there of course joking around, but still serious. Then we took out the bandits and since some of them had bounties on their heads, we were going to cash in for the bounty. But Pervy Sage sent Gamakichi to tell me about our mission. I decided to come back here to get started on the mission. Naruto said. I'll be blunt. Tayuya was looking forward to spending more time with you. You're the person she's closest with in this village. Tsunade said. But we were just on a mission for 2 days. We already spent time together. Naruto said and Tsunade sighed. Naruto, Tayuya likes you. Tsunade said. I like her too. She's a good friend. Naruto said. No. She likes you like a boyfriend. Tsunade said. Well, how was I supposed to know? She didn't tell me. Naruto said. Of course she didn't. Tayuya doesn't seem like the type to just spill her feelings towards you. Do you like her as well? Tsunade asked. I just said yeah. Naruto said. No. I mean as in a romantic type of way. Tsunade said. I don't know. Maybe. It's not like she's given me any clues or anything that pointed to her liking me. Naruto said. How about this? Take her out when you return from the mission with Jiraiya. If I'm not mistaken, there's going to be a festival about a day after you return. Take Tayuya out on a date and see how it goes. Tsunade said. I guess you're right, but there's a problem with that festival. Naruto said. What's that? Tsunade asked. The festival coming up is the Nine Tails Festival and I never go to those. Naruto said. Damn it, that is right. Tsunade said. I guess I'll go this year for Tayuya and to see how I feel, but I can't make any promises that I won't fight anybody that attacks me. Naruto said. Just try to have a good time. Tsunade said. I'll try. Naruto said. You're gonna be 14 and I feel like I barely spent any time with you outside of training. Tsunade said. Don't worry. When I get back from my trip with Pervy Sage, we can spend time together. Have a mother and son kind of day. Naruto said. Mother? Tsunade asked. I mean, you do treat me like a son and you are my godmother. Since we've officially met, you've shown me the love and care an actual mother would. I know I call you Granny Tsunade, but I think of you as my mom. Naruto said and Tsunade smiled before giving him a hug. I'll make sure to clear a day for when you get back. Tsunade said and they broke the hug. There's just one thing bothering me. Naruto said. What is it? Tsunade asked. I'll be leaving in a month or 2 with Pervy Sage for my training trip. Does it make sense to start a relationship when I'm about to leave in 2 months? Naruto asked. You have a point. Just spend time with her to see how it goes. After that, before you leave, see where you two stand. Does she know you're leaving? Tsunade asked. No. Me and Pervy Sage figured it was best that only you and the elders know. Well, not Danzo, but the other two, Naruto said and sat down on the couch in her office. You know if she sees you leaving she'll ask to come with you or try to kill you, right? Tsunade asked. I know. Was it this bad when you fell for Pervy Sage? Naruto asked. No. Actually, the roles were reversed on our end. Jiraiya always loved me, but I was never sure or I would deny it. I didn't accept my feelings for him until I was gone from the village and didn't see him. You have a chance at love, and if I were you, I'd take it before it's too late. Tsunade said. We'll see what happens. I'll see you later. It's time for me to meet Pervy Sage. Do you know what rank this mission is? Naruto asked. You have to ask him, Tsunade said. All right, Naruto said and vanished. Hot springs. Pervy Sage, you should really find a better hobby, Naruto said, as he arrived at the hot springs. Why? This is the greatest hobby ever, Jiraiya said and started to giggle. Whatever. Gamakichi told me you had a mission for us, Naruto said. It's not really a mission for me, but it is for you. You remember Koyuki Kazahana, right? Jiraiya asked. Yeah. I had a mission 2 months ago to protect her and wound up killing her uncle after he tried to take over the Land of Snow. She even took a picture with me and gave me a kiss on the cheek, Naruto said. Good. I've been trying to get her to be the lead actress in my book that was picked up for a movie and she agreed to sign the contract, but on one condition, Jiraiya said. I'm sure it involves me, Naruto said. It does. While we're filming she wants you to be her bodyguard. There's been another assassination attempt on her life and she thinks it's somebody who worked for her uncle. They use that same chakra armor and her guards don't stand a chance against it. If you find the person who's doing it, then take them out. This is an S-rank mission, Jiraiya said. So when do we leave? Naruto asked. She's sending an aircraft to meet us near the Valley of End. We should leave now and we'd get there by the time the aircraft arrives, Jiraiya said. How long will we be gone? Naruto asked. About a month and a half. Since our trip was delayed due to Tsunade wanting to give you some field experience, we'll be leaving the day after your birthday, Jiraiya said. It's still for 2.5 years, right? Naruto asked. Yeah, maybe with us delaying our departure, the Akatsuki will delay their plans as well. Now let's get going. The airship will be here soon, Jiraiya said and they vanished. Land of Snow. After going to the Valley of End and getting on the airship, Naruto and Jiraiya finally made it to the Land of Snow. Koyuki wasn't with them since she was stuck in a meeting, but she personally invited them to her home. Naruto looked around a bit and noticed everyone was happier now since Dado was dead and Koyuki took over. They were being personally escorted to Koyuki even though they didn't need it. Another thing that Naruto and Jiraiya learned was that Naruto had a huge following over in the Land of Snow. In other words, Naruto has fangirls and they nearly got to him a few times. Now, he had to walk around with a henge on so nobody would see him. He saw Jiraiya was for once being serious, but he knew it was only a matter of time before he did something perverted and he hoped it didn't involve Koyuki. We're here. Lady Koyuki is just beyond these doors, a guard said and they entered the room. Naruto, it's so good to see you again, Koyuki said and she gave him a huge hug, squishing his head between her breasts. Lucky brat, Jiraiya thought. It's good to see you as well, Koyuki. Oh, and this is Jiraiya, but I like to call him Pervy Sage, Naruto said and Jiraiya punched him on the head. Stop calling me that, Jiraiya said and Koyuki giggled. Nice to officially meet you, Lord Jiraiya, Koyuki said and bowed. Pleasure is all mine, Jiraiya said and had a certain look on his face. Hey, Pervy Sage, stop looking at her like she's a girl at the brothel house, Naruto said. Shut up, Jiraiya said. Stop being a perv and I will, Naruto said and this caused a glaring contest between the two. Still haven't changed, Naruto, although Lord Jiraiya, I must warn you that your antics are strictly forbidden in my country. I have no problem placing you under arrest and nullifying the treaty between our villages, Koyuki said and Jiraiya was nearly heartbroken. Almost 2 months with no peeking. How will I ever survive? Jiraiya thought. I can tell you right now that you were the first person he'd try to spy on, Naruto said. I know. That is why I will be staying in a secret location guarded by you, Naruto. Koyuki said. What about food? Naruto asked and Koyuki sighed. I have the best chefs we have cooking you ramen as we speak. Now, shall we get on to business? Koyuki asked and Jiraiya spoke up. I'm excited and happy that you've accepted the contract. I honestly didn't think that you would. Jiraiya said. Well, this was the first role I was offered since I took over. Now, I have one thing I would like to change up, Koyuki said. What would that be? Jiraiya asked. I wish to use a stunt double for the sex scenes. Your movie has actual sex and I'm not comfortable being naked on camera or in front of people. Naruto's the exception since he's already seen me like that, Koyuki said, and Jiraiya was jealous of Naruto right now. We don't have enough time to find a stunt double. That and your looks are unique, Jiraiya said. That is all I want. I will do the movie, but not the porno scenes. Isn't there some kind of way to find somebody in a week? Koyuki asked. I'm afraid not, Jiraiya said. You two can't be serious. The solution is so simple. Just grab a female that is legal and see if she's willing to do the scene. All you need her to do is use the transformation jutsu and boom, everybody wins. Naruto said. There's just one problem. We don't have anybody with that kind of training, Jiraiya said. I can get somebody, Naruto said. How? We're all the way in the land of snow, Jiraiya said. Gamakichi can do it for me. He knows how to grab somebody and bring them with him. Of course he'd be tired after it, but he can do it, Naruto said. How old is she? Jiraiya asked. 24. She always wanted to be an actor in these kinds of movies. She works at the brothel house, so she'd be perfect for this, Naruto said. How does she have ninja training? Jiraiya asked. She said her grandfather taught her when she was younger, but she never wanted to be a ninja. She always wanted to be in a movie. Actually, all of the brothel house women know how to defend themselves. I wonder if she taught them, Naruto said. Will she be able to look just like me? Koyuki asked. Absolutely. Only thing that she needs is what your body looks like, Naruto said. I'm sure she can just imagine that, Koyuki said. I guess, Naruto said and summoned Gamakichi. Yo, what's up? Gamakichi asked. Kichi, I need you to go back to Konoha and grab Sakusu from my apartment building. She lives in 202, Naruto said. Oh, doing that makes me tired, Gamakichi said. You can have this entire bag of sweets if you do it, Naruto said and unsealed a medium-sized bag. Then again, you are my favorite summoner. I'll be back, Gamakichi said and left. That's how you get him to do stuff for you? Jiraiya asked. Yup, it's even worse with Gamatatsu, Naruto said, and then a puff of smoke appeared. I'm back. Give me the treats, Gamakichi said. Well, that was faster than I expected. Must be because of the treats, Naruto thought and gave him the bag. See ya, Gamakichi said and left. Naruto, what am I doing here? Sakusu asked. Sakusu is a beautiful woman to everyone that has ever laid eyes on her. She has tan skin, long flowing black hair that stops at her waist and green eyes. Jiraiya, however, was drawn to her chest. Her breasts were nearly the size of Tsunade's and she had a nice figure to add to her beauty. They're 92 centimeters, pervy sage. Stop staring at her, Naruto said. You remembered, Sakusu said and gave Naruto a big hug. I had no choice. When you were sick I went to do your shopping. 92, 60 and 87 were your measurements. After I had the talk with Anko I put 2 and 2 together, Naruto said. He knows all of this and yet he constantly gets on me for being a pervert, Jiraiya thought. Naruto, why am I here? Sakusu asked. You're here to be a stunt double for the movie Pervy Sage is doing, Naruto said. Who am I the stunt double for? Sakusu asked. That would be me, Koyuki said and Sakusu gasped. No fucking way. I get to be your stunt double? Sakusu asked. That is correct. I don't want to get naked in front of the camera. I don't feel comfortable being naked on camera or in front of people, Koyuki said. Naruto saw you naked, Jiraiya said. Shut it, pervy sage, Naruto said. Don't call me that, Jiraiya yelled, and everyone ignored him. Your breasts are too big to be mine. You're a what, H cup? I'm only a double D, Koyuki said. It's fine. People know there are stunt doubles who do this kind of thing and mess up the body size, but in this case I don't think they would mind. All she really has to do is have your face correct and skin color, Jiraiya said. I can do that, Sakusu said and transformed into Koyuki except with her body type. Perfect, Jiraiya said. Can you mimic my voice? Koyuki asked. Of course I can, Sakusu said and sounded just like Koyuki. Great, Sakusu. Come with me and we'll talk about your pay with the director, Jiraiya said. You try anything and I'll cut your dick off, Sakusu said and Jiraiya paled, but nodded. You got it. Naruto, you know what to do, Jiraiya said and left with Sakusu. You know the other reason I want you here, right? Koyuki asked. Yes, but why now when you're about to shoot a movie? Why not ask before? Naruto asked. Because I can use this as cover. Whoever is attacking me won't know you're here. I gave all of my closest guards the next month and a half off. I know you walked around with a henge on, so they don't know you're here, Koyuki said. Do you have any suspicions on who it might be? Naruto asked. Yeah, I think it's my personal guard, Koyuki said. Why would Sadai want you dead? Naruto asked. Because he wants that chakra armor mass-produced, but I reject his proposals every time. He thinks we should conquer the surrounding territory, but I want a peaceful country, Koyuki said. Does he have any skills? Naruto asked. He can fire-type jutsu. That's all I know. He thinks the chakra armor can make a ninjutsu specialist invincible, Koyuki said. Do you know if he has some? Naruto asked. I don't know. It's possible. I was in a meeting earlier and we were talking about ships coming in overnight delivering something, but nobody knew anything. I'm suspicious of Sadai since he's more distant towards me lately, Koyuki said. I see. After this, you should really consider getting a better assistant, Naruto said. I don't think I'll find another assistant like Sandeu. Sadai was good when he first started, but now it's like I'm handling everything on my own, Koyuki said. I know somebody that can help, Naruto said. Is this another brothel house girl? Koyuki asked. Yes and no, Naruto said. Explain please, Koyuki said. She works there, but as the receptionist. She organizes everything like appointments, personal visits, and even handles the money. It's the only job she could find to help provide for her, but I'm sure if a certain movie star and leader of a certain country needed an assistant, I'm sure she'd move here, Naruto said. How old is she? Koyuki asked. 21, Naruto said. The airship that will take you back. I want her on it. Send her a letter, Koyuki said. I will. Now, where are we headed? Naruto asked. Well, I want your help with something, Koyuki said. What would that be? Naruto asked. Teach me some of your fancy ninja moves, Koyuki said. I tried last time. What made you change your mind? Naruto asked. Last time you asked me was right after you killed my uncle and then we had Sandeu's funeral, Koyuki said. True. Now, what would you like to learn? Naruto asked. Everything, Koyuki said. Fine. Do you have access to your chakra yet? Naruto asked. Yeah, Koyuki said. Channel some chakra then. Use the tiger seal and gather as much chakra as you can, Naruto said and showed her the tiger hand sign. Okay, Koyuki said, and after a few tries she finally released some chakra. She must have been using chakra throughout her life without even realizing it. She has Jonin-level reserves. Now comes the fun part, chakra control training, Naruto thought. All right, you can stop now, Naruto said. How was that? Koyuki asked. That's good. You have as much chakra as a Jounin would. Now comes the part of you learning to control your chakra, Naruto said. What's first? Koyuki asked. Tree walking, but I'll have you do it on the walls. This involves channeling a fixed amount of chakra to the bottom of your feet and using that to climb the wall without your hands. Too little chakra and you'll. Too much chakra and you'll be pushed off the wall and fall. What I want you to do is try and get to the ceiling since this is a pretty big room. Naruto said. Sounds easy enough, Koyuki said. If you say so, Naruto said. How long should it take me to get this down? Koyuki asked. It really depends on your ability to control your chakra really. It took me a few days to learn this, but my chakra is difficult to control because I have so much of it. If you have a natural talent at controlling your chakra, I'd give you a few hours a day, Naruto said. Then let's get started, Koyuki said. 2 weeks later. Naruto and Koyuki were currently in a spar, which was something they've been doing during her free time. In the past 2 weeks, Koyuki has mastered tree walking and water walking. Naruto also taught her the shadow clone jutsu, and since Koyuki was able to make 5 shadow clones. While they would spar, Naruto would have her make 4 shadow clones and teach them some water ninjutsu since that was one of her chakra natures, with the other being lightning. Alright, that's enough for today, Naruto said, and Koyuki collapsed to the ground. Why are you training me so hard? Koyuki asked. Trust me, this isn't hard. Anyway, I only have a month left to help you train, and I want to get as much done as possible, Naruto said. At least my schedule for the movie isn't that bad, Koyuki said. That's true. Now, release your shadow clones and see if they finished those jutsu yet, Naruto said, and Koyuki nodded, then released her shadow clones. Finally, Koyuki said. Show me, Naruto said. Water-style ripping torrent. Koyuki created a spiral of water in her hand and then fired it towards Naruto, who countered with his own ripping torrent. Water-style, water shuriken. Koyuki created some shuriken from water and threw them at Naruto, who was wondering why she's using him for target practice. Water-style, severing wave. Koyuki spit out a high-pressure stream of water at Naruto, who barely got out of the way and saw that her jutsu cut clean through the wall where they were training at. Water-style, water tornado. Koyuki created a vortex of water that was acting like a barrier, and when she was about to send it to Naruto, one look from him made her change her mind. Okay, you learned all 4 jutsus and used me as target practice. Next step is genjutsu, and we'll keep working on your taijutsu, Naruto said. I'm gonna hate this taijutsu training, Koyuki said. You'll be fine. I do have a question though, Naruto said. What's that? Koyuki asked. Why did you want me to train you? You could have just privately hired somebody. Why me? Naruto asked. Because you're the only person I trust with this kind of thing. I know Jiraiya is here, but I think he'd be a bit too hands-on with me. That, and I know you're strong, Koyuki said. I guess I can live with that, Naruto said. So, have you had any luck with Sadai? Koyuki asked. Yeah, it's definitely him. 2 days ago, I saw him signing for another arrival from a ship. I tracked him down to where he's building the chakra armor, and it seems he only has on for himself. I couldn't destroy it because the core he has is a lot more powerful than the one your uncle used. I'd have to get him when he makes his move, Naruto said. When would that be? Koyuki asked. I'd say within the next few days. He has everything he needs to finish it, but I think he's carefully waiting to make sure you're alone, Naruto said. I don't think I'll be able to handle him, Koyuki said. You won't be. I'll be there to take him on, Naruto said. After he's taken care of, what's next? Koyuki asked. Then you finish the movie and your training, Naruto said. Don't I get to have any kind of fun? Koyuki asked and pouted. I'll be giving you more time off to heal. I'm only training you so much because I don't know if Sadai has anyone working with him, Naruto said. I just thought about this. Can that girl you recommended protect herself as well like Sakusu? Koyuki asked. Yeah, she was trained to be a ninja, but didn't enjoy the killing part, and the 3rd Hokage mainly sent her on seduction missions. She never had to go that far in the missions, but she felt like the 3rd Hokage was trying to get her killed or raped, Naruto said. Well, she won't have to worry about that here. That kind of stuff is severely frowned upon here and has a castration penalty, Koyuki said. If only Konoha was like that before Granny Tsunade took over. Anyway, your training is over for today, Naruto said. Good. How strong am I? Koyuki asked. Well, if I had to guess I'd say mid-genin, but that's only because you just started training with me. By the time I leave you should be about a mid-Chunin level opponent. The shadow clones are helping speed up your progress, Naruto said. So I'd be able to take you on? Koyuki asked. No, I'm basically mid-Jonin level, but I lack experience, Naruto said. Well, how will I train after you leave? We mainly have samurai here, Koyuki said. I'm sure Granny Tsunade wouldn't mind sending you some stuff to learn. We are allies after all, Naruto said. Nice. So, how do I do Genjutsu? Koyuki asked. We'll work on that another time. I said you're done for today and you have some movie scenes to film tomorrow, Naruto said. What will you be doing? Koyuki asked. I have something to do. A personal mission of sorts, Naruto said. Does it have anything to do with a girl? Koyuki asked. Is it that obvious? How did you know? Naruto asked. I can tell by the look on your face. Now, who is the lucky lady? Koyuki asked and Naruto sighed. Her name's Tayuya. When we get back to Konoha, I'm taking her out on a date of sorts to this annual festival we have in our village. I was thinking about getting her a nice dress or something to wear for the festival, Naruto said. Is she your girlfriend? Koyuki asked. No, I'm taking her to see how I feel. I mean, I know she likes me, but I'm not sure if I like her, Naruto said. You like her? Koyuki said. What makes you say that? Naruto asked. If you didn't like her, then you wouldn't be trying to buy her a nice dress, Koyuki said. I feel something, but I don't know what it is, Naruto said. Then act on that feeling. If she likes you, then I don't think she'd mind, Koyuki said. You don't know Tayuya like I do. If I do act on those feelings, there's a good chance that she'll kick me in the nuts or try to stab me, Naruto said. Just trust me. If she really likes you, then she won't mind. I am a girl after all, Koyuki said. Yeah, a girl who's never been on a date before, Naruto said. By choice. If you were older, I'd allow you to take me out, Koyuki said. Maybe in another world, Naruto said and Koyuki laughed. Joking aside, if you really want to get her a good dress, go to the dress store and ask for Chiom. She makes all of my elegant dresses and if you tell her I sent you, I'm sure she'd help you out, Koyuki said. Thanks. I'll owe you one for this, Naruto said. You'll be saving my life for a second time while you're here. You don't owe me anything, Koyuki said. I guess you're right. Are you ready to leave now? Naruto asked. Yes. Can you take me back to where I am staying? I need to soak in the hot springs there, Koyuki said. Sure. Any progress on completing the generator? Naruto asked. It's nearly done. I have my best scientists working on it. We should officially become the land of spring within the next year, Koyuki said. That's good. Maybe I'll come back to visit once it's done, Naruto said and vanished with Koyuki. Naruto. As he was walking through the land of snow under his henge, Naruto was looking around for that dress shop that Koyuki told him about. Everything was so lively around here, and if it weren't for his fangirls, he'd gladly walk around without his henge. He looked like a small 8-year-old with brown hair and black eyes. As he was walking, he noticed his search led him into a more fancy part of the land of snow and he felt a bit out of place. He found the store he was looking for and finally entered. Hello. How may I help you, young man? The lady at the desk asked with a smile. I'm looking for Chiom. I was told to come here to get a custom dress made, Naruto said. Aren't you a bit too young to ask for a custom dress? The cashier asked and Naruto looked around before dropping his henge. It's me, Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said. Oh gosh, it's really you, the cashier said and Naruto placed his hand over her mouth. Please keep it down. Nobody is supposed to know I'm here, but I had to do this, Naruto said and she nodded. Sorry, it's just that you're famous in the land of snow. Anyway, Chiom is around back. Just go through that door and she should be in her office, the lady said and pointed to a door. Thanks, Naruto said and went through the doors. Well, this is a surprise. The famous Naruto Uzumaki is in my shop and he is personally looking for me. To what do I owe the pleasure? Chiome asked. Koyuki sent me here to get a custom dress made, Naruto said. Who's the lucky lady? Chiome asked and pulled out a notepad. Seriously? Do I have a note or something on my face? Naruto asked. Honey, I've been in this business for 20 years. I know when the dress is for a girl or not. Now, what are her measurements? Chiome asked. I hope she doesn't kill me for this. If she does, I blame Shizune for forcing me to go shopping with her. 30, 32, 35. Naruto said and Chiome wrote it down. That's odd for a measurement, but I'm sure she'll have a massive growth spurt soon. What's her personality? Chiome asked. Well, she's usually quiet unless she's around somebody she knows. She's an overbearing, abrasive, blunt, foul-mouthed girl, which has somewhat rubbed off on me. She is caring and sweet, but that's only when we're around each other with no one else around. She does swear at me when we're alone, but she's just joking, Naruto said and Chiome wrote that down. Aha, what's she look like? Chiome asked. Fair skin, nice brown eyes, and she has long beautiful red hair, Naruto said. I see. I should have something prepared for you in 2 weeks, Chiome said. Thank you, Naruto said. You should tell her how you feel, Chiome said. It's really complicated on my end and not for any bad reasons, Naruto said. Whatever it is, I'm sure you'll make the right decision, Chiome said and Naruto left. Konoha. Nobody was safe in Konoha at the moment and Tayuya was the reason for it. It's been 2 weeks since Naruto left and she hasn't gotten word or anything from him. Add in the fact that she had to go on a lot of basic C-rank missions with Team 8 and she's basically a ticking time bomb right now. Kurenai was fine and she helped her with her genjutsu skills. It was Kiba and Hinata who were the problem. Kiba would purposely try to sabotage her on their missions while Kurenai was busy, and that resulted in Tayuya throwing kunai at him. Kiba told her that she's lucky Naruto is a nice guy and gave her a second chance. But he also said that he would kill her if she ever crossed the line and hurt him. Tayuya quickly shut him down when she told him that Naruto doesn't even consider any of them his friends. She also told Kiba that he could try to kill her, but she'd have him dead before he could even move, which was true since Kiba was horrible at breaking genjutsu and all of her genjutsu so far were sound-based, which was his weakness due to his hearing. Hinata, on the other hand, just kept staring at Tayuya and she swore she saw her glare at her once. The tension between the two of them was obvious and Hinata would purposely poke her chest out while walking past Tayuya to show off her figure. At first Tayuya was confused. When she talked to Kurenai about it, she learned about Hinata's crush on Naruto and even found out she stalked him around the village. Tayuya told Hinata when they were alone that it was only a matter of time before Naruto was hers, and that was the truth. The only thing is, Naruto didn't pick up on any signals she gave him indicating she liked him. She was currently in Tsunade's office since they just returned from another mission. Mission complete, Lady Tsunade, Kurenai said. Good. Any problems? Tsunade asked and looked at Tayuya, who was irritated. Why the fuck do you keep looking at me? I didn't do shit. It was these two fuckers as usual, Tayuya said. What did I tell you about swearing in my office? Tsunade asked and Tayuya sighed. Fine. I'm sorry. Big tits, Tayuya said and Tsunade pinched her nose. Kurenai and Team 8 dismissed. Tsunade said. Thank you. Team 8. Meet me at Training Ground 8 in 2 days for training. Tayuya. Feel free to join if you like, Kurenai said and then left with Team 8. Not gonna happen, Tayuya said. You should really try to get along with them, Tsunade said. I tried and it's not working. I'd rather die than be friends with them anyway, Tayuya said. You still can't cause problems on the missions, Tsunade said. I don't. I just want to get them done quickly with no problems. But the nut-licking mutt and shy stalker keep bothering me, Tayuya said. It's amazing how she can come up with so many insults and find a way for them to be funny, but true as well, Shizune thought. How about I send you on missions with Team 9? Tsunade asked. Do you want me to kill the 2 green beans? Tayuya asked. Fair point. What about Team 10? Tsunade asked. With the lazy crybaby, the chain smoker, Tubbs, and the prissy blonde slut? I'd rather pass. Can't I just go on some missions by myself? I can handle it, Tayuya said. You sound like Naruto right now, Tsunade said, and Tayuya blushed a bit. It's the truth, Tayuya said. I know, but I can't send a genin on a C-rank mission by themselves, Tsunade said. Then promote me to Chunin, Tayuya said. I can't. You know you have to take the Chunin exams for your Chunin promotion. That was part of the deal with the Shinobi Council, Tsunade said. Yeah, Tayuya said and waved her hand at Tsunade. Those are your only options, Tsunade said. Why can't I just do a C-rank mission with a Jonin or Umbu member watching me then? I don't need the entire team to come with me, Tayuya said. Who do you have in mind? Tsunade asked. Please don't say Anko, Shizune thought. Kurenai, Anko, or Kat. I get along with them. I don't really know Hana that much, and the other Jonin can choke on a kunai, Tayuya said. I'll talk to them about it, Tsunade said, and Tayuya nodded. Just out of curiosity, when does Naruto get back? Tayuya asked. Why? Do you miss him? Tsunade asked and smirked when Tayuya blushed. No. He's the only person my age in this village that I can tolerate, Tayuya said. I know when he gets back, but I can't tell you since it's an S-rank mission from what I understand, Tsunade said. Come on, can't you give me a hint? Tayuya asked. Nope, Tsunade said, and Tayuya yelled before storming out of the office. Why didn't you let her know when Naruto was coming back? Shizune asked. Because it's fun messing with her. I need to have some kind of fun on the job, Tsunade said. I guess you're right, Shizune said, and Kat appeared in the office. What is it, Kat? Tsunade asked. Tayuya has gone on a rampage again. Do I have permission to apprehend her? Kat asked. Let her blow off some steam. It's kind of my fault. Is there anything else? Tsunade asked. Yes, the council is waiting for you. There was an emergency meeting called about Naruto not being in the village, Kat said. Who called the meeting? Tsunade asked. Elder Danzo, Kat said. Of course he did. I'll be there shortly, Tsunade said, and Kat vanished. That's odd, Shizune said. I know. Why would Danzo call a meeting because Naruto isn't here? Tsunade asked. Because Danzo doesn't know that Naruto is out on a mission with Jiraiya. He doesn't know much that goes on anymore since you seal the office now and it keeps his little spies out. One thing we know about Danzo is that he doesn't like when he doesn't know what's going on in the village, Shizune said. No, Danzo wants something else, Tsunade said. What could he be after? Shizune asked, and after Tsunade thought about it, her eyes went wide. He wants Tayuya, Kat, Tsunade yelled. Yes, Lady Tsunade? Kat asked. I want you to grab Anko and Kurenai. Go protect Tayuya at any cost, Tsunade said. Of course, Kat said and vanished. Why would Danzo want Tayuya? Shizune asked. He doesn't want Tayuya. He wants Naruto, and he knows if he can get Tayuya then he can blackmail Naruto into joining him, Tsunade said. That isn't very smart. Danzo is putting the entire village at risk. Naruto would lose control of the Nine Tails if something happened to Tayuya, Shizune said. I know. That's why I have 3 of my top Jonin and an Umbu going to help her, Tsunade said. What will we do about the meeting? Shizune asked. We'll go, but act normal, Tsunade said. Konoha Forest. Who the fuck are you and what the fuck do you want? Tayuya asked as she was surrounded by 15 blank mask Umbu. Our master would like a word with you, the obvious captain said. Tell your boss I said to kiss my fucking ass, Tayuya said and pulled out her flute. Get her. Use force, but do not kill her, the Umbu captain said. But that's when Anko, Kurenai, and Kat landed in front of Tayuya. Ah, you guys weren't going to start without us, were you? Anko said. Either leave or die, Kat said. Kill them all. Leave the girl alive, the captain said. It's like you're a magnet for trouble, Tayuya, Kurenai said. Shit happens, Tayuya said. Let's do this, Enko said. Enko pulled out 2 kunai and ran towards the first 2 Umbu members she saw. The Umbu members pulled out their Tanto swords and swung at Enko, but she did a split to avoid the swipes and threw a kunai into each of their groin. Enko removed the kunai and then quickly slit their throats. She was nearly kicked from behind, but her years of experience kicked in, and she used her hidden shadow snake hands to grab the Umbu and threw a kunai straight through his skull. These guys aren't that strong, Enko said and pouted. We have our orders, Enko, Kurenai said. Kurenai ducked out of the way from a head kick by an Umbu and quickly trapped him in the Hellfire Genjutsu. Before the Umbu could break the Genjutsu, Kurenai threw multiple shuriken into his body. She saw 2 more Umbu coming at her and she trapped them in the tree-binding death Genjutsu, then watched as the Umbu fell to the ground dead since the tree exploded. 6 down, 9 more to go, Kurenai said. Tayuya hid in the trees using the double false surrounding Genjutsu to keep herself hidden. She used the summoning jutsu to summon her doki into the fight. Once the doki were summoned, Tayuya used her flute to control her doki and had them attack the 4 Umbu members that were still trapped in her Genjutsu still. Since she no longer had the curse mark, it was hard for her to have complete control over the doki since she didn't have that evil presence on her anymore. But she had just enough control to have them smash the 4 Umbu members and kill them. She's right. These guys are fucking weak. How the fuck didn't they know they were under a damn Genjutsu? Tayuya asked and Kurenai sighed. We really need to work on that mouth of yours, Kurenai said. My mouth is pretty fucking fine, Tayuya said. I don't see a problem with how she talks, Enko said. Of course you don't, Kurenai said, and then the 5 remaining Umbu members fell to the ground. What the fuck was that? Tayuya asked. Did you forget that I was here? Kat asked. Well, yeah. I'm not a fucking censor and I thought you got your pretty ass out of here, Tayuya said. How do you know I'm pretty? You don't know what I look like, Kat said. There's only 2 people in the damn village with purple fucking hair. I know who you are, Tayuya said. She's got a point, Enko said. Let's just seal the bodies and report to Lady Tsunade, Kurenai said. That's not going to happen, Enko said. Why? Tayuya asked. Look, Enko said, and they saw all the bodies go up in flames. What the hell? Was that the aftermath of your Genjutsu? Tayuya asked. No, I had nothing to do with that, Kurenai said. Wait, how'd you know I was in trouble? Tayuya asked. Lady Tsunade had a feeling you were in danger since an emergency meeting was called about Naruto being gone. But it's never happened like that before, Kat said. Then Big Tits must have known that the Umbu would come after me. I thought the Umbu only responded to her. The Umbu captain and Umbu commander, Tayuya said. They do, but I don't think these are normal Umbu members, Enko said. What the hell does that mean? Tayuya asked. We need to go to Lady Tsunade, Kat said, then vanished with Enko and Kurenai. What the fuck? Aren't you fucking forgetting something? Tayuya yelled and Kurenai came back. Sorry, Kurenai said and grabbed Tayuya before vanishing. Tsunade's office. So I was right, Tsunade said. Yes, Lady Tsunade. When we arrived, she was surrounded by 15 blank masked Umbu members. Kat said. Why were they after me? I didn't do anything wrong. Well, I don't think I did, Tayuya said and crossed her arms while thinking. Sheesh, she even has Naruto's thinking face, Tsunade said. They weren't after you exactly, Tayuya, Shizune said. Then you or Big Tits better start explaining, Tayuya said. The person who sent them isn't after you. He's after Naruto. You were more than likely going to be used as blackmail to force Naruto to join his side, Tsunade said. So, why not go after Naruto himself then? Tayuya asked. Because Naruto is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and the guy doesn't want Naruto to release the Nine Tails, but he made one miscalculation, Tsunade said. What's that? Enko asked. Tayuya, what do you think Naruto would do if he found out somebody in this village was holding you hostage? Tsunade asked. Come look for me, Tayuya said. That's right, but when he finds you, there's a chance that he can release more Ninetales chakra than he can currently handle and fully release the Ninetales. Either way, this village would be destroyed. Tsunade said. Damn. So, who's the guy that sent the Umbu after me? Tayuya asked. His name is Danzo Shimura and he's an elder on our council. Tsunade said. Bandage over his eye and missing an arm? Has an X on his chin. Tayuya asked. Yeah. How do you know him? Shizun asked. A few years ago, I saw him talking with Orochimaru about something, but I didn't know what it was about since they were talking quietly. Tayuya said. It's something, but it's not much. Tsunade said. So, do you mind telling me why your Umbu attacked me when they're supposed to answer to only you, the Umbu captain and Umbu commander? Tayuya asked. These aren't my Umbu. Those Umbu belong to Root. It's an illegally ran division of Umbu Black Ops and Danzo is the leader. Tsunade said. Then if it's illegal, why not arrest him? Tayuya asked. Because he doesn't leave any trail. I've dealt with a few Root Umbu when I took over as Hokage, and after they are defeated, they go up in flames. He's very careful and nobody knows the location of the base. Naruto is the best censor in the village and he couldn't even find them. He thinks wherever they're hidden is protected by seals. Tsunade said. Lady Tsunade, what do we do now? Kurenai asked. Yeah, I was looking forward to torturing them, but now I can't. Can I go after Danzo and bring him in for questioning? Anko asked and pulled out a kunai. No, for now we do nothing. His priorities right now are Naruto and taking the Hokage title from me, but that won't happen. Naruto is being trained by Jiraiya, so he's under careful watch basically all the time, even when Jiraiya isn't in the village. As for me, well, let's just say that I'm even better than I was when I was younger. Tsunade said. Well, how old are you? Tayuya asked. Don't worry about it, Tsunade said. I bet Naruto knows, Tayuya said. He does, but he swore he won't tell anybody. Tsunade said. I can get it out of him, Tayuya said with confidence. I told him if he tells anybody my age, then I'll personally have the Ikarakas ban him from eating there ever again. Tsunade said. Damn it, Tayuya said. Will Danzo come after us now? Kurenai asked. No. He knows both of you are needed to keep Konoha safe since you're some of the top Jonin and Kat is the Umbu captain. Tsunade said. What about me? I mean, if that's all he's sending after me, then I can handle them easily. Tayuya said. No. If he makes another move on you, then next time the Umbu he sends will be stronger. Shizun SSID. Then what do I do? Tayuya asked. You train, obviously. He'll go in the shadows for now since he knows he failed and that gives us time to prepare. I don't know what you want to train in, but I'll give you 2 weeks, 3 weeks to make up your mind before I choose a training regime for you. Tsunade said. Fine. I'll look into some stuff. Tayuya said. Good. You're all dismissed. Tsunade said, and they left the office. Lady Tsunade, perhaps it is best that you implement your medical program now with everything going on. The Akatsuki were one thing, but now Danzo has joined our list of oncoming problems. Shizun said. Yes, I know. I want a list of everyone you think would benefit the most from this course. Both of us will be leading this, but it will mainly be you since I have my Hokage duties to deal with as well. Tsunade said. Yes, my lady. Shizun said and left the office. As soon as Shizun left the office, Tsunade pulled out a bottle of sake and took a huge gulp. Things would be so much better once the current threats are dealt with and she can actually relax. She was looking out the window when a messenger toad came and delivered a letter to her from Naruto. He told her that he was training Koyuki and he needed her to send over some scrolls for her to learn from once he leaves. That pretty much told her where he was at, and he also told her he was having a dress made for Tayuya to wear for the festival. This was all unexpected, but she was dealing with Naruto here and she smiled. She quickly wrote a response to him and placed some ninjutsu scrolls, genjutsu scrolls, taijutsu scrolls, and even a copy of some of her medical ninjutsu scrolls and sealed them into a piece of paper she gave back to the messenger toad. She was glad she knew how to seal stuff away, or that would have been more difficult. As the toad went away, Tsunade looked out the window and saw Tayuya walking around. She knew Tayuya would have a hard time figuring out what to do, especially with Naruto leaving for over 2 years with Jiraiya, and that's when she came up with the perfect solution to her problem. The only problem was she didn't know if Tayuya would accept this proposal or not. Naruto was currently on set in the shadows watching Koyuki do her scenes for the day, and he could tell she was frustrated. The person she was doing the scene with couldn't remember his lines, and they were in the 20th take for this one part. It's been a few days since they last trained, and Naruto was sure that Sadai would be attacking today. He had a run-in with him once while he was walking around the village under a different disguise, since he had to drop his henge to the cashier lady. He was disguised as a blue-haired little girl with green eyes. Flashback. Naruto was on his way to grab some food for Koyuki from her favorite restaurant, and that's when he saw Sadai walking around with a suspicious look on his face. He used his speed to get in front of him, and when Sadai was walking, Naruto came from around the corner and accidentally bumped into him, knocking him down. "Hey, watch it," Sadai said. Sadai had neck-length black hair that he wore in an asymmetrical bowl-cut style, and he had green eyes. He wore the typical outfit for the land of snow, which was a heavy coat, gloves, and boots. "Sorry, sir," Naruto said. "Just watch where you're going next time, little girl," Sadai said. Time for me to act like Tayuya and see where this goes, Naruto thought. "Hey, fuck you. You bumped into me, you son of a bitch," Naruto said, and Sadai was stunned that a little girl no older than 9 cursed at him. What did you say?" Sadai asked. "You fucking heard me. You limp dick ugly fuck. How about you watch where you're fucking going next time? I bet your nose touches the wall before your dick," Naruto said, and Sadai's jaw dropped. "You should watch your mouth. You obviously don't know who I..." "Hey, give that back," Sadai said, reaching for a piece of paper Naruto snatched. "What are you making?" "Oh, is this some kind of awesome device?" Naruto asked, and Sadai snatched the paper. "Yes, it's a project that I'm working on, and it will make the land of snow a much better place," Sadai said and walked away. So, his chakra armor has the same weakness at the core like the old version. However, his core is much more powerful, and if fight him near the town, it would wipe out a huge part of the town. I'll have to fight him a few miles from here where it's nothing except wide open space, Naruto thought. Flashback end. Naruto told Koyuki and Jiraiya about his run-in with Sadai and agreed that he should fight him away from everything. While Naruto would be fighting Sadai, Jiraiya would guard Koyuki along with Sakusu. Naruto dropped his disguise while he was on set since he was in the shadows. He kept multiple shadow clones around the set to cover every single entrance to the set. As he was watching, Naruto heard the director yell cut once again and told everyone to take a 5-minute break while they went over lines for the actor she was with. Koyuki walked over to the table for some water and to talk to Naruto since she knows where he is hidden. "Tough scene?" Naruto asked from the shadows. "No. The actor I'm with can't seem to remember his lines for some reason. He only needed 2 takes so far, but today it's like he doesn't even know he's in the movie," Koyuki said. "That's odd," Naruto said and activated his Hishigan. "Maybe I should ask to cancel shooting for today," Koyuki said. "You don't have to. He's under a genjutsu right now. Most likely Sadai trying to make his move," Naruto said. "Does that mean he's already in the building?" Koyuki asked, and Naruto's eyes went wide. "Yeah, one of my shadow clones just popped. Go near Jiraiya and don't leave his side," Naruto said. "Okay," Koyuki said and ran towards Jiraiya. "Koyuki, what's wrong?" Jiraiya asked. "He's here," Koyuki said, and Jiraiya grew serious. "Where?" Jiraiya asked. "Well, hello there, Princess Koyuki," Sadai said as he came from the ceiling. "Sadai, why are you doing this?" Koyuki asked. "You aren't fit to run the land of snow. You're too weak-minded and kind-hearted. In this world, strength and power is the only thing that matters. Instead of being allies with the surrounding smaller countries, we should rule them. This chakra armor is the perfect way to do that. But you..." Sadai was cut off when he was kicked out of the building by Naruto. "I really didn't feel like hearing another evil speech. I hear enough from this movie," Naruto said and vanished. Naruto versus Sadai. Sadai landed on the ground, and when he looked up he was in the middle of nowhere basically. He jumped back when Naruto landed in front of him and destroyed the ground with a Rasengan. Once the smoke cleared and Sadai saw Naruto, he grew angry and scared at the same time. "You? What are you doing here?" Sadai asked. "Working," Naruto simply replied. "This is none of your concern. Go back to the Leaf Village," Sadai said. "That's where you're wrong. You see, other than the fact that Snow and the Leaf Village are allies, Koyuki happens to be a very good friend of mine and she secretly hired me to protect her from you," Naruto said. "She knew?" Sadai asked. "Of course she knew, but she couldn't confirm it. I've been watching you the entire time I was here. The little girl at the market was me and I must say, you've certainly improved the chakra armor," Naruto said. "Better materials and an even better core. I must thank Koyuki and her team of scientists since they provided me with the materials I needed," Sadai said. "You were stealing supplies she's using for the generator. All that because she rejected your proposal to use chakra armor to conquer the surrounding territories," Naruto said. "We have technology to rule this world, but she's too soft. Somebody new needs to take over and that somebody is me," Sadai said. "Since you're going to die here, I'll tell you a little something about the world you should know. There's a group that's around that even frightens the main 5 great villages. Something as simple as your technology wouldn't even come close to being enough to stop them if they succeed in their plans," Naruto said. "With me in charge and mass-producing chakra armor, we will be invincible," Sadai said. "Fire style, fireball jutsu." Sadai launched a huge fireball towards Naruto and he countered with a ripping torrent. Naruto tried to get close to Sadai, but he would launch jutsu after jutsu at Naruto, forcing him to keep his distance. Naruto decided to play along with this distance game and wait for the perfect opportunity to strike Sadai. Naruto used the Shuriken Shadow Clone and Kunai Shadow Clone jutsu on Sadai, but he was protected by the chakra armor since it created a shield around him. Water style, Tri-Water Dragon Jutsu. Naruto launched 3 water dragons at Sadai, who just stood there with a smirk on his face and looked on as the chakra armor absorbed the chakra from Naruto's jutsu, causing water to fall to the ground. Before Naruto could make his next move, he had to jump out of the way from a huge beam that came shooting out of the chakra armor. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Sadai fired off a dragon flame projectile at Naruto, which came at fast speeds, and Naruto barely had time to use the water wall jutsu to protect himself. Before the smoke cleared, Naruto was hit by a fireball jutsu that had less chakra than before, so it did little damage to him. He realized Sadai didn't have much chakra, so he must have stored the chakra into his armor and used it to supply his jutsu, and that energy beam must have used almost all of that chakra he had stored away. The smoke cleared and Naruto had a few burn marks on him that were healing thanks to the Nine Tails healing ability. Naruto removed his Chunin vest, leaving him in his red shirt, but he put a confident smirk on his face and cracked his neck. Sadai didn't like the smirk Naruto had, so he shot a rather weak energy beam at Naruto and watched as it exploded on impact. The smoke cleared and Naruto was standing there with his hand up, surrounded by his glacial dome jutsu. "What? There's no way you should have been able to block that," Sadai said. "You lost. I found the weakness in your chakra armor and your skills. You store chakra in the armor, then use it to increase the power of your ninjutsu attacks. That large beam you shot at me used up nearly all the chakra you had stored away. Your actual reserves are small and your last 2 jutsu barely had any chakra in them. That last beam you shot was so slow that an academy student would have seen it coming," Naruto said. "I can still win," Sadai said. "No, you can't," Naruto said from behind him. Lunar Barrage. As soon as Sadai turned around, Naruto punched him in the gut and released a pulse of chakra from his fist to increase the power of the punch. Upon inflicting the punch, Naruto took advantage by following up with a fury of rapid, untraceable punches. Each punch was so fast that Sadai was unable to block, which left him open for another type of punch. This constant barrage of attacks weakened the chakra armor on Sadai, and Naruto saw the core was also taking damage. Naruto ended the combo with a very powerful punch to Sadai's stomach, inflicting a lot of damage and making him cough up a large amount of blood. Sadai was sent crashing into a large ice-covered boulder and fell to the ground. "And no, it's not over. If I'm going down, then I'm taking you with me," Sadai said and ripped the cover off of the power core to his chakra armor. Ice style, certain kill ice spears. Before Sadai could make his move, Naruto used his jutsu and ice spears rose from the ground then stabbed Sadai through his body. Sadai was dead instantly and his body just hung on the ice spears as his blood was rushing from his body. Naruto walked over to him and removed the core from the chakra armor since he figured Koyuki could use this for the generator. Naruto cancelled his jutsu then sealed the body away before using his water manipulation to wash away the blood just in case somebody came through the area. The Land of Snow had a good reputation ever since Koyuki took over and Naruto didn't want anything to ruin it. Well, now that that's over with, I can go back to the studio and report to Pervy Sage and Koyuki, Naruto said and vanished. Studio. Naruto returned to the studio and saw 20 people unconscious on the ground. Naruto looked around and saw Jiraiya kick somebody towards him and he knocked the person out with a Rasengan. Naruto saw Jiraiya looking at him with a raised eyebrow and he walked over to him. "How'd it go?" Jiraiya asked. "He's done. I see you were busy," Naruto said. "Not really actually. Koyuki took out a few of them. I wonder where she learned to fight," Jiraiya said and looked at Naruto who sheepishly smiled. "Come on. You know I did the right thing," Naruto said. "I'm just saying a little heads up would have been nice. So, tell me, what did her breast look like covered in sweat?" Jiraiya asked, as a pen and notepad appeared in his hand. "She was completely covered, Pervy Sage." "Anyway, where is she?" Naruto asked. "I'm here," Koyuki said and came out from her hiding spot. "Why are you hiding?" Naruto asked. "The ones Jiraiya took out were too strong for me and he told me to hide." "Where's Sadai?" Koyuki asked. "In here," Naruto said and pulled out a scroll. "Can you unseal the body so I can confirm his death?" Koyuki asked and Naruto was nervous. "Well, here's the thing. I don't know if you want to see this," Naruto said scratching his head. "What did you do?" Jiraiya asked. "Well, I used my Ice Kekii Genkai," Naruto said. "I'm ordering you to unseal the body," Koyuki said. "Fine," Naruto said and unsealed Sadai's body. "Oh my," Koyuki said and threw up in the nearest garbage can. "Sheesh, what did you do? He's covered in holes," Jiraiya said. "I used my certain kill ice spears jutsu. I kind of used too much chakra," Naruto said. "I'll say. He's pierced everywhere except the middle of his chest," Jiraiya said. "That's because the power core to his armor was there and I didn't want to risk it," Naruto said. "Power core? What did it do?" Koyuki asked. "It powered the chakra armor, but this one was different. After the core absorbed enough chakra, it could fire off a beam at the opponent. I kept the core because I thought it could help with the generator." "Oh, and he's been stealing supplies from the generator project as well," Naruto said. "Can I have the core? I want my best scientists to look at it and see if it works," Koyuki said. "Sure. I think he has more materials at his hideout where he built the chakra armor. I can go there and see what I can find for you," Naruto said. "Thank you," Koyuki said and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "You're welcome," Naruto said. "I guess we can call it a wrap for today. The director was knocked out cold by these goons," Jiraiya said. "What are you going to do with them, Koyuki?" Naruto asked. "They'll be sent to jail of course and will face their punishment for their actions," Koyuki said. "Isn't attacking you a death penalty?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, but I want them to sweat it out," Koyuki said. "That's how it is in the 5 great villages. Attacking the daimyo or anybody in power is the death penalty," Jiraiya said. "Good. Now, Naruto, will you please escort me to my sleeping chambers?" Koyuki said. "Even with Sadai dead, I still have to guard you?" Naruto asked. "Yes, my assistant hasn't arrived yet, so you are my guard until she arrives," Koyuki said. "Fine," Naruto said. "Lord Jiraiya, can you help the guards escort these men to jail?" Koyuki asked. "Of course. Maybe for helping you I can peep just a little bit?" Jiraiya asked. "Sure, that is if you're okay with the punishment," Koyuki said. "What's the punishment?" Jiraiya asked. "When you're caught peeping, you stand in front of the women you were spying on and they take turns kicking you in the groin while you're tied at your hands and ankles for 5 hours. Koyuki said, and Jiraiya paled. Never mind, Jiraiya said. Thought so, Koyuki said. Ready to go? Naruto said. Yup, Koyuki said, and Naruto grabbed her then vanished. Sleeping chambers. After the events of the day, Naruto and Koyuki decided to use the hot springs in her private sleeping chambers. Koyuki didn't mind Naruto joining her since she knew he wouldn't try anything on her, and he sat on the opposite side facing her. You know, had you not told me about the Tayuya girl, I would be all over you right now, Koyuki said and laughed when Naruto rolled his eyes. At least with you I wouldn't mind. The fangirls, on the other hand, Naruto said and shivered. Why wouldn't you mind if it were me? Koyuki said. Because I know you wouldn't want me just because I'm famous. I know you're attracted to me sexually, but when I used my sensing ability on you, it wasn't lust that I felt from you, it was love, Naruto said. Why didn't you ever say anything? Koyuki asked and slid next to Naruto. Because I knew it would never work between us. You being the leader of Snow and me being a ninja all the way in Konoha, you'd be in more danger since my enemies would come after you. That, and let's face it, we barely knew each other. Oh, and I kind of had this thing where my girlfriend must have red hair for some reason, Naruto said. So, if you weren't a ninja in Konoha, lived here and I had red hair, would you date me? Koyuki asked. Of course I would. You're nice, smart, beautiful, and you'd probably be the exception to the red hair thing, Naruto said. You do realize I'm older than you, right? Koyuki asked. You're only like 3 or 4 years older than me depending on how you look at it, Naruto said. What? I'm 24, Koyuki said. No, you're not. You told me after I saved you and you were drunk from the party how old you really were. I know you lied to get in the movies and you were lucky they didn't have sex scenes in them, Naruto said. I don't remember telling you that, Koyuki said. You were drunker than Granny Tsunade after she had 2 days off from the office, Naruto said. That's our little secret, Koyuki said. Of course, Naruto said and his eyes went wide. What? Why do you look like that? Koyuki asked. I'm a fucking idiot, Naruto said. Huh? Why would you say that? Koyuki asked. Tayuya, I can sense feelings as well and I never used it on her to see how she felt. Oh, I'm such an idiot, Naruto said. Well, that does make you an idiot. So, I'm guessing you know you like her, Koyuki asked. Yeah, I think I do. I didn't actually realize it until I left the dress shop, Naruto said. So, are you going to make her your girlfriend when you return to Konoha? Koyuki asked. I don't know. It's complicated, Naruto said. How so? Koyuki asked. When I get back to the village, I'll only be there for a day and then I'm leaving again with Pervisage, Naruto said. Where are you going? Koyuki asked. I can't tell you, Naruto said. Then you better tell Tayuya this, Koyuki said. I want to, but I can't. It's only supposed to be known by me, Granny Tsunade, Pervisage, and 2 of the village elders where I'm going. I thought about telling her, but I decided against it, Naruto said. Maybe she'll wait for you to return, Koyuki said. Maybe, Naruto said. Who knows? Maybe she'll even let me join you as a second girlfriend, Koyuki said. Nah, I'm a one-girlfriend kind of guy. That, and she doesn't seem like the sharing type, Naruto said. I thought the 5 main villages had the CRA, Koyuki said. I don't know about the other villages, but Konoha has it and I rejected it. That's something the 3rd Hokage came up with for some stupid reason, Naruto said. Why'd you reject it? Koyuki asked. Because it's dumb. That, and there's a chance only one of them actually loves you and the others just want a piece of your fortune, Naruto said, and then the messenger toad showed up. Who's this? Koyuki asked. A messenger toad. I sent a letter to Granny Tsunade already about your training, Naruto said and took the scroll from the toad before it left. What does it say? Koyuki asked. It says she sent over some scrolls for you to learn from. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and medical ninjutsu with instructions. Naruto said. I thought you already taught me taijutsu, Koyuki said. I did, but it's the basic academy taijutsu. I told her to pick out a style that she thinks would fit you, Naruto said. What style did she send over? Koyuki asked. It's called Aikido. It focuses on redirecting your opponent's force and using it against them. It's good for you since you don't have to be stronger than your attacker since you're using their momentum. It's a variety of joint locking and throwing techniques, Naruto said. Nice. Did she send me more water ninjutsu? Koyuki asked. No. She sent you some lighting ninjutsu. It's your secondary chakra nature, but it's weaker than your water chakra nature. Luckily, she sent over instructions on how to control your lightning chakra nature. I'll have your shadow clones work on the lightning chakra for safety purposes, Naruto said. So, I have an offensive and defensive chakra nature? Koyuki asked. Exactly. You can even combine them for a powerful attack. Now, genjutsu is what we'll be working on your next few lessons. We'll start with detecting and breaking genjutsu before I have you cast genjutsu. Medical ninjutsu I can't really help you with since my chakra is too dense for it, so I never bothered to learn it. But I'm guessing that's why she included the instructions, Naruto said. When do we train? Koyuki asked. Well, today you can rest. We'll start again tomorrow, Naruto said. Okay, are you ready to get out of here? We've been in here for a while, Koyuki said. Sure, Naruto said and got out of the hot springs. Oh my, Koyuki said and a splash followed making Naruto turn around. Koyuki? Naruto asked and she was passed out with blood coming from her nose. Naruto's so big, Koyuki mumbled. I probably should have grabbed the towel first, Naruto said and after he was covered he grabbed Koyuki then vanished. 3 weeks later. It was time for Naruto and Jiraiya to return to Konoha and Koyuki wasn't happy. She was going to miss Naruto since he was basically her only friend at the moment. She was thankful for the training he gave her and she was able to defend herself from a mid-Chunin opponent, but her overall skill would make her about high Chunin since she didn't have much experience. She told Naruto she'd gain experience by fighting any would-be mercenaries that like to attack Snow Country. Her genjutsu and medical ninjutsu skills were pretty damn good since she had excellent chakra control. Her taijutsu came along great and her water and lightning chakra natures were nearly mastered. She needed to work on her lightning chakra nature a bit more. Naruto was able to pick up the dress from Chiome, but she told him not to look at it until Tayuya puts it on. Jiraiya was mainly at his movie since this was the only time he'd be able to see the production since the movie would be done by the time Naruto's training trip was over. Naruto and Koyuki spent a lot of free time together cashing some people to think they were dating, but they told them they weren't. Naruto also raided Sadai's hideout and took all of the supplies he had, then gave them to the scientists for development of the generator. Right now they were waiting for the airship to be ready. Well, it was fun spending time with you, Naruto, and you as well, Lord Jiraiya, Koyuki said. Same here. Remember to keep up with your training, Naruto said and gave Koyuki a hug. I will. Sakusu said she'd help me out, Koyuki said. The director said the movie should be done in a year, so you'll be pretty busy, Jiraiya said. It's okay. Naruto helped me with my stamina during our training sessions, Koyuki said. Oh, did he now? Tell me, what exactly happened? Jiraiya asked and Koyuki smirked. We had sex multiple times, Koyuki said and Jiraiya passed out. Too easy, Koyuki said. Why would you tell him that? Naruto asked. Is it not the truth? Koyuki asked. No, Naruto said. So we never slept together? Koyuki asked. That was a one-time thing and you know it, Naruto said. I told you that you were the exception and I'm glad it happened. Plus, if you want to be technical, we did it about 4 times that one night, Koyuki said. I guess you're right. The time you're thinking of, though, was a genjutsu that made you see your deepest desire, Naruto said. Oh, well, it felt real, Koyuki said and shrugged. I'll tell him it was a genjutsu, Naruto said. Think he'll believe you? Koyuki asked. Yeah. He knows about my situation with Tayuya, Naruto said. If it doesn't work out between the two of you, my legs and country are always open for you. Koyuki said, and Naruto sighed, making her giggle. Why must you do that? Naruto asked. Your reactions are funny. Seriously, if you ever want a change of scenery, you're welcome to move here. Tayuya can come as well, Koyuki said and gave him a hug. We'll see what happens. If you're ever in the land of fire, come to Konoha and we'll hang out, Naruto said. Of course, Koyuki said and kissed him on the cheek. Come on, pervy sage, Naruto said and dragged him into the airship. Don't forget to have Akira get on the airship, Koyuki yelled. I won't, Naruto yelled back and the airship took off. Konoha. Where is everyone? Naruto asked. It's like a ghost town here, Jiraiya said. Naruto, is that you? Kotetsu asked. Yeah, Naruto said. Oh, thank the heavens, Izumo said. You've got to save us, Kotetsu said. Why? Naruto asked. It's Tayuya. She's been on a rampage for the past month and a half, Izumo said. Why didn't you just tell Tsunade? Jiraiya asked and they heard a crash in the distance. We did. She said if a village full of ninja can't stop a 13-year-old girl, then we suck, Kotetsu said. Did the Umbu try? Jiraiya asked. Yes. But she got her hands on Naruto's pranking kit, Kotetsu said, and Jiraiya paled since he knew how dangerous that stuff was. You've got to stop her. The merchants for the festival aren't able to set up yet, Izumo said. I don't know what's in it for me, Naruto asked. We'll buy you a year's supply of ramen, Kotetsu said. Okay, Naruto said and walked away. Our savior has returned, Izumo and Kotetsu said in unison. Unbelievable. They're acting like Tsunade is on a rampage. This is nothing compared to what I've seen, Jiraiya thought. Tsunade's office. Hey, Granny Tsunade, Naruto said as he entered the room. He's never going to stop calling her that, Shizune thought. Naruto, how was your mission? Tsunade asked and gave him a hug. It was nice. Everything went smoothly and her attacker didn't even capture her this time, Naruto said. That's good. So, how strong were you able to get her? Tsunade asked. Mid-Chunin. Her lack of fighting experience makes her only able to handle a low Chunin opponent though, Naruto said. That's good. Now, care to tell me why Sakusu and Akira have moved out of the village? Tsunade asked. How do you know them? Naruto asked. They come to me and Lady Tsunade for a monthly checkup, Shizune said. Right. Anyway, Sakusu is Koyuki's stunt double for the sex scenes in Pervy Sage's movie since it's actual sex and she only wants her husband to have sex with her and see her naked. Akira is going to become Koyuki's new assistant, Naruto said. I see, Tsunade said, and a loud crash was heard in the hallway followed by yelling. The Umbu finally caught her, Shizune said. How long has it been? Tsunade asked. 2 weeks, Shizune said. Did I win the bet? Tsunade asked. I'm afraid not. You said she'd last 3 weeks before the Umbu caught her, Shizune said. Damn it, Tsunade said, and there was a knock on the door. Enter, Tsunade said, and the door opened, so Naruto jumped up to the ceiling. Get your fucking hands off of me. I'll cut your fucking nuts off and shove them up your asses. Do you hear me? I'll fucking gut you like a fish. Tayuya yelled, kicking and screaming at the Umbu holding her. We've got her, Lady Tsunade, Bor said, and he looked like he went through a war. Good. You and your squad are dismissed, Tsunade said, and they vanished. Tayuya, calm down, Shizune SSID. No, the nut-licking mutt and shy stalker keep pissing me off. Add in that these stupid ninja keep mumbling shit and I'm mad, Tayuya said. What do you think Naruto would do if he saw you like this? Do you think he'd be happy you're pranking the village? Shizune asked. No. He'd be mad that I'm pranking the village without him, Tayuya said and smirked at Shizune. She got you there, Shizune. Anyway, Tayuya, I can't have you destroying the village because people pissed you off, Tsunade said. I wouldn't have to do this if Naruto was in the village. When he's around, nobody messes with me. Tayuya said, and her entire demeanor changed from angry to sad. What's the matter? Tsunade asked. This stays between us, Tayuya said. Okay, Tsunade said. I'll head over to the hospital for my patients today. Give you two some alone time, Shizune said and left, but not before looking at Naruto, who signaled for her to be quiet. So, what's going on? Tsunade asked. I miss him, Tayuya said. Naruto? Tsunade asked, and Tayuya sighed. Yes, I don't know what it is, but it's like I hate being away from him. I know he has missions to go on, but being away from him for this long is killing me inside. He's the only thing that keeps me calm and makes me feel wanted. I mean, he's the whole reason I'm alive right now. I really didn't want to catch feelings for him because I'm tough and I've always been alone, but he just broke down my barriers. I don't have to be this tough chick all the time when I'm around him. He brought back the side of me that I thought was buried away forever, Tayuya said. She's going to be a wreck when he leaves in 2 days, Tsunade thought and glanced at Naruto. Maybe I should run away. That might help me, Tayuya said. Running away doesn't help. I ran away as well and felt even worse when I was away from the one I loved, Tsunade said. I thought your lover died, Tayuya said. No, my boyfriend died. The one I've always loved was Jiraiya, and running away from everything just made me love him even more since I missed him so much, Tsunade said. The pervert? Why him? Tayuya asked. The heart wants what the heart wants. Despite his particular hobby, Jiraiya is a good man with a big heart and was always there for me. He confessed his feelings for me multiple times, and each time I would reject him harshly, but he always came back. Even when we would argue and I'd tell him that I hate him, he'd still come save me if I was in danger on a mission. No matter what happened between us, he's always had my back, Tsunade said. She had a small smile on her face, not knowing Jiraiya was outside the window or that Naruto was next to him now. They were both listening to their conversation intently and kept their presence undetectable. Why'd you run away from him then? Tayuya asked. I just felt like I was being forced to be with him. My little brother died and he was comforting me. That's the first time we slept together, and then it happened again when my boyfriend Dan died. Jiraiya was once again there for me, and then we had a couple of flings here and there until he asked me to be his girlfriend, and I rejected him pretty bad, Tsunade said. Why'd you do that? If you kept sleeping with him, it was obvious you like him, Tayuya said. I was young, stupid and blinded by the loss of my brother as well as the man I thought I loved, Tsunade said. What did you say to him? Tayuya asked. A lot. I told him that he can never get laid if it wasn't for me because he catches feelings too quickly. I told him that he's nothing but a miserable man who would have to pay for sex his entire life. I said that he'd never be good for any woman no matter what he does, and that he should give up on trying to find love since it would never happen. I told him he was dead to me since he only came around when he wanted to have sex, and it was like he knew the days I'd said yes or no. I'll never forget the look on his face that day. It looked as if somebody ripped his heart out and destroyed it in front of his face. After that, I haven't seen or heard from him in 2 decades, Tsunade said. Did he ever come back around? Tayuya asked. Yeah. Him and Naruto found me in Tanzaka town while Orochimaru was trying to get me on his side. I didn't know how to react when I saw him. I wanted to tell him how sorry I was right then and there, but he didn't give me the chance, and we had to talk about what happened with Orochimaru, Tsunade said. Does he still love you after being away from you for so long? Tayuya asked. I don't know. We never really talked about it. I've only seen him twice since I became Hokage, and that was my coronation day and the day your curse mark was removed. Other than that, he's been off the grid with his spy network, and I only found out about this mission he had with Naruto through a messenger toad, Tsunade said. My situation seems identical to yours, Tayuya said. In a way that's true, but it's not. I hid my feelings from Jiraiya on purpose while he was open about his towards me. You know your feelings towards Naruto, but you aren't purposely trying to hide them from him, Tsunade said. I'm not hiding them. My actions speak for me. I mean, always cuddling up to him on the couch, constantly watching him train and staring into his beautiful blue eyes. It's like he doesn't get the hints I'm giving him. Maybe I should just tell him and get it over with, Tayuya said. He knows how you feel. Tsunade said. If he knows, then why hasn't he said anything? Tayuya asked. Because I told him before he left. You need to remember that feelings of actual love towards somebody like a girlfriend are new to him. He was confused before he left, and I don't know if he thought much about his feelings towards you while he was gone. Tsunade said. Then what do I do? I don't want to lose him to the Hyuga chick. Isn't there something I can do? Tayuya asked. Just give him some time. I know for a fact that he likes you, but he needs to do things in his own way. Tsunade said, and Tayuya sighed. Was Jiraiya with somebody before you? Tayuya asked. Yeah, but I couldn't get mad at him. We weren't together. Why? You think Naruto did something with somebody else? Tsunade asked. Sort of. I mean, it's like every time we go on a mission, if it's a girl involved, they always pull him away for a few hours before he comes back. Then it's the picture of Princess Koyuki kissing him on the cheek. Tayuya said. Trust me, Naruto hasn't done anything with anybody. I would know since I'm his doctor now. Tsunade said. What about the Hyuga chick? Tayuya asked. Personally, I don't think you need to worry about her. Tsunade said. Why? Tayuya asked. Well, Naruto barely knows she exists. I guarantee if you ask him about her that he would have to think about who she is. Tsunade said. I guess. What about the sand-bit girl? Tayuya asked. Trust me, Temari and Naruto are just friends. Even when she was in the village a few months ago, they only hung out as friends. Besides, I think she has a thing for Shikamaru anyway. Tsunade said. Is it true that she's his only friend? Tayuya asked. Not just her. He's friends with her brothers Gaara and Kankuro. Mainly Temari and Gaara though. Tsunade said. What about me? Tayuya asked. Naruto holds you to a status more than a friend. A few months ago, he nearly fought Danzo when he said you should be used as a breeding stock for stronger shinobi. It took 2 squads of Anbu to hold him back. Tsunade said. He did that for me? Tayuya asked. Yeah, it was quite the scene. That's how I knew that he liked you more than a friend deep down. Tsunade said. I guess I'll wait for him to come back. Do you think he's gonna be happy to see me? Tayuya asked shyly. I know he'll be happy. The two of you were practically inseparable when he was here. Tsunade said. I guess you're right. I thought you were gonna be one of those leaders who have a stick shoved up your ass, but I was wrong. You're pretty cool. Tayuya said. That's good. Now, I still have to punish you for your little stunt. Tsunade said. Yeah, I know. How many D-rank missions do I have to do? Tayuya asked. Just one. Tsunade said. Okay. Am I capturing Tora or walking the Inuzuka dogs? Tayuya asked. Neither. This mission is for tomorrow night. Tsunade said. But that's the festival. Nobody will need my help with anything. Tayuya said. I know. Tsunade said. Fine. What will my punishment be? Tayuya asked. Your punishment is to have a good time tomorrow at the festival and not get in trouble. Tsunade said. That's it? Tayuya asked. Yup. I want a report on how your night went once the festival ends. Tsunade said. Okay. Thanks, big Lady Tsunade. Tayuya said and left. Okay. It's up to you now, Naruto. Tsunade said and looked up, but he wasn't there. Huh? I wonder where he went. Tsunade thought. Naruto. Naruto was walking around the Leaf Village and was thinking about the conversation he and Jiraiya overheard. He knew he had feelings for Tayuya after going back to the Land of Snow and talking to both Koyuki and Chiome. He sighed and figured he should get Tayuya a gift other than the dress. He walked to the jewelry store and walked in, signaling the bell. Hello there, young man. How may I help you? The lady at the desk said. I'm looking for a gift for my friend, Naruto said. Of course. Is this a girl you'd like to be your girlfriend? The lady asked. Yes, but it needs to be a gift for tomorrow and her birthday in February. I won't be here and I know she'll be mad if I don't at least get her a gift. Naruto said. I see. Well, I have a necklace here that you can get for her. It's a heart-shaped amethyst set with 3 diamond accents beautifully framed by round tanzanites. It's crafted with 10K white gold, and the pendant is further enhanced by a trio of tanzanites. The rope chain it comes with is 18 inches and fastens with a spring ring clasp. The lady said, "I'll take it, but can I replace the 18-inch rope chain with a 20-inch rope chain?" Naruto asked. "Certainly. Would you like anything else?" she asked. "No, I think this is everything," Naruto said. "Of course," the lady said. "How much?" Naruto asked. 3,000 yen, the lady said, and Naruto paid without hesitation. "I hope she likes it," Naruto said. "She will." "Oh, and Naruto," the lady said. "Yeah?" Naruto asked. "Happy birthday," she said and smiled at him. "Thank you," Naruto said and left the store. October 10th/9 Tails Festival. Tayuya was sitting in the apartment looking at all the people outside having fun, and she just sighed. If Tsunade wouldn't have ordered her to go to this festival, then she never would have gone. She knew today was Naruto's birthday and what happened to him every year. Speaking of Naruto, she couldn't find him at all yesterday and he didn't come home. She asked Tsunade where he was and she didn't even know where he was. She was brought out of her thoughts by the front door opening and closing. She slowly got up and pulled out a kunai before leaving her room. As soon as she was in the living room, she froze when she saw the person she missed the most smiling at her. "Hey there, Tayuya," Naruto said, and she ran at him, then gave him a hug. "Where you, fuckface? I was looking for you. Why didn't you bring your ass home yesterday?" Tayuya asked. "I had to make a stop and then I was with Pervy Sage the rest of the night," Naruto said. "What were you two doing?" Tayuya asked. "Just talking. Nothing unusual. What are you up to?" Naruto asked. "I've been ordered to enjoy myself at the festival," Tayuya said. "I see. Here, take this and put this on," Naruto said and tossed her a scroll. "Why?" Tayuya asked. "Well, you're going to be my date to the festival," Naruto said. "What?" Tayuya asked and blushed. "We're going to the festival together. Come on, we don't have much time before it ends," Naruto said. "Okay," Tayuya said and quickly ran off. "Finally, he's taking some initiative. Maybe I can get him to completely fall for me," Tayuya thought, and a huge blush spread across her face. 30 minutes later. Tayuya was finally ready to head out, and she had to admit that the dress she got from Naruto was nice. It a black A-line style kimono dress that stopped mid-thigh. It had a V-neckline that came with a wide panel trimming that crossed over to one side and was complemented with a wide obi belt. It also had oversized sleeves and the short skirt was a tailored hemline. She had on some black suede single band, ankle strap block heel sandals for her footwear that Shizun bought for her. She had her hair tied up in a high ponytail with strands at the sides of her face. "All right, you can do this. It's just one date," Tayuya thought. She took a deep breath and then exited her room slowly since she started to get nervous. Naruto heard her heels on the floor, and when he looked up his jaw touched the ground at how beautiful she looked. Tayuya saw him and he didn't get all dressed up, but she wasn't expecting him to. She noticed him staring at her and she couldn't help the blush that came across her face. What the fuck are you staring at?" she asked. "You look absolutely beautiful," Naruto said and walked up to her. Thank you," Tayuya said. "Are you ready?" Naruto asked. She nodded. "Yeah," Tayuya said. "Festival. Wow, it's so beautiful," Tayuya said and her eyes sparkled. "It certainly is bright," Naruto said. "Come on," Tayuya said and dragged him to a goldfish scooping game. "Hello there. How can I help you?" the booth runner said. "Me and my date would like to play this game," Tayuya said. "That'll be 500 yen, the booth runner said. "Pay the man," Tayuya said, and when Naruto went to pay, the man glared at him. "Sorry, I meant 5,000 yen, the man said, and Naruto smirked. 5,000 yen? Here's 500 and the other 4,500 will be the amount of times my date shoves a rusty kunai up your ass if you keep it up," Naruto said. Did I say 5,000 yen? I meant that's how many goldfish are in the tank," the man said. "Now that's more like it," Tayuya said. Tayuya grabbed her ipoi and began playing the game with Naruto following shortly after. As the game progressed, it became a friendly competition between the two and the loser had to do anything the winner said. If there's one thing Tayuya should have learned during her time in Konoha, it should have been to never bet against Naruto Uzumaki. It was an unwritten rule in Konoha that even the people that hated him never went against. Tayuya wanted to see who could scoop up the most fish, and she lost horribly. She managed to scoop up 78 fish until the paper on her poi broke, and Naruto managed to scoop up 192 fish. Even though she lost, Tayuya was smiling the entire time. Naruto couldn't take his eyes off of her smile, and his heart would skip a beat whenever she looked at him. Once they were done, they returned the fish since they knew the fish would just die. "So, where to next?" Naruto asked, and Tayuya looked around. "That one," Tayuya said and dragged Naruto to the ring toss booth. "How many tries do you each want?" the lady asked. 10 tries each, Naruto said. "Okay, that'll be 1,000 yen," she said, and Tayuya pulled out some money, but Naruto stopped her. "I asked you out, remember? I'm paying for everything," Naruto said, and Tayuya smiled and kissed him on the cheek. "Such a lovely young couple," the lady said as Naruto paid her. "We're not a couple," Tayuya said. "Sweetie, I've been around for a while. You two are a couple even if you don't know it," the lady said and handed them 20 rings. "These aren't weighed properly," Tayuya said. "Exactly. This is a ninja village, and if I used standard rings then I'd go out of business. This way nobody has an advantage," the lady said. "Makes sense," Naruto said. They began the game with Naruto trying to get the all-you-can-eat for a day ticket from Ichiraka Ramen and Tayuya trying to win the shiny flute. The lady was right when she said nobody would have an advantage. Every time they threw a ring at the prize they wanted, it was so unbalanced that it would go off course or simply fall before hitting the target. Naruto would go on to spend 10,000 yen on this game, and only Tayuya won her flute. They walked away from the game and Tayuya said she needed to use the bathroom, but she went back to the game and won Naruto the ramen ticket. She would give it to him later. "What's next?" Naruto asked. "We've been walking around for a while now. Can we grab some food and sit on the Hokage monument?" Tayuya asked. "Sure," Naruto said and grabbed her hand. As they were walking through the crowd, Naruto sensed 3 people following them and knew who 2 of them were. It was Ino and Sakura, but the third one was farther back and he didn't recognize the chakra. They went to multiple food stands and grabbed as much food as they possibly could. One thing they both had in common was that they could eat a lot of food. They grabbed ikayaki, grilled squid, yakitori, seasoned chicken on a wooden skewer, carriage, Japanese-style fried chicken, corn on a cob, taiyaki, fish-shaped pastry, chocolate-covered bananas, and of course they went to the Ichiraka ramen stand for their usual order of 10 bowls of ramen each. As they were walking, Tayuya started to complain about her feet hurting. So Naruto sealed away their food and carried her bridal style. She wrapped her arms around his neck and laid her head on his chest. As they were walking, Naruto felt his followers' chakra signature get closer and closer to them, which meant that they were running towards him. Tayuya wasn't really paying attention since she was busy listening to Naruto's heartbeat. "Naruto!" Sakura and Ino yelled. "Great, it's the annoying pink banshee and the prissy blonde slut," Tayuya mumbled and Naruto snickered. "What?" Naruto asked. "What are you doing?" Ino asked. "Trying to enjoy my night," Naruto said. "Why are you with her?" "She's the reason Sasuke left the village," Sakura said. "I'm with her because she's my date and for the millionth time. Sasuke left the village on his own," Naruto said. "She's your date? What about me?" Sakura asked. "What about you? I don't like you and I never really did," Naruto said. "Wait, I've never seen a dress like that before. Where's it from?" Ino asked. "None of your business. Can you 2 sluts leave us alone? We're on a date," Tayuya said and blushed. "No," Sakura yelled. "Will you just leave us alone?" Naruto asked. "No, this outsider doesn't belong here," Sakura said, and Tayuya just placed them under a genjutsu. "There. Now let's go," Tayuya said, and Naruto vanished. Hokage Monument. "I can't believe I've never been up here before. The village looks so beautiful, Tayuya said and put her head on Naruto's shoulder. I know. It's a good spot to hang out at if you ever need to clear your mind, Naruto said. I'm guessing this is where you spent most of your days before becoming a ninja, Tayuya said. Yeah. Sitting on top of the fourth Hokage's head always brought me peace for some reason, Naruto said, and Tayuya decided to switch topics. Tsunade told me you know about my feelings towards you, Tayuya said. I do, but I didn't find out until right before I left for that mission with Pervy Sage, Naruto said. How do you feel about me? Tayuya asked. I feel the same. I was thinking about it a lot during my mission, and whenever I would describe you to somebody, I would feel my heart beat faster and a smile would come onto my face, Naruto said. Tsunade told me about what you did for me against Danzo, Tayuya said. I know. Me and Pervy Sage were listening to the conversation outside the window, Naruto said. Why'd you go so far for me against someone like him? Tayuya asked. Because you meant a lot to me. You were my only friend in the village and I didn't want to lose you, Naruto said, and she smiled. So, what are we gonna do now? Tayuya asked. I don't know. It's complicated on my end, Naruto said. You like someone else, don't you? Tayuya asked. No. I'm leaving tomorrow with Pervy Sage, Naruto said. Oh, so you have another S-rank mission? That's not bad. That's about a month or two. I can live with that, I guess, Tayuya said. It's not really a mission. I'll be gone for a while, Naruto said. How long is a while? Tayuya asked, and Naruto sighed. I'll be gone for nearly 3 years, Naruto said. What? Why? Tayuya yelled. I'm going on a training trip to prepare for the Akatsuki. Pervy Sage found out that they'll start their actual plans in 2.5 years. But hopefully with my trip being delayed until now they can delay their plans as well, Naruto said. I want to come with you, Tayuya said. No, I can't have any distractions on this trip. No offense, but you'll distract me from training as hard as I need to. You're a good distraction, but I just need this to be me and Pervy Sage, Naruto said, and Tayuya sighed. What about us? Tayuya asked. I don't know where we go from here. I don't want to start a relationship and then leave for nearly 3 years. I'll feel like I'm abandoning you, Naruto said, and Tayuya pulled him in for a kiss that lasted for about 30 seconds. You won't be abandoning me. I'll be the first person you see when you return. I just want to be with you. You saved my life and made me a better person. I love you and I don't want anyone else to be able to call me their girlfriend. You changed me and brought back the sweet, loving side of me I locked away. When I'm around you, I don't have to be the tough bitch all the broke down all of my barriers without even trying, and people have been trying to break me for years. That's why Orochimaru made me one of his most trusted shinobi. He couldn't even break my barriers down. You managed to do what they couldn't in mere weeks, but never picked up on the fact that I fell in love with you, Tayuya said and started to cry. I don't see how I could reject you after that. I'm not really good at this since it's all kind of new to me, but I love you too. At first it was the red hair that attracted me to you, and then it became much more. It was your laugh, your joking around, the playful fighting, and even the cooking lessons I gave you. Even when I would look into your brown eyes, I'd find myself getting lost in them. If anybody would have told me that I'd fall in love with somebody who used to be our enemy, I'd tell them that there's no way that would happen. Then I met you, Naruto said and wiped away her tears. So, this means what exactly? Tayuya asked. Will you be my girlfriend, Tayuya? Naruto asked, and she nodded. Yes, now. Come and kiss me, you adorable blonde fucker, Tayuya said, and when Naruto pulled her in for a kiss, the festival's fireworks started to go off. There's one more thing, Naruto said as they broke the kiss. What's that? Tayuya asked, and Naruto pulled out the necklace he bought. I bought this for you yesterday. I know your birthday is coming up in February and I won't be there, but I got this for an early birthday gift for you, Naruto said. It's fucking beautiful, Tayuya said, and Naruto put in on her. Not as beautiful as you, Naruto said and gave her a kiss. I also have a gift for you, Tayuya said and pulled out the ramen ticket. No way, Naruto yelled, and Tayuya laughed at him. Happy birthday, Naruto, Tayuya said and gave him a kiss. Best birthday ever, Naruto said. You know, I thought I'd have to compete for you. I thought you had something going on with Hinata and Temari, Tayuya said. Nah, me and Temari are really good friends. I'd say she's more like a sister, actually. As for Hinata, I barely know her and I forget that she even exists, Naruto said. What about Koyuki? She kissed you, Tayuya said. I know. She likes me. But she understood that you had my heart, even if I didn't realize it, Naruto said. Do you like her? Tayuya asked. I won't lie to you. I did tell her that if I never met you, then she'd be the one I'd most likely be with. She's a nice girl, and even though she doesn't have the red hair how I always imagined my girlfriend having, she'd be the exception, Naruto said. Did you sleep with her? Tayuya asked and Naruto sighed. Yeah, Naruto said. Why? Tayuya asked. Well, it was after the first mission I had with her. I protected her from her uncle and a Chunin that was on the mission with me. He put her under genjutsu and was going to have her have sex with him. After that, me and Koyuki went to have a few drinks and we slept together after that, Naruto said. You mean to tell me that Princess Koyuki is the first person you had sex with and you never even bragged about it? Tayuya asked. I guess. I don't see the point in doing that. You're not mad at me now, are you? Naruto asked. No. I can't be mad at you for something you did before we even got together. At that time you didn't even know I liked you, so it would be stupid of me to be angry with you. Just promise me that I'll be the only person you'll be with from now on, Tayuya said. I promise, Naruto said and gave her a kiss. There's just one more thing. Big Tits said you didn't sleep with anybody and that she would know since she's your doctor, Tayuya said. Listen, she's like my mother, so it's clear that I wouldn't tell her something like that despite her being my doctor. That would just open up a book of awkward questions from her, Naruto said and Tayuya nodded. I guess you're right, Tayuya said. What about you? Naruto asked. No. I've only had eyes for you since I came to this village. Yeah, a few Chunin have tried to get me in bed for a quick fuck. But I rejected them, and when they didn't take to kindly to that, I'd kick them in the nuts, Tayuya said and Naruto laughed. Did you add chakra to the kick? Naruto asked. Damn it. I should have done that. Anyway, let's go home. Since you're leaving tomorrow, I think it's only fair that I cuddle with you tonight, Tayuya said. Sure, Naruto said. Make sure you activate the barrier in our apartment. I don't want any sound interrupting my quiet time, Tayuya said and Naruto picked her up the vanished. Next day. Do you have everything? Tsunade asked. Yes, for the 1000th time, Naruto said. Maybe you should double check, Tsunade said and Naruto sighed. I have everything I need, Naruto said. Okay, Tsunade said and looked at Jiraiya who was looking at the sky. Hey fuckface, Tayuya said, as Naruto walked up to her and he could tell she was sad. Don't be sad. Time will fly by and I'll be back before you even realize I was gone, Naruto said and gave her a hug. Don't you fucking forget about me, Tayuya said. I won't. I'll try to send you messages, but I make no promises, Naruto said. It's okay. I know you'll be getting strong to protect yourself, Tayuya said. Not just myself. I have to protect you as well. You're my girlfriend after all, Naruto said and she smiled. That I am, but don't think you'll be the only one getting stronger, Tayuya said. I know you'll train hard. Listen, can you at least try to add some taijutsu and ninjutsu to your repertoire? Naruto asked. I'll see what I can do, Tayuya said. I better get going. I don't want Pervy Sage to blow a gasket, Naruto said and Tayuya hugged him tighter. I'm going to miss you, Tayuya said. I'll miss you too, Naruto said and gave her a kiss. When you're gone, read some of those books. They'll come in handy for when you come back, Tayuya said and Naruto smirked. What makes you think I need to read them? Naruto asked. Did you? Tayuya asked. Nope. I had the talk with Anko and she taught me plenty of stuff. Plus, I did sleep with Koyuki, Naruto said and smacked her on her butt. That is true. You win this round. I'm going to make you put that one-time experience to use when you get back. Tayuya said. I never took you for the submissive type, Tayuya, Naruto said, and she blushed. Fuck you, Tayuya said and gave him a big kiss. All right, lovebirds. That's enough. Naruto, we need to get a move on, Jiraiya said. Here I come, Naruto said. I love you, Tayuya said. I love you too, Naruto replied and gave her one last kiss. Take care of him while you're gone, Tsunade said and gave Jiraiya a hug. Don't worry, he's in good hands, Jiraiya said. I know. Maybe when you get back we can go out for some drinks, Tsunade said. I'll hold you to it, Jiraiya said, and they broke the hug. Come on, pervy sage, Naruto said and vanished. Stop calling me that, Jiraiya yelled and chased after him. Those two will never change, Tsunade said and then narrowed her eyes as her shirt felt different. What's wrong? Tayuya asked. My bra is missing. Jiraiya, I'm going to kick your ass, Tsunade yelled and she knew he heard her. 106 centimeters. Jiraiya yelled back and Tsunade blushed while Tayuya started to laugh. Listen, Tayuya. Over these next 2.5 years you'll be going through hard training. I'm offering to personally teach you. Do you accept it? Tsunade asked. Actually, I was going to ask if I can join that little medical ninjutsu program you have. It seems interesting, Tayuya said. Of course. Now, I'll teach you as much as I can, but I already know you're not going to be a medical ninja. I'll still train you, but you won't be my actual apprentice since the slugs will only accept those who will become healers since that is what they are mainly used for, Tsunade said. That's okay. When do we start? Tayuya asked. Tomorrow. Meet me in my office at 5 a.m., Tsunade said and walked away. Tayuya stood at the gate for a few more minutes before walking away and pulling out the necklace Naruto gave her. She would get stronger just like him and work harder than she ever has before. She saw Hinata standing behind a pole and then smirked when Hinata tried to glare at her. She kept walking, and when she got home, she grabbed one of his jackets and put it on since it was warm and had his scent on it. She let out a sigh and then looked at the picture of them Tsunade made them take. It was going to be a long 2 years for her. 2.5 years passed and Naruto was finally on his way back to Konoha. Jiraiya trained him all over the elemental nations except for IWA, and when Naruto questioned him as to why, Jiraiya simply told him that there's still bad blood between IWA and Konoha, so he didn't want to risk it. Through the spy network, Jiraiya learned that the Akatsuki had to delay their plans since Naruto basically went off the grid, and they had no way of finding out where he was located since Jiraiya was very good at covering their tracks. Add in Naruto's natural ability to hide his presence and both of their skills with barrier seals, they were practically dead. Jiraiya did exactly what he told Naruto he would do, and he trained him into the ground with zero remorse. He upped the level of Naruto's resistance seals to the point where he could barely move, and every time Naruto got used to them, he would increase the level. Naruto asked Jiraiya to give him an actual spar going all out, and Naruto quickly learned why Jiraiya was one of the legendary Sannin. The fight was over within the first 5 minutes and Naruto didn't even lay a finger on him. That was 3 months into the trip, and after that Naruto would continuously ask him for a spar every 3 months until Jiraiya was forced to call for them to end the spar. In terms of raw speed, Jiraiya knew that Naruto was leagues ahead of him, and he wasn't even surprised given who his father was. Taijutsu-wise, after the first year and a half Jiraiya knew Naruto could easily match him when he used the 7 heavenly breaths technique. But Naruto wasn't satisfied with that. He wanted to match Jiraiya without using the 7 heavenly breaths technique, and he pushed himself even harder. It wasn't until 3 months before the trip ended that Naruto was able to evenly match Jiraiya in taijutsu. Naruto was proud of that, as was Jiraiya, but that ended once Jiraiya told Naruto he has a technique known as Sage Mode that would force Naruto to use the 7 heavenly breaths technique. Ninjutsu was Naruto's biggest breakthrough since he was a chakra powerhouse. He learned multiple wind, water, fire, and ice jutsus while they were traveling. Jiraiya wanted to teach Naruto some earth ninjutsu, but Naruto declined since he was comfortable with what he had. He worked on his water ninjutsu in Kiri with a member of Jiraiya's spy network, and he never learned her name, but he didn't mind that. She drilled him in water ninjutsu until he could do them with one hand sign. She also taught him more water ninjutsu as well. Water style. Multiple raging rapids, thousand needles of death, water pillar thrust, black rain jutsu, surf strike water style, hardened water drill and water style, explosive bite of the water dragon. Jiraiya himself personally trained Naruto in fire ninjutsu. Fire was his main chakra nature and he carried fire jutsu scrolls with him. Most of them were jutsus he collected over the years and never bothered to learn. Those were the jutsus he gave to Naruto and drilled those into him as well. Fire style. Blast wave wild dance, fire style. Crimson earth spider, fire style. Flame hurricane, fire style. Dragon flame jutsu, flame meteors and flame tornado. As for his wind ninjutsu, that was kind of tricky. Jiraiya didn't want to have any contact with Konoha throughout this trip, and he needed some wind ninjutsu. Naruto asked him why he wasn't prepared and Jiraiya replied that he was busy. But Naruto knew what he was doing. Jiraiya was out spying on girls at the hot springs before they went to Snow Country, and that took up the time he was supposed to be grabbing what he would need for the trip. Jiraiya had a spy get in contact with Gaara and offered him a nice amount of money for some wind ninjutsu scrolls that Gaara accepted since he had a feeling it was for Naruto. Vacuum sword, violent whirlwind, wind style. Divine mountain wind, wind style. Pressure damage, wind style. Rotating shuriken, wind waves, sword of the wind count. Shield of the wind count and wind style. Holy rotating wind blades were all the jutsus he learned, but the last one was his own creation. He was working on a side project, but he wouldn't tell Jiraiya what it was. He worked on his ice Kekii Genkai, and while he was in snow before he left, Koyuki gave him some scrolls on ice ninjutsu that her uncle had hidden away. Ice style. Earth chain ice. Ice prison jutsu. Ice style. Black dragon blizzard. Frozen capturing field. Ice breaking sledgehammer. Ice style. One-horned white whale. Ice style. Twin dragon blizzard. Ice sword and ice shuriken were all the jutsus he learned thanks to Koyuki. Naruto also developed a lightning affinity while they were out training, and Naruto learned a few lighting jutsus while they were traveling lightning country. Naruto had to buy some lightning scrolls off of a traveling caravan. Lightning ball, lightning bolt, thunderclap arrow, electromagnetic murder, lightning whip, and he created an S-rank lightning jutsu called Raijin's Wrath that controls lighting in the air no matter the weather, and it sends bolts of lighting down to the ground. Genjutsu-wise, they spent a lot of time working on his chakra control, but no matter how much he worked on it, he was only able to cast A and S-rank genjutsu without his Hishigan activated. But he could do any kind of genjutsu with his eye, and he found that weird. His kenjutsu was beyond that of anybody in Konoha since he was personally trained by Mifune in Iron Country when they made a stop there. Iron Country was the perfect place for Naruto to practice his Ice Kekii Genkai since there was snow on the ground at the time he was there. His Fuinjutsu easily surpassed Jiraiya's skills. But with him being in Uzumaki, they already knew that was going to happen. Jiraiya knew he had training complete and was strong, but he still needed more field experience. For the last 3 months of the training trip, Jiraiya had Naruto go out and fight high-class rogue ninja to sharpen his skills in battle. Jiraiya had him go out in disguise and capture or kill a missing ninja. Since Naruto would use a different disguise every time, they were unable to put him in the bingo book and create a bounty for him. Jiraiya also got Naruto into the habit of meditating and remaining still. Jiraiya told him that when the toads decide to train him, this would come in handy, and Naruto didn't complain. Naruto also summoned Gamakichi to train with him. Since Gamakichi was his familiar, Naruto wanted them to be fully in sync with one another. They were nearly a perfect combo and would finish later since the toads wanted Gamakichi to focus on his toad training for now. Naruto also met the Nine Tails, and they are on speaking terms, but not close to being allies. Flashback. Alright, Naruto. It's been a year and a half into this trip and you've grown quite a bit. I want you to do something for me, Jiraiya said. What's that? Naruto asked. I want you to get in contact with the Nine Tails, Jiraiya said. Why? I thought we were going to wait a bit longer for that, Naruto said. That was the plan, but one of my spies revealed something to me about the Eight Tails and Two Tails Jinchuriki back in Kumo, Jiraiya said. What did your spy say? Naruto asked. The Eight Tails and Two Tails Jinchuriki are fully in sync with their tailed beast. There's rumors going around that instead of forcefully using the tailed beast chakra like we think you need to do, they befriended their tailed beasts and trained with them to become fully synchronized, Jiraiya said. I've never heard of doing that before. Do you think any other Jinchuriki is able to do this? Naruto asked. From what my spies in Kiri told me before his death, the fourth Mizukage was able to completely transform into his tailed beast. I don't know about IWA, Taki, and Kiri's other Jinchuriki though. IWA keeps both of their Jinchuriki under heavy watch. Taki, I don't have spies in there since it's hidden by a secret entrance, and Kiri's other Jinchuriki is a rogue ninja and has been keeping a low profile. Jiraiya said. So, you want me to befriend the Nine Tails, which is basically impossible from what I've been told? Naruto asked. It's worth a shot. Listen, I'm gonna tell you something that you probably don't even remember. Do you remember when you were training with me and Tsunade and you were using the Nine Tails chakra? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, I grew 3 tails and blacked out. You said I went on a rampage. Naruto said. That's true, but it's not the entire story. Jiraiya said. What do you mean? Naruto asked. You lost control at 3 tails, but during your rampage you grew a 4th tail. When you grew the 4th tail, your skin started to peel off and you literally turned into a miniature 9 tails. Tsunade was able to suppress the 9 tails chakra, but your skin was badly damaged. Jiraiya said. Well, that sucks. I don't remember any of it. I bet I kicked your ass. Naruto said, and Jiraiya just mumbled something under his breath about him getting a lucky shot. Listen, I want you to meditate and go into your mindscape to talk to the 9 tails. Do this at least 2 times a week. Jiraiya said. All right, Naruto said and started to meditate. Mindscape. Man, this place is a dump. I can't believe my actual mind looks like this. Naruto thought as he walked up to the cage containing the 9 tails. Yo, 9 tails, Naruto said, and the 9 tails roared. You disgusting human. Come here and let me rip your flesh from your bones. The 9 tails yelled. If that's the case, then I'll stay where I'm at. What's your deal anyway? Naruto asked. I hate all humans. The 9 tails growled. Even me? Naruto asked. Especially you, the 9 tails said. Why? I didn't do anything to you. Actually, this is the first time I've even met you, Naruto said. I hate you the most because I'm sealed inside of you, the 9 tails said. What? That doesn't even make any sense. I was a damn baby. You can't blame me for that, Naruto said. What the hell do you want? The 9 tails asked. I just want to talk, Naruto said. No, you humans are all the same. You only capture us to be used for your wars and to quench your thirst for power, the 9 tails said. That's not why I'm here. I just wanted to know if you want to be my friend, Naruto said. I will never be friends with a human. However, you do have a minuscule amount of my respect for defeating Shikaku. I always hated that stupid raccoon, the 9 tails said. How do you know about that? Naruto asked. I'm inside your mind. I can see your memories. My favorite is the one with you getting your ass kicked by your perverted teacher, the 9 tails said. Of course it is. Look, I really did come here to be friends, Naruto said. No, the 9 tails said and roared, forcing Naruto out of his mind. Real world. Well, that was rude, Naruto said. What happened? Jiraiya asked. The 9 tails kicked me out of my own mind, Naruto said. Did you befriend it? Jiraiya asked. No, but he said I have a minuscule amount of his respect, Naruto said. Why? Naruto asked. Because I defeated Shikaku, Naruto said. I see. It's not much, but it's a start, Jiraiya said. Flashback end. Naruto kept talking to the 9 tails for the remainder of the trip and they became somewhat friends, but the 9 tails wasn't ready to completely trust Naruto. Naruto figured the 9 tails had a name, but refused to tell him, and Naruto was okay with that. Naruto also thanked the 9 tails for healing him when he was a kid, but the 9 tails said he didn't have a choice thanks to the seal Naruto has. Naruto had quite the growth spurt during this training trip, and it was thanks to Jiraiya putting him on an even more strict diet since he wasn't around ramen. He no longer stood at 5 feet 2 inches. He was now 6 feet 2 inches and put on more muscle, but he didn't have a bulky muscle build. He has more of a lean type of body. He grew his hair out a bit and he looked exactly like the 4th Hokage. All of his baby fat was gone from his face, so he had a more defined jawline now. Hey, pervy sage, Naruto said and Jiraiya sighed. What is it? Jiraiya asked. Do you think Tayuya met somebody else while I was gone? Naruto asked. I doubt it. I saw how inseparable you two were before we left and I noticed she's opened up to you. You've also changed because of her. You were vocal before, but now it's like you don't even have a filter. Jiraiya said. Did Granny Tsunade change you? Naruto asked. She changed me in a good and bad way, Jiraiya said. How? Naruto asked. Despite me being a pervert, I was actually not sexually active before my first time with Tsunade. Yeah, I would peek at the bathhouses, but that was just a hobby. I told myself that Tsunade would be the only woman I would sleep with. We messed around a few times and we were actually each other's first. She started to date Dan and I was happy for her. After Dan died and she blew up at me, that's when I really started sleeping around with multiple women and drinking a lot. Sometimes I would have to pay and sometimes they would just throw themselves at me. Jiraiya said. That doesn't sound like changing you for the better. Naruto said. That was the bad part. She changed me for the better because it made me focus more on my goal in life. Before me and Tsunade got together, I was just a ninja for the hell of it. She told me her dream to become the world's greatest medic, and that's when I decided I would change the world. Jiraiya said. What do you mean change the world? Naruto asked. There's too much hate in this shinobi world of ours. My dream is a world where everyone can cooperate and get along with one another. I fought in 2 of the 3 great shinobi wars and it's not a pretty sight. Senseless fighting just to prove what village is stronger. Things like that are tearing the world apart and I fear with the Akatsuki hunting tailed beasts, they'll start another war. All of this is pointless and we should be trying to set a good example for future generations. A lot of people think it's silly, but that's an honest dream of mine. My books may be for perverts, but at least they aren't killing each other. I gave them something to bond over. Jiraiya said. I wouldn't mind a world with no violence. The first 11 or 12 years of my life was surrounded by violence from the people in my own village. Naruto said. What is your dream? Jiraiya asked. Don't get me wrong. I still want to become Hokage, but I have a different dream as well. Naruto said, and now Jiraiya was intrigued. Well, this may seem dumb, but I want the tailed beasts to have their freedom again. I know me and the 9 tails can't be separated thanks to our lives being intertwined because of the death god, but sealing them away against their will isn't a good thing. Naruto said, surprising both Jiraiya and the 9 tails. Why'd you make that your dream? Jiraiya asked. I don't know. Ever since the first time I talked with the 9 tails, I've been having a weird thought in my head. Naruto said. Weird how? Jiraiya asked. Okay, so, you know how the tailed beasts have been around for like thousands of years, right? Naruto asked. Yeah, Jiraiya said. Doesn't it seem odd that there's never been any incidents in history of them attacking or causing destruction? I have a feeling that they've been out here for a higher purpose. I don't know the complete history, but I don't think the tailed beasts started attacking humans until we started sealing them away. Doesn't that make us as much of a monster or demon as we call them? Naruto asked. You bring up valid points, but you thought of all this just from one talk with the 9 tails? Jiraiya asked. Yeah. He also slipped up and told me Hashirama Senju was responsible for the sealing of the tailed beasts. I like Hashirama as much as the next guy, but he was wrong for capturing the tailed beasts and giving them away like he owned them. We're kind of fixing his mistakes when you look at it since all of these wars have been about power and the Jinchuriki are always used as weapons of war. Naruto said. So there's just one thing. You can't extract a tailed beast without killing the host. Jiraiya said. That's not true. I think that's only if you remove it quickly. I think if I came up with a seal to remove the tailed beast, then they can live. The only problem is I would need 1 seal to remove the tailed beast, but heal them as well while the tailed beast is being removed. Naruto said. The removing part should be easy for you, but the healing part you should talk to Tsunade about since she's the world's greatest medic. Jiraiya said. She does have skills in Fuinjutsu as well. Thanks, pervy sage. Naruto said and Jiraiya sighed. We were having a great conversation and he still calls me that. There's no respect. Jiraiya thought. Alright, listen up. We'll be back in Konoha by tomorrow morning if we keep this pace up. Jiraiya said. Nice. Don't forget that Granny Tsunade asked you out on a date when you get back. Naruto said. Oh, trust me. I haven't. Jiraiya said and pulled out the bra he stole from her. I hope you washed that thing. Naruto said. Shut up. Jiraiya said. Come to your mindscape. The Nine-Tails said. What for? Naruto asked. We need to talk. The Nine-Tails said. Fine. Naruto thought. Mindscape. What is it? Naruto asked. Your dream. If you really wish to free the other 8-tailed beasts, then you should know the truth about the tailed beasts. The Nine-Tails said. What do you mean by the truth? Naruto asked. Exactly that. Do you know who the Sage of Six Paths is? The Nine-Tails asked. I've heard of him, Naruto said. That's good enough. Long before the founding of the Hidden Villages, the Sage of Six Paths saved the world by sealing the Ten-Tails into his body, becoming its Jinchuriki. Sometime later, the sage was inspired by his youngest son, Asura, to use his creation of all things ability to divide the Ten-Tails chakra into 9 living entities, what would become the tailed beasts. The Nine-Tails said. So, he's basically like your father then? Naruto asked. Yes, the sage named us tailed beasts and explained to us that a link existed between us despite their separation. He also foretold of a day when we would be brought together again, though not as we were, and that at that time someone would emerge to show them what true power is. The Nine-Tails said. True power, Naruto said and thought about his conversation when he first met Haku. We tailed beasts were originally created not only to prevent the Ten-Tails' resurrection, but also to maintain balance and peace. The Nine-Tails said. So I was right when I said that you were here for a higher purpose. Naruto said. Yes. Now, I've already told you about what Hashirama did, so I don't need to repeat myself for that. Now, over the centuries, humanity failed to recognize us tailed beasts as sentient individuals, instead seeing us only as monsters, demons, or mindless beasts worthy of fear and disdain. Because of our immense power, we were sought out by humans and used as weapons in times of war. The Nine-Tails said. Am I the first person you were sealed in? Naruto asked. No, I was sealed away twice before you. Coincidentally, it was always an Uzumaki that I was sealed into since they're the only people who can handle my chakra. The Nine-Tails said. Who else were you sealed inside of? Naruto asked. Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki. The Nine-Tails said. My mom was a Jinchuriki? Naruto asked. Yes, Kushina, like yourself, was basically forced into becoming a Jinchuriki. She was brought here all the way from Yuzushiogakure to become my second container since Mito Uzumaki was dying. Instead of letting Kushina judge me in her own way, Mito brainwashed your mother into thinking I was a rampaging beast, and like Mito, your mother also treated me like shit. They both had me chained up to some kind of lava rock in their seal with stakes going through each of my tails, hands and chest. Mito and Hashirama knew I was being controlled when I attacked the first time, but they were scared of my power and sealed me away after I was recovering from the Genjutsu I was placed under. The Nine-Tails said. It's hard to believe that my mom would treat you like that. From what I was told, my mother was a loving and caring person. Naruto said. To humans, yes. To tailed beasts she treated me like everyone else. The Nine-Tails said. Who controlled you? Naruto asked. Madara Uchiha. The Sharingan, once it reaches a certain level, has the power to control a tailed beast. The Nine-Tails said. That was over 100 years ago. Naruto said. Yes, that one act caused humans to treat us like they currently do, and we need to get back to our true purpose of maintaining peace and balance. The Nine-Tails said. How do you plan on doing that? Naruto asked. I have my ways. The Nine-Tails said and went to sleep. The hell does that mean? Naruto said and left his mindscape. Real world. I'm guessing the Nine-Tails wanted to talk to you again. Jiraiya said. Yeah. Naruto said. Any progress between you two? Jiraiya asked. I'm not really sure, but he's a lot more talkative. Naruto said. That's better than what it was when you first talked to him. Now let's get some sleep. We should be in Konoha a few hours after we wake up, Jiraiya said. Okay, Naruto said. Konoha. Over the past 2.5 years, Konoha has been different since Naruto was gone. No one knew where he went, and somebody even started a rumor that he was finally killed. But that was quickly shut down when Tayuya found out who started the rumor. That's another thing people came to realize in this village. When Naruto isn't around, do not piss off Tayuya because it won't end well. Actually, they decided to not piss her off even if Naruto was around because they didn't want to deal with him either. Tayuya also kept the apartment building up and running while he was gone. She handled all problems the building had if it ever occurred and hired a maintenance team to take requests for anything that needed to be fixed. The red light district. Tayuya was practically royalty since she was with Naruto and never judged them for how they lived. A noble that was walking in the red light district once tried to attack Tayuya, but the men in the district grabbed him and pulled him into an alley. They gave him the worst beating of his life and escorted Tayuya back to her apartment before going about their business. Tayuya grew up a lot over the years, and she quickly became one of the most desired women in the village. Tayuya now wore a white V-neck half shirt that showed off her cleavage, which grew from a B-cup to nearly the size of Tsunade's give, or take a few centimeters. She wore mesh underneath that went to her thighs and a red skirt that she wore some spandex underneath. She wore the same open-toed strap black sandals with a heel as Tsunade, and she would sometimes wear a blue haori with her outfit. To top the outfit off, she wore the necklace Naruto gave her before he left the village. Due to her eating and having a healthier lifestyle, her hair was now a vibrant red color instead of the dull red it was before. Out of the entire Rookie 9 that she was a part of now, she was easily the most beautiful of all the girls, and she constantly rejected everybody that asked her out on a date. While she still had her temper, she matured a lot and didn't curse as much as she used to. Her training with Tsunade paid off over the years, and if she wanted to become a medical ninja, then she would have been her apprentice, but Tayuya declined when Tsunade actually offered her the position. She actually listened to Naruto when he told her to add some ninjutsu and taijutsu to her repertoire. Her genjutsu was still her strong point, and she no longer used the flute since she could whistle in different tunes to activate her genjutsu. Her genjutsu was already Chunin level before, but thanks to her training with Kurenai it was now Umbu level. Her taijutsu was mid-jonin thanks to her training with Anko and Tsunade. Ninjutsu was her biggest surprise since she had 2 chakra natures, earth and fire. Tsunade personally trained her with her earth chakra nature and trained her using her fire chakra nature. All around she was a mid-jonin level shinobi and was somewhat patiently waiting to get promoted to jonin. She was friends with the majority of the Rookie 9, and they were shocked when she told them that she's dating Naruto. The only ones who weren't really shocked were Sakura and Ino since they saw them at the festival. The only ones that she didn't get along with were Hinata, Kiba, Shikamaru, Choji, and Niji, but she suspected Hinata had something to do with that. Sakura and Ino personally pulled Tayuya to the side and apologized for how they treated her during her first few months in Konoha. They explained their feelings towards Sasuke at the time and why they were acting like total bitches towards her and Naruto. It took some time, but Tayuya eventually forgave them, and then she was dragged shopping with Ino. Needless to say, Naruto doesn't have much space in his apartment anymore, and Tayuya didn't realize how fun shopping was. Tenten got along with Tayuya just fine, but they didn't really see each other. But when they did see each other and didn't have anything planned, they would hang out. Rock Lee was a different story. Tayuya didn't hate him, but she didn't like him either, and that was due to his loud talking and eccentric ways. She would just tune him out whenever he started talking. Shino was quiet, but Tayuya knew he didn't have a problem with her. Kiba and Hinata were like her worst enemies in Konoha. Kiba still treated her like an outsider and threatened her a lot, which resulted in her placing him under a very strong genjutsu that he couldn't break out of. Add in the fact that she grew up quite nicely and Kiba would try to get her in bed just to do it, but she put him in a coma every time he did that. Hinata was probably the worst since nobody really believed her. To everyone else, Hinata was quiet and shy still, but when it was her and Tayuya alone, she was the complete opposite. Once Hinata hit her growth spurt, she'd look at Tayuya and smirk at her, while puffing her chest out, making Tayuya grit her teeth. However, that all changed once Tayuya hit her growth spurt, and her chest was even bigger than Hinata's, which pissed Hinata off. When they took the Chunin exams again, they had to fight each other, and it was not a pretty sight. Tayuya nearly killed Hinata, but the match was stopped when Hinata couldn't continue. Needless to say, Tsunade kept them far away from each other, and if Tayuya was sent on a mission that required the Byakugan, Tsunade would send her with Niji or any other Hyuga. Right now, Tayuya was sitting in Tsunade's office talking to her and Shizun. "So, how was your last round to the hospital?" Tsunade asked. "It was good. I don't know why you keep sending me there. I'm not a medical ninja," Tayuya said. "True, but with me having to fire so many of the staff due to their records, I need some help. The civilians should be done and ready by next week," Tsunade said. "Well, can they hurry up? The pale-eyed freak comes in halfway through my shift to start hers," Tayuya said. "I don't understand why Hinata doesn't like you," Shizun said. "It's because I have Naruto and she doesn't. It's not my fault we fell for each other. She's known him for like 12 years now and she never even tried to get to know him," Tayuya said. "You know, I'm amazed at how much you've changed since you became a Konoha ninja," Shizun said. "I'm not. We know why she changed," Tsunade said. "Yeah, my lovable blue-eyed fuckface of a boyfriend," Tayuya said and had a smile on his face. "Do you miss him?" Shizun asked. "Does she miss the pervert?" Tayuya asked. "Fair point," Shizun said. "When the hell are they coming back? I thought they were supposed to be here last week," Tayuya said. "They were. I don't know what's taking them so long. I'll give them until the end of tomorrow before I send 2 squads of Umbu to go look for them," Tsunade said. "What if something happened?" Tayuya asked. "I doubt it. The Akatsuki don't know where they are and Naruto was basically a jonin when he left. Add in somebody like Jiraiya who is even stronger than I am. If he actually trained Naruto like he said he would, then I doubt anybody would stand a chance against the two of them," Tsunade said and pulled out a bottle of sake. "He needs to hurry the fuck up," Tayuya said. "I'll let that one slide," Tsunade said. "Sorry. Now on to important matters," Tayuya said. "What important matters?" Tsunade asked. "Why haven't I been promoted to jonin? I think that I have earned my promotion and you can't tell me otherwise," Tayuya said, as she crossed her arms and tilted her head upwards. The fact that she doesn't even realize she acts like Naruto sometimes is astounding, Shizun thought. "I thought I already made you a jonin," Tsunade said. "That was Shikamaru and Niji," Tayuya said. "I remember now. I sent an Umbu to come get you, but you weren't answering the door. What were you doing?" Tsunade asked. "I was busy," Tayuya said and had a blush on her face. "I see. Shizun, hand me Tayuya's mission file," Tsunade said. "Of course," Shizun said and handed her the file. "Let's see. Tayuya, 3 D-rank missions, 15 C-rank missions, 10 B-rank missions and 3 A-rank missions. Not bad. You have a few write-ups, but those were from your missions with Team 8 and you haven't had one since. Genjutsu is Umbu level, Taijutsu is mid-jonin level and Ninjutsu is also mid-jonin level. It says here that you possibly have a Kekkei Genkai," Tsunade said. "Really?" Tayuya asked. "That's right. Mei Terumi, the new Mizukage, saw you training when she was here to discuss a treaty between Kiri and Konoha. She suspects that you may be able to use the lava Kekkei Genkai. She said once you were done training she saw signs of lava being used and if that were the case she left behind some jutsus for you to learn," Shizun said. "Why didn't I know about this?" Tsunade asked. "You were drunk when I told you and you had me put it down in her file," Shizun said. "That's probably why I don't remember. Anyway, let's check it out," Tsunade said and gave Tayuya some chakra paper. "How will I be able to use lava if I don't have anybody to train me?" Tayuya asked. "I'll train you. You have complete control over your earth and fire chakra natures, so you just have to combine them. I know how to combine chakra natures, so I'll be able to help you," Tsunade said. "All right," Tayuya said. Tayuya channeled some chakra into the paper and the results were shocking to say the least. The paper split into 4 pieces this time instead of burning and then crumbling away. 1 piece was ripped to shreds, 1 caught on fire, 1 crumbled away and the last one melted away as it turned into lava. "That's new. I never had a wind chakra nature before," Tayuya said. "It must have developed while you were training over the years," Shizune said. What chakra natures does Naruto have again? Tsunade asked. Wind, water, and fire, Tayuya said. I see. Ninjutsu-wise, I'd say you're both even and cancel each other out for the most part. Your wind cancels each other out. His water beats your fire, but your earth beats his water. However, his fire can beat your earth and vice versa. Tsunade said. Who's going to teach me how to control my wind chakra nature? Tayuya asked. I can teach you. I have a wind affinity, but I don't use it, Shizune said. Nice, Tayuya said. Well, everything here checks out. Congratulations on being promoted to Jonin, Tsunade said and tossed Tayuya her Jonin vest. That's it? Where's the streamers, confetti, and balloons? Tayuya asked. That's what you thought a Jonin promotion was like? Shizune asked. Well, yeah, Tayuya said. Well, it's not, Tsunade said. I'd rather get demoted then. At least when I won the Chunin exams it was a huge celebration, Tayuya said. That's because it's an event. This isn't an event, Tsunade said. Can you demote me to Genin so I can take the Chunin exams over? Tayuya asked. No. Besides, what would Naruto think if you got demoted? Tsunade asked and smirked when Tayuya sighed. He'd be disappointed, Tayuya mumbled. Exactly, Tsunade said. I hate it when you use Naruto against me. It's not fair, Tayuya said. Yeah, I know, Tsunade said. Tayuya, will you be joining us for dinner tonight? Shizune asked. No, I think I'll stay at me and Naruto's apartment, Tayuya said. I can't wait to see him again, Shizune said. You can't? He's my godson who I only knew for a few months before he had to leave, Tsunade said. Excuse me, he's my boyfriend and I haven't been able to kiss or cuddle him in nearly 3 years. If anybody misses him the most it's me and I call first dibs on him, Tayuya said. We'll see about that, Tsunade said. What makes you think he's going to want to see you first? Tayuya asked. I'm his godmother and a member of the Uzumaki clan. What makes you think he'll want to see you first? Tsunade asked. I'm his girlfriend and he can't make out with you, Tayuya said. How about a bet? Tsunade asked. Name your terms, Tayuya said. Jiraiya will send word when they're about to be in the village. Me and you will be in the office. Whoever he wants to see first is the winner. If you lose, then you have to take Team Ebisu on a C-rank mission of my choosing, Tsunade said and Tayuya shivered. Fine. If you lose, then you have to wear the spandex outfit from the 2 green beans and run through Konoha while yelling about your flames of youth, Tayuya said and Tsunade shivered. Deal, Tsunade said and they shook on it as a messenger toad appeared. Lady Tsunade, Lady Tayuya, Shizune, Jiraiya and Naruto will be in the village sometime tomorrow morning, the toad said. Thank you, Tsunade said and the toad left. Looks like we'll find out tomorrow, Tayuya said. Looks like we do. Shizune, you're the witness just in case she tries to back out, Tsunade said and Shizune sighed. Of course, my lady, Shizune said. Next day, Naruto and Jiraiya were walking up to the Konoha gates silently enjoying the walk. They knew they were supposed to be back last week, but they just decided to relax a bit more. They just decided to tell Tsunade that they trained for a bit longer and Jiraiya needed to meet up with somebody from his spy network. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Tayuya were both in the office glaring at the door, as if trying to summon Naruto into the office. They've been in the office before the sun came up and Shizune was forced to bring them some food since neither of them ate. Where the fuck is he? Tayuya yelled. What's the matter? Scared to lose? Tsunade asked. Please, Tayuya scoffed. Hey, why's everybody staring at the door? Jiraiya asked, as he came through the window. Jiraiya, Tsunade said and nearly gave him a hug, but she stopped. Where the fuck is Naruto? Tayuya yelled and Jiraiya shrunk away from her. Well, his ramen ticket is still good and he said the Ikarakus would be the first people he saw when he returns, Jiraiya said. He chose them over me, Tayuya said and her eye twitched. He chose food over family, Tsunade said, and then Naruto came in the office followed by 12 shadow clones carrying ramen. Oh, my dear ramen. I've missed you so much, Naruto said. Ahem, Tayuya said, and Naruto looked up. Hey Tayuya. Whoa, Naruto said, and his jaw dropped. What? Tayuya asked. Why, you're even more beautiful than the last time I saw you, Naruto said. Thanks, Tayuya said, and Naruto took a closer look at her. 104, 60, 98. Naruto said and gave Tayuya a kiss that made her melt. I know I've said this before, but you make me so proud, Naruto, Jiraiya said, crying anime tears. I've kind of hit a growth spurt. Do you like it? Tayuya asked and rubbed the back of her head while doing the infamous Naruto Uzumaki nervous grin. Of course, even if you wouldn't have grown like this I'd still like it, Naruto said. What about me? Tsunade asked. You're still 106 centimeters. I don't think they're getting any bigger than that, Jiraiya said. Shut up. That's not what I meant. Give me a hug, Naruto, Tsunade said, and Naruto gave her a hug as well. I guess the bet is over with, Shizune said, as Naruto gave her a hug as well. What bet? Naruto asked. They made a bet that they'll each be the first person you'd want to see, but neither of them won or lost, Shizune said. All right, Jiraiya. How strong is he? Tsunade asked. Honestly, he's nearly as strong as me, Jiraiya said. No, seriously. How strong is he? Tsunade asked. I'm serious. He has the skills and field experience to back it up. There's not a Jonin or Umbu in the village who can beat him. I said I would train him seriously, and that's what I did, Jiraiya said. Naruto, guess what? Tayuya said. What? Naruto asked. I have the Lava Kekii Genkai and a Wind Chakra nature, Tayuya said. That's awesome. I can tell you've gotten way stronger since I've been gone, Naruto said. Naruto, I want to test your skills. I'm not doubting Jiraiya, but I want to be sure. I already have an opponent picked out for you. Actually, he requested this whenever you came back to the village, Tsunade said. Who is it? Naruto asked, and there was a knock on her door. Come in, Tsunade said, and the door opened, revealing Shikamaru and Temari. Naruto, Temari said, and pulled him into a hug. Hey Temari, how've you been? Naruto asked. I'm great. Where have you been? You just disappeared for nearly 3 years, Temari said. I'm great. I was out training with Pervisage, Naruto said. I'll say, you're no longer a shrimp. You've grown and you've become even more handsome, Temari said. Shrimp? I'll have you know that I was taller than you by an inch before I left. As for my good looks, I guess I was always a good-looking guy, Naruto said, and Temari smirked. You sure were, Temari said and looked at him from to toe. Hey, back off. He's mine, Tayuya said, and Temari lifted her hands in mock surrender. I'm just observing, Temari said. I'm surprised the two of you can be in the same room given what happened, Naruto said. We couldn't at first, but I matured a lot since you've been gone, Tayuya said. I can tell, Naruto said, and Tayuya blushed. Yeah, she's actually pretty cool, Temari said. Wait, are you my opponent? Naruto asked. Opponent? No. Me and the crybaby here are finalizing plans for the Chunin exams, Temari said and pointed at Shikamaru. Shikamaru, Naruto said. Naruto, Shikamaru said, and the door was burst open. Lady Tsunade, the villagers are… Whoa, Sakura, as she looked at Naruto and started to daydream. Sakura, Tsunade said. Huh? Sakura asked. What did you have to tell me? Tsunade asked. I forgot. Who is this? He's so sexy, Sakura said. Back off my boyfriend, Tayuya said and pulled Naruto close to her. That's Naruto? Sakura said. Sup? Naruto said. Hey, Sakura said and then had a dreamy look on her face. So, I'm guessing Kakashi is my opponent since he's hiding his chakra signature outside. Naruto said. That would be. Kakashi trailed off as he looked at Naruto. Minato-sensei? No, he doesn't have whiskers. Kakashi thought. Why does everybody keep staring at me? Haven't you all seen somebody grow up? Naruto asked. Because you're one sexy fucker, Tayuya said. I bet he's well endowed. Temari mumbled, but Tayuya heard her. He is, and it's mine, Tayuya said. I said that out loud? Temari asked. Yeah, Tayuya said. Anyway, you're half right. I'm both you and Sakura's opponent. I want to see how much you've both grown. Kakashi said, but Tsunade noticed Naruto's and Kakashi's eyes harden a bit as they looked at each other. It's been a while since I've had an actual fight. I'm down, Naruto said. Me too, Sakura said, and then Naruto tossed Kakashi a book. No way. Is this real? Kakashi asked. Yeah, it's the latest book from Pervy Sage. I'm sure you'd enjoy it, Naruto said. Jiraiya, you gave him that book? Tsunade asked. Not quite. It's a pretty good book, actually. It's different from my other ones. It's still Ika Ika, but instead of being inspired by peeking in bathhouses like I usually do, I wrote this one from my imagination and heart. He decided to add some stuff to the book, and I think you should give it a read, Jiraiya said and gave her a copy. I am not reading this filth, Tsunade said. Just read the first 2 pages. It's a book I think women will start to enjoy, Jiraiya said. Yeah, it's not just some idiotic smut anymore. It's beautiful, Kakashi said and wiped a tear from his eye. I never thought I'd see the day Kakashi cries over a book after the first 2 pages, Shizune said. What page are you on? Naruto asked. Page 2, Kakashi said. Hold on, what about our fight? Sakura asked. We'll do it in a few hours, Kakashi said and went up in smoke. Well, how about we catch up, Naruto? Sakura asked. Not right now. I need to talk to Granny Tsunade, Naruto said. Maybe later then, Sakura said. Sure, Naruto said and Sakura left. Shikamaru, you're dismissed. I'll get what I need from you later, Tsunade said and Shikamaru just left. Then Tsunade sealed the room. What is it? Tsunade asked. Gaara will be the first Jinchuriki the Akatsuki goes after, Naruto said. Why Gaara? Temari asked and got worried. Because I'm guessing they need to go in order for their plans. I'll be last since I have the strongest tailed beast, Naruto said. Then we need to get to Suna, Temari said. No, we don't. Me and Naruto have toads placed in Suna that will reverse summon him when the Akatsuki arrive. They'll reverse summon him and whoever he's touching to the area, Jiraiya said. Aren't you going with them, Master Jiraiya? Shizune asked. No, I have to meet up with some important contacts about something and then see about my movie, Jiraiya said. The one with Princess Koyuki? Tsunade asked. That's the one, Jiraiya said. When will you be back? Tsunade asked. Not sure. I'll let you know when I get there, Jiraiya said. Okay, if that's all then this meeting is dismissed, Tsunade said. Actually, there's one more thing, Naruto said. What is it? Tsunade asked. I figured out who my dad was during my trip with Pervy Sage, but didn't say anything. Do you know if he left me anything? Naruto asked. Maybe. There's a seal on his picture, but I couldn't open it, Tsunade said. Wait, who's your father? Temari asked. I look just like him, Naruto said and pointed at the 4th Hokage's picture. He's your father? Temari asked. Yeah, I never really paid attention to it until my hair grew longer, Naruto said and channeled some chakra into the seal on the picture. I can't believe I didn't see it sooner. Some friend I am, Temari said. I'm his fucking girlfriend. How do you think I feel? Tayuya asked. Whoa, Naruto said as he looked at what his father left him. What is it? Tayuya asked. It's jutsus from him that he wants me to learn. Some of the names are a bit odd, but I have the harem jutsu so I can't really complain, Naruto said. The what? Tayuya asked and raised an eyebrow. Nothing. Anyway, Granny Tsunade, he has something in here for you as well. It's a medical seal that heals minor injuries and replenishes the user's chakra reserves a bit. Naruto said. Really? Tsunade asked. Yeah, everything else is for me, Naruto said and gave her the seal with the instructions. This can lower our death rate and possibly increase the mission success even more, Tsunade said. Well, now that this is over with, can I have some time with Naruto? Tayuya asked. Of course, Tsunade said and unsealed the room. Don't forget about our day together, Granny, Naruto said. I already have it marked down, Tsunade said and Naruto left with Tayuya. I'm surprised she let him talk this much given how much she's missed him, Shizune said. Trust me, they aren't going to do much talking, Tsunade said. I guess I'll go back to my hotel then. Maybe see if anybody wants to do something, Temari said. Take a dip in the hot springs, Tsunade said. Not happening with this pervert back, Temari said and pointed at Jiraiya before she left. Naruto and Tayuya. Naruto and Tayuya were walking around the village and everyone noticed how happy Tayuya was now that Naruto was back. She had the biggest smile on her face and he was carrying her on his back. The older generation of civilians quickly realized that they looked like Minato and Kushina when they first got together, and now almost everyone that treated him harshly in the past regret what they did to him. However, Naruto and Tayuya didn't even notice anybody else around them, since they were off in their own little world. So, how has everything been for you since I left? Naruto asked and Tayuya sighed. Stressful, Tayuya said. Why? Naruto asked. Because a lot of shit went down between me and the quiet bitch. The horny mutt nearly made me kill him. Plus all the damn Chunin and some Jonin kept trying to get me to sleep with them, Tayuya said. Just point the Chunin and Jonin out to me. I'll teach them a lesson for you, Naruto said and Tayuya smiled. I appreciate the offer, but I already took care of it. I started to trap all of them in a genjutsu that made them think they were getting castrated, Tayuya said and Naruto laughed. That's my girl, Naruto said and Tayuya kissed his cheek. I've been waiting nearly 3 years to hear you say that, Tayuya said. I know. I'm back for good now, Naruto said. Finally, Tayuya replied. Now, what did Hinata and Kiba do? Naruto asked and she chuckled. How'd you know I was talking about them? Tayuya asked innocently. I've heard almost every nickname you have for everybody in this village, Naruto said. Fair point. Who do you want to hear about first? Tayuya asked. Give me Kiba first, Naruto said. That horny fuck is one of the reasons I have so many write-ups on my file. He still treats me like an outsider and even tries to sabotage me on missions like a dumbass. Ever since I grew up thanks to puberty, he was one of the ones that constantly kept trying to sleep with me even after he found out we were dating. I can't tell you how many times I've had to kick his ass on a mission before I was able to go out on my own. The final straw was when he tried to grope my breasts and ass. I just decided to put him in a coma. He was in a coma for a few weeks, Tayuya said. Want me to kick his ass? Naruto asked. No, I can handle myself, Tayuya said. Next time he tries something you let me know, Naruto said. I will, I promise, Tayuya said, as they reached the apartment and went inside. I take it you're friends with Ino? Naruto asked, as he looked at everything in his apartment that wasn't there before. Oh yeah, her and Sakura pulled me to the side and apologized about what happened between us at the festival. After some time we became friends and Ino took me shopping, Tayuya said. Obviously, Naruto said and sat on the couch which was brand new. Do you like the couch? Tayuya asked. Yeah, Naruto said and sighed as he relaxed into the couch. Rough traveling? Tayuya asked, as she laid her head on his lap. Something like that, Naruto said. What happened? Tayuya asked. Tell me about Hinata first, Naruto said. I forgot about her. First off, did you know that she had a huge crush on you? Tayuya asked. No, I barely talked to her, Naruto said. Well, she did. She was such a bitch to me at first until I found out why. I mean, yeah, I know I'm known for being a bitch, but it wasn't on purpose. Anyway, she'd give me these side glances as if she was judging me every time we were near each other. On missions, when I'd suggest something, she would turn her nose up at me and then try to compete with a better idea. She would do slick shit like trip me and then act like it was an accident. Can you believe one day she had the nerve to pull me aside and tell me that you belong to her? Talk about being crazy. Anyway, I finally settled things during the Chunin exams when we had to fight and I beat the shit out of her. Now, we can't even be near each other unless we're being supervised. Tayuya said. Wow, I can't believe Hinata was like that. I guess Pervy Sage was right when he said you have to watch out for the quiet ones. Naruto said. That's not even the worst part. Apparently she has a nice little diary of things she'd like to do to you and with you. Ino told me about it, and some of the stuff in there is something you wouldn't even think she's into. Tayuya said. Wow, I hope you don't have something like that. Naruto said. I'm pretty straightforward with you. I'll tell you if I like something or not. Tayuya said, and Naruto gave her a kiss. That is true, Naruto said. Now, what happened on your trip? Any skanks try to get with you? Tayuya asked. No, we traveled a lot and barely stayed in a hotel. Naruto said. Maybe that's why you sank into the damn couch. What else did you do? How strong are you really? I wasn't really paying attention to what the perv was saying. Tayuya said. Why not? Naruto asked. Because I was distracted by your sexy ass face. Now talk, Tayuya said. We trained basically every day the entire time until about the last 3 months. That's when I was out dealing with rogue ninja gaining field experience. They were unable to place me in the bingo book because I used a disguise on top of a henge every time. As for how strong I am, well, I can give Pervy Sage a run for his money. I'd say I'm close to surpassing him. I just need a bit more training. Naruto said. No fucking way, Tayuya said. I'm not bullshitting you. He told me that himself. Naruto said. Did you learn anything new? Like ninjutsu or genjutsu-wise? Tayuya asked. I've learned nearly 40 ninjutsu and none of them require hand seals really, but I still may use 1 or 2 just for the hell of it. Genjutsu-wise, I can't cast anything less than an A-rank genjutsu without my Hishigan activated, but I can use my Hishigan to cast any level of genjutsu, and I even came up with my own S-rank genjutsu. Naruto said. Really? What's it called? Tayuya asked. Eyes of Helios. Naruto said. Nice. Sounds cool but terrifying. What does it do? Tayuya asked. It really depends on the person. It's only usable with the Hishigan and it penetrates deep into a person's soul. It will show you your deepest desire, and if it's evil, it'll punish you in a random way to make you feel excruciating pain inside the genjutsu, and then you'd feel the same pain when the genjutsu ends. Naruto said. What if it's a good desire? Tayuya asked. Then it will let you live it out the way you want to. Your body won't go through any pain when the genjutsu is over with, but the way you lived the desire in the genjutsu may not happen in real life. Naruto said. Nice. Sucks that I can't learn it. Tayuya said. I guess it does. Naruto said and yawned. Tired? Tayuya asked. Yeah, I've been traveling for nearly 3 years. Naruto said. Come on, Tayuya said and pulled Naruto up off the couch. Where are we going? Naruto asked. To our room, Tayuya said. Our? Since when did you sleep in my room? Naruto asked. Since the day we started dating, Tayuya said and opened the door. Whoa, this bed is huge, Naruto said. I know. Thank goodness for sealing scrolls, Tayuya said. I think I'll test it out, Naruto said and flopped onto the bed. So, what do you think? Naruto? Tayuya asked and she looked at him then saw he was out. Fucking lovable idiot. Could have at least waited for me to get in the bed, Tayuya said. She smiled and after getting him under the covers, she joined him. She was cuddled up to him and he wrapped an arm around her. She activated the seals for the apartment so nobody could get in from the outside and not even a shunshin would work. After a few minutes she was out as well. They slept all day not even realizing they missed his test with Kakashi and Sakura. Luckily for him, Kakashi decided to postpone for 2 days so he could read the newest Ika book Naruto gave him. After all, Naruto did have a girlfriend that missed him, so he didn't even expect him to show up. The only thing is that they were sleeping instead of doing what everyone thought they would be doing. Meanwhile, in River Country, a certain group dressed in black cloaks with red clouds are getting ready to make their move against the tailed beasts. There's just one problem: Naruto Uzumaki will be a major problem for them. 2 days passed and nobody has seen or heard from Naruto and Tayuya ever since Naruto returned. Today was the day for his test against Kakashi and everyone was waiting for him at Training Field 7. The past 2 days were wonderful for Tayuya, since all she did was lay in bed with Naruto, and she cooked food for them, so they had no reason to leave the house. They laughed and talked with a bit of play fighting where Naruto discovered Tayuya was ticklish. They even had multiple makeout sessions each day. But nothing went further because Tayuya wasn't ready for that yet. Naruto was also able to learn one of his father's jutsus that he left him. Right now they were laying in bed with Naruto playing in her hair and she was fast asleep on his chest. "Tayuya, wake up," Naruto said and she groaned. "5 more minutes," Tayuya said. "You said that 3 hours ago. I need to get up and go to my test with Kakashi and Sakura," Naruto said. "Fine. When does it start?" Tayuya asked as she started to stretch. 3 hours ago, Naruto said. "Oh, okay," Tayuya said and got out of bed. "We'll continue after the test," Naruto said. "Give me a kiss," Tayuya said. "What's the magic word?" Naruto asked. "Give me a fucking kiss," Tayuya said and smiled when Naruto leaned in. "Nope," Naruto said and walked away from her, making her pout. "Fine. Please give me a kiss," Tayuya said and Naruto smiled. "Sure," Naruto said, as Tayuya ran up and jumped on him for the kiss. "Thank you. Now let's go," Tayuya said and Naruto deactivated the seals in his house then vanished. Training Ground 7. "Sorry, I'm late," Naruto said, as they arrived. "What the hell were you doing?" Tsunade asked. "Sleeping," Naruto said. "For 2 days?" Sakura asked. "Yup, and I'm doing it again right after this is finished," Naruto said and put Tayuya down. "Alright, you two know the drill. I have 2 bells and I don't care how you get them. If you aren't prepared to kill me, you won't take the bells. Show no mercy. You've got until sunrise tomorrow." "Alright, shall we get started?" Kakashi asked and closed his book. "Not going to read your book?" Naruto asked. "I bet he's already finished it," Sakura said. "Not quite. I'm gonna save that for later. Besides, with the way Naruto has grown and the discovery of his dojutsu, I better keep on my toes. This time, it's serious," Kakashi said and revealed his Sharingan. "Let's go," Naruto said. "Ice Shuriken." Naruto created a giant shuriken made of ice and then threw it at Kakashi with so much speed that you could see a dust trail behind it. Luckily for Kakashi, his Sharingan slowed things down for him and he managed to dodge it at the last second. Imagine his surprise when Naruto started to control it with his hand motions. All of a sudden, that one ice shuriken turned into 20 and Kakashi had to use the substitution jutsu to escape. That was close, Kakashi thought. "Come on, Kakashi. You're making this too easy," Naruto said. "Kick his fucking ass, Naruto," Tayuya yelled. "Okay," Naruto said and vanished. "Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" Kakashi thought and somebody tapped him on the shoulder. "Hey," Naruto said as Kakashi turned around and then kicked him out of the tree. "Nice shot," Sakura said. "Alright, Naruto. Shinobi Battle Tactics Lesson 1. Taijutsu," Kakashi said. "That's fine by me," Naruto said. "This has been a long time coming, Naruto. I hope you don't disappoint me, Naruto," Kakashi said. "Same thing could be said about you, Sharingan Kakashi," Naruto said. Spectators. I don't think this was the plan," Shizune said. "It wasn't," Tayuya said. "Sakura, maybe you should sit this one out," Shizune said. "She's right, Sakura. This fight is going to be way above your current level," Tsunade said. "What about the bells?" Sakura asked and then 2 bells landed at her feet. There, you got the bells. Now, get your pink ass over here, Tayuya said. Fine, Sakura said and walked towards them. I didn't think Naruto disliked Kakashi that much to make this personal, Shizune said. It's deeper than that, Tsunade said. What do you mean, my lady? Sakura asked. I can't go into details with you since I'd reveal a SS-ranked secret to you, and I need Naruto's permission to do so, Tsunade said. Does it have to do with the fact that he's the fourth Hokage's child? Sakura asked. How do you know? Tsunade asked. Look at him. Take away the whisker marks and he's an exact replica, Sakura said. She's got a point, Tayuya said. Fine, don't tell anyone. Anyway, the fight between Naruto and Kakashi was bound to happen since the day Naruto was born. Kakashi wanted to train Naruto personally, but then politics got involved and he couldn't train him how he wanted to once he was on his Genin team. Had Kakashi actually trained Naruto, then he would have been stripped of his shinobi license and he would have served a 4-year sentence in blood prison. The fourth Hokage was the one who tested Kakashi, and it's only fitting that Kakashi tests Naruto, Tsunade said. Then why do they seem like they're going to kill each other? Sakura asked. Because Naruto wants to prove himself to Kakashi that he was worthy of being trained by him, since he was always rejected, and Kakashi wants to personally see if Naruto will be able to deal with a group of S-rank criminals, Tsunade said. Wait, Kakashi-sensei is an S-rank shinobi? He doesn't seem like it, Sakura said. Looks can be deceiving. He's the man who copied over 1,000 jutsus, and you think he wouldn't be classified as an S-rank shinobi, Tayuya said. No, it's just that he doesn't seem like it. He's lazy and constantly has this aloofness about him, Sakura said. If Jiraiya didn't have the title of legendary Sannin, would you think he was stronger than me given his peeping habits? Tsunade asked. No, Sakura said. You shouldn't think like that. Everybody has their weaknesses. For example, Naruto doesn't like when I eat out of his ramen bowl. We had an argument a few months after I joined the village because I ate out of his specified ramen bowl, Tayuya said. Seriously? Sakura asked. Yeah, every strong shinobi has an odd quirk about them. Big Tits likes to drink. The perv likes to peep on women, and Kakashi likes to read porn in public, Tayuya said. Shush, they're about to start, Tsunade said. Naruto versus Kakashi. As the two shinobi stared each other down, the tension in the area was enough to make the nearby animals run and hide. Everything was quiet until a falling leaf in the wind touched the ground and suddenly they both vanished. The sound of kunai clashing and fist colliding was heard and felt throughout the entire training area. Kakashi barely ducked out of the way from a kick Naruto threw at his head and went for a punch towards Naruto's gut. But Naruto saw it coming, then blocked it while kicking Kakashi in his chin with his opposite leg. Kakashi jumped back, but Naruto didn't give him a chance to catch his breath and was on him in an instant. Naruto started to move even faster, catching Kakashi off guard. But he was able to block or dodge most of Naruto's attacks thanks to his Sharingan. Naruto didn't let the Sharingan stop his assault and tapped into his Genin days before he met Jiraiya, which was a lot of random taijutsu moves. The unpredictable moves of Naruto normally wouldn't have caught Kakashi off guard. But this Naruto was a lot faster now. Naruto would act like he's throwing a punch, but then it would turn into an elbow to the solar plexus. Naruto would throw an elbow, but it would turn into a kick to the ribs, making Kakashi wince from how much power was in the kick, and he would slide away, but keep his balance. When Kakashi looked up, he saw Naruto just staring at him, and then his eyes widened, and then he quickly blocked a punch aimed at his face. I think it's safe to assume that I've won the taijutsu lesson, Naruto said. That's an understatement. He outclassed me and even rendered the Sharingan useless. I know Lord Jiraiya would train him, but I didn't think he'd come back this good. Who am I kidding? He was already a Jonin-level shinobi when he left, Kakashi thought. Very well. Shinobi Battle Tactics Lesson 2, Ninjutsu, Kakashi said and quickly went through hand signs. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Water style, Ripping Torrent. The fireball from Kakashi and the ripping torrent from Naruto collided and created a giant steam cloud blocking the vision from everyone. Naruto blew the steam away using great breath through and then jumped up when Kakashi came from underneath the ground trying to stab him with a kunai while using double suicide decapitation. Naruto landed and held up the tiger hand sign. Fire style, Crimson Earth Spider. Naruto created a huge spider made of fire around Kakashi and watched as it bit down on Kakashi before exploding. The smoke cleared and Kakashi was no longer there thanks to the substitution jutsu he used to switch with a log. Naruto heard Kakashi call out the water dragon jutsu and countered with his ice dragon jutsu. The ice dragon easily destroyed Kakashi's jutsu and came crashing down at Kakashi with speeds he wasn't expecting, and he was sent flying into a tree. Wind style, rotating shuriken. While Kakashi was a tad bit dazed, Naruto threw wind-coated shuriken at Kakashi, who barely managed to get out of the way. Kakashi jumped away again as he saw Naruto coming out of the air with a Rasengan the size of his head and destroyed the ground. Naruto didn't let up as he used his Flame Meteor's jutsu, which confused everyone since he just sent a huge fireball into the air. But that all changed when medium-sized balls fire came raining down at Kakashi and exploded as they hit the ground. Sheesh, can he give me a break? Kakashi thought. Kakashi was brought out of his thoughts when he saw a huge tornado made of fire coming right at him courtesy of Naruto's Flame Tornado Jutsu. Kakashi quickly countered with the water style, Giant Vortex Jutsu, accompanied by a shadow clone of his that used the same jutsu, and he barely got out alive. The smoke was blown away and then Kakashi was electrocuted by Naruto's lightning whip. Naruto knew Kakashi had a problem with his chakra reserves thanks to the strain of the Sharingan and used it to his advantage. While Naruto was a chakra powerhouse and could throw out jutsu after jutsu, Kakashi didn't have that luxury. Naruto's plan was simple. Keep the pressure on Kakashi and force him to use high-rank jutsu or multiple low-rank jutsus in rapid succession. Lightning style, Thunderclap Arrow. Naruto gathered lighting chakra and shaped it into a small projectile, then threw it at Kakashi, who substituted with a shadow clone. Kakashi was panting from the continuous onslaught from Naruto and he desperately needed a break. Naruto decided it was time to end this and then channeled a small amount of chakra that he sent straight up in the air. Raijin's Wrath. Everyone waited for something to happen, but Tsunade had a feeling it was going to be destructive, so she created a huge dome of earth around Sakura, Shizune, Tayuya, and herself. She reinforced it with a huge amount of chakra. All of a sudden, lightning started to rain down on the training ground and everything was destroyed, even Tsunade's jutsu. The attack lasted for about 10 seconds before it stopped and a huge smoke cloud was all you could see. Naruto used the wind style, Divine Mountain Wind, to blow away the smoke and everyone was trapped underneath some rubble. I guess I overdid it a bit, Naruto said and sheepishly scratched his head. Naruto Uzumaki, Tsunade yelled as she exploded from the rubble. Oh, Naruto said, and when he tried to run, Tsunade appeared in front of him with a glare that could kill. What the hell was that? Tayuya asked. You nearly killed me, Sakura said. Well, it was a jutsu I created. I mean, nobody died, right? Naruto asked. I barely got out of that, Kakashi said, as his clothes were torn up and he was barely able to stand. Who's going to fix the training ground? Shizune asked. I'll do it, but Naruto will be paying for an S-rank mission, Tsunade said, and his jaw dropped. What? Why? This was your idea, Naruto said, and Tayuya punched him on the head. She didn't tell you to fucking destroy everything, Tayuya yelled. Honestly, Naruto, you should have more control over your jutsu before you use it, Sakura said. That was the controlled version, Naruto said sheepishly. You're kidding, right? Tayuya asked. Nope, Naruto said. I'm putting that in the Forbidden Scroll, Tsunade said. Absolutely not. I claim it as an Uzumaki clan jutsu, and it will go in a scroll of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto said. That doesn't exist, Tsunade said, and Naruto quickly unsealed a giant scroll before writing the jutsu in it. It does now, Naruto said and smirked as Tsunade's eye twitched. Anyway, Kakashi, go get yourself checked out, Tsunade said, and Kakashi vanished. Well, despite everything that happened, I think it's safe to say that Naruto's more than ready to face the Akatsuki, Tayuya said and jumped on his back, then kissed his cheek. Fine. I still don't think he's ready for a Jonin rank yet, Tsunade said and smirked when Naruto's started to violently twitch. I will prank this village so bad that not even your shadow clone will help you with the paperwork, Naruto said and had a stare-off with Tsunade. You wouldn't dare. Tsunade said. Oh, I would. I'll even have Tayuya join me. Naruto said, and they had matching smirks on their faces. That's kind of creepy, Sakura thought. Lady Tsunade, will you just give him the vest? You promoted him right after he left. Shizune said, and Tsunade sighed. Why did you have to ruin it? I was just about to get something out of this. Tsunade said. If you haven't noticed already, all of the paperwork you get goes through me first, and I'd rather not deal with paperwork that has something to do with Naruto's pranking. Shizune said. Fine. Here's your vest. Tsunade said and unsealed a Jonin vest. Yes, Naruto said, and when he cheered, he accidentally dropped Tayuya. Ow! Hey! Tayuya said, and Naruto picked her up. Sorry, Naruto said and gave her a kiss. Apology accepted. However, I want more when we get home, Tayuya said and whispered that last part in his ear. Alright, lovebirds, you're all dismissed, Tsunade said. Bye big tits, Tayuya said as they vanished. She does know her boobs are the size of yours, right? Sakura asked. She does, but I doubt she'll stop calling me that, Tsunade said. So what's next? Sakura asked. Now we deal with the Akatsuki. You'll need to step up your training as well. I know you're a medic, but you need to be able to protect yourself if they attack you, Tsunade said. But I've been training with you for the last 3 years. Shouldn't I be ready now? Sakura asked. Sakura, the Akatsuki is a group made up of S-rank criminals, and each of them have the strength to back it up. I don't want to be harsh, but you won't be of much use if you go one-on-one with an Akatsuki member, Tsunade said. Then what's the point of even sending me on these missions if I'm not ready? Sakura asked. You'll gain experience. I'll mostly be sending you out with Naruto and Kakashi, who are both S-rank shinobi. From what we know, the Akatsuki travel in pairs of 2, so you'll always be paired up with somebody when you have to fight. You'll mainly be there for backup, so I don't want you to get reckless out there, Tsunade said. I understand, Sakura said. Don't worry, everyone grows at different rates. Besides, you're more of a healer than a fighter despite knowing my chakra-enhanced fighting style, Tsunade said. Perhaps you should have added some ninjutsu or genjutsu to your repertoire, Shizune said. I didn't think it was needed since I was training with Lady Tsunade, Sakura said. Sakura, I may be a medical ninja primarily, but I also have 3 chakra natures that I use, Tsunade said. Why didn't you use any against me in training? Sakura asked. Because you would have died. You had no counters and 1 jutsu from me without any defense would have killed you instantly, Tsunade said. Same goes for me when I had to train you a bit, Shizune said. Why was I even promoted to Chunin? Sakura asked. The judges found your thinking skills and medical ninjutsu skills good enough for a promotion. They promoted you to Chunin and had recommended you get switched to the medical corps instead of an assault-type ninja, Tsunade said. Then I guess I'll have to get stronger, Sakura said, and a determined look came on her face. That's right. You're still my apprentice, so I'll train you whenever you need, Tsunade said. Thank you, my lady, Sakura said. Now go have some fun. I'm sure Ino would be happy to see you, Tsunade said, and Sakura bowed before leaving. Naruto. I can't believe you destroyed the entire training ground, Tayuya said, as they were cuddled on the couch. You're all lucky that's all I destroyed, Naruto said. What do you mean? Tayuya said. I held back a considerable amount of power from that attack. I was able to destroy an entire abandoned village with that jutsu, Naruto said. No fucking way, Tayuya said. It's true. I barely used any chakra in that attack, Naruto said. Yet you still can't beat the pervert, Tayuya said. I'm closer than you are to beating Granny Tsunade, Naruto said, and she slapped his chest. Fuck you, Tayuya said, and Naruto chuckled. Why didn't you become her apprentice? I know she offered you the position, Naruto said, and she sighed. Because if I became her apprentice, then I'd have to get moved to the medical corps. Don't get me wrong, I'm great at medical ninjutsu, but I'd rather be on the front lines fighting next to you instead of hanging back and waiting for somebody to get injured to heal them. I've always been a fighter, and that was even before I met Orochimaru. I was a nice sweet girl, but I've always had a bit of a temper since boys would tease me about my hair. I didn't become cold and heartless until I met Orochimaru. Tayuya said. So, you declined her position just to fight next to me? Naruto asked, and she nodded. Yeah. I mean, we've been on missions together already, and when we had to team up against somebody we could fight without uttering a single word between us. That's why a lot of the missions I did after I made Chunin were with either Kurenai, Anko, or Yugao. None of the other genin could match me in skills, so they'd slow me down, and they were the only people I trusted to have my back in a fight at the time other than you. Tayuya said. Yeah. I remember the first time we went on a mission and I had to help you out. Naruto said and laughed when she glared at him. I was still recovering from the curse mark being removed. Tayuya said. Really? Because I could have sworn Granny Tsunade cleared you about 3 weeks before our first mission. Naruto said. Well, she was clearly wrong. Tayuya said. Oh? Maybe I should tell her that. Naruto said and smirked when Tayuya flinched. No. Her training is hellish and I don't want to go through that right now. Can you believe she threw a fucking boulder at me? She said it was for dodging training. Tayuya said. I mean, when I first met her, she did destroy a castle. Naruto said, and she looked at him. You've got to be shitting me. Tayuya said, and Naruto shook his head. Nope. It was around the time when we fought Orochimaru and Kabuto. Naruto said. I wish I was there to see Kabuto get his ass kicked. Tayuya said. He honestly could have won, but he was arrogant and it cost him the fight. Now, he wouldn't stand a chance against me. Naruto said. I know. You're a big bad jonin now who can go toe-to-toe with Kakashi. Tayuya said and gave him a kiss. I held back against Kakashi. Naruto said. How? Tayuya asked. I didn't use any of my taijutsu combinations or my Hishigan against him. I can go toe-to-toe with Pervy Sage taijutsu-wise and he has to use Sage mode to beat me. Naruto said. So, you're a Kage-level shinobi then? Tayuya said. Yeah, I've got the experience to back it up. Not as much as they do, but I have enough. Naruto said. I can't wait to see these fuckers go down. Tayuya said. Same here. Naruto said. So, let me ask you something. Tayuya said. Go for it. Naruto said. Can you use the Nine Tails chakra properly? Tayuya asked. No. I mean, I can use maybe 4 or 5 tails of Nine Tails chakra, but I don't really have a need to. Me and Pervy Sage focused on my own strength the entire time we were gone. I do talk to him from time to time though. Naruto said. Cool. I want to meet him. Tayuya said. Maybe some other time. He's sleeping right now. Naruto said. How do you know? Tayuya asked. I can hear him snoring in my head. Naruto told her. Is he like a rampaging dick? Tayuya asked. Not really, but he can be a bit grumpy. He's just misunderstood honestly. Naruto said. Something tells me it would be a long explanation, so I'm not even going to ask. Tayuya said and Naruto gave her a kiss. I figured you wouldn't. Naruto said and Tayuya smiled as she pulled out her necklace. I never took this off. Tayuya said. Why not? Naruto asked. Because it was the first gift you gave me when we became a couple. It's my first piece of jewelry and it means something to me. Tayuya said and climbed onto his lap. I guess you're right. Your gift was perfect. Naruto said. Of course it was. Tayuya said. When did you get it? I thought you only won your flute. Naruto said. When I said I had to use the bathroom, I went back to the game and won it for you. It was your birthday, so I needed to get you a gift. Tayuya said. You know they let me keep the ticket. Naruto said. Why? Tayuya asked. It was my first birthday gift. Naruto said. Seriously? Why didn't the Ikarakus get you a gift? Tayuya asked. Because they were always busy around that time of year thanks to the festival. They wanted to close down for the day, but I knew they would need the money and I told them not to worry about it. That, and even if they did close, My birthdays were spent bleeding out in an alley while the Nine Tails healed me, or in the hospital where they would inject me with different kinds of poisons to kill me. Now, I'm basically immune to all types of poisons, so I guess something good came from the torture I went through. Naruto said. That's not something good, that's fucked up. Tell me who did it and I'll cut their tongue out. Tayuya said. You don't have to worry about them. Naruto said. Yes, the fuck I do. They will not live freely after they tortured my boyfriend. Tayuya said, and her hair split into 9 pieces. What the hell? Yo, Nine Tails. Wake up, Naruto thought. What the hell do you want? The Nine Tails asked. Are you influencing her or something? Naruto thought. How can I do that while I'm sealed inside of you? The Nine Tails asked. Fucking look at her, Naruto thought, and the Nine Tails had to do a double take once he looked at Tayuya. This is the first time I'll give you advice. This is something your mother did to your father or in general when she was angry. Whatever you do, don't tell her to calm down. My healing ability might take a while if she beats you while you're like this. The Nine Tails said. Then what do I do? Naruto thought. Calm her down. I'm going back to sleep, the Nine Tails said. Son of a bitch, Naruto thought. Tayuya, look at me. You don't have to worry about them because they're already dead, Naruto said, and she calmed down after a few deep breaths. I'm fine, Tayuya said. Now I see why Izumo and Kotetsu were scared of her, Naruto thought. Are you sure? Naruto asked. Yes, I'm sure. Who killed them? Tayuya asked. Me. My first kill came when I was 6. That was the first time I used the Nine Tails chakra. I've killed hundreds of people from this village before I became a ninja. Ninja ranking from genin to chunin and civilians were also killed by me. It wasn't until I got back from finding Granny Tsunade that I found out the third Hokage would organize some of those mob beatings and then come act all grandfatherly to me, Naruto said. Why would he do that? Tayuya asked. Because he wanted me for a weapon. He thought I was young and naive, that I would always listen to him, but the joke's on him since due to me having trust issues, I never believed a word he said. My dream of becoming Hokage was before he even put the idea in my head, Naruto said. What would you do if he was still alive right now? Tayuya asked. Before I would have either tried to kill him or go rogue, but now I would just look at him like the pitiful old man that he was, Naruto said. Don't worry, me, Kurenai, Anko, Yugao, Shizune, Temari and Big Tits will make sure that won't happen again, Tayuya said. I know, for the record, I think the name Big Tits fits you as well, Naruto said and grabbed her breasts, making her blush. And no, that name is strictly for her, Tayuya said. How did they even get like this? No offense, but I'd imagine at most you'd grow to maybe a DD and that would be it, Naruto said. I just did what she told me to do. After that, puberty happened and I started eating healthier. Over the years, they just kept growing and growing. I had to buy new bras like every other month until they finally stopped growing, Tayuya said. Well, I like them, Naruto said and gave her a kiss. Give me another kiss, Tayuya said. Naruto gave her another kiss that turned into another until it was a full-blown makeout session. Tayuya literally ripped Naruto's shirt off and started to feel on his chest as she kissed him. Naruto was just as rough as he tore her shirt off and took her bra off as well. Tayuya started to play in his hair and moaned into his mouth as he would rub her breasts and pinch her nipples. Right when the fun part was about to happen, somebody knocked on the door and Tayuya let out a frustrated whine. Who the fuck is it? Tayuya yelled. Naruto Uzumaki, you have been ordered to the council's chambers, and Umbu said. Why? Naruto asked and went back to kissing Tayuya. Orders from Lady Tsunade, the Umbu said and left. Rain check, Naruto asked and Tayuya sighed. Fine, can you give me my bra? Tayuya asked and Naruto handed it to her. I need a new shirt, Naruto said. Get me one, Tayuya said. Sure, Naruto said and went to the room, then grabbed a muscle shirt for himself and a black shirt for Tayuya. Thank you. I'm coming with you, Tayuya said, and Naruto noticed she looked around. Your sensing abilities have gotten better. How many do you detect? Naruto asked. 10. Tayuya said. There's 30 of them. All of them are Chunin level or higher. Naruto said. I'm not really in the mood to fight right now. Let's just teleport there. Tayuya said, and Naruto deactivated the inside barrier seals, then vanished. Council chambers. You called Granny? Naruto asked as they arrived in the chambers. I believe we only called for the boy, Danzo said. Well, that's too fucking bad, you one-eyed geezer, Tayuya said, and Naruto snickered. Tayuya, please refrain from using swear words in the council chambers, Koharu said. I'll try my best, Tayuya said with a grin. Why am I here? Naruto asked. Well, that's something that even I don't know. Danzo is the one who called for this meeting and requested your presence, Tsunade said. What do you want? Naruto asked. I have a few questions about your whereabouts for the past nearly 3 years, Danzo said. Why? Afraid that your weapon might run away from the village? Naruto asked and smirked at Danzo when his eye twitched. It is against the law to leave the village as you please without notifying the higher-ups, Danzo said. You're right that it is against the law to leave without permission or notifying the higher-ups, but that rule doesn't apply to me. Thanks to me being the apprentice of Jiraiya, I have Sannin traveling rights, which means I can leave the village whenever I feel like it and there's nothing you can do about it. Also, if you must know, 3 people were informed of me leaving. The Hokage, Elders Koharu and Hamura were notified of me leaving. If you want to know where I was at then, I'll humor you. I was out training with Jiraiya to prepare for the Akatsuki, Naruto said. Then I would like to know about your skills. Have you gained any interesting knowledge about your dojutsu should another one occur? Danzo asked. In fact, I did, but I'm not telling you. The powers of my dojutsu will stay between me and my clan members, Naruto said. You have no clan members, Danzo said. That's where you are wrong. The Hokage is part of the Uzumaki clan and Tayuya is my girlfriend, so that makes her part of my clan as well. Jiraiya is basically like a father to me, so he's in the clan as well, Naruto said. Still, I think it's best for the village to know about this, Danzo said. No, it's not. Like I said, the abilities of my dojutsu will stay between me and my clan, Naruto said, and Danzo clenched his teeth. Very well. Now, since you are clan heir and there are less than 10 people in your clan, you are to go under the CRA program to reproduce your clan, Danzo said, and had female root members to marry him on standby. Nope, not happening. The CRA program is shit and you all know it. That's something that was passed by that pathetic excuse of a 3rd Hokage. Also, the 4th Hokage changed that rule up a bit since he couldn't disband a rule placed by a former Hokage and the 3rd never changed it back. The CRA is optional to clan heirs, Naruto said. Why was I not made aware of this, Tsunade? Danzo asked and she narrowed her eyes. Excuse me? It is Lady Tsunade or Lady Hokage to you, Danzo. I'm not on friendly terms with you, so you only call me by those 2 titles. Do you understand me? Tsunade asked and Danzo was furious inside. My apologies, Lady Hokage, Danzo said. Apology accepted. Now, is there anything else? Tsunade asked. Yes, I have not been able to access the shinobi files to check up on our shinobi records. The files have gone missing, Danzo said. Yes, and as the head of the Civilian Council, I have not been receiving the reports from the Ninja Academy anymore. Do you know why? Mabuki Haruno asked. Yes, Danzo, the shinobi files are no longer where they used to be. I discovered missing files and decided to relocate them to a place that only me and Shizun know where they are located. As for the Ninja Academy, I have moved that responsibility over to the Shinobi Council. I do not know why the Ninja Academy ended up in the hands of the Civilian Council, but you no longer have to deal with that. All the Civilian Council will deal with is civilian affairs, Tsunade said. Finally, that's one less headache for me to deal with, Mabuki said. Yes, I've been meaning to ask you, Mabuki, how are the plans going for the projects in the Red Light District? Tsunade asked. Everything is moving according to plan. We have the blueprints set up, but we need to find the land for us to use for the projects. Thanks to you cracking down on the civilians and rich families that haven't paid taxes in 13 years, I was able to set up a budget for each project and I will have the plans in your office tomorrow morning. Mabuki said. Great. Tsunade said. Lady Tsunade, if I may. Sum Inuzuka said. The floor is yours. Tsunade said. Thank you. Tayuya, now that I have the opportunity to speak to you, I wish to apologize for Kiba and his actions towards you. I hope you don't let his actions define the Inuzuka clan. Sum said. Nah, it's fine. Besides, if he tries anything else then I'll just have my big strong boyfriend kick his ass. Tayuya said and Sum nodded. Thank you. That is all. Sum said. This meeting is dismissed. It was pointless anyway. Tsunade said and mumbled the last part. Danzo, Naruto said. What? Danzo asked. The next time you send your friends after Tayuya, I'm going to kill you, Naruto said and glared at him with his Hishigan activated. I do not know what you're talking about, Danzo said and Naruto threw 5 kunai into the ceiling making 5 dead root umbu fall out of the ceiling. I'm sure you don't. Remember, this isn't a threat. This is a promise, Naruto said and left with Tayuya. Leaf Village. How'd you know Danzo sent his umbu after me? Tayuya asked as they were walking in the village. There are toads all around the village that report to me and Pervisage. They saw it when it happened the first time and one of them told me about it, Naruto said. Listen, I didn't want to tell you because Tsunade told me you'd go on a rampage for me and I didn't want that to happen, Tayuya said. I know. I'm not mad at you. You're right. I would have gone on a rampage for you and I still would. However, your heart was in the right place when you didn't tell me. At that time, I would snap at the littlest thing that was an insult to you since you were still new and people would try to gang up on you. Now, I know you can handle yourself, but the stuff with Danzo I will always be involved in, Naruto said and Tayuya gave him a kiss. Ah, look at the 2 lovebirds, Tamari said, as she walked up to them. Oh look, it's the single desert princess, Tayuya said. It's the temperamental redhead. How are you, Naruto? Tamari asked. I'm good. Are you heading out? Naruto asked. Yeah, I want to get to the village before the Akatsuki get there. I don't want Gaara to fight them alone. Have you got any word from your toads? Tamari asked. No, they'll reverse summon me once they cross the border to get into Suna, Naruto said. Damn it, that means I risk running into them and I can't fight them on my own, Tamari said. Just stay with me. I can somewhat feel when they are about to reverse summon me, so I can quickly grab whoever is near me, Naruto said. I'd rather not. I don't want to hear you 2 going at it, Tamari said. We haven't yet, but you're more than welcome to join, Tayuya said and Tamari blushed. What? Tamari asked. Come on, the more the merrier. I'm sure Naruto wouldn't mind, Tayuya said. Sure. You can join us if you want, Tamari, Naruto said and she was at a loss for words. I'm just twisting your tits, girl. I'm not sharing him with anybody, Tayuya said. Tayuya, do you have your gear on you? Naruto asked. Yeah, I have a storage seal on all of my clothes. Why? Tayuya asked. Because we're about to be reversed summoned, Naruto said and quickly grabbed them before they went up in smoke. Suna. I'm guessing they're on the way, Tamari said, as they were standing in the desert. Yeah, we need to tell Gaara to evacuate the village. They should be here in a day, Naruto said and summoned Gamakichi. Naruto, why am I in a desert? Gamakichi asked. The Akatsuki are almost here for Gaara. Tell Granny Tsunade that me and Tayuya are here to stop them with Tamari. Gaara will help us so we don't need any backup. Tell her we'll be back in 3 days, Naruto said. You got it, Gamakichi said and went up in smoke. Let's go to the village, Tamari said. Actually, is there a way you can sneak us in? We need to keep the element of surprise on our side, Naruto said. Not really. We sealed up everything to keep spies out of the village, Tamari said. Do you have any sensors at the main gate? Naruto asked. Yeah, Tamari said. Shit, alright fuck it. I'm gonna use a shit ton of shunshin to get into Gaara's office. Tell the sensors that it's just a test for their skills or something. I'll lower my chakra levels to match that of Gaara. Naruto said. What about me? Tayuya asked. That's easy. They don't know you since you weren't at the Chunin exams in Suna, so I can just say you're a friend from the Leaf Village that's here to visit. Of course, they won't even care since they'll just keep staring at your chest. Temari said, and Tayuya smirked. Is that a hint of jealousy I detect in your voice? Tayuya asked. Not in the slightest. Bigger the breasts, the more back problems. Temari said. That is true unless you have someone as amazing as Naruto to give you a back massage. Tayuya said. I'm gonna get going, Naruto said and vanished. Well, let's go, Temari said, and they ran off towards the gates. Gaara's office. Lord Gaara, our sensory division has picked up a chakra level the same height as yours. A Chunin named Matsuri said. My chakra levels? Was I supposed to have a guest? Gaara asked. No, there's nothing on the schedule, Matsuri said, and then Naruto appeared in the office. Never mind, I found the problem. Why are you here, Naruto? Gaara asked. What? I can't come and see my old buddy for fun, Naruto asked, and Gaara just looked at him. Who is this, Lord Gaara? Matsuri asked. This is Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara said. Yeah, that's me. Listen, Gaara. Do you remember that certain group I told you about? Naruto asked, and Gaara nodded. Yes. Why are they on the move? Gaara asked. Yeah, and 2 of them are on the way here for you. I hope you don't mind, but I had some toads placed around the border to reverse summon me here to help you take them out. I'm here with Temari and Tayuya, Naruto said. Why didn't they come with you? Gaara asked. Because we need to keep the element of surprise on your side, and I don't know if they have a spy at the front gate. If we split up into groups, we should be able to handle them, but you need to evacuate the village or place everyone in a bunker, Naruto said, and Gaara nodded. How much time do we have? Gaara asked. 1 day, Naruto said. Matsuri, tell Baki to gather as much Jonin and Umbu as he can. Tell him to place the civilians in the underground bunkers we set up last year, Gaara said. Are you sure this is needed for 2 people? Matsuri asked. Yes, these are S-ranked shinobi who have no problem destroying the village to get me, Gaara said, and then Kankuro came into the room. Hey Naruto, Kankuro said. Sup, Naruto said. Hey Gaara, something tripped one of my traps at the border, Kankuro said. It's the Akatsuki. They're making their move, Gaara said. I'm fighting with you, Kankuro said, and then Temari and Tayuya came into the office. We have a problem, Temari said. I know, the Akatsuki are coming, Gaara said. No, it's who it is that's coming, Temari said. Who is it? Naruto asked. Sasori of the Red Sand and Deidara the Mad Bomber, Tayuya said. I sent one of my weasels to see who it was and then showed them the book of names Konoha gave us. It's definitely those 2, Temari said. They're both long-range fighters. Me and Naruto will handle Deidara. The rest of you will handle Sasori, Gaara said. That doesn't sound too smart, Tayuya said. It is. This way Kankuro can counter Sasori with his puppets, and I can use my wind ninjutsu to destroy his puppets, Temari said. That's right. Plus you're a trained medic, so they'll need a medic with them in case somebody gets hurt. You can also use your fire chakra nature to burn his puppets. Me and Gaara don't need a medic since we have Shikaku and the 9 Tails on standby to heal us. You need lightning to counteract Deidara and his explosives. Gaara can get us in the air with his sand to fight on even ground, Naruto said, and then Baki came into the office. Lord Gaara, the civilians are being moved to the bunkers as we speak. I have Umbu and Jonin escorting them. Is there anything else you wish for me to do? Baki asked. Yes, go to the gate and watch for 2 figures in a black cloak with red clouds or anything unusual, Gaara said. Yes, sir, Baki said and left. Well, that settles that, Naruto said. Where are you 2 staying? Temari asked. Your house, Tayuya said. Excuse me? Temari asked. We're staying at your house. You already told me how you live in a mansion. You have more than enough room. Besides, we only need one room, Tayuya said. I'm giving you the room one, the opposite side of the house. Temari said. We said you can join us, Tayuya said, and Temari blushed. Stop teasing her, Tayuya. You know she's holding out for Shikamaru, Naruto said, and Temari blushed even more. Shut up, Temari said. We're just messing with you, Naruto said and gave Temari a one-armed hug. Whatever, come on. I'll show you to the house, Temari said. I'll see you later, Gaara, Naruto said, and they left. Later that night. Are you ready for this? Tayuya asked as they were in bed. Yeah, this is what I've been training for, Naruto said. I guess you're right. I'm just worried that they'll capture you and Gaara, Tayuya said. They won't. With me and Gaara we have the perfect combo. His sand acts like a defense for us, so if anything gets too hectic, we'll be protected, Naruto said, and she sighed. What about me? Tayuya asked. You, Temari, and Kankuro are all Jonin-level ninja. The three of you combined should be able to handle Sasori and his puppets, Naruto said. What if I don't make it back? Tayuya asked. You'll be fine. You were trained by one of the Sannin after all. However, you will have to mainly use your ninjutsu for the fight against Sasori, Naruto said and gave her a kiss. After this is over with, then what do we do? Tayuya asked. We go back to the Leaf Village, Naruto said. How about a date? Tayuya asked. Like a Ichiraku ramen date or a fancy date where we get dressed up? Naruto asked. Not Ichiraku, but not fancy. Something casual, Tayuya said. Let me do the planning. I have just the thing, Naruto said. All right, now, I believe we have something to finish, Tayuya said and gave him a kiss. We shouldn't do that. The Akatsuki can attack any time tomorrow, Naruto said. We're not. I just want to finish our little makeout session. The last one was interrupted and it left me craving more, Tayuya said and kissed him again. Konoha. Lady Tsunade, Sakura said, as she came into the office. Yes, Sakura? Tsunade asked. Do you know where Naruto and Tayuya are? I went to their house and they weren't answering the door. The seals aren't activated in their apartment, so I was able to look inside and they weren't in the house, Sakura said. I don't know. Why do you need them? Tsunade asked. Because we were all going to get some barbecue and I figured I'd invite the two of them. I know Naruto doesn't really speak to us, but I figured I'd invite him anyway. I'm the only one besides Shikamaru who saw him and they want to see him, Sakura said. I'll send a Katsuyu slug to find him, but I don't know if he'll accept the invite, Tsunade said, and then Gamakichi appeared. Yo, Gamakichi said. I'm guessing you know where Naruto is, Tsunade said. Yup, him, Temari, and Tayuya are in Suna. One of the toads located the Akatsuki and reversed summoned them. He said they'll be back in 3 days, Gamakichi said. I'm sending backup, Tsunade said. They won't get there in time. The Akatsuki will be at the Suna gates tomorrow. It's only 2 of them and Naruto can take them by himself if he wants to, Gamakichi said. What about Tayuya? She's not ready for that kind of opponent yet, Sakura said. She'll be fine. If Naruto met Gaara, then they already came up with a plan. She won't be alone. Temari will have her back and maybe someone else as well. I'll have one of the spy toads keep an eye on the fights for you, Gamakichi said. Thank you, Kichi, Tsunade said and gave him some candy. Later, Gamakichi said and left. Shouldn't you send some backup anyway? Sakura asked. No, Naruto's an S-ranked shinobi and so is Gaara. Temari and Tayuya are both B-ranked shinobi. Add in Kankuro, who's a bit stronger than Tayuya, and they can handle 2 S-rank shinobi, Tsunade said. I guess I'll go tell everyone that Naruto isn't coming, Sakura said. I'm guessing they didn't know Tayuya was coming, Tsunade said. Kiba, Hinata, Shikamaru, Choji, and Niji didn't want her to come. I was going to invite her anyway, Sakura said. I see. Well, good luck with that, Tsunade said and Sakura left. Yakiniku Q. Sorry guys, they aren't coming, Sakura said. They? Tenten asked. Yeah, Naruto and Tayuya, Sakura said. Why the hell did you invite her? Kiba asked. Because she's part of this group as well whether you like it or not, Sakura said. Yeah, Kiba. Just because she's loyal to Naruto and doesn't want to sleep with you doesn't mean we can't invite her out, Ino said. Of course you'd take her side, Shikamaru said. You should shut up. You still don't like her because she kicked your ass and you blame her for Choji nearly dying on that mission. News flash, Shikamaru. Choji is responsible for his own injury. He's the one that decided to eat every single Akimichi pill, Sakura said. We still voted against her coming here, Choji said. You don't even have a reason to not like her. It's a shame that you still follow Shikamaru and do whatever he does after all this time. Grow a pair, Sakura said. You still went against us, Niji said. Look who's talking. It's the boy who's nothing more than Hinata's lapdog, Ino said. Excuse me? Niji asked. You heard me. Hinata, I like you and all. But it's obvious you ordered Niji not to go near Tayuya and basically hate her, Ino said. So, she's not one of us, Hinata said. You're just jealous she got the boy you wanted. Now that I think about it, Naruto barely noticed you, Ino said. I think that's enough, Tenten said. This needs to be said and it's the most important part. I doubt Naruto would have come anyway, Sakura said. Why do you say that? Tenten asked. Other than the academy, name a time we actually spent time with Naruto. I mean in the academy we've all hung out, even Sasuke was with us. But we purposely left him out, Sakura said. She's right. None of us really liked him or paid attention to him until he showed up for the Chunin exam finals. We bullied him constantly throughout the academy and even after we all graduated, Ino said. I paid attention to him, Hinata said. No, you stalked him around the village, Sakura said. Then let's go to his house. I'll force him to come here and talk to us, Kiba said. He's strong enough to beat all of us by himself. I doubt that would even work. He's not even in the village. He's in Suna with Tayuya on an S-ranked mission, Sakura said. Well, invite him when he gets back, Shikamaru said. I'll try, but I doubt they'll come, Sakura said. He said Naruto. He didn't say invite her, Hinata said, and Sakura destroyed the table. I'm not hungry anymore. You all enjoy the meal, Sakura said and walked away. Ma'am, you have to pay for that, a waitress said. Fuck off, Sakura yelled and the waitress ran away. I'll see you all later, Ino said and chased after Sakura. Suna. Naruto and Tayuya woke up early after an Umbu alerted Temari that the two Akatsuki members were closer than they expected. They immediately got ready and headed to the gates prepared to fight. Naruto stood next to Gaara and Tayuya went with Temari and Kankuro. As they were waiting, Naruto saw a giant bird made of clay in the sky and used his thunderclap arrow to destroy it. Once the bird was destroyed, the two Akatsuki members appeared in front of them. You ready, Gaara? Naruto asked. Yeah, Gaara said. What the hell? Why is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki here? I thought he went missing, Deidara said. It doesn't matter. We get 2 Jinchuriki, Sasori said. Not gonna happen. The only thing you two will be getting is a one-way trip to me, the Death God, Naruto said. Big talk from somebody who ran away, Deidara said. Big talk for somebody who won't live past today. Now, let's get started, Naruto said. He kicked Sasori away from Deidara, then Tayuya, Temari and Kankuro chased after him. He noticed an old lady run after them as well and figured she was also going to help. Deidara grit his teeth and then created a clay bird to fly in the air. Gaara used his sand to lift both him and Naruto in the air. All Jonin and Umbu watching on were ready in an instant for anything should Gaara or Naruto need backup. Everyone knew that this was just the beginning of the Akatsuki and they were prepared for it. Temari, Kankuro, Tayuya and Shio were all staring down Sasori with battle-hardened looks on their faces. Temari and Tayuya were in the back to provide help from a distance while this would mainly be a fight between puppet masters. Kankuro, be careful, Tamari said. I know, Kankuro said. So, Kankuro is your name. You're not a match for me, so I'll keep this short, Sasori said. Sasori, you're not getting Gaara. Today's the day you die, Kankuro said and released his puppets. I'll help you. You're no match for him, Chio said. No, let me handle him for now. Jump in when you think I need the help, Kankuro said. Are you fucking crazy? Tamari asked. Relax. Let him do it. One thing I've learned from Naruto and Lady Tsunade is that you never know how good you are until you face somebody stronger than you. Let him do this and we'll help when he can no longer handle it. I'm here so if anybody gets injured, I'll be able to heal them. Plus, if things get too out of control, we can use our wind and fire to make firewood out of those puppets. Tayuya said. You're a medic? I'm guessing that old hag Tsunade trained you, Chio said. Yeah, and don't ever disrespect her in front of me. Only me and Naruto can do that, Tayuya said. Relax. They're starting, Tamari said. Kankuro released 3 of his puppets and sent one of them at Sasori, but it was quickly snatched out of the air by a metal tail that came from Sasori. Kankuro managed to get his puppet back off a distraction and then sent 2 of his puppets at Sasori. They began to circle him in a fast motion until one of them fired a few kunai towards Sasori, who blocked them with his metal tail. Sasori jumped into the air to avoid a puppet coming from underneath the sand, and that's the move Kankuro wanted him to make. The back of his black ant puppet opened up and Sasori fell right into it. Secret black move, Iron Maiden. Kankuro's crow puppet broke apart into multiple pieces with blades at the end of them and sent them into his black ant puppet, hoping to kill Sasori quickly, as he wanted to go and help Gaara and Naruto in their fight. It's over, Kankuro said. He got him, Tamari said. Something doesn't seem right. Sasori should have been able to avoid that, Tayuya thought, and then sand started to flow out of the puppet, so Kankuro opened it. It's a sand clone, Kankuro thought. Sasori came out of the ground and Kankuro released an all-out assault. His crow puppet launched poison-coated senbon needles at Sasori, but he easily evaded them as if he knew they were coming. His black ant puppet came from behind to attack Sasori, but he smacked it out of the air with his metal tail without turning around. How's he able to anticipate and avoid all of my attacks? Kankuro thought. What's wrong? All out of tricks, Sasori taunted. I'm just getting started, Kankuro said. He's toying with him, Tayuya thought as she watched Sasori effortlessly counter and dodge all of Kankuro's attacks. Are you finished? Sasori asked. No way. Nothing is working. Not even the poison mist is working on him, Kankuro said. Have I told you how much I dislike making people wait? It's against my policy. You've had your turn, now it's mine, Sasori said. Sasori sent his metal tail at Kankuro, but it was blocked thanks to one of Kankuro's puppets. Kankuro thought Sasori would have a hard time getting through his defense, but Sasori used his metal tail to get behind the puppet and destroyed the shield off of it. He sent his tail at Kankuro, who jumped out of the way just in time. Kankuro used his crow puppet to launch more kunai at Sasori, who simply blocked all of them with his tail and then destroyed all of Kankuro's puppets. You must be wondering how I'm able to anticipate every move you make with your puppets. Crow, black ant, and salamander. The answer is quite simple. I'm the one who created them, Sasori said. What the fuck did he just say? Tayuya asked. That's not true, is it, Lady Chio? Tamari asked, and Chio stayed silent. I know I promised to finish this quickly and not keep you waiting, but facing one of my own disciples using my old toys, I couldn't resist savoring the moment, Sasori said. Even with the modifications I made to them, he still can tell that it's his work, Kankuro thought. I'm honored that my work is still being used even if it is by a child like you. I see the sand still holds my work in high regards, Sasori said. You deserted us 20 years ago. The sand no longer holds anything you do in high regards, Kankuro said. I suppose you're right, but even with the modifications you made to them, the basis of the work is still my own creation. It's fairly easy to counter them, Sasori said, and then his tail attacked Kankuro, who jumped out of the way, but was still cut a bit. I moved out of the way, but he still managed to get me, Kankuro thought. You're finished, Sasori said and threw his tail at Kankuro again, but it was knocked away by a gust of wind. Kankuro, fall back. Your best puppets were defeated. Let us take over, Temari said as she and Lady Chio jumped in front of him. I can handle him, Kankuro said. With what? Your fucking hands? Get your ass back here, Tayuya said and Kankuro hesitantly obeyed. You two better win this, Kankuro said. Don't worry, we will, Temari said. Tayuya, check out that cut on his arm. He may have been poisoned, Chio said. Sure, show me the cut, Tayuya said. Fine, Kankuro said and showed her his cut. It hasn't really spread other than this area. I can remove it right now. Do you feel funny or anything? Tayuya asked as she unsealed some medical equipment. A little. My arm is starting to hurt a bit. It's not much though, Kankuro said. Then it must be a poison that attacks the muscles. I'll know more if I'm able to evaluate it, Tayuya said and made 2 new cuts on Kankuro's arm. Ouch! Hey, Kankuro said. This is a cut that you shouldn't be able to feel. That poison must also attack your cells as well. I made the 2 cuts for a reason. They're exit areas for the poison. I'm going to force it out of you, Tayuya said and started to use her chakra to move the poison. How long will this take? Kankuro asked. If you don't shut the fuck up and stop moving, it'll take longer than it should. Give me 2 minutes and quit fucking talking, Tayuya said. Sheesh, Naruto's got his handful with this one, Kankuro thought and flinched a bit as he felt the poison being removed from his arm. Shouldn't you use water or something like that for this? Kankuro asked. I don't have a water affinity, so I had to create a way to do it with my chakra instead. You're done. Now stay out while the adults handle this, Tayuya said and ran to the fight. Temari, Tayuya and Chio versus Sasori. Chio was staring down Sasori along with Temari and Tayuya who joined them. She revealed several kunai that were attached to chakra strings and threw them all at Sasori who blocked them with his tail. Chio guided the kunai again before he could move his tail to deflect them again and cut his cloak. Once his cloak was cut, it shredded and revealed that Sasori turned himself into a puppet. As weird as this is, we probably should have seen this shit coming, Tayuya said. I honestly can't say I disagree with you, Temari said. I don't get why he turned himself into a puppet though, Tayuya said. Don't be fooled by this. His real body is inside that one, Chio said and Tayuya pulled out a kunai. Then let's break that damn thing and show his real body, Tayuya said. Tayuya and Chio both charged in towards Sasori, while Temari hung back to cover them with her wind jutsus. Sasori ripped the mask off his face and fired a countless amount of poison-coated senbon needles towards them. Temari opened her fan, then used the wind style air current dance to blow away all of the senbon needles. Sasori tried firing kunai and senbon this time, but Temari counters with her wind jutsus again. This gave Tayuya a chance to strike and destroy the puppet body of Sasori with a single chakra-enhanced blow. Once the body was destroyed, something covered in a cloak jumped away from them and manipulated the head of Sasori's puppet to fire senbon at Tayuya, but she dodged them. The fuck is that? Tayuya asked and Chio chucked. So, you've finally come out, eh? Come now. Let me get a good look at you. I left the comfort of my home to see you. I've waited 20 years. I want to see my grandson's face, Chio said. The fuck? This puppet-loving fucker is your grandson? No offense, Tayuya said. As if saying no offense makes it less offensive, Kankuro thought. I should have known that you'd be able to see through my attacks, old women. You're also starting to control the girl with the puppet master jutsu, Sasori said. He's wrong. That was speed and reflexes thanks to training with big tits, Tayuya thought. By the way, it's clever to keep the wind-style user in the back. Silly me. I kept my focus on the 2 of you and forgot about her. The redhead threw me off when she joined the front lines of the fight. Since she's a medic, I assumed that she would not fight, Sasori said. Well, when you assume something you usually make an ass out of yourself, Tayuya said. Clever. However, playtime is over, Chio said. You don't know how right you are. So, Do you still think this will be easy, Granny Chio? Sasori asked as he revealed himself. Is that the real Sasori? Tayuya asked. I don't understand. Your face is exactly the same. You haven't aged. Chio said. That's impossible. I mean, I know Lady Tsunade has the Uzumaki genes going for her, but other than that, there shouldn't be any way he still looks like a teenager. Tayuya said. What's the matter, Granny Chio? Are you so filled with emotion that you can't speak? I'm not surprised. It's our first reunion in 20 years. Sasori said. For fuck's sake. I'm fucking hot and you two want to fucking talk. Tayuya said. Quite the impatient one you have here. Fine. I'll get this over quickly. Let me show you something special. I guarantee it will move you. This piece was extremely difficult to acquire. On the other hand, that's what makes me so fond of him. Sasori said and unsealed a puppet. No, that can't be. It's impossible. Chio said. Mind telling us what you mean instead of keeping us in the dark? Tayuya asked. Tayuya, that's the third Kazekage. Temari said. Bullshit. I thought all Kages are buried in a secret part of the village. Tayuya said. They are, but the third Kazekage was never buried. He mysteriously disappeared from the village a while ago. It's what led to my father becoming Kazekage. Temari said. Then, if it's a puppet, we shouldn't worry about it. Tayuya said and then jumped back from some iron sand. This must be what happened to the third Kazekage. It's been over 10 years since he disappeared from the village without a trace. We scoured the countryside and we could never find him. The strongest of our Kazekage simply vanished. Sasori, it was you? Chio asked. Yeah, and what if it was? I'm not afraid of a retired old woman. You've got one foot in the grave and you want revenge. You can't even touch me. Sasori said and then he was punched away. She can't, but I can. It's time you shut the fuck up and stop letting your sex dolls fight for you. Tayuya said. Impressive. I wouldn't have taken you for the speed type. Sasori said and stood up. Always expect the unexpected. Temari, this third Kazekage of yours uses iron sand. Correct. Tayuya asked. Yes. Why? Temari asked. Would the fire combined with the heat of the desert and your wind be enough to melt his iron sand? Tayuya asked. No. You'd need to be in a volcano basically to melt his iron sand. Temari said. Then I guess we're making a campfire with his puppets. Tayuya said. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, wind gale jutsu. The combined powers of Temari and Tayuya's combined jutsus were hot and moving at a fast pace. Sasori countered with the third Kazekage's iron sand to create a wall in order to protect them, and it was successful. Temari, thinking ahead, used her gale wind jutsu again just in case Sasori launched Senbon or Kunai at Tayuya, and she was right as the sound of Kunai and Senbon hitting each other was heard through the smoke cloud. I can't underestimate these two. Together they can nullify the iron sand while simultaneously attacking me at the same time. Sasori thought. It's my turn now, Sasori said. He sent the third Kazekage puppet towards Tayuya, who jumped back out of the way when she was swiped at by poison-coated weapons that came from the Kazekage puppet. Sasori then made multiple hands appear from the arms of the Kazekage puppet, then sent them at Tayuya, who just stood there and let them slam down on her. What they didn't see was Tayuya contort her body around the arms once they landed and then place small, but very powerful explosive tags on most of the arms before escaping with a shunshin. Impressed that you took that attack head-on and managed to escape so easily, Sasori said. It's not hard to do considering your moves are basically the same each time. All of your puppet movements are the same. You just move certain puppets at different speeds. I can read your finger movements easily, Tayuya said. How are you able to do that? A puppet user can barely move their finger and the puppet will move. How can you see his finger movements? Temari asked. I've played the flute nearly my entire life. I know a thing or two about using your fingers to control something. It's why my hand sign speeds are so fast that only an elite Jonin level shinobi or higher can see. Tayuya said. She's impressive. Perhaps I'll take you for one of my next puppets. Sasori said. Sorry, but the only person who's allowed to use their fingers on my body is Naruto, and it's going to stay that way. Tayuya said. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Tayuya unleashed a handful of shuriken with one hand and then at the same time exhaled fire-infused chakra onto them in order to increase the weapon's destructive power. Sasori countered with a wall of iron sand that protected the puppet and himself from taking any damage. Sasori ducked out of the way from an attack that came from behind him and then stabbed Tayuya in the gut with one of the third Kazakage's poison-coated blades. Such a simple trick won't work on me, Sasori said, and Tayuya smirked. It wasn't supposed to, Tayuya said, and went up in smoke. A shadow clone, Sasori said. Wind style, Blade Dance Jutsu. Temari used her giant fan to create a whirlwind that is powerful enough to travel several hundred meters, but she controls it to only attack Sasori. As she swings the fan, which has previously been smeared with her blood, she summons her own weasel, Kametari, which travels upon the winds and rapidly cuts through everything in its path. Sasori saw the attack coming and countered again with the extended arms of the Kazakage puppet, resulting in some of the arms being destroyed. I must say that I'm impressed with the newer generation of shinobi. However, as I've said before, I hate making people wait. This is taking too long, Sasori said, and then a huge amount of iron sand appeared in the air above them. Ah shit, Tayuya said and whistled a bit. Iron Sand World Order. The iron sand in the air started to spread out in spikes that branch off irregularly, making it almost impossible to get a clear overview of what was happening. All of a sudden, the iron sand spikes started to fall to the ground, and they were mainly directed at Tayuya since Sasori thought she was the most dangerous opponent right now. There were so many spikes coming towards Tayuya that she started to get winded, as evading the spikes was nearly impossible. Add in the fact that Sasori coated the iron sand in poison, that just made this even more difficult for Tayuya. Damn it! I can't help with my wind jutsus since I'll just make things more difficult for Tayuya. He figured out a way to attack her while keeping me at bay. As long as that iron sand is being used like it is right now, I won't be able to help her, Temari thought. As the sand cloud went away, Tayuya was seen laying face down in the sand with cuts on her body from the iron sand. Sasori saw this and sent the Kazakage puppet at Tayuya with its blades out to finish the job. Once the puppet was close, Tayuya shot up and grabbed a hold on the puppet. What? How are you able to move still? You should be paralyzed, Sasori said. I may be good at fighting up close and using ninjutsu, but my genjutsu will always be my specialty. My genjutsu skills are nearly on par with the genjutsu mistress of Konoha, Kurenai Yuhi. A simple sound from me can activate any genjutsu I have in my repertoire, Tayuya said. A simple sound? She didn't make any noise. Wait a second. Before my jutsu started, she whistled, Sasori thought, and then Tayuya faded back into the picture next to Temari. I see you figured out when my genjutsu activated. Now, say goodbye to your special puppet, Tayuya said. The clone next to Tayuya exploded into flames, and then all of a sudden, small explosions happened inside of the Kazakage puppet, and Sasori was shocked that his puppet was easily defeated and turned to ash before his very eyes. How did you do that? Temari asked. When he sent those arms at me earlier in the fight, I was able to place a lot of small, but powerful exposing tags on the arms of the puppet. He was so focused on killing me that he never noticed they were there. I needed him to get all of that iron sand out of the puppet before I could activate the bombs, or else they would have been useless. The catalyst to set the explosions off was my flame clone. The chakra released from the clone acted as a detonator, and the fire was increased from the explosions, Tayuya said. Wow, that's a pretty good strategy, Temari said. She's good. Tsunade has one hell of a student right here. She's able to counter him just by simply reading his finger movements. That's simply impossible to do, yet she's doing it with ease. Somebody who can predict the movements of a puppet user is the most dangerous kind of opponent for them. Her and Temari make a good team. The world is in good hands with this generation of shinobi, Chio thought. It's time we put an end to this, Chio said. Never thought I'd see the third Kazakage puppet destroyed, and it's probably a waste to use other human puppets, Sasori thought and took off his Akatsuki cloak. I haven't been pushed this far since I joined the Akatsuki. I wonder how long it's been, Sasori said. The fuck is that? Tayuya asked as she looked at Sasori. I see the reason he looks exactly the same as the day he left. Of course age doesn't affect him. The reason is right before our very eyes. Chio said. Oh yes, it's been a while since I've used myself, Sasori said. He turned himself into a human puppet. Now this is something I didn't see coming, Tayuya said. I'm sorry, weren't you supposed to finish me off? Well, if you aren't going to attack me, then I'll have to make the first move, Sasori said and blew fire from the palms of his hands towards them. But Tayuya countered with the fireball jutsu. It's going to be tough getting close to him now. Temari is useless right now as long as he's using fire, Tayuya thought. What's wrong? You don't want to play anymore. I thought you wanted to fight, Sasori said, and then his fire ran out, but he used water now. As the water shot towards them, Temari was blowing it away with her wind ninjutsu and figured Sasori must only be able to use so much water or fire with his new body. However, Tayuya would notice something every time he used fire and water. Each time he used one, a scroll would disappear from his back, and that signaled he was out of that power. How long do you plan on running? Sasori asked and sent a poison-coated wire at Tayuya, but she barely dodged it without getting hit. He's faster now. I'll have to use chakra in order to move quickly enough for him now. I'm getting low on chakra, but I know how to use the perfect amount. All we need to do is last a bit longer and then we can defeat him, Tayuya thought. It's time to die, Sasori said. The wire that was coming from his body dug its way into the ground, then more weapons sprouted from his body. They were rotating blades, and he used them to propel himself through the air towards Lady Chio. Tayuya saw this and started to pull on the wire to stop him, but the wire was too long for her. Eventually Sasori made it within an inch of Lady Chio and he was about to kill her, but then he suddenly stopped. Tayuya started to swing him around until he was coming towards her, and then gave him a powerful punch that broke apart his body. Tayuya was about to celebrate, but then she heard the pieces of his body reattaching themselves. What are you so happy about? Sasori asked. He's right. The fight has only just begun, Chio said. We've been fighting him for nearly an hour. This is the climax, Tayuya said. I guess you're right. Now, I have forbade myself from using this jutsu. I never imagined I'd use it again, but against you I must use it. Let's finish this here and now, Chio said and unsealed 10 puppets. It's said the ability of a puppet master is measured by the number of puppets they can use. I'd expect no less from you, grandmother, Sasori said. You can control multiple puppets at one time? Tayuya asked. Granny Chio's multiple secret multiple digits. I've heard tales of their glory. You once destroyed an entire fortress with it. Secret white move, Chikamatsu's 10 puppets. The first puppet master, Momzaemon's 10 masterpieces. An exquisite collection. However, I once used these to destroy an entire nation, Sasori said and unsealed 100 puppets. You've got to be fucking kidding me, Tayuya said. Does anything he does now really surprise you? Temari asked. I guess it shouldn't at this point, Tayuya said. He's grown so powerful, Chio thought. This is embarrassing, really? It shouldn't take me this long to finish off 3 little kids and 1 old bag. I never thought I'd have to resort to my best puppets, Sasori thought. Secret red move, performance of 100 puppets. It's go time, Sasori said. Tayuya, you're the only medic here and we can't afford to have you injured. You should fall back and stay out of this one, Chio said and Tayuya smirked at her. Sorry, Granny. Giving up isn't something I do. If I did then I'd be dead a long time ago. I'm not afraid of some stupid puppets. Like you said earlier, it's time to end this, Tayuya said. Seems like you've inherited Tsunade's strong will. Let's make this the finale. Are you ready, child? Chio asked. Hell yeah, Tayuya said and cracked her knuckles. Here they come, Chio said. Sasori sent his 100 puppets at them, so Tayuya rushed in and started destroying them with taijutsu, while Chio used her 10 puppets to take some out. Temari helped them out with her wind ninjutsu and cut some of them into pieces. Lady Chio was overwhelmed and then stabbed in the chest, but she shrugged it off as she knew it would happen eventually. Tayuya ran with Chio's puppets protecting her and ran at Sasori. Chiyo had one of her puppets give something to Tayuya for her to use against Sasori, and when she was close, Tayuya threw it at him and an explosion happened. "What is that?" Tayuya asked. "It's a seal that traps every ounce of chakra stored in a person's body. Using his chakra threads is impossible now." "It's over, Sasori," Chiyo said and collapsed to her knees. "Lady Chiyo behind you," Tayuya said, as a puppet rose from behind her and Tayuya quickly appeared behind her to take the blow from the sword. "How courageous of you to take the blow from the sword for her. Too bad for you that it's coated in poison," Sasori said and Tayuya smirked before breaking the blade. "Too bad for you my body is immune to poison," Tayuya said. "What? How?" Temari asked. Working for Orochimaru meant that you needed to be strong enough to withstand anything, especially if you were his personal guard. He'd experiment on all of us with hundreds or thousands of poisons to see how the body would react. He did this for studies on his curse mark. After a while, my body started to rapidly produce enzymes that would attack and destroy the poison in my system. That's right, I was a test puppet for Orochimaru before Naruto came and gave me another chance at life. That's why I decided to stay off the front lines and fight after I healed Kankuro. Metal-based poisons were also something he tried out on me after everything else was over with. You lost this fight the moment you didn't finish me off within the first 5 minutes. Tayuya said. Impossible. My poison is special and only I know how to make it. Sasori thought. If you're wondering how I can heal from your poison, the only answer would be because of so many metallic-based poisons that were injected into my body, that it started to mass-produce a cure inside of me for anything. In other words, a simple poison won't kill me, Tayuya said, and the blade then stabbed Sasori with it inside of the white part on his chest. And my heart. How did you know? Tayuya asked. I paid very close attention to you during our fight. I noticed how every time you would use a move, one of the scrolls on your back would disappear. Also, you still needed somebody or something to keep your body functioning. That, and when you were fighting, this was the part of your body that seemed to be protected the most. When you switched bodies, this piece came along with the body and then gave life to the puppet you took over. You should have kept this part hidden behind your chest piece instead of out in the open. Tayuya said. I see. It appears that the show is over and I have lost. Risking yourself to save an old lady who's already dead and seal the killing blow is pointless. However, before I die, I'm going to do something pointless as well. As a reward for defeating me, I can give you something on Orochimaru. Go to the Tenchi Bridge in the village hidden in the grass. 10 days from noon, Sasori said. Why? What's the point of me going there? Tayuya asked. One of Orochimaru's henchmen is working for me as a spy, and that's where I'm supposed to rendezvous with him, Sasori said, and those were his final words. What happened? Kankuro asked. He's dead, Tayuya said. I'll clean up over here, Kankuro said. You just want his puppets to use them for yourself, Temari said. Whatever, Kankuro said, and everyone laughed while Chiyo smiled. Such good kids, Chiyo thought and fell down. Lady Chiyo, Temari said and helped her up. Let's get her back to the village and I'll start on the antidote. The best I can do is remove it like I did with Kankuro, but the poison must have already spread too far for me to get all of it, Tayuya said. No, don't worry about me. Just take me to see the Kazekage one last time, Chiyo said. We can still save you. Just let us help, Temari said. No, there comes a time in someone's life when they are no longer needed. I was only around this long to see my grandson one last time and to find the future of puppet making. Kankuro, I know that you'll take this Sasori puppet for yourself. Take this scroll and then you'll have the full family, Chiyo said and handed him a scroll. What does that mean? Kankuro asked. You'll understand soon. Let's go. I wish to see the Kazekage defend the village one last time, Chiyo said, and then a huge explosion was felt. Come on, Tayuya said, and they ran off with Kankuro carrying Lady Chiyo. Gaara, Temari yelled. Naruto and Gaara versus Deidara. Gaara and Naruto were both staring down Deidara, who was busy thinking of a plan to separate the two of them. Naruto already had an idea on how to deal with Deidara, but it wouldn't be easy since he fights from a distance. I only came here to capture the one-tailed beast, But this just got more difficult with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki being here. It also sucks since we don't have any up-to-date knowledge on his skills. Deidara thought. Gaara, he's gonna keep his distance from us with his explosive clay. The size of his explosive clay can vary, so you'll have to keep an eye on your sand. It's possible that he can make something small enough to hide in the sand. Naruto said, and Gaara nodded. I'll be sure to switch my sand around, Gaara said. I'll keep my sensing ability on high alert just in case, Naruto said. So much for a covert operation. At least I don't have to go looking for you, Deidara said. Gaara didn't respond and just sent a huge wave of sand at Deidara, who countered with some explosive clay. Naruto sent a pulse of lighting chakra through the sand and felt some bombs get disabled. While Deidara was flying around, Gaara transformed his sand into one of Shikaku's hands and had it chase Deidara. While he was flying around, Deidara threw two small clay birds that grew in size towards Gaara, but Naruto destroyed them with his thunderclap arrow. Naruto nodded at Gaara, who used his sand to Naruto in closer to Deidara, and then Naruto used the fireball jutsu. Deidara countered with some of his explosive clay, but the explosion was too strong and it destroyed one of the wings on his clay bird he was using, so he was forced to create another one. Naruto used the lightning ball jutsu, but Deidara managed to get out of the way and fell into a trap set by Gaara. Gaara used his sand prison to capture Deidara, but after a few seconds, Deidara managed to cause a strong enough explosion in order to get out of the sand prison. That sand is a real pain in the ass. Add in the fact that he has the tactical advantage. I can't stop him from using it, Deidara said. Of course you can't, Naruto said as he was behind Deidara. What the? Before Deidara could finish, Naruto punched him in the mouth and sent him flying towards Gaara's sand prison, but he managed to escape with a clay bird at the last second. Gaara used his sand to catch Naruto, who was basically free-falling. Gaara managed to catch Deidara with a giant column of sand that had been attached to his arm, but Deidara used a giant clay centipede to weaken the sand and get away. Gaara managed to use his sand coffin at the last second and crush his arm. The Kazekage is good. The sand he used to crush my arm is different. It's faster and more powerful than the ordinary sand from the desert. It's infused with a lot of chakra, and that must be his go-to for quick defense. I underestimated him. I should have been better prepared. However, even if I did come more prepared for him, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is a huge problem for now. How did he enter the village without Sasori's spy knowing? I can't escape because he's extremely fast. His moves are unknown except for him being able to use fire and lightning jutsus. I need to separate them and take them out one at a time, Deidara thought. It won't work, Naruto said. What do you mean? Deidara asked. I bet you're thinking of a way to separate us and take us out one at a time. I'm saying it won't work. While you keep your distance, you're still losing the fight. If you try to run, it won't work since I'll just catch you, and if we manage to get you grounded, then your death is inescapable. You're in Gaara's playground, and you should have waited for him to leave Wind County, so he wouldn't be surrounded by sand. You were too arrogant thinking this would be easy for you, but it's not. Fighting somebody in their own territory is the dumbest thing you could do, and it's proven that Gaara can use his sand to reach you in the air, Naruto said and activated his Hishigan. What kind of dojutsu is that? Deidara thought. You intended to attack my village and capture me. You and the other Akatsuki members would have then extracted Shikaku from me, which would have killed me. As Kazekage, it is my duty to protect the village, and the price for your actions is death, Gaara said. The Akatsuki have now gone from predator to prey. The hunters have now become the hunted, Naruto said. It's time we finished this, Gaara said. Like hell you will. I'm tired of hearing you both talk and looking at those expressionless faces of yours, Deidara said. I only have enough clay for one last homing type. I'll have to save that for a different time, Deidara thought as he got some clay ready. Naruto, while I am all for him being defeated, I must make sure the village is untouched, Gaara said. I know. I'll force him back to gain some distance from the village, Naruto said. How will you do that? Gaara asked. I'm able to use the Ice Kekii Genkai. I know we're in the desert, but I have the ability to draw moisture from the air. However, my arsenal is limited since there may not be much water in the air. I'll have to use my weaker ice jutsu, Naruto said. I'll lend you a hand. I'll follow your lead, Gaara said. Ice Shuriken. Naruto created 3 giant ice shurikens and threw them at Deidara. Naruto followed it up by using the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu and Gaara used his Sand Shuriken. Deidara was looking at a countless amount of shurikens flying at him and had to retreat away from the village. He was too fast for the shurikens, but both Gaara and Naruto used the Great Breakthrough to speed up their attacks. The clay bird Deidara was clipped a few times and he had no choice but to use some of his remaining clay to fix it. Deidara created some small-sized clay explosives and threw them towards Naruto and Gaara. Naruto unsealed a giant Fuma Shuriken and threw it towards the explosives after he coated it in lighting chakra. He watched as the shuriken tore through the explosives with no difficulty and Deidara was pissed that none of his plans were working. However, Deidara saw a small opening to attack Gaara while Naruto was distracted and summoned his C2 dragon that exploded at point-blank range in front of Gaara, who barely had enough time to protect himself with his sand. Gaara was knocked out and fell out of the sky, but his sand protected his fall. That's 1 Jinchuriki down. 1 more to go, Deidara yelled as Naruto landed on the ground. Son of a bitch, Naruto thought. This is the end for you as well, 9 Tails. I guess Itachi and Kisame won't be able to capture their target, Deidara said. C3 explosion. This was Deidara's most powerful large-scale bomb, which became an enormous statue once it was activated. Deidara dropped this on his target from above, which just happened to be Naruto, who was prepared and threw a kunai high into the air. Naruto could tell that its explosive power was great enough to potentially destroy a large portion of Suna and prepared himself to counter it. Once the attack was close enough to Naruto and Suna, Deidara caused the clay statue to explode. Naruto quickly went through 4 hand signs and then a barrier formed. Deidara's C3 was absorbed in the barrier, and once it was completely absorbed, Naruto flicked his hands out, revealing a tri-pronged kunai between his hands. The explosion happened, but Deidara noticed it was behind him, so the shockwave from the explosion destroyed his clay bird and sent him falling to the ground. Deidara had to quickly recover since a tornado made of fire was coming towards him. What the hell was that? Deidara asked. Space-time ninjutsu barrier. I won't go into the specifics, but let's just say that thing is powerful enough to teleport a tailed beast bomb, Naruto said. Gaara's mindscape. Get up, Gaara, Shikaku said. Shikaku? What happened? Did we die? Gaara asked. No, but you would have if it wasn't for the ultimate defense you have, Shikaku said. I see, Gaara said. As you are now, you would have already been defeated by that Akatsuki member. You're lucky that brat Naruto was here to help you, Shikaku said. Yes, his help has been grateful. I am honored to call him my friend, Shikaku said. Yes, you became friends with one who gave you your first loss in a real fight. Now I have a proposition for you. Actually, it's more like a deal, Shikaku said. What is it? Gaara asked. Since you've learned of me, you've never forcefully tried to use the powers I grant you, and for that, I have come to respect you. You even managed to fight off me driving you crazy growing up, and if you haven't noticed, I haven't tried that ever since the loss to Naruto Uzumaki, as you call him. Do you know why? Shikaku asked. Because Naruto fixed the seal I had, Gaara said. Exactly. The only reason I would force you to go insane and close your eyes so I could take over was because the seal was too small and it was irritating me. I did that to see if anybody would check the seal to see if it was functioning properly, but it took 12 years for somebody to realize what was going on, Shikaku said. I'll be sure to tell Naruto you're thankful for that, Gaara said. Absolutely not. I refuse to have that stupid fox thinking I owe his host a favor, Shikaku said. I see. What is this deal you proposed? Gaara asked. What I am offering is complete use of my powers and my full cooperation, Shikaku said. I'm listening, Gaara said. As you know, you're able to use sand all around you, but the sand that is not in your gourd will be significantly weaker than what you have stored away. With my powers, you'll be able to control sand to your will and create sand from the earth if you do not have a source of sand with you. I will also give you the ability to use iron sand, and I'm not talking about the knockoff version created by the third Kazekage. Since I'm the one granting you the gift, your iron sand will be 100 times stronger than his. Your senses will be enhanced like mine, and with enough training, you'll be able to use the tailed beast bomb. Shikaku said. What do you want in return? Gaara asked. I just want a bit of freedom. Allow me to come out of the seal in a smaller form to roam around the village, and you have complete control to bring me back into the seal if you want to. Shikaku said. That seems fair. How do I go about this? Gaara asked. This is a 6-symbol seal. It usually is made to have a key, but Naruto didn't make it that way. All you have to do is approach the seal and twist it counterclockwise. Shikaku said, and Gaara did as told. Now what? Gaara asked, and Shikaku held out his fist to him. Now we become partners. I am Shikaku, the one-tailed beast and guardian of the desert. Shikaku said, and Gaara bumped fists with him. I am Gaara of the Sand, the 5th Kazekage, brother to Kankuro and Temari. You are no longer just the guardian of the desert. You are now my partner and citizen of the hidden sand village. Gaara said. Now, let's get wild. Shikaku yelled, and Gaara nodded. Real world. What's the matter, Nine Tails? Afraid that you can't stop me on your own? Deidara teased, as he was back in the sky on a clay bird. Me? No, I know I can defeat you. He can also, Naruto said, and then Gaara appeared next to Naruto. He looks completely different, Deidara thought. Gaara was now seen wearing a full haori that was unzipped and had tomos going around his collar. On his haori and shirt were blue sealing markings that were on Shikaku's body. However, Gaara had one on the front of his shirt in the style of his 6-symbol seal. Gaara's eyes were similar to that of Shikaku's, but he maintained the white scara instead of it being black. He had black markings around his eyes that stopped just above his cheekbones, and his hair stood up in a spiked-out style with a few bangs hanging over his forehead. Picture on profile. Couldn't find the creator of the picture, but thanks to whoever created it. Looking good, Gaara, Naruto said. Thanks, Gaara said. Big deal that you've changed. It's time for me to end this, Deidara said. I'll handle this, Naruto, Gaara said, and then Deidara was surrounded by iron sand. What? Deidara yelled. Since when could he use iron sand, and how is it able to move so quickly? I only have one choice. I must use my C0 explosive. It's up to Sasori to capture them. He should be done with those other misfits by now, Deidara thought. Deidara ripped off his Akatsuki cloak, his shirt and chain mesh underneath, and revealed a mouth that was stitched up on his chest. He undid the stitches on his chest and fed the mouth a huge ball of clay. Gaara seemed unfazed, as did Naruto, since he had complete faith in Gaara and his new abilities. Naruto felt a huge amount of chakra being built up from Deidara, and Gaara did as well, since he added a thick layer of regular sand inside of the iron sand. Naruto was impressed to see Gaara using 2 different types of sand at the same time, but decided to question him later. Deidara was surrounded by a huge black sphere that was made from his explosive chakra. The sphere started to crack open, and Gaara closed the sand prison he trapped Deidara inside of. The sphere containing Deidara exploded, but thanks to Gaara's new abilities, the explosion happened inside of the sand prison, and Gaara covered the sand prison in some of Shikaku's seals to keep the explosion inside to protect everyone. Even though the explosion was inside of the sand prison, it was still powerful enough to create a shockwave that shook everything within 10 miles. After a while, the sand prison started to deflate, and Gaara slowly released the jutsu, revealing no trace of Deidara. He blew himself up, Gaara said, and dropped his transformation. Yeah, at least that's one Akatsuki member down, Naruto said. Gaara, Temari yelled, as everyone came running up to them. Are you two okay? We felt a huge shockwave come from this way, Kankuro said. We're fine. The Akatsuki member known as Deidara has been defeated, Gaara said. Once again you prove why I made the right choice in nominating you as 5th Kazekage, Lord Gaara, Chiyo said as she got off of Kankuro's back. Lady Chiyo, how did the fight go with Sasori? Gaara asked. He's gone. Tayuya was a huge part of the reason we won, Chiyo said, and coughed up a lot of blood. Are you all right? Naruto asked. Don't worry about me. What's your name, child? Chiyo asked. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Naruto said. I see. You're a striking resemblance to your father, and Tayuya is stubborn just like your mother was. It seems as if the future is in good hands with all of you, Chio said, and Tayuya knelt down to check her pulse. How is she, Tayuya? Temari asked, and Tayuya shook her head. She's fighting, but it's really faint, Tayuya said, and moved out of the way as Temari knelt down. It's okay, Lady Chio. You can rest now, Temari said and gave her a small smile. Thank you, Chio said and took her last breath. Everyone take a moment to honor Lady Chio and her many sacrifices for the village, Gaara said, and everyone bowed their heads. 3 days later, Hokage office. I see. Seems like the two of you handled things pretty well, Tsunade said. Well, we are the best of our generation, Tayuya boasted. Well, I'd like to think so. Naruto's a Kage-level shinobi, and the only, and you're clearly on your way to becoming an elite jonin if you keep this up, Tsunade said. Yeah, I know, Tayuya said. Too bad you still have that cocky attitude, Tsunade said. There's also something I need to tell you, Tayuya said. What's that? Tsunade asked. After I dealt the final blow, Sasori gave me some information about Orochimaru, or how to get some information on Orochimaru, Tayuya said. Explain, Tsunade said. He said that I need to go to the Tenchi Bridge in 10 days and meet his spy. 3 days have already passed, so that gives us a week to get there, Tayuya said. You don't think he's lying? Tsunade asked. No, it was his last words and sort of a reward for defeating him, Tayuya said. Very well. I'll send you two with Sakura and another jonin. I had to send Kakashi out on a mission and he won't be back for some time, Tsunade said. Who are you going to send with us? Naruto asked. Come back in the morning and you'll see who I have in mind. You have the next 3 days off. The remaining 4 will be used to get to Kusa, Tsunade said. Actually, we can take 5 days off. I made friends with a toad while I was training who's a specialist in speed and wouldn't mind taking us to the border of Kusa. If we travel on him, then we'd get there in a day, Naruto said. I've never heard of such a toad, Tsunade said. That's because he's never been summoned and he was always training with his speed. His name is Shinsaku, Naruto said. How big is he? You need to get there undetected, Tsunade said. He's about the size of a house. He's able to travel through the forest without making a sound, which is pretty impressive for his size, Naruto said. We'll discuss it more tomorrow with the rest of your team. For now, go and enjoy some quality time together. Sakura was looking for you too, Tsunade said. Okay. See ya, Granny, Naruto said. Bye, big tits, Tayuya said, and they walked out. My lady, are you sure it's wise to send Naruto out on these kinds of missions knowing the Akatsuki is after him? Shizune asked. Naruto can handle himself. Send a message to Elders Koharu and Hamura for me. I need to speak with them, Tsunade said. Yes, ma'am, Shizune said. Naruto and Tayuya. So, we've been gone for 3 days. What do you want to do? Naruto asked as they were walking down the street. The sun is about to set. How about we go grab something to eat? I want some barbecue, Tayuya said. Sure, Naruto said. Hey, Naruto. Tayuya, a voice said. Naruto asked. Hey, Pinky, what's up? Tayuya asked, and Sakura sighed. We've been friends for nearly 3 years. Can you at least call me by my name? Sakura asked. Not a chance, Tayuya said. So, what's up? Naruto asked. I was wondering if you two would like to join us at Yakiniku Q, Sakura said. It's up to you, Tayuya. We were heading there anyway, Naruto said. Who's us? Tayuya asked. The entire rookie class, Sakura said. You do realize that besides Naruto, I'm only friends with you, the blonde bimbo, and Tenten, right? Tayuya asked. Yes, I know. They'll just have to learn to deal with it. None of them have any real reason to not like you, Sakura said. Fuck it. Let's go. I'd like to see the look on the blind stalking bitch face when I walk in with you, Tayuya said. Tayuya. Behave, Naruto said. Yeah, I hear you, Tayuya said and waved him off. Keep it up and you'll sleep in the extra room tonight, Naruto said and started to walk away with a smirk on his face. What? You can't do that to me. I'm sorry. I'll behave, Tayuya said and ran after him, making Sakura chuckle. Those two were meant to be together, Sakura said. Bring your ass, Pinky, Tayuya yelled. I'm coming, temperamental redhead, Sakura mumbled. Yakiniku-kyu. I wonder where Sakura is, Rock Lee said. After the last time, do you honestly expect her to show up? Tenten asked. She said she'd be here, but she was going to be a bit late, Ino said. Do you know what she had to do? Tenten asked. No. If I had to guess, then probably something for Lady Tsunade, Ino said. Hey guys, I'm here and I brought some people to join us, Sakura said as she approached the table with Naruto and Tayuya. Why's she here? Shikamaru asked. Because I invited them, Sakura said. Who's the hunk standing next to her? Tenten asked. He's mine, Tayuya said. Wait, that's Naruto. He's hot. I mean, he was always good-looking before, but he's sexy now, Ino said with hearts in her eyes. You thought he was good-looking before? Tenten asked. I mean, who wouldn't? Yeah, he always wore those horrendous orange outfits and was annoying, but in my book he was the second hottest boy in our class behind Sasuke. Boy, was I wrong, Ino said and started to drool. If you aren't going to put that drool to good use, then you should close your mouth, Naruto said, making all the girls blush and Ino pass out from a massive nosebleed. Hey, remember who you sleep with at night, Tayuya said and smacked him upside his head. I know, I was just teasing, Naruto said, as they sat down in the only seats that were available, which were between Kiba and Hinata. Ugh, I can't believe I have to sit next to you, Tayuya mumbled. We can always switch seats if you'd like. I wouldn't mind sitting next to Naruto and Ino can switch with Kiba, Hinata said in a tone that was polite and snotty at the same time. This bitch, Tayuya thought, and Naruto just raised an eyebrow. No thank you, I'd rather stay here. If I get scared or tired, I have my big strong boyfriend to lean on, Tayuya said and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Oh boy, here we go, Sakura thought. She has to leave. We made it abundantly clear that she's not allowed to be part of our group, Kiba said. I see. So that's how you all are, Naruto said. What the hell does that mean? Kiba asked. It means none of you other than Ino, Sakura, and Tenten have changed over the years to better yourselves. Shino as well, Naruto said, and Shino nodded. It's good to see you again, Naruto, Shino said. Likewise, Naruto said. What do you mean we haven't changed? We've all become stronger, Kiba said. You may have gotten stronger, but you're still the same shitty people from the academy. You're all a bunch of shitty individuals. Choji, you've got your head so far up Shikamaru's ass that you don't even possess the ability to think for yourself. Niji, I can't really get on you because you must obey Hinata for the simple fact that you have the caged bird seal on your forehead and don't want her to activate it. Hinata, I was never yours and I barely knew you existed. Honestly, I probably never would have dated you anyway since you've basically stalked me my entire life. Shikamaru, you only hate her because she kicked your ass and made you cry because Choji was sent to the ER. Yeah, Tamari told me all about that, Naruto said. She's an outsider that doesn't belong, Kiba said. She's an outsider, but while I was gone you would constantly try to have sex with her to fulfill your needs, you horny mutt. You're lucky all she did was put you in a coma for a few weeks, Naruto said. She got lucky. I can handle her in a straight-on fight. Just like I can handle you, Kiba said and stood up. Sit, Naruto said and activated his Hishigan, placing Kiba under a genjutsu that made him obey. Whoa, Sakura said. Everyone I just named is no better than they were in the academy. Hinata, you once said in class that you hated bullies and now you've become the very thing that you hate, Naruto said. She stole you from me, Hinata said. I was never yours, Naruto said. You were supposed to be with me and not this thing, Hinata said. This thing also humiliated your ass during the Chunin exams. If we were to have to fight for his love, then you already lost. Tayuya said. Niji, you don't seem to be bothered by my words. Naruto said. That's because you haven't told one lie. It is true I hold no ill will towards Tayuya. Niji said. Shut up. Hinata said and activated the caged bird seal, making Niji yell out in pain. Niji. Hinata. Stop. Please. Tenten said, and Naruto placed his sword by her head. Stop it or else. Naruto said and glared at Hinata, who added more power to the seal. So Naruto moved the sword closer to her face, drawing blood, making her stop. Niji, are you all right? Tenten asked, and he didn't respond. Niji, Lee asked, and Sakura went to check on him. What did you do? Tenten yelled and unsealed a sword, but Naruto stopped her attack with his sword. He's okay, Tenten. He's just unconscious, Sakura said. Tayuya, grab Niji and take him to the apartment. I'll be there shortly, Naruto said. Okay, Tayuya said and vanished with Niji. Bring my servant back this instant, Hinata said. It's funny how roles changed between you and Niji. You wanted him to be your cousin who loved you, and now you're abusing him the way he did you, Naruto said and stood up, but Shikamaru used his shadow possession jutsu to catch him. We're not done here, Shikamaru said. Yes, we are. You're all a disappointment except for the names I listed. Sakura, we need to be in Tsunade's office tomorrow morning, Naruto said and just walked out of Shikamaru's jutsu. I can't believe you did that, Hinata, Tenten said and left. Naruto and Tayuya apartment. Where's he at? Naruto asked. He's in the extra room. I had to move some stuff out of there just in case he woke up and got nosy, Tayuya said. What stuff? I thought that room was already cleaned out, Naruto said. I had to move my personal items out of there, Tayuya said and blushed. I see. Anyway, I'll go do him a favor. It'll be quick, Naruto said and went in the room, but then somebody knocked on the door. It's me, Tenten, Tenten said. I'm coming, Panda, Tayuya said and opened the door. Can you not call me that? Tenten asked. Nope. What brings you here? Tayuya asked as she closed the door. I want to check on Niji, Tenten said. Naruto's with him. He should be out soon, Tayuya said. I can't believe Hinata would go so far, Tenten said. It's always the quiet ones. So, you two are finally dating, huh? Tayuya asked. Yeah, it took him forever to ask me out though, Tenten said. Don't worry, Naruto was the same way, Tayuya said. I can't really blame him. The way he was treated in the orphanage was horrible. I don't think until you came into his life that he's ever actually felt real love, Tenten said. What do you mean in the orphanage? Tayuya asked. That's right. I was in the orphanage, and before I was adopted, I'd see Naruto get mistreated. I was told he was bad and nobody would want to adopt me if I played with him, so I kept my distance, Tenten said. That's fucked up. What happened to the people at the orphanage? Tayuya asked. Nothing, but then a few years later they all turned up dead in the alley. It was a complete massacre from what I was told, Tenten said. I know what happened to them, Tayuya said as she connected the dots. What happened? Tenten asked. I killed them, Naruto said as he came out of the room. Why? I mean, I get why, but you were so innocent, Tenten said. It's because I'm the Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails, and before you ask, no, he's not a rampaging dick. Anyway, the fourth Hokage couldn't kill the Nine Tails, so he sealed it inside of me. That's why I was treated the way I was in the orphanage and growing up, Naruto said. Enough of the sappy shit. How's her boyfriend doing? Tayuya asked. He's free, Naruto said and walked away to his room. Where is he going? Tenten asked. To our room. Now, if you stay the night and you two decide to fuck all night, activate the silencing seal and wash the sheets when you're finished. Depending on my mood in the morning, there may or may not be breakfast ready, Tayuya said and went to her room. We're not going to do that, Tenten said. You said that when he stayed at your house 2 months ago, Tayuya said and closed the door. Do I even want to know? Naruto asked as he took his shirt off. Nope. Can you give me a hand with this? Tayuya asked and turned around so Naruto could I clip her bra. I don't get why you just don't get a bra that clips in the front. Naruto said. My tits are too big. I had some before, but the clips kept breaking. That's why I have you now. You can put my bra on and take it off for me. Tayuya said. I like the idea of taking it off better. Naruto said and kissed her neck. Naruto, Tayuya moaned. Yes, Naruto said and kissed her passionately. Come take a shower with me, Tayuya said and dragged him into their bathroom. Should I activate the silencing seal? Naruto asked. Only if you think you can't handle a blowjob, Tayuya said, as he took off his pants and made her drool. Let's see what happens, Naruto said and Tayuya got on her knees. Unknown area. So, Deidara and Sasori have failed, a man with purple eyes said. Yes, I was only able to recover their rings and that's it, a black and white plant creature said. I see. Continue figuring out what happened, Zetsu. Those two should have been able to take on the one-tailed Jinchuriki each by themselves. The main said. Of course, Zetsu said and sunk into the ground. Itachi Kisame, what news do you have about the nine-tails Jinchuriki? The man asked. All we know is that he's returned to the village. No information has leaked out other than that, Kisame said. Konoha is doing better than I expected. None of our spies are able to infiltrate the Leaf Village. The man said. What should we do? We can't get into Konoha for any information and I want to get back at him for nearly killing me last time. Kisame said. We wait until he leaves the village to capture him. If that fails, then I'll personally go after him. Dismissed. The man said and everyone left. What are you thinking, Nagato? A woman with purple hair and amber eyes asked. Conan, my name is Pain. As for my plans, we shall see what happens for now. After all, nobody can stand up to a god, Pain said. After the events of protecting Suna while killing boy Deidara and Sasori, arguing with the Konoha 12, Naruto and Tayuya were both sprawled out in the bed with Tayuya snoring as Naruto was playing in her hair. After their shower the previous night, Tayuya was overly affectionate with Naruto more than she usually is when they're alone, but he didn't mind. Naruto was also thinking about the mission briefing he had with Tsunade in an hour about the Tenchi Bridge mission. While he didn't doubt Sasori was lying, he couldn't shake the feeling of something going wrong on this mission. Truthfully, he'd feel better if Kakashi was on the team because after him, Kakashi is the strongest jonin in the village. His years of training with Jiraiya made him think of different possibilities. The main one was the possibility of Orochimaru showing up and ruining the entire thing. While he knew that he could take on Orochimaru by himself, it would still be difficult due to Orochimaru's ability to get out of sticky situations with ease. When Niji woke up last night, Tenten explained to him what happened and they left to go back to her house. Niji would forever be in Naruto's debt and he would personally apologize to Tayuya for the way he was forced to treat her. He knew he would have to tell Hayashi about this, but he'd deal with the consequences for whatever they may be. Him being a free bird meant that he could do a lot more now that he's no longer held back by the seal. Naruto stopped thinking about that and woke up Tayuya. Hey, wake up. We've got that meeting with Granny, Naruto said and she groaned. Give me 5 more minutes. Your tongue brought me so many orgasms last night and my legs are still numb, Tayuya said. I'll give you a massage when we get back. Besides, after this we still have 4 more days to relax before we leave. You can sleep all you want. Get up, Naruto said. I don't want to, Tayuya mumbled. Fine, I guess I'll take a shower by myself, Naruto said. What about me? Tayuya asked. You'll have to shower alone. You said you wanted to sleep some more. If you get up then you can join me, Naruto said. Will there be kisses involved in this shower? Tayuya asked. There's only one way to find out. Plus, if you're lucky, you may get a repeat of last night, Naruto said and her eyes snapped open. Let's go, Tayuya said and ran into the bathroom. I thought her legs were numb, Naruto mumbled. Hurry the fuck up. I can't wait any longer, Tayuya said. Yeah, here I come, Naruto said. You'll be doing that as well, Tayuya said and threw her clothes out of the bathroom. Welp, time to satisfy my girlfriend, Naruto said. Hurry up, Tayuya yelled. Hokage office 2 hours later. Do you two want to tell me why you're over an hour late? Tsunade asked and Tayuya smirked. Sure. This lovely hunk of a man was sticking his tongue deep inside of me, making me scream his name while I had his gigantic meat stick down my throat. Tayuya said, causing Tsunade to pinch her nose, while Sakura and Shizen had major blushes on their faces. I don't even know why I bothered to ask, Tsunade said. Stop being so nosy. Hey Sakura, you've got some blood coming from your nose, Naruto said and she quickly wiped it away. Don't worry, Pinky. There's always room for an extra. Just imagine what he can do with his shadow clones and 2 women, Tayuya said and Sakura passed out from a massive nosebleed. I feel like you treat me as if I was a prostitute sometimes, Naruto said. Ah, don't worry about it. The only person you'll be fucking is me. I do this mainly for jokes and it's funny every single time, Tayuya said. Okay, that's enough about your sex life. Shizen, can you wake Sakura up for me? Tsunade asked. Of course, Shizen said and placed some smelling salts under Sakura's nose, instantly waking her up. I'm up, Sakura yelled and wiped her nose. So, when do we get started? Naruto asked. We're just waiting on one more person, Tsunade said. Who is it? Naruto asked and then a knock was heard on the door. Come in, Tsunade said and an Umbu walked in. A member of the Umbu, Sakura thought. Well, that was fast, Tsunade said. I heard it was a matter of great urgency, the Umbu said. I assume you know why you've been summoned here, Tsunade said. I have a general idea, the Umbu said. Kakashi's out and I want you to take over his team, Tsunade said. It would be an honor to work in Kakashi's stand, my lady, the Umbu said. Good. Now, this isn't a normal Umbu Black Ops mission. You're going on a regular assignment, so you can take off the mask. I'll be giving you a code name. During the mission, you'll be known as Yamato, Tsunade said and the Umbu removed his mask. Yes, I understand, Yamato said. Good. Now, the mission is as follows. You 4 are to go to the Tenchi Bridge in 4 days to rendezvous with Sasori's spy. Get any information you can from him and then leave. You were specifically chosen for this mission due to your unique abilities, Tsunade said. What does that mean? Naruto asked. Do you mind if I tell them? Tsunade asked. Not at all, Yamato said. Yamato, here is a result of Orochimaru and his experiment on trying to recreate my grandfather's infamous wood-style Kekkai Genkai. Yamato possesses the wood-style Kekkai Genkai, so he can replicate Sasori's puppet body with relative ease, Tsunade said. You wouldn't happen to have an arm made of Hashirama Senju's DNA, would you? Tayuya asked. No, I do not, Yamato said. Damn, Tayuya said. Something isn't right or something is missing from this mission, Naruto said. Your training with Jiraiya has paid off. There's another reason why he was selected for this mission. As you know, a user of the wood-style Kekkai Genkai has the ability to suppress a tailed beast. Yamato was chosen for that select reason. However, he already knows you can control about 4 or 5 tails of 9 tails chakra, but you do not need it. While me, Elders Koharu and Hamura were on board with a different Jonin going on the mission, Danzo was being stubborn against it and we needed to appease him in order to get this mission started. It was either Yamato or a shinobi of his choosing, Tsunade said. I see, Naruto said. I must admit that I'm impressed with your ability to withstand 4 to 5 tails of 9 tails chakra. To be completely honest, I don't think my wood style would work on anything higher than the 4th tail. I may have the wood style Kekkai Genkai, but it pales in comparison to somebody who was actually born with it, Yamato said. I can give you some tips on how to strengthen your wood style. You aren't the only one in possession of that Kekkai Genkai, Tsunade said. I'm not? Who else has the wood style? Yamato asked. Me, of course. I was able to suppress Naruto easily once when he accidentally used 4 tails in a spar with me and Jiraiya before he left to train. Anyway, You'll leave in 4 days to reach Kusa and then get to the Tenchi Bridge. Tsunade said. Why are we leaving so late? With that amount of time off, we'll miss the spy at the bridge. Yamato said. Naruto has the transportation covered. Tsunade said. There's a toad that specializes in speed and can travel through the forest without being heard or detected. He is about the size of the house, so we can all travel on him while he speeds through the thick trees in the Konoha forest and in Kusa. Naruto said. How fast is he? Yamato said. His name isn't Shinkosu for nothing. Naruto said. I see. Yamato said, and then there was a knock on the door. Enter. Tsunade said, and then Danzo walked in holding a file. Hey look, it's the one-eyed pedophile. How's the empty eye socket? Naruto asked and smirked as Danzo narrowed his eye at him. Naruto, that's enough. What can I do for you, Danzo? Tsunade asked. It has come to my attention that you are sending a group of shinobi out on an S-rank mission. Danzo said. Don't play stupid, Danzo. What do you want? Tsunade asked. I have a shinobi that I wish to add into the ranks, and this mission would be perfect to get him started. Danzo said and gave Tsunade a folder that she looked through. Wow, I can smell your bullshit from over here, Tayuya said. No, that's just his natural scent, Naruto said, and Tayuya laughed. You're right. I forgot once you reach his age you start to smell bad, Tayuya said, and they broke out into a laughing fit. Sheesh, these two are a match made in heaven, Sakura thought. That's enough from you two. Danzo, while I appreciate the offer, this mission already has enough people. We have all areas covered. 2 medics, a genjutsu specialist, ninjutsu specialist, and an all-around Kage-level shinobi. Tsunade said and gave him back the folder. I was unaware that we had a Kage-level shinobi within the Umbu. Danzo said. She's talking about Naruto, you dusty bag of bones. Tayuya said. Can you two be professional? Tsunade asked and glared at them. Sorry, Lady Hokage, Naruto said, and they both bowed with huge grins on their faces. Anyway, Tayuya is right. Naruto is a Kage-level shinobi. Tsunade said. A Kage-level shinobi with little to no experience. Danzo said. I've done at least 15 A-rank missions while I was out training with Jiraiya and maybe S-rank missions. I've already beaten the strongest jonin this village has to offer. However, if you need to see for yourself, I'd be more than happy to give you a personal demonstration, Naruto said. That won't be necessary, Naruto. If that is all, you're dismissed, Danzo. Tsunade said. Very well, Danzo said and looked at Naruto, who instantly activated his Hishigan. You really want to try that again? Naruto asked. I don't know what you mean, Danzo said and walked out. I was unaware of you having a dojutsu, Yamato said, and then Naruto threw 3 kunai into the ceiling, causing 3 dead bodies to fall to the ground. Yeah, it's called the Hishigan, and that's all I will say about it for now, Naruto said, and Yamato nodded. He's just going to act like he didn't kill 3 people, Sakura thought. Understandable. Lady Tsunade, who will be in charge of this mission? Yamato asked. You will. You have the most experience leading a squad thanks to your time in the Umbu. I shouldn't have to tell you this, but there's a chance Orochimaru will show up. When he does, Naruto will be the one who has to fight him. He can match Orochimaru in ninjutsu and taijutsu, Tsunade said. Plus, I need to get him back for what happens during the Chunin exams, Naruto said. Oh yeah, I remember that, Sakura said. What happened during the Chunin exams? Tayuya asked. That son of a bitch slapped a 5-pronged seal on me, and it almost cost me the Chunin exams if I never would have met the pervert, Naruto said. Make sure you get some good hits in for me, Tayuya said. You got it, Naruto said. My lady, if I may, Sakura said. Go ahead, Tsunade said. Is it possible for us to try and get Sasuke if he's there? Sakura asked. If you can, you may try to find Sasuke Uchiha and bring him back. You have full reign to use force if necessary, Tsunade said. Thank you, my lady, Sakura said. All right, you're all dismissed. Actually, Naruto, you stay back, Tsunade said. I'll be in bed, Tayuya said and vanished. I'll start packing, Sakura said and left while Yamato just vanished. So what's up? Naruto asked. I want you to keep your sensing ability on high alert when you leave the village. I'm sure Danzo will send somebody to follow your squad. He has an ulterior motive for trying to get somebody on this mission. Tsunade said. If I capture him, then what? Naruto asked. Kill him. If he has any files on him, I want you to grab them and bring them back to me. Tsunade said. All right, Granny, Naruto said. Oh, and make sure Tayuya keeps her temper in check. If Orochimaru or Kabuto show up, one of them is bound to try and get her riled up, Tsunade said. I will. I've got that handled, Naruto said. I'm sure you do. I forgot to tell you this, but when you get back, Kakashi wants to talk to you about some kind of training to help you create an ultimate jutsu that only you will be able to use. Tsunade said. Sweet. I'll see you later, Naruto said and vanished. Tenchi Bridge. Alright, we're here. I just need to get into my disguise, Yamato said and used his wood style to create his disguise. Alright, that's exactly what he looked like. Now just make your voice all raspy and deep, Tayuya said. Like this? Yamato asked in a different voice. Little bit. Try again, Tayuya said. Like this? Yamato asked. That's perfect, Tayuya said. Listen up. Our opponents will be on alert, so I want us to split up. We'll have to work as a team. Naruto, if Orochimaru shows up, then he's all yours, Yamato said. He's already here, but he's hanging back. We were also followed when we left the Leaf Village, but whoever it is hasn't moved since we stopped, Naruto said. What should we do? Sakura asked. After this, we go after whoever it is, Yamato said. Actually, I have a better idea. We use him as bait, Naruto said. How will we do that? Sakura asked. Whoever it is must be waiting for Orochimaru to show up. What I'm thinking is I lure Orochimaru away from the fight and draw out whoever it is that's following us. If this person is really trying to get in contact with Orochimaru, then we follow him to his base. Once we're there, we can grab info on anything important, kill whoever is following us, and potentially capture Sasuke, Naruto said. How will we be able to track them? No doubt Orochimaru can make a quick escape to his base, Yamato said. I have a jutsu that was created by the spy toads. I can create a link of sorts with the toad to see and hear whatever it does. The distance between the toad and summoner has no limits. The toad I have in mind is really good at staying hidden and keeping his chakra levels basically non-existent, Naruto said. That's quite impressive. How many of these toads can you do that with? Yamato asked. Only one at a time. I tried it with more than one and the headache wasn't worth it, Naruto said. There's just one problem. The summoning jutsu takes a lot of chakra. We'd be detected in seconds, Sakura said. That's why I've already summoned the toad, and it's staying hidden while remaining close to me, so I can guide it to where it needs to go, Naruto said. Alright, I'll give you the signal when it's time to come out, Yamato said and walked to the bridge. Yamato. You weren't followed, were you? Sasori asked. No. I still have that strange sensation from when I remembered who I was after you broke that jutsu, the spy said. I've got some questions for you, Sasori said. I don't have much time, so please keep it short. I risked my life to get here without Orochimaru finding out, the spy said. I want information on the location of his hideout and the whereabouts of Sasuke Uchiha, Sasori said. We're in a hideout on a small island on a lake to the north. We'll be moving again in 3 days, the spy said. What of Sasuke Uchiha, is he there as well? Sasori asked, sounding a bit desperate. Naruto, Tayuya, Sakura. Damn it, Yamato, relax. You're gonna blow your cover sounding desperate, Naruto whispered to himself. For an Umbu, he really sucks at this. I'm guessing this is his first time having to do something like this, Tayuya whispered. Naruto, there's a chance to get Sasuke. Will you please keep him alive if you fight? Sakura asked. I'll see what I can do, Naruto said. Yamato and the spy. Meanwhile, on the bridge, a noise was heard in a bush behind the spy. They turned around, and it was just a rabbit. False alarm. I thought it was Orochimaru. It's just a rabbit. By the way, about what you ordered me to do, Lord Sasori. Even after his reincarnation, Orochimaru uses a jutsu to protect the cellular specimens from his discarded body, and I was not able to analyze the cellular data. The spy said. I see. Sasori said. Now please hand over the item you promised me. I've been here long enough as is. If Orochimaru finds out I'm here, I'll be killed. The spy said. Yamato pulled out a kunai ready to kill the spy but was cut off by Orochimaru showing up. Interesting conversation. I hope you two don't mind me showing up and joining in the fun, he said. So he's here. I wasted too much time, Yamato thought as Orochimaru stared at him. A snake started to coil around the spy, but he jumped away and landed next to Yamato. The spy revealed himself to none other than Kabuto himself. Lord Sasori, if you hadn't pulled out that kunai, I wouldn't have been able to get away from him in time, Kabuto said. I'm lucky. It looks like he misunderstood. I guess my cover hasn't been blown yet. However, Orochimaru is here now, Yamato thought. I remember that garb. It sure brings back memories, Sasori, Orochimaru said. So you followed him, did you? Sasori asked. I just wanted to thank you in person, Sasori. After all, you're the one who sent this kid to me and he's come in very handy, Orochimaru said. I can't call them out yet. I need to wait a bit longer, Yamato thought. Kabuto gathered chakra to his hand and then cut through Yamato's disguise and cut him slightly on the arm. Yamato jumped into the air, leaving the disguise, and the spy jumped back to Orochimaru's side. Did he know who I was? No, that's impossible. What's going on here? Yamato thought. Multiple striking shadow snakes. Orochimaru sent multiple snakes from his arm at Yamato and wrapped him up, but he substituted himself with a wood dummy. That was a wood-style substitution. Interesting, you must be. Orochimaru didn't finish. Lord Orochimaru, is that Sasori's real body? The spy asked. No, that's definitely not Sasori. Kabuto, don't tell me after all this time as his faithful servant you haven't seen his real body, Orochimaru said. He always hid behind those ugly puppets of his, Kabuto said. What is the meaning of this? Kabuto, you were supposed to be an Akatsuki spy. You should have been under the control of Sasori's jutsu this whole time, Yamato said. Not anymore. Lord Orochimaru broke that jutsu long ago, Kabuto said. So you pretended to be under Sasori's jutsu while you turned traitor. Or did Orochimaru use his power to change you? Yamato asked. Nope, I actually empathize with Orochimaru's ideals. Who are you anyway? I've never seen you around the Leaf Village. The plan was to kill Sasori, but somebody already beat us to it, Kabuto said. I can tell you about him, Kabuto. He was the only survivor, it seems, from when I was experimenting with the first Hokage's DNA. I assumed all of the test subjects died, so I abandoned the lab. Apparently they found him in my lab alive and decided not to kill him and use his abilities later for their Jinchuriki. Now that we have that out of the way, why don't you call out those two rats hiding behind you in the bushes? Orochimaru said. 2, it should be 3, which one is gone? Yamato thought as signaled for his team to come out, but only Sakura and Tayuya appeared. Well, look who it is, Kabuto said. Surprised to see me, Needle Dick? Tayuya asked. I honestly can say I didn't see this coming. Lord Orochimaru, I thought you said she was dead. You couldn't find any trace of her curse mark, Kabuto said. That's because I had that shit removed after the mission to bring this pedophile his new boy toy. It's amazing how life is when you don't have to worry about the two of you trying some sick experiment on me when I'm sleeping, Tayuya said. It's impossible to remove the curse mark. Not even Jiraiya should be able to remove it. Clearly she must be joking. Orochimaru thought and tried to activate Tayuya's curse mark, but nothing happened. I see. I would like to know the name of this person who managed to remove my curse mark, Orochimaru said. I'll tell you the same thing he told me. There isn't a seal in the world and Uzumaki can't handle, Tayuya said. The Nine-Tails brat. Of course. I'm surprised he's not here. I thought any mission regarding Sasuke would surely involve him. Kabuto said. Where is Sasuke? Sakura asked. There's the reaction I was hoping for. You should learn to give up when you can. Sasuke doesn't want to go back to the hidden leaf. Kabuto said. Wow, he must enjoy getting railed by the two of you at night if he doesn't want to leave. I still can't believe he came to you for power. I mean, it's no secret that he wants to kill Itachi, but why go to somebody who lost to Itachi in seconds when he was only 15? You won't really get much help from somebody like that. Tayuya said. What? He lost to Itachi? Sakura asked. He sure did. You leave a lot of papers and journals laying around your base. I found that one and read it. Looking a Sharingan user in the eye is the dumbest shit you can do. He was going to kill you had Kabuto not gotten involved. Tayuya said. Wait a minute. The way people talk about Orochimaru makes it seem as if he's the strongest of the legendary Sannin. Sakura said. Please. The pervert can defeat him if he really wanted to. Hell, Lady Tsunade could probably beat him as well. Tayuya said and Orochimaru off. Kabuto, kill her. Orochimaru said. Of course. Kabuto said, but then Naruto appeared. Hello, Orochimaru. Naruto said. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki finally shows up. Orochimaru said. Kabuto, did you miss me? Last time we saw each other, you interfered in my mission to grab Sasuke before he fell into your hands. How is my old teammate? Naruto asked. Naruto, Kabuto said and grit his teeth. What's with the angry look? It wouldn't happen to be because of the time when I kicked your ass before, would it? Naruto asked. If I remember correctly, you were the one on the ground bleeding, clinging to your pathetic life. Kabuto said. True, but I vaguely remember Orochimaru needing to help you move. While I was still conscious, you couldn't even move. So, Snake Face, ready for round 2? Naruto asked. You'll have to get through me first, Kabuto said and ran at Naruto with a kunai out, but Tayuya appeared in front of him. Hello, Needle Dick, Tayuya said. She's fast, Kabuto thought, and then Tayuya gave him a chakra-enhanced punch, sending him flying away. That felt so good, Tayuya said. Seems like you've improved a bit over the years. One of my most trusted guards has betrayed me and joined the enemy, Orochimaru said. They weren't my enemies. I just did my job to keep a roof over my head, Tayuya said. Oh? Does Naruto know that you assisted in the death of the third Hokage? Orochimaru asked. I do, and I simply don't give a fuck that he's dead, Naruto said. Something's not right. He's a lot more serious, and the look in his eyes reminds me of his father. Could it be that he's surpassed him? No, that's impossible. I'll deal with him, and then I'll deal with the other ones, Orochimaru thought. I'll humor you. If you want to fight, then by all means, I'll show you your place, Orochimaru said, and Naruto appeared in front of him. I thought you'd never ask, Naruto said and punched him away, then gave chase. What should we do? Sakura asked. We guard Kabuto. He's slippery, so don't let your guard down for a split second or he's gone, Yamato said. What about our loose end? Tayuya asked. I'm sure he's already being followed by a toad, Yamato said. Pinky, let me ask you something, Tayuya said. Sure, Sakura said. Let's say we do find Sasuke. Will you be able to fight him if necessary? Tayuya asked. I don't know. That's why I requested this. To see if I have what it takes to bring him back by force, Sakura said. Good answer, Tayuya said. Naruto versus Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Naruto is fighting Orochimaru in a taijutsu fight after having caught up to him. Orochimaru already had to shed his skin twice. He ducked a roundhouse kick from Naruto and threw 6 punches at Naruto, who easily dodged them thanks to him using his training with Jiraiya. Orochimaru hasn't landed a decisive hit since the fight started. It wasn't going as he thought it would since Naruto was actually fighting him on even ground. He jumped back from Naruto and called out a jutsu. Formation of 10,000 snakes. 10,000 snakes with swords sticking out of their mouths all charged at Naruto, who gathered wind chakra and pulled water from the air. Ice style. Frozen capturing field. Naruto froze the entire ground and the ice made all of the snakes slow down due to the cold temperature. Naruto used his wind style, wholly rotating wind blades with his flame tornado jutsu and threw in a few explosive tags as well to destroy all of the snakes. An explosion happened and Naruto blew away the smoke with his wind chakra to check out the damage, and he wasn't disappointed. He saw Orochimaru come out of the ground and he was breathing heavily since he was nearly caught in that explosion. "What's the matter, Orochimaru? Are you tired?" Naruto asked. "It's impossible. He should not be able to face me on even ground after only 3 years. I will admit that he was close to being a Jonin-level shinobi last time I saw him, but he should not be able to take on an S-rank shinobi such as myself. His growth is unnatural." Orochimaru thought and activated his slithering snake mode. "Tell me, Naruto, how were you able to get this strong in only 3 years?" Orochimaru asked. "I did lots of sit-ups and drank plenty of juice," Naruto said. "Cocky brat," Orochimaru thought. With his new ability to move at greater speeds, Orochimaru quickly closed the distance using his slithering snake mode and then gave Naruto a strong punch to the face. Orochimaru followed it up with a barrage of chakra in forced punches and elbow strikes. The barrage of attacks sent Naruto flying away into some trees, but he quickly recovered and cut Orochimaru in half with his chakra blades that were coated in wind chakra. Suddenly snakes came from both halves of Orochimaru's body and pulled them back together, healing Orochimaru of any sign of damage. "Nice trick," Naruto said and wiped blood from his mouth. "How about you stop playing games and fight me with your actual strength? I've got many years of experience under my belt to know when somebody is holding back," Orochimaru said. "You asked for it," Naruto said. "It's been quite some time since I've been in a good fight. I'm starting to regret not going after the Nine Tails Jinchuriki," Orochimaru thought. 7 Heavenly Breaths. First activation. Second activation. Third activation. Fourth activation. The fourth activation sharpens Naruto's eyesight to allow complete clarity even at a distance. Naruto's physique is notably improved, so now his maximum power exceeded his body's normal 100% power. He boosted his reflexes to keep up with his newfound prowess as well due to the technique's overall bolstering effect. As his power grows, so does his aura expand to take on a fiercer appearance. Fifth activation. The fifth activation further increases Naruto's speed and strength. The aura he produced is now as fierce as a bonfire from how much air has been infused into his body. His aura is so strong that it can now be manipulated, either focused to specific points and released in bursts to make even simpler strikes explosively powerful, or wrapped around the body to protect from attacks. However, both moves require a draining, focused expenditure of power, thus naturally shortening the duration of the mode. "Well, this is interesting," the Nine Tails thought. "His power is incredible. I can see why he challenged me by himself," Orochimaru thought. Naruto took one step and then disappeared. To Orochimaru, it sounded like an explosion happened, but that was just Naruto breaking the sound barrier as he reached Mach speeds. All Orochimaru felt was a kick to the chin, and before he could react, he was on his back looking at the sky completely dazed. Naruto was running so fast that not even a fully matured Sharingan would be able to track him. Orochimaru shed his skin, but it was pointless since Naruto pummeled him into the ground again. Moon Dance Barrage. Naruto charges at Orochimaru and elbows him in the face that sends him flying away. Naruto quickly appeared in front of Orochimaru, then started to attack him with a powerful barrage of kicks and punches, ending with a heavy punch to his stomach. While Orochimaru was lying on the ground paralyzed from the assault, Naruto threw him in the air and jumped up higher than he threw Orochimaru. When Naruto was at his highest point, he released all of activations when he used all of the air in his lungs to use the wind style. Pressure damage jutsu on Orochimaru that sent him crashing to the ground, where he left a hole to see where his body hit. After a while, Orochimaru climbed out of the ground and shed his skin once more, but he was still breathing heavily. To think he's able to do this much damage to me without using his dojutsu. I've already shed my skin too many times and this body is starting to reject me. I need to retreat, but I can't let him follow me, Orochimaru thought. Looks like you're about to pass out over there. What's the matter? I thought you wanted a fight, Naruto said. I must say that I was taken by surprise. I never would have thought you'd put up this much of a fight. The 7 heavenly breaths is a technique that rivals the 8 inner gates, and nobody has ever been able to go past the 3rd activation. You truly are a fine specimen. If it wasn't for that 9 tails in your gut, I would have given you the curse mark as well, Orochimaru said. Sorry, but I'd prefer if you didn't give me a hickey on my neck, Naruto said and gathered lightning chakra to his hand before tossing it up into the air. What's he planning? Orochimaru thought. A little parting gift for you, Naruto said, and the sky turned dark as clouds started to form. I can't get hit with that, Orochimaru thought and slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Triple Rashomon. 3 gates appeared with faces on them. The first gate was red, the second was green, and the third was blue. The first gate takes the attack head-on, the second reduces the attack's power, and the third disperses the pressure, causing all attacks that come in contact with it to lose their power before they can be effective. Orochimaru braced himself behind the gates. Raijin's Wrath. Lightning started to rain down on the battlefield and obliterated Orochimaru's gates. The attack lasted for about 10 seconds before it stopped, and a huge smoke cloud was all you could see. Naruto blew away the smoke with the help of a few shadow clones, and he saw nothing but a huge crater. Looks like I won, Naruto said and vanished. Naruto. Hey guys, Naruto said as he appeared next to them. Are you okay? Tayuya asked and started to heal him. Yeah, I'm fine. Back hurts a bit because he sent me flying through a couple of trees, Naruto said. Just because he's old doesn't mean he's weak. He is one of the legendary Sannin for a reason, Sakura said. Yeah, Naruto said. What happened at the end? All I saw was dark clouds and then lightning hitting the earth, Yamato said. It's one of my powerful jutsus. Trust me. The area looks a lot worse than you think, Naruto said. I bet, Yamato said. Where's Kabuto? Naruto asked. He's escaped thanks to the shockwave of your jutsu, Sakura said. That's okay. We can track him with the toad Naruto summoned earlier. Did it find anything? Yamato asked, and they noticed his eyes were like a toad's. Yeah, the person following us gave Orochimaru a folder that seemed important. The toad is following them from a safe distance. We can leave now, but we have to keep our distance from them, Naruto said. All right, you heard him. Let's move, Yamato said. Hidden base. So this is the base? Sakura asked as they looked at the entrance. Yeah, I've been here before, Tayuya said. We need to split up. Tayuya and Naruto, you two look around for anything important we can use. Sakura, you're with me on finding Sasuke Uchiha. The seeds I had you all eat on our way here is a way for us to communicate. Just hold your hand to your left ear while using a small amount of chakra and I can hear what you're saying. Remember, stealth is key here. Naruto, I know I don't have to worry about you due to your training with Lord Jiraiya and your history with pranking the village without getting caught by the Umbu, Yamato said. What about me and Pinky? Tayuya asked. I've heard the two of you get a bit hot-headed during stealth missions and nearly failed a few of them. Just follow me and Naruto's lead. Let's go, Yamato said, and they split up. Naruto and Tayuya. So, where exactly are you taking us? Naruto asked as he was following Tayuya. To a room that should give us enough help with our problems. This is it, Tayuya said, but Naruto grabbed her before she could open the door, then they turned invisible. What is it? Tayuya whispered and Naruto pointed to Kabuto, who walked out of the room. That's what. Let's go, Naruto said, and they went inside the room. Look at this, Tayuya said and gave Naruto a folder. It's the folder the guy gave Orochimaru, Naruto said and opened it. What is it? Tayuya asked. It's filled with some of the Umbu from our village. Their names, skills, and their real identities with the mask they wear. I don't know what Danzo had planned or wanted in exchange for this, but I'm going to kill him after I kill his little pawn, Naruto said. No, don't kill him. Capture the pawn instead. Let's make Danzo sweat and expose him to the world first, Tayuya said. I don't think anybody would care if Danzo gave away information about our Umbu, Naruto said. What about illegal dealings in other countries? child abduction and assisting in the downfall of Uzumaki after making false reports? Tayuya asked as she was looking through reports. What was that last one? Naruto asked. He was part of the reason Uzumaki was destroyed. He sent false reports to IWA, Kumo and Kiri to have them destroyed. Tayuya said. All of this is just making me want to kill him even more. I just want to know why Orochimaru has this information. Naruto said. Blackmail. Let's say Danzo tries to betray Orochimaru or do something Orochimaru doesn't like. Orochimaru can leak this information to the world and have Danzo on the run for the rest of his life. Tayuya said. Well, he's about to be on the run now. Even Granny will be after him. Naruto said as he picked up a folder and read the contents of it. What do you mean? Is it because she's part Uzumaki? Tayuya asked. Yes, and this. We found out who has the arm made of Hashirama Senju DNA. Orochimaru gave it to Danzo. He didn't go into detail as to what he needed it for, but from the way it was carefully created it must be for something big. Naruto said, and then an explosion happened. Looks like somebody found your former teammate, Tayuya said. Well, it wasn't Sakura or Yamato, that's for sure, Naruto said. How do you know? Tayuya asked as they sealed away what they found and ran towards the explosion. Because she would have yelled his name and her voice gnawed so screechy that it's impossible to not hear it, Naruto said. I guess you're right, Tayuya said. Explosion site. Whoa, look at this. Somebody must have woken up on the wrong side of the bed, Naruto said as he and Tayuya arrived. Either that or somebody's mad you beat up Orochimaru and they can't let him fondle his nuts tonight, Tayuya said. Do you two ever take things seriously? Sakura asked. Only things that should cause us to worry, Tayuya said. Well, Naruto, you came here as well, Sasuke said. HM? Oh hey, it's the little boy who couldn't get strong fast enough, so he ran to somebody who's weaker than Itachi, Naruto said. I see Kakashi is here, Sasuke said. Unfortunately, Kakashi wasn't able to make it. I'm here in his place, Yamato said. Why are you worried about Kakashi? Did you want a team reunion? I can make a shadow clone and have it turn into Kakashi for you, Naruto said. I can't with these two, Sakura thought. Team Kakashi, Sasuke said and looked at Tayuya who looked familiar. The fuck are you looking at? You're not my type and your hair is shaped like a duck's ass, Tayuya said. Seriously, Tayuya? Sakura asked. So that girl's my replacement? I thought the team already had a weakling, Sasuke said. How about we fight and I can show you how weak I am? I mean, I already kicked your ass 3 years ago, or do you not remember? Tayuya asked. Don't do that. He'd be too embarrassed that he lost to his superior, Naruto said. Who's your friend? Sasuke asked and pointed to a pale-skins boy. Don't know him, but thanks for reminding me about him. Tayuya, if you'd please, Naruto said. Sure thing, handsome, Tayuya said and appeared behind the person, then knocked him out. Trust me, his time on this team is limited. As for the bond between us, that's over with, Naruto said. Sasuke, why did you leave? You started to understand having friends and creating bonds was a good thing, Sakura said. You're right, I did understand. That is why I severed them. You see, I have a different bond now. Between my older brother and me, it's the bond of hatred. Having too many ties in this world will only lead you astray. It weakens one's ambition, distracts you from what truly matters, Sasuke said. Then why didn't you kill Sakura the night you left? You could have killed her and broke the bond between you two. Wait a minute, you actually like her, don't you? Naruto asked. The reason is simple. It's not that I couldn't break our bond, Naruto. I was simply doing as my older brother had done before me. It was nothing more than a strategy to gain power. That day when I left her there, I only spared her life on a whim. Nothing more, Sasuke said and appeared next to Naruto. He's fast, Yamato thought. How did he do that? Sakura thought. So you still haven't unlocked it yet. Such a shame. You'll never be at Itachi's level. You'll never reach your goal in life, Naruto said. Please. He's so far off from Itachi's level it's not even funny. This is a guy who killed his clan at 13 and defeated Orochimaru without even trying at 15. Sasuke is nowhere close to defeating him. Tayuya said. His dream to kill Itachi is so well known and I bet everyone is hoping he fails. Naruto said. Wasn't it you who always dreamed about becoming Hokage? We're a lot alike in regards to our dreams. We'd both do anything to achieve it. Wouldn't you agree, Naruto? Sasuke asked. That is true that I always dreamt about becoming Hokage. However, I wouldn't do anything to become Hokage except prove myself with my own accomplishments. Things can change on a whim, so I have another goal in life. You left Sakura alive on a whim. Isn't that right, Sasuke? Naruto asked. That's cute. This time my whim is telling me to finish what I started. Sasuke said as he pulled out his sword and attempted to stab Naruto, but he was stopped by another Naruto who grabbed his wrist while another had a kunai at his throat, while Tayuya had a kunai placed at his heart. Naruto's so fast. I didn't even see him create a clone or use any chakra. Tayuya is faster than Sasuke as well. I thought she was a medic and genjutsu specialist. Yamato thought. That block you selected was the correct one, Sasuke said and activated his Sharingan. All right, Yamato said and made a hand sign sending wood at Sasuke who countered. Chidori stream. Sasuke let out a wave of lightning all around him and it sent Naruto's clone flying back, destroying it. Naruto was unaffected since he channeled Wine Chakra around his body to cancel out the effects of the lighting. Yamato's Wujutsu was destroyed. Sakura channeled chakra into her hand and took off running at Sasuke. Sasuke prepared his sword and went to cut Sakura in half, but Yamato jumped in front of her and tried to stop Sasuke's sword with a kunai. To his amazement, the kunai wasn't effective as it went right through the sword and Sasuke managed to stab him in the shoulder while channeling lighting chakra through his sword. Captain Yamato, Sakura said. The block that you chose was the incorrect one. My snake sword is somewhat special. It's impossible to block, Sasuke said. My body's going numb. He's running the Chidori through his sword. It hones the blade to the utmost sharpness and it paralyzes as it cuts. Yamato thought and Sasuke then looked Naruto in his eyes. But Naruto's Hishigan was activated. Sorry, but those eyes won't work, Naruto said and kicked Sasuke away. Tayuya, help Sakura heal Yamato, Naruto said. Ah, I wanted to kick his ass, Tayuya said and walked over to Yamato. I clearly outmatch you, so just give up and come with us, Naruto said. Your cockiness is pissing me off, Sasuke said as he went through hand signs and was about to use a jutsu, but his arm was grabbed. I wouldn't bother with that jutsu. Be smart now, Orochimaru said. Hey, Orochimaru, are you back for the tiebreaker? Naruto asked. The Nine-Tails brat. How did he find my base? Tayuya, of course, Orochimaru thought. Let go, Sasuke said. Now, I'm not going to tell you again. Watch your tone with Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto said as he appeared. Oh look, it's the number on FuckBuddy for Orochimaru, Tayuya said and Kabuto ignored her, but she saw his eye twitch a little. Give me a reason to stop, Sasuke said. You do remember the Akatsuki are on the move now, don't you? We want the good people of the Leaf Village to get rid of them for us. As many of them as possible. If the other Akatsuki interfere, then you might not get your precious revenge, Kabuto said. That's a pitiful excuse, Sasuke said. But if it helps your chances by even 1 small %, then it's worth it. Agreed? Kabuto asked and Sasuke relaxed his hand, causing Orochimaru to release his grip. You know, Sasuke, you'd have a better chance fighting Itachi if you were with me. Itachi is after me, so I'd assume I'll run into him before you do, Naruto said. We're leaving, Orochimaru said and they went up in flames. Oh well, looks like they got away, Naruto said. Why didn't you stop him, Naruto? He was right there, Sakura said. Because he's not a priority on this mission. We did what we needed to do and got a lot more than we expected, Naruto said as he sealed the body of the spy. Let's go back to the Leaf Village, Yamato said and started to walk away with Naruto. Pinky, How much do you love Sasuke? Is it genuine love or some schoolyard fangirl crush? Tayuya asked. I don't know anymore. I mean, you saw that I tried dating before and it didn't work out. Sakura said. Yeah, that was an epic fail. Tayuya said. Gee, thanks. Sakura said. I only asked because I want to know if you'd hate Naruto if he were to kill Sasuke. They'll fight eventually and we both know that. Tayuya said. I know. I don't really know, to be completely honest. I mean, part of me wants Naruto to bring him back, but part of me is trying to forget about Sasuke. Sakura said. I see. Thanks for the information. Tayuya said. Leaf Village Hokage office. I see then. Tsunade said as they just told her about the mission. Will that be all, Lady Tsunade? Sakura asked. Yes. Naruto, Tayuya, stay behind. Yamato and Sakura may leave. Tsunade said. Yes, ma'am. Sakura said and left with Yamato. Then Tsunade dismissed her umbu so she could seal the room. What happened to the spy? Tsunade asked and Naruto pulled out a scroll. I sealed him inside of this. He's not dead at all. Tayuya convinced me to keep him alive. Naruto said. Why? Tsunade asked. Because if we were to kill him, then we wouldn't have any evidence that Danzo sent him to Orochimaru. We wanted to see if it's the same person on the file Danzo gave you. If we were to kill him, then he'd easily be able to deny sending a spy to Orochimaru so he could give him that folder. Tayuya said and Naruto unsealed the body. Yeah, that's the person from the file he showed me. Did you find anything important in the base? Tsunade asked and Naruto resealed the body. We found more than what we thought we would. Naruto said and unsealed the folders they took. There's some freaky shit in there. You're going to be pissed from what you see. Tayuya said and Tsunade skimmed through the folders. Is this real? Tsunade asked. Yeah, I figured Orochimaru kept all of this to blackmail Danzo just in case he tried to back out of a deal or something. Tayuya said. Danzo is a dead man, Tsunade said. Actually, let's make him sweat it out, Tayuya said. I'm listening, Tsunade said. Call a council meeting and expose him in front of everyone. Those files are heavily detailed and would turn everyone against him. Let him become a rogue ninja and worry about everyone trying to kill him. Use the spy to your advantage. Have Danzo give you the file on the person he tried to have join us, show it to the council and then try to arrest him. Knowing him, he'll flee the village. It's not like he can give out any secrets since you've changed everything around and kept it locked in your office behind a blood seal. Naruto said. I like that plan. I'd love nothing more than to kill him myself. But this works even better, Tsunade said. Don't worry. I'm sure we'll see Danzo again in the future. He's obsessed with becoming Hokage, so I'm sure he'd pick the right moment to strike in order to take over. Naruto said and gave her the scroll containing the spy. I'll call an emergency council meeting. In the meantime, Kakashi is looking for you. Tsunade said and unsealed the room, but Shizune came in. Lady Tsunade, a council meeting has been called. Shizune SSID. By who? Tsunade asked. Elders Koharu and Hamura, Shizune said. I see. I'll be there. You two are dismissed. Tsunade said. See ya, Naruto said and they vanished. Naruto and Tayuya. So, where do you think Kakashi is? Tayuya asked as they were walking through the village. It's not where I think he is, but where I know he is, Naruto said. The fuck does that mean? Tayuya asked. He's behind us. He's been following us for about 5 minutes, Naruto said. He's right, Kakashi said as they turned around and he closed his book. I should cut your fucking dick off for following us, Tayuya said and Kakashi backed away while covering his man parts. Relax, Tayuya. So, what is this training I was told about? Naruto asked. Follow me, Kakashi said and they vanished. Training ground. So, the training I'm talking about is to help you create the ultimate jutsu that only you can use, Kakashi said. Ultimate jutsu? Tayuya asked. That's right. Naruto is going to complete the Rasengan, Kakashi said. What do you mean, Complete then Rasengan? Tayuya asked. The fourth Hokage intended to add his chakra nature to the Rasengan, but he was never able to do it due to certain events. I tried it, but I was unable to add my lighting chakra nature to it, and that's why I created the Chidori. Kakashi said. What makes you think this ultimate jutsu is something Naruto can only use? Tayuya asked. That's because he has the chakra able to pull it off, and he's the only other person other than me and Master Jiraiya that knows the Rasengan. Kakashi said. Why haven't you taught me the Rasengan? Tayuya asked. You never asked. If you want then you can learn it while I create this jutsu. Naruto said and unsealed water balloon before tossing it to her. What am I supposed to do with this? Tayuya asked. Pop it with your chakra. Now, how long will this ultimate jutsu take? Naruto asked. It takes years usually, but we both know a way to shorten the time you'd need to actually complete it. Kakashi said. Shadow clones. Naruto said. Exactly. Now, Yamato will be here as well just in case. I know you can control some of the Nine Tails chakra, but it's better to be safe than sorry since this training won't be easy. Kakashi said. When do we start? Naruto asked. Meet me here tomorrow at noon. This will be where we meet every day unless one of us has a mission. Kakashi said. I'll see you tomorrow. Naruto said and Kakashi went up in smoke. Ah, this is too fucking hard. Give me a hint. Tayuya yelled. You're just moving the water around the balloon and not trying to pop the balloon with the water. This is the easy part. The second step is the hardest. Naruto said and she sighed. That's it? It sounds so simple, but it's so hard. Tayuya said. I know. Blame my father for this. He's the one who created the Rasengan. Naruto said. Let's just go home. I'll figure this out in the morning. Tayuya said. It took me a few weeks to get this down. I think you'll get it in no time once you figure out the first part. Naruto said. Let's go home. I'm ready to get some sleep and maybe fool around a bit. Tayuya said and vanished. That's fine with me. Naruto said and vanished. While this was going on, Tsunade exposed Danzo's dealing to the entire council and forced him to flee the village. He has been labeled as an S-rank criminal and has a kill-on-sight order. Root was no longer in the village and Danzo was going into hiding until the right opportunity presented itself for him to take over Konoha by force. After dismissing Naruto and Tayuya from her office, Tsunade collected the folders given to her by them and then followed Shizune to the council chambers. While she would have preferred to kill Danzo on the spot, she needed to do this properly to avoid any problems that would occur if she were to do that. Lady Tsunade has arrived, Shizune said, as they entered the chambers. Thank you, Shizune. Please hurry with what I asked you to do on our way here, Tsunade said. Of course, my lady, Shizune said and bowed before leaving. Let's get this meeting started, Tsunade said and had a smile on her face. Lady Tsunade, you seem to be in a good mood, Elder Koharu said. I'm in a wonderful mood. Thank you for noticing, Tsunade said. Yes, of course. Now, Hamura and I have called this meeting to discuss the recent mission in regards to Sasori's spy that we were informed about, Koharu said. Of course. What would you like to know? Tsunade asked. We want to know if the team consisting of Yamato, Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki and Tayuya have brought us back any useful information, Hamura said. In fact, they did. Also, the secondary part in regards to Sasuke Uchiha failed, but it wasn't the main objective of this mission, Tsunade said and they nodded. Very well. What information do we have? Koharu asked. Well, the spy turned out to be Kabuto Yakushi and from what I was told, he posed as a Leaf Genin a few years ago during the Chunin exams. Now, Kabuto didn't reveal any important information due to Orochimaru showing up, but Naruto and Tayuya managed to uncover something a bit more important during this mission, Tsunade said. What could that be? Shikaku asked. A traitor in our village, Tsunade said. A traitor? Who is it? Koharu asked. First, I want everyone to look into this folder right here and tell me what you see, Tsunade said, as she handed out a folder and everyone read it. This is our traitor? Hamura asked. More like he works for the traitor. So, Danzo, do you mind telling me why the shinobi I rejected from leaving the village met up with Orochimaru? I could have sworn no ninja other than a Sannin or student of a Sannin is able to leave the village without permission from the Hokage. Let me know if I am missing something. Tsunade said. I have no idea who this person is. Danzo said, and then Tsunade unsealed the body. Really? Because this is the same person in the file that you gave me. Tsunade said. He must have gone rogue. Danzo said. I see. Then how's it possible that he was in possession of information that before I came here was only available to the Hokage and the village elders? I know both Koharu and Hamura didn't do it because they barely look into the shinobi files unless it's absolutely necessary. That just leaves you. So I'll ask you again. Why was the shinobi you personally recommended for this mission that I rejected out of the village handing out classified information to Orochimaru? Tsunade asked, and Danzo stayed silent. Perhaps it's best that we move on. Other than that, has anything else been discovered? Koharu asked. Of course. Orochimaru left a huge paper trail of everything he's ever done and the people he's worked with over the years. Now, here comes the part that will make all of you gasp. Tsunade said and picked up a folder. What is it? Shikaku asked. My old friend Orochimaru has been keeping tabs on everything he's done with Danzo or the things his own spies have caught Danzo doing. Tsunade said and snapped her fingers as the room was crowded with Umbu members. He's working with Orochimaru? Koharu asked. Yes, and he has been ever since Hiruzen was in office. Let's go over the first folder. During the Third Shinobi War, Danzo Shimura sent out his own squads of Umbu to Kiri, Iwa, and Kumo to give them false information that Uzumaki was going to aid Konoha in the war with the use of their Fuinjutsu skills. Everyone in Konoha knows that the Uzumaki clan had one rule, and that was they do not fight in wars unless they are attacked first. Danzo gave them information on how to get past the defenses of Uzumaki and wipe them out. Tsunade said, and everyone gasped. He did what? Hamura asked. Oh, that's not even the worst part. Danzo has been aiding Orochimaru in child abduction to help with his experiments long before he became a rogue ninja. All of those years that I read of children mysteriously disappearing from clans and the orphanage are linked to Danzo and Orochimaru. What's next? Here we go. Danzo was also responsible for the attack during the Chunin exams a few years ago before I took over. He gave out information to Orochimaru on the weak points of the village so Sound Ninja could get into the village undetected. Here's my personal favorite. Danzo is also in possession of an artificial arm made of Hashirama Senju's DNA. That adds defiling the grave of a Kage to your list of crimes. You also have conspired with many more leaders in other villages, which is illegal, and the most notable one was Hanzo the Salamander during the Second Shinobi War. Tsunade said and passed around the folders. This is unbelievable, Inoichi said. Don't bother destroying the folders. I have more copies made and sealed away. So, what do you have to say for your actions, Danzo? Tsunade asked, and then Root Umbu dropped into the room. Everything I did was for the betterment of the village. Without me, this village wouldn't be standing. Umbu attack, Danzo said, and then a war broke out, giving him time to escape. Lady Tsunade, Danzo is escaping. What should we do? Shikaku asked, as he was using his shadow paralysis jutsu to retrain multiple root shinobi. Let him go. He's unable to run to another village because I've sent this information out to every village about him, and he's being listed as an S-rank shinobi with a kill on sight order. Tsunade said and crushed the skull of a Root Umbu member. Is that wise? Koharu asked as she used her genjutsu skills to trap-kill some members of Root. Yes, he's not going to get far so soon, and on the way here I had Shizune send out letters to the other villages about Danzo and what he's done. The only person he can run to is Orochimaru. Tsunade said. I sense a large group of unidentified shinobi leaving the village. Should I go after them? Kat asked. No, that is Danzo pulling his root out of Konoha. After this, go and find his base. Gather anything you can and bring it to my office. If you see any stragglers, kill them, Tsunade said. Yes, ma'am, Kat said as they continued to kill the root members. Koharu and Hamura. Meet me in my office when this is over with, Tsunade said. Of course. They said as they were now being guarded by Umbu members since they were low on chakra. Naruto and Tayuya 1 week later. Fuck this shit. Tayuya yelled and threw a water balloon at Naruto. What's wrong? Naruto asked. I can't pop the fucking balloon. Stupid ass jutsu. I hope I meet your father when I'm dead, so I can kick him in his dick, Tayuya said. Sheesh. I feel bad for him the day she dies. Naruto thought. Would a demonstration help you? Naruto asked. Now you want to fucking help me? Fine, but you're still sleeping on the couch. Good luck having blue balls in the morning, fuckface. Tayuya said. I have 2 hands. I think I'll be fine, Naruto said, and she narrowed her eyes. You motherfucker, Tayuya said. Anyway, pay close attention because I'm only doing this once, Naruto said. Hurry the fuck up, Tayuya said. Not until you give me a smile, Naruto said. I'm not giving you a smile, Tayuya said and looked away. Come on, show me your beautiful smile, Naruto said, and she shook her head, but had a blush on her face. No, Tayuya said. Fine, you leave me no choice, Naruto said and grabbed her face, then kissed her deeply before separating. You cheated. You know that always makes me smile, Tayuya said as she had a beaming smile on her face. Like you didn't want it, Naruto said, and she blushed. Just show me, Tayuya said. All right, watch what I do, Naruto said as he grabbed a water balloon that channeled chakra into it until it popped. Son of a bitch, I need to make the water spin in multiple directions, Tayuya said as she grabbed a water balloon and popped it in an instant. Good job. Now comes the hard part, Naruto said and gave her a bag of rubber balls. What are these for? Tayuya asked. You need to pop them. The second step is focused on power. You need to increase the volume and density of your chakra output. You have way better chakra control than I do, so it shouldn't take you no longer than a week to complete this, Naruto said, and then Tayuya's rubber ball exploded. Done, Tayuya said. Huh? Naruto asked, with a dumbfounded look on his face that Tayuya laughed at. You should see your fucking face, Tayuya said, as she was rolling on the ground. How'd you pop the ball so quickly? Naruto asked. Well, like you said, my chakra control is a lot better than yours. The more I trained over the years, the denser my chakra became for some reason. Big Tits thought I was an Uzumaki, but found no traces of Uzumaki DNA inside of me when she tested me. She figured the curse mark must have done something to my chakra that made it thin out. It doesn't take much chakra for me to do the chakra-enhanced punches I use due to the density. All I did was use that principle and added it to the second step, but with more chakra, Tayuya said. That's good. Are you ready for the next step, or do you want to take a break? Naruto asked. Fuck it. Let's get this over with. The sooner I can finish this, the sooner I can work on making my own like you, Tayuya said. Don't forget you have to train with Granny Tsunade for your Kekkei Genkai, Naruto said. I know. I just hope she isn't as brutal this time, Tayuya said. She's not. She's the one who taught me how to use my ice Kekkei Genkai. You have mastery over your fire and earth chakra natures, so you just need to master combining them, Naruto said. I'll deal with that later. Show me the third step, Tayuya said. Okay, this step is about containment. You need to combine the first 2 steps inside of a balloon. If you pop the balloon, then you need to get another one and start over. Once you can do the third step without the balloon, your training will be completed, Naruto said. How the hell does this help with the Rasengan? Tayuya asked. You'll see once you complete the third step, Naruto said and created hundreds of shadow clones. How's your training going? Tayuya asked. It's good. I feel like I'm nearly there, Naruto said, and then Kakashi appeared. Oh, I see you're already starting, Kakashi said. We waited for 3 hours, Naruto said. Right? I was with Tsunade finishing my mission report, Kakashi said. Right? So, what are you having him do today, Cyclops? Tayuya asked. Would it kill you to call me by my name? Kakashi asked. Yes, Since I've been here, I've never called anybody their actual name. I barely call Naruto his. Fucking deal with it, Tayuya said. You've got your hands full with this one, Naruto, Kakashi mumbled. Tell me about it, Naruto mumbled. I fucking heard that, Tayuya said. Sorry, did you say something? Naruto and Kakashi asked. Don't do that shit to me, Tayuya yelled, and her hair split into 9 pieces. What was that guy? Did you say another challenge? Sorry, Naruto. Something important came up, Kakashi said and quickly left. He's an elite Jonin, but he's scared of Tayuya, Naruto thought. Will you calm down, Tayuya? No need to go on a rampage, Naruto said. I'll calm down after I kick your fucking ass, Tayuya said, and Naruto just gave her a kiss which instantly calmed her down. There, Naruto said, as he broke the kiss, but Tayuya pulled him in for another one that lasted 5 minutes. Now I'm calm, Tayuya said and started the 3rd step. Hey boss, I figured it out, a clone said. What did you come up with? Naruto asked. Well, it's like we're trying to do 2 things at once. We'd need an extra pair of hands for it to actually work since we can't make the Rasengan and channel wind chakra at the same time with our current chakra control, the clone said. I see. Everyone split up into groups of 2. One of you will make the Rasengan while the other channels wind chakra into it, Naruto said. Sir, yes sir, all the clones said and split into groups. What the hell was that about? Tayuya asked. I don't know. Sometimes they'll have a mind of their own, Naruto said. My shadow clones don't do that, Tayuya said. That's a good thing, Naruto said. Tell me about it. Wait a fucking minute. Was that supposed to be an insult? Tayuya asked. Not really, but you have to admit that you're a handful. Imagine multiple shadow clones that don't listen to you, Naruto said. Fair point. Now, what's the other Rasengan you've been secretly working on? Tayuya asked. I was wondering when you'd ask. You still spy on me while I'm training, Naruto said. Only to make sure the Hyuga bitch doesn't try anything on you, Tayuya said. Are you sure it's not because I'm all sweaty and shirtless? Naruto asked. I mean, there's that of course, but also because of the Hyuga bitch. Well, her and your fangirls that you've gained in the village, Tayuya said. Well, none of them compare to you. I barely even notice them. You're the only girl I think about, Naruto said and kissed her cheek. Ah, that's so sweet. Look at you 2 lovebirds, Tsunade said, as she appeared with Shizune. Why are you here, big tits? Tayuya asked. For your training, of course, Spitfire, Tsunade said. I like that name. It describes me perfectly, Tayuya said. Right? Your training will be fairly easy this time around. I won't be throwing boulders at you or anything. I'll just teach you to control your lava Kekii Genkai, Tsunade said. How do I do that? Tayuya asked. According to what Mei sent me, you need to combine the fire and earth chakra natures to melt a boulder. That's apparently all she did and then started to use her Kekii Genkai. After that she said it should be easy for you to mold your chakra natures together, then start learning your jutsus she gave you, Tsunade said. Cool. What about my wind chakra nature? Shouldn't I learn to use that as well? Tayuya asked. Well, you have 2 wind masters in the village. Ask them to train you, Tsunade said. I choose fuckface over here, Tayuya said and pointed at Naruto. Why do you call him that? Shizune asked, and Tayuya had a devious look on her face. Well, when we're alone at home getting a bit nasty, he'll lay down on his back and then I'll sit on his face. I'm sure you can guess what happens next, Tayuya said and smirked at Shizune, who started to blush. You brought that upon yourself, Shizune, Naruto said. Ignoring that, will you be able to train her while you're doing your own training? Tsunade asked. Yeah, I'm nearly done with my jutsu. I can teach her how to use her wind chakra, Naruto said. I've got this. How hard can it be? Tayuya asked, filled with confidence. You need to cut a leaf in half with your chakra, cut a rock in half and then stop the flow of a waterfall, Naruto said, and her jaw dropped. That last one is fucking impossible, Tayuya said. No, it isn't. I managed to do it, Naruto said. I call bullshit, Tayuya said. Can you make a waterfall, Granny? Naruto asked. Sure, Tsunade said. Earth style, Earth rampart. Tsunade created a huge rampart of earth rise from the ground that turned into a cliff and followed it up by using the water basin jutsu to create a flow of water. She used her with style to create a beam for Naruto to stand on and smirked at the look on Tayuya's face. You should close your mouth before a fly gets in there, Tsunade said. How the fuck did you do that? Tayuya asked. That's child's play to me. Using my with style is good for you and part of the lesson, Tsunade said. Can't I just use one and then add the other to create lava? Tayuya asked. No, you need to use them simultaneously. By using water and earth at the same time, I create a new element, wood. The same will happen to you except you'll use fire and earth to create lava, Tsunade said. Then how do I combine them? Tayuya asked. While performing your jutsu, you'll use each hand to combine the elements. I don't have to, but I use water in my right hand and earth in my left hand while channeling the chakra nature at the same time, Tsunade said. What do you mean you don't have to do it with both hands? Tayuya asked. The more control you have over your Kekii Genkai or any of your jutsus, you can shorten the hand signs, or if you have a Kekii Genkai, you can get it to the point where you can combine both chakra natures in one hand, Tsunade said. I've got it to the point where I can use one hand sign or none at all. On my first mission out of the village, I fought a boy named Haku and he also had the Ice Kekii Genkai. He was able to use one hand sign to create his jutsu and one hand if the jutsu required multiple hand seals. In my arsenal, there's only one jutsu that requires me to use every hand sign for, Naruto said. What jutsu is that? Tayuya asked. Let's just say it's a dedication to the 9 tails, Naruto said. Show me, Tsunade said. Fine, Naruto said and went through about 25 hand signs. Ice style, 9-tailed fox. Naruto created a gigantic ice replica of the 9-tailed fox and stood on top of its head. Inside the seal, the 9 tails gave his nod of approval at his first time seeing the jutsu. Meanwhile, Tsunade, Tayuya, and Shizune had their jaws on the ground. The fox was possibly the same height as the original and had red eyes. That's fucking awesome, Tayuya said. Is this the secret jutsu Jiraiya was telling me about? Tsunade asked and Naruto cancelled the jutsu. No, I was about to show Tayuya when you showed up, Naruto said. Then you can show all of us, Tsunade said. I don't know. What do I get in return? Naruto asked. How about I don't kick your ass the next time you do something stupid? Tsunade asked. When was the last time I did something stupid? Naruto asked. When you set off one of your pranking seals in the middle of the village, Tsunade said. That was in the past. I've grown up since then, Naruto said. That was 2 days ago, Tsunade said. Like I said, that was in the past, Naruto said and Tsunade's eye twitched. You've got 2 seconds before I make you kiss the sun, Tsunade said. Just show us the damn jutsu, Tayuya said. Fine, Naruto said. After cupping both of his hands, Naruto created a barrier with a large Rasengan inside and Tsunade was impressed, but didn't get the point of creating a barrier over a bigger Rasengan. Before she could speak up, the Rasengan then split into 5 smaller Rasengans that were rotating around inside the barrier. Naruto pushed his hands forward, launched the attack toward some trees, and they all watched as the attack destroyed everything in its path with a large explosion. Whoa, Tayuya said. That's the jutsu I was working on. It took me 6 months to create and I still haven't come up with a name for it, Naruto said. Are you sure you haven't surpassed Jiraiya yet? Tsunade asked. I'm positive. When I say he made me go all out, I literally mean all out. He forced me to use all 7 activations of the 7 heavenly breaths and I still lost. That old pervert is something else. Maybe with this training and finally training with the toads will help, but for now he's still stronger than me, Naruto said. Why haven't you started training with the toads yet? Shizune asked. Yeah, from what I can tell, you're more than ready to train with them. You're better than Jiraiya when her first started to train with them, Tsunade said. I don't know. Old geezer sage told me they wanted to wait a bit longer. Naruto said. Old geezer sage? Who is that? Tsunade asked. I hope he's not talking about who I think he's talking about. Tsunade thought. Fukasaku, Naruto said. You call him geezer sage? Tsunade asked. It's not like he minds. You should have seen his reaction when he found out that I called the old pervy sage. Naruto said. Listen, can we get back to training? I want to at least make some progress before sunset. Tayuya said. Fine. Naruto, go cut the waterfall and prove to her that it can be done. Tsunade said. You got it. Naruto said, as he walked to the waterfall, then placed both hands on the water and cut it with a pulse of wind chakra. That's so fucking cool. Tayuya said. Let's get started. Tsunade said. I heard Sakura was going to bring you some soldier pills. Maybe we should wait for her. Shizune said. Naruto. Code Pink. Tayuya said. Code Pink? What the hell does that mean? Naruto asked. Pinky is making US soldier pills. Tayuya yelled and Naruto paled. You got it, Naruto said and then set up a barrier around the training area. Is this necessary? Shizune asked. You've never had Sakura's cooking before, Naruto said. It can't be that bad, is it? Tsunade asked. You know how people say they'd rather die than do something? Tayuya asked. Yeah, Tsunade said. This is one of those moments, Tayuya said. Hey guys, lower the barrier. I've got some soldier pills, Sakura said. No, you keeps those things away from us, Tayuya said. But they're nice and healthy, Sakura said. Not if you made them, Tayuya said. Naruto, lower the barrier, Tsunade said. Fine, it's your funeral if you eat them, Naruto said and let Sakura in. I'm sure it's not that bad, Tsunade said. Thank you, my lady. Would you like to try one? Sakura asked. Sure, Tsunade said. I'll take one as well, Shizune said as they each took a soldier pill and bit into it. See, they aren't that bad. They're made with fast-acting digestive agents. I hand-picked them myself and rolled them into a little ball of energy. They're overflowing with nutritious goodness. Now that I think about it, it's more like medicine than a soldier pill. Of course, medicine always tastes nasty, so it may taste a little strange at first, Sakura said and never noticed they left. Hey Pinky, Tayuya said and pointed to the ground with both soldier pills and a note. A note? It says your training is cancelled for today, Sakura said. Way to go, Pinky. You've poisoned the big tits with your nasty-ass soldier pills, Tayuya said. That's ridiculous. I used a special recipe to make sure they were tasty. I'll even eat one myself, Sakura said and instantly regretted her decision as she started to spit out the soldier pill. I told you they were nasty. Come on, lover boy. Let's go have some alone time, Tayuya said. All right, let's go, Naruto said as he released his shadow clones and vanished with Tayuya. Hokage Monument. This is nice. Just the two of us together and no interruptions, Tayuya said, as they were sitting on his father's head watching the sunset. You said you wanted some alone time and I also owed you that date still. I figured a small picnic and watching the sunset would be nice, Naruto said. You were right, Tayuya said. Anything to make you happy, Naruto said. I can't believe everything that's happened to me over the years. I mean, my life did a complete 180, Tayuya said. To think it all started when I kicked you in the stomach and threw you into a tree, Naruto said and they shared a chuckle. You broke some of my ribs, you fucking asshole, Tayuya said. Should have handed over the barrel, Naruto said. Whatever. Seriously though, I went from being paranoid about somebody touch me in my sleep, barely eating, not showering for days or weeks, being a human experiment and personal guard to one of the biggest criminals in history to a student of Tsunade Senju, having a meal every day, showering every day, no more paranoia or experiments, and most importantly, a friend turned boyfriend who's stuck by my side through everything since I've came to the village. You really put your neck out on the line for me and were the first person to show me kindness in a long time. I'm really grateful that you're in my life and everything you've done for me. It means a lot to me and I tell you this every day, but I love you, Naruto. Tayuya said. I love you too. We were similar in many ways growing up. I guess it's meant for us to be together and make each other happy. Naruto said. Do I really make you happy? Don't you want more from me? Tayuya asked. What do you mean? Naruto asked. Like I know I'm a handful and you even said it yourself. Don't you want me to change who I am? Tayuya asked. Why would I want you to change? I love you for you and the way you are. Sure, you're a handful, but I wouldn't want you any other way. I fell in love with you because you're real and you never try to be something you're not. You don't need to be some girl who's polite for me. Your brashness makes you stand out. Naruto said. I mean, I guess you're right. But do you think we're moving a bit slow in our relationship? Tayuya asked. What makes you say that? Naruto asked. Don't play stupid, Naruto. The lack of sex. I mean, it wasn't until 2 weeks ago that we started orally pleasuring each other. Don't you want more? Aren't you dying to move to the next step? Tayuya asked. Tayuya, listen. I am perfectly fine with the pace we're going at. You aren't ready for that next step yet, and I respect that. I don't pressure you into anything you don't want to do, and I never will. We don't have to do it if you're not ready. I'm not with you for sex. Yeah, you've grown up into a beautiful woman with the body most kunoichi would kill for and men would desire. But your body is just an added bonus to me. I've loved you while you were almost as flat as a piece of cardboard. Naruto said, and she laughed a bit. I was pretty flat back then. Anyway, it's not that I'm not ready to take that next step. I just don't want you to treat me like Koyuki and have it be a spur-of-the-moment thing then never do it again. What if I'm not as good as her and you leave me? Tayuya asked. Tayuya, the only way I'd leave you is if you cheat on me. Do you really think I'd do that to you? Have sex and then leave? Naruto asked. No, it's just what happened to my friend back in Sound. She had a boyfriend and then he dumped her after having sex. I saw how she was and I just don't want that to be me. Tayuya said. Well, it won't be you because I'm not that guy. Besides, if I were to leave you, I highly doubt I'd find another girl like you who keeps me on my toes and isn't afraid to go upside my head every once in a while. You're special to me, and I want you to be with me for the rest of my life. Naruto said, and she started to cry. You fucking idiot. Making me cry again. I should kick your fucking ass. Tayuya said, and Naruto wiped her tears. How about I give you my pranking seal to set up in Hinata's room? Naruto asked, and she smiled. Deal. I love you, Naruto. Tayuya said. I love you too, Tayuya. Naruto said and gave her a kiss. You keep kissing me like that and I might rip your lips off to keep them with me. Tayuya said. Yup, and if you keep it up, you may become Tayuya Uzumaki in the future. Naruto said and she smiled. Tayuya Uzumaki. That has a nice ring to it unlike my ring finger, so until then just stick to calling me Tayuya. Tayuya said. Deal. Naruto said and gave her a passionate kiss as the sun started to set. Let's go home. Our bed is calling my name. Tayuya said and Naruto picked her up bridal style. Anything for you, Naruto said and they vanished. 3 days later. Naruto and Tayuya were busy training with their respective jutsu. Kakashi and Tsunade were looking on as Tayuya was using her shadow clones to cut a leaf in half and melt a boulder. She herself was focusing on finishing the Rasengan and she was really close. Naruto's jutsu was coming along great and he could feel that he was close. All you could hear was sounds of Tayuya's clones grunting trying to cut the leaf and melt a boulder. But that all stopped when a screeching noise was heard. Hey, I think I got it, Naruto said, as he had a different Rasengan in his hand. All right, to test its ability, clash it with my Rasengan. Get ready, Kakashi said and made a Rasengan in his hand. Why would you do that? What's gonna happen? Naruto asked. If your jutsu is nearly complete, then my Rasengan will have no effect on it, Kakashi said. Kakashi and Naruto ran at each other with their respective jutsu and collided them together. After a brief struggle, Naruto's Rasengan easily tore through Kakashi's Rasengan and Kakashi's hand was badly damaged as a result. Tayuya saw the results of the jutsu and never even noticed that her training was complete. So now what? Tayuya asked. Now, I need Naruto for a mission that I believe only he can do. Tsunade said and gave him a scroll. What kind of mission? Naruto asked. Just read the scroll. Tsunade said and Naruto's eyes went big as he read the mission. Are you sure about this? Naruto asked. Yes, we're the only two people in this village that can do this mission and I can leave due to me being the Hokage. That leaves you and only you to complete this mission. Tsunade said. What about my training? Naruto asked. You can finish your training there. The place is a wasteland anyway. But if you find something worth keeping, seal it away and bring it back to me. Tsunade said. You got it. Tayuya knows how to call me for an emergency. Naruto said. I sure do. Tayuya said and pulled out a tri-pronged kunai. Naruto, you completed it? Kakashi asked. Just finished it a few days ago and even gave it a few test runs. Naruto said. That will come in handy because I also need Tayuya for a mission with Team 10. 2 Akatsuki members attacked the fire temple and killed Chiriku. I'm sending out 20 teams to deal with the 2 Akatsuki members and I need Tayuya on this mission. I would send Sakura, but she's needed at the hospital right now with Shizen. Tsunade said. Finally, I get to kick some ass. Tayuya said. Remember, Tayuya, these are S-rank criminals and word from Jiraiya's spy network is that these two are called the Immortal Duo, and they recently captured the two-tailed beast with no difficulty. Tsunade said. How is that possible? They shouldn't be able to seal any tailed beasts right now without Gaara being captured. Naruto said, and then he was dragged into his mindscape. Mindscape. There are other ways to seal the tailed beasts if you miss one of them. The Nine Tails said. 9 tails? I haven't heard from you in a while. Anyway, what do you mean by other ways to seal a tailed beast if they miss one? Naruto asked. It's simple. Shikaku never really needed to be sealed away and neither are any of us tailed beasts. The ghetto statue in which they are sealed just needs the chakra from the tailed beasts. The Nine Tails said. Then how would they get the chakra from Gaara? I'm sure you've seen his new transformation. It would be hard for them to take his chakra now that he's grown more powerful. Naruto said. Yes, I know all about his new transformation, but I never said they had to take it from him. During your fight with those 2 Akatsuki members, Gaara infused his chakra and by relation, Shikaku's chakra into the sand. If they have the methods, the Akatsuki can absorb the chakra from the sand and then seal it inside of the ghetto statue. If they have the 2 tails, then they must already have Shikaku's chakra. The Nine Tails said. Damn it. Right when I thought we ruined whatever their plans were, they already had a backup. Thanks for the advice. But there is one thing I have to ask. Naruto said and the Nine Tails narrowed its eyes. What? The Nine Tails asked. So, we all know that the one-tailed beast is named Shikaku, but what about the others? Do you have a name? Naruto asked. Yes, the Nine Tails said. Well, what is it? I can't keep calling you Nine Tails forever. I mean, you know my name and we're partners. So I think it's only fair that I know your name. Naruto said. What makes you think you deserve to know my name? The Nine Tails asked. I literally just fucking said it. We're partners and you know my name. Why do you have to be such a stick in the damn mud? Just tell me your fucking name. Naruto said and the Nine Tails chuckled. Your mate seems to have influenced your way of speaking. The Nine Tails. That's what happens when you spend a lot of time with somebody. Naruto said. I see. You are the first human to actually ask for my name. You've become a strong shinobi without the use of my chakra, as you preferred to get stronger using your own power. My respect for you has grown a lot from the last time we talked and part of it has to do with you no longer forcefully using my chakra. Your dream to free all of us tailed beasts will be difficult, but it is achievable. Do you remember what I told you the Sage of Six Paths said about what he wanted for us tailed beasts? The Nine Tails asked. Yeah, you said that he foretold of a day when the tailed beasts would be brought together again, though not as you were, and at that time someone would emerge to show you what true power is. Why'd you bring that up? Naruto asked. Because I believe you are the one the Sage of Six Paths told us about. You remind me of him a bit and it's almost laughable. The Nine Tails said. I appreciate the compliment, but I don't think I'm anything like the Sage of Six Paths. I mean, his power is legendary and he created the tailed beasts. I don't think I'll ever come close to his level. He's basically a god. Naruto said. You're more like the sage of six paths than you think. I'll give you an example. He cared a great deal about us tailed beasts when we were still with him, and he gave us each a name as a sign of our individuality. He told us that no matter how far apart we grew, we'd always be together, and you now want to free us to give us back our freedom and our identities. The Nine Tails said. Yes, but you're forgetting one thing. I can't free you because our souls are intertwined thanks to the death god. Naruto said. A small price to pay for salvation. The Nine Tails said. Wouldn't it be kind of sad that your brothers and sisters would be free while you're stuck inside of me? Naruto asked. Sometimes you must put your own selfish needs and desires to the side for others. I've been sealed for over 100 years. Even when you do eventually die, I'll just reform after a while. Now, you must get going. You're about to get punched in the head by your mate. The Nine Tails said and kicked Naruto out of his mindscape. Real world. Naruto Uzumaki. Tayuya yelled and threw a punch at his head, but he caught it. Yes, Tayuya? Naruto asked. Fucking finally. I've been calling your name for 10 fucking minutes, Tayuya said. What happened to you? You were just staring off into space. Tsunade said. I was talking to the Nine Tails, Naruto said. About what? Tsunade asked. You know how I thought preventing them from capturing Gaara would stop their plans? Naruto asked. Yes, Tsunade said. Well, I was wrong. The Nine Tails told me that the Akatsuki only need the chakra of the tailed beasts, and since Gaara leaked his chakra in the sand around Suna, they must have sent somebody to collect the chakra and sealed it away, allowing them to continue with their plans. Naruto said. What else did you two talk about? Tsunade asked. The same as usual, Naruto said. I see. You have your mission. I want you to leave immediately, Tsunade said. Come on, lover boy. Let's go pack up, Tayuya said. Okay, Naruto said and vanished with Tayuya. Naruto's apartment. Why'd you lie to her? Tayuya asked. What do you mean? Naruto asked. I know you lied to her back there about what else you and the Nine Tails talked about, Tayuya said. Of course you did. I'm just not ready to tell her because she still has trust issues with the Nine Tails like everyone else. I'll tell her when I get back, Naruto said. What about me? Tayuya asked. I'm sure you'll be there when I tell her, Naruto said as he finished packing for his mission. How long will you be gone? Tayuya asked. There's no timetable for the mission, but I'll be back in a few days. Make sure you kick some Akatsuki ass for me, Naruto said. I already killed one of those fuckers. I think I can get another one under my belt, Tayuya said. I'm sure you will, but use the kunai if you get in a sticky situation, Naruto said. Yeah, I will. I'll see you in a few days, Tayuya said and gave him a kiss. I love you, Naruto said. I love you too, Tayuya said, and then he vanished. Hokage Monument. Naruto made it to his destination within the head of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and looked around for something. He saw two caskets and one of them wasn't properly closed. When he walked closer to the casket, he saw that it belonged to the first Hokage due to his name being engraved on it. He closed the casket and went to the second one, which was engraved with the name Mito Uzumaki. The grave of the first Hokage himself and his wife, my ancestor, Naruto said. He walked around a bit more and something told him to unseal his sword, so that's what he did. His sword started humming when he walked in a certain direction until it became a full vibration that shook his arm. He held the sword up and it was as if the sword pulled him to a secret space within the head of the first Hokage. The sword stuck itself in the wall and then a secret passage was opened up to Naruto. What was that feeling? I feel like I just used the Hiraishin, but I didn't, Naruto thought. Uzushio-gakure. Naruto exited the secret passageway and found himself in a tunnel. The more he walked around, the more curious he became, and he kept the sword out just for protection. He exited a cave and saw nothing except for some destroyed buildings and basically a bone graveyard. He eventually came across a sign that was still standing, but covered in dust. He read it and was surprised to see where he was. Uzushio-gakure. How did I get here though? Naruto asked himself. That seal you went through was basically a teleportation seal. Mito Uzumaki had a feeling something bad was going to happen to her home and wanted to save them. The seal she created took years and years to complete. Your mother was the one who finished it, but never had the chance to use it. The Nine-Tails said, I wonder why Granny sent me here. It's in ruins and there's nothing here other than a few animals. Naruto said, as he continued walking around. The Uzumaki clan has secrets locked away. With Danzo out of the village, your Hokage must want them kept safe inside of the village. The Nine-Tails said, I guess you're right, Naruto said, and then a white fox appeared in front of him. Follow that fox. It will serve as your guide. The Nine-Tails said. Fine. Lead the way, Naruto said, and the fox took off. Uzumaki Shrine. Okay, fox. What is this place? Naruto asked, and the fox just yipped before running away. The Uzumaki Shrine. Mito said something about this before to Hashirama, but I was recovering from being controlled, so I didn't hear exactly what she said. The Nine-Tails said, and Naruto noticed a sign. This is really convenient, Naruto said. To seek what lies beneath, one must purify themselves from the evil that lives within. The fuck does that mean? Naruto asked. You need to conquer your evil self that you buried inside of you. Meditate and enter your mind to deal with this dilemma you are facing, Naruto said. I'm not facing a dilemma though, Naruto said. Yes, you are. You may not show it, but the hatred you've garnered over the years from the abuse in Konoha still dwells within you. You never confronted your hatred. You merely buried it underneath the love you've surrounded yourself with. You need to confront your evil side and then me, the Nine-Tails said. Why do I have to confront you? You haven't done anything to me. I don't have any harsh feelings towards you, Naruto said. Yes, but our souls are bound together thanks to the Shinigami, and my chakra is basically fueled by hatred thanks to the years of humans treating me like a mere weapon. My hatred goes back to the days of the first Hokage, the Nine-Tails said. Why are you being so helpful all of a sudden? Naruto asked. It is as you said. We are partners, the Nine-Tails said. Yeah, some partner you are. I don't even know your name, Naruto said. All will be revealed in due time, but first you need to get yourself situated. I have a hunch this is why those stupid toads have not trained you to become a sage user like that perverted teacher of yours, the Nine-Tails said. I guess you're right. What do I need to do? Naruto asked. Meditate to go into your mindscape and your dark side should appear, the Nine-Tails said. Fine, Naruto said and started to meditative. So, you finally decided to show up, a voice said, and Naruto opened his eyes. HM? Oh, it's me. Well, evil me. You don't look like much now that I see you, Naruto said, and his evil self growled. What was that? Evil Naruto asked. You heard me. I was expecting something like a fierce aura, maybe a few sharp teeth, some claws, but not a regular me with red eyes, Naruto said. That red-haired girl is corrupting you. You should be afraid of me, evil Naruto said. Whatever. You know why I'm here, so let's just get this over with, Naruto said. I'm going to enjoy killing you and taking over. I'll get rid of Tayuya and everyone else around me, evil Naruto said. I don't think you can do that. Tayuya would know something is wrong and quickly beat the shit out of you until she got her answers. Besides, in order for you to do that, you need to beat me in a fight, which would be pointless. You are my hatred that's been buried away when I found love. Fighting each other would just be stupid since we'd know each other's next move. I just want to finish this and get back to my home, Naruto said. How can you call that place a home? They've always deceived us and made up rules to purposely shun us. It was painful. We were just kids. I'm the only one who understands you. Don't trust the villagers, evil Naruto said. I've talked with Pervy Sage during my training trip and he explained to me that the villagers are important, but before I can trust them, I need to trust myself. I didn't understand what that meant when he told me that, but now that I'm here, I think I get it. I'm a ninja and it's my job to protect the village and by extension the villagers. If I never would have come here, then if the village was attacked, I probably would have saved the people I care about the most and left everyone else to die. I need to trust myself as the one the villagers put their faith in. If I can't trust myself to protect them, then I'll never be able to become Hokage. Naruto said. Why? They made us suffer so much. You're willing to forget everything they've done to us all for some dream? Evil Naruto asked. No. I'll never forget what my life was like, but I will forgive them. For all I know, if I wouldn't have grown up the way I did, I probably wouldn't have met Pervy Sage, Granny Tsunade, Kurenai, Yugao, the Ikarakus, Enko, and most importantly, Tayuya. I let the villagers get to me growing up that I started to doubt myself, and I shouldn't. I should have my pride like everyone else. I let them take that from me growing up, and now I want it back. Naruto said. What about me? Are you saying I'm holding you back? Then what was I all this time? Evil Naruto asked. Thanks to you, I've become strong. I became strong to prove to the villagers that I'm not the Nine Tails and that I won't stay a loser forever. Naruto said. Then what should I do now? Evil Naruto asked, and Naruto gave him a hug. It's simple. Just become me. Thank you for everything you've done. But it's okay now. You no longer need to hold onto the resentment towards the village. Naruto said, and after a while his evil side started to disappear. Well, that's over with. Naruto thought. I see you managed to overcome yourself. The Nine Tails said. Yeah, but I wasn't in my mindscape. I was still out here talking to myself. Naruto said. That's odd. What's done is done. Now, it's time to separate my chakra from me. The Nine Tails said and pulled him into his mindscape. Mindscape? Why do I have to do that? Naruto asked. I'm a being made of chakra. My chakra is fueled by rage and hatred. The Nine Tails said. Won't that kill you? Naruto asked. No. As you're removing the chakra from me, I'll start gathering chakra to replenish. Once you take my chakra, it will start to purify itself. The Nine Tails said. All right, Naruto said and pulled up his sleeve, revealing a seal. When did you get the key to the seal? The Nine Tails asked. Pervy Sage gave it to me while we were training, Naruto said and unlocked the cage. Feels so good to be free, the Nine Tails said. Now what do I do? Naruto asked, and then he found himself in a different area. Unknown place. How about you give your mom a hug? A soft voice said. Naruto turned around to see a fair-skinned, slender woman with violet eyes and red hair. Her hair was straight and reached her ankles with shoulder-length strands that framed both sides of her face and a black clip that parts her hair to the left. She was wearing a high-collared, sleeveless blouse under a long, loose-fitting dress with a wristband on her left wrist and standard shinobi sandals. He was looking at Kushina Uzumaki.